Markets will reopen Friday after being closed for nearly 2 months. On May 14th, the Buffalo supermarket was the scene of a racially motivated mass shooting that killed 10 and injured 3 others. A moment of silence and prayer will be held to honor the victims, employees, and community members who were impacted. Most of the store has been renovated since the attack.
Families in Uvalde, Texas continue to demand answers for the delayed police response to the shooting at Robb Elementary. A camera inside the school recorded 77 minutes of the tragic incident that left 19 students and 2 teachers dead. Public pressure is mounting for the video to be released, including from Uvalde's mayor and Texas State Representative Dustin Burrows, who's the chairman of a state committee investigating the response. The county's district attorney has objected to releasing the footage. Meanwhile, President Biden held an event to celebrate a new gun law aimed at preventing mass shootings. NBC's Kelly O'Donnell has more.
Almost 2,000 gathered on the South Lawn to mark the most hard-fought bipartisan achievement of the Biden era, the first new gun safety law in nearly 3 decades.
Lives will be saved today and tomorrow because of this.
One father, whose son died at Parkland, interrupted, shouting that more must be done.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
The president hailed the new law as progress, as his political standing appears precarious. A new poll from the New York Times finds 64% of Democratic voters say they would prefer a different leader in the 2024 election. Mr. Biden's age cited most. He'd be 82 right after the election.
We need some younger people in the office. That's, bottom line.
Should be a concern to everybody, he's kind of up there.
However, the vice president said Sunday they expect to be in the race.
He intends to run, and if he does, I intend to run with him.
One clear warning, only 13% of Americans said they think the country is on the right track.
I feel like we're taking so many steps back right now. Am I right?
To counter doubters, the White House touts the strong job market and gas prices down 33 cents in the last month. The president heads to Israel and Saudi Arabia, where he will push to increase oil supply to ease gas prices.
Can we get that price down, and can we keep it down?
And that new polling does include a positive sign for the White House, showing President Biden a few points ahead of Donald Trump when voters are asked about a potential rematch in the presidential race in 2024.
All right, Kelly, thank you.
The overturning of Roe has left abortion access in states' hands, but yesterday the Biden administration took a new stance, saying federal law overrides state laws and that hospitals must provide abortion services if the life of the mother is at risk. Those who deny care could lose their Medicare status or be fined. Lately, the president has been facing increasing pressure to do more for abortion access.
And for the first time ever, a company has submitted an application for an over-the-counter birth control pill. French drug maker HRA Pharma says it just wants to make birth control more accessible. It's been 60 years since the first birth control pill was approved. Officials say this application is unrelated to the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade. An FDA decision is expected within 10 months.
You've heard of the running of the bulls, but what about the sprinting of the sea lions? A viral TikTok video captured these guys running people off a California beach over the weekend. The woman who shot it said the sea lions were sleeping before they were woken up, really angry about it, gave chase toward the sunbathers. No one was injured, but experts warn people about getting too close to the animals. There's nothing like a beach nap, so I don't blame them, and that's their territory. We're the ones just kind of invading it.
That's right. I think we forget that sometimes. You need a sea lion to remind us every once in a while.
All right, let's take a turn and look at the excessive heat with NBC meteorologist Michelle Gross. And Michelle, you can understand why so many people are headed to the beaches with these temps.
Oh, yeah, you need to go to the beach because we are looking at temperatures so excessive, really dangerous, though, in some spots in the south central states. And we're looking at that heat continuing today, and we are stuck in this pattern. It looks like it's not going to change this week. So taking a look to the northwest into the interior parts of California, Salt Lake City also under a heat alert. We're looking at 27 million people impacted today. Again, in the south central states, once again, we're looking at temperatures into the triple digits in so many spots. So sweltering heat, Memphis 101, it's going to feel like 108 today. It's going to feel like 98 degrees in Raleigh. So that heat expands all the way to the northeast and then even into the northwest as well. The Rockies 104 in Salt Lake City. That's 10 degrees above what is average for this time of year. Denver 97, 110 in Las Vegas. So lots of triple digits across the map here. Summerworth into the late week as well. Chicago into the 80s, D.C. 87 by Saturday. In Charlotte, we're looking at 87 degrees. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, that warmth continues in the south central states. We're looking at temperatures in the triple digits in Phoenix, 112, and it's hot, it's humid. We're looking at storms in the northeast, temperatures in the 90s in D.C. and also in Philly. All right, guys, we're going to talk about, we talked about the summer warmth. We're going to talk about summer storms coming up in just a bit.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. See you in a bit. Sure. In today's Quick Hits, former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice is actually buying the Denver Broncos. She's with a group buying them. Rice moved to Denver when she was 12. She's been outspoken about her love for football and memories of the game with her dad.
Over in Scotland, Tiger Woods is warming up as he prepares to compete in the Open. The 15-time major winner hasn't played since pulling out of the PGA Championship. It kicks off Thursday on NBC Sports.
Sneakerheads, this is for you. Nike releasing their Jackie Robinson dunks on the same day as the MLB All-Star Game. It's on July 19th. We'll be right back.
Those are nice.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No.
Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
New this morning, New York City is preparing its residents in the event of a nuclear attack. The city has released a short PSA that identifies ways to stay safe if the city is hit by a nuclear weapon.
Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
Step 2 urged residents to stay inside, and Step 3 advised people to stay tuned and stay put. In a statement, the city's emergency management department said, in part, while the likelihood of a nuclear weapon incident occurring in or near New York City is very low, it's important that New Yorkers know the steps to stay safe.
Immediately.
Thousands of people gathered for the first bull run in 3 years at Pamplona's San Fermin Festival in Spain last week. Officials say 3 people were gored, including 1 American. The spectacle lasted all of 3 minutes as hundreds were seen running ahead of the charging bulls. The final run is expected to take place on Thursday.
A Florida man took police on a low-speed chase on his lawnmower. Dusty Mobley tried to outrun deputies on his John Deere, but of course it was no match for the squad car. He is now facing multiple charges, including grand theft. This wasn't the first time he tried to run. Back in January, police went to question him over a stolen boat, and he fled by diving into a swamp.
SpaceX suffered a setback after a booster rocket exploded in flames during a test firing. No one was hurt in the incident. The booster is meant for the next generation Starship spacecraft, which SpaceX hopes to launch into orbit in the fall. Yesterday's explosion might put that already ambitious plan in jeopardy. On Twitter, founder Elon Musk said the damage appears limited, but that they'll know more in the morning.
Now to a huge win for NASA and really astronomy fans everywhere. The first full-color James Webb Telescope image has been revealed. There it is. It shows a look deep into the cosmos like we have never seen before. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, good morning. This first image was revealed at the White House, but it is just a preview of what's coming today.
That's right, Philip. Good morning. Yeah, NASA will have another event this morning where more images are expected to be released. They say they are, quote, unfolding the universe using the $10 billion James Webb Space Telescope. This is the sharpest infrared view of the universe ever seen. Images were captured at different wavelengths over a 12-hour exposure period. For comparison, here's a deep field image from the Hubble telescope on the left, which took over 11 days to composite. As NASA's administrator Bill Nelson explains, this technology operates almost like a time machine.
That light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. And by the way, we're going back further because this is just the first image. They're going back about 13.5 billion years.
And those secrets of the universe are expected to be unlocked at 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and that's when we'll get a chance to see more of those stunning images.
Wow, like you said, it's just mind-blowing. It really is a time machine, and we have it now. All right, Bree, thank you.
All right, still to come on early today, we've got something for you to eat fresh for free. How you can score a Subway sandwich today without paying a dime.
And keeping up after SNL, Pete Davidson makes his debut in the new Kardashians trailer.
Really quick.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning, time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast, listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Life is good. I have a new boyfriend.
Babe?
Yeah.
Do you want to shower with me really quick?
The moment fans have been waiting for, a Pete Davidson cameo jumping at the chance to shower with his girlfriend. The comedian made his debut in the trailer for season 2 of Hulu's The Kardashians. And Kim shared more pics of the two on her Insta, so if you're going to miss him on SNL, you can see more of Pete on The Kardashians when the show debuts this fall. And so we're thinking, you know, these two, they have a good roster of exes. So that's until the fall. That means they got to stay together until then when that debuts. And if not, you know, we're all wondering who's going to be next.
They both have a very, very impressive roster. And they're still young, too, so who knows. But we wish them the best. Stay in the moment. Hope it works for them. Speaking of new flavors, Subway is giving customers something fresh. Today, the chain is offering 1 million free subs to promote their biggest menu change in over 50 years. It's introducing its Subway series, 12 new recipes, like cheesesteaks, chicken, Italian, club sandwiches. Sub lovers can grab one of their own while supplies last between 10 a.m. and noon today.
Okay, get those umbrellas ready. Michelle is tracking some serious storms. We'll hear from her next.
And click till you drop. We'll break down the best deals around for Amazon Prime Day.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Harry Styles!
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Harry Styles!
Welcome back on this Tuesday. We are tracking showers and storms, some summer showers and storms today in the southwest, also along the Gulf Coast. We could see some heavy rain there. It's in the northeast, so that we're watching the chance for severe weather today. We could see some really gusty winds, also some hail. This is where we're looking at the chance for severe weather all the way from Maine into parts of the Carolinas, so Charleston, Albany, New York City, D.C. You could see strong to severe storms. 33 million at risk. Also looking at the chance for some rainfall, but the heavy rainfall, that's going to be along the Gulf Coast states where we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. Back to you guys.
All right, Michelle, thanks for the heads up.
Sure.
We are back in a moment with the best sales and biggest savings from multiple retailers as Prime takes over.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues.
The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers?
Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2?
It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The biggest shopping event of the season kicks off today with Amazon and other major retailers rolling out 2 days of deals. Our Emily Ikeda breaks down the best bargains.
Shoppers are filling their carts as a wave of summer sales washes over big box retailers. Target and Best Buy kicking off their summer deals, followed by 2-day events for Amazon and Kohl's, and Nordstrom's anniversary sale will open up to everyone Friday. Target calling their deal days bigger than ever, with a Dyson cordless vacuum for $330 and a KitchenAid mixer for $280. At Kohl's, you can snag a Sonoma anti-gravity chair for less than $50 and bedding for up to 70% off. And ahead of the highly anticipated Amazon Prime Day, members are eyeing flat-screen TVs, Echo frames, and Shark robot vacuums. Stacey Barger is starting her Christmas shopping early, really early.
You can get the best deals and save a ton of money. I save thousands of dollars by shopping during the summer.
Bargain hunting is critical for shoppers as widespread inflation squeezes Americans' wallets. Last month, consumer sentiment fell to a 16-month low, and a recent survey found more than 80% of Americans plan to spend less on products this summer. But businesses are hoping a swath of super sales this week will lure shoppers in.
How important are sales events like this right now?
Clearly, inflation and other things have impacts on our business. But we're focused on controlling what we can control, which is giving the customer a great experience. If we do that, we're feeling pretty confident about it.
After a year of supply chain chaos, long-delayed orders are now piling up, leaving many retailers drowning in more inventory than their warehouses can handle. Nordstrom, for instance, has 24% more inventory than last year.
We're in the fashion retail business. Our merchandise doesn't get better with age. We need it at the right time. I think we're feeling pretty good about where we are right now.
So how can you best navigate the impressive lineup? Economists say make a shopping list in advance and start tracking prices with browser extensions like Honey, the Camelizer, and Invisible Hand. They'll work in the background as you online shop, alerting you to the best deals and showing an item's price history.
It's a good way to scoop up some 70%, 80% off items and really avoid inflation altogether.
Yeah, we always say it's not what you spend, it's what you save. At least that's how I justify it.
Same.
Thanks to Emily for that report. And thanks for starting your morning with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Before we go, it's a bird, it's a plane. Nope, it is window washers. We leave you with this heroic effort at the Norton Children's Hospital in Louisville, Kentucky. Superhero window washers teaming up to bring smiles to all the kids. Thank you for joining us. Have a great Tuesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
This morning, hundreds of firefighters are trying to saturate the world's only sequoia trees, some thousands of years old, as wildfires threaten Yosemite's natural wonders, and excessive heat contributes to problems there and around the country.
The January 6th committee is taking the investigation to a whole new level with today's witnesses involving extremist groups and the Trump White House.
The president touting gun reform before 2,000 White House guests is called out by a Parkland father whose child was killed. This is gunfire sends families at a Little League game scrambling.
Many beaches on high alert as increased shark patrols are put into place over more attacks. Plus, the wild scene at a beach in California when sea lions attacked sunbathers.
And is billionaire Elon Musk in for the Twitter fight of a lifetime? Early today starts right now.
Good Tuesday morning. I'm Philip Mena.
I'm Francis Rivera. It is a race against time in Yosemite National Park. The destructive Washburn fire has entered day 6, and the stakes are high. Hundreds of sequoia trees are at risk. Many of them are thousands of years old. More than 500 firefighters are currently battling the blaze, which is currently only 25% contained. Miguel Almaguer starts us off.
Exploding in size again, Yosemite's Washburn fire is quickly sweeping through the national park as more than 500 firefighters lose ground against the out-of-control blaze.
Just trying to keep the fire from climbing the trees.
Torching forest land and fueled by millions of trees, flames now flank the 600 massive and iconic sequoias inside the park, a national treasure under serious threat.
They're incredibly fire resilient. It's just the fire's so different right now.
Biologist Garrett Dickman says Yosemite and California has never seen infernos like these. Mega fires fueled by extreme drought, the new normal, incinerating trees that withstood flames for thousands of years.
We've lost 20% of all giant sequoias on Earth in the past 2 years alone. So, I mean, at this point, every tree counts.
Climate change is playing a role in how these fires burn. They're now hotter, faster, and more explosive than ever before.
Those dangerous conditions creating their own weather system on the ground. The fire's powerful updraft launching tree limbs hundreds of feet into the sky, narrowly missing firefighting aircraft. Tracking the fast-moving blaze from above,
fire's edge is active.
The outer rim of the swirling inferno has forced the closure of Yosemite's popular south entrance, triggering 1,600 evacuations.
The smoke was overwhelming. By the time we got down into Yosemite Valley, ash was raining down on us.
Inside Yosemite's famed Mariposa Grove, where protected sequoias are more than 2,000 years old and over 300 feet high.
I'm standing right in front of the grizzly giant.
A simple sprinkler system is keeping soil wet around the grizzly giant, arguably the world's most famous tree. Protective foil now also wraps the historic Galen Clark cabin, but flames are within striking distance.
Crews are lining every hillside they can, but this fire is quickly racing from tree to tree. In some areas, they're simply going to let it burn.
That burn destroying everything in its path and still threatening to uproot these iconic natural wonders that have stood tall for generations.
There are 600 of these majestic beauties all across this valley floor. Now, the fire has gotten very close and actually torched some of them, but none have been destroyed. This fire at last check was about 25% contained, so it's still on the move. Crews here, though, say they are making progress. Back to you.
Okay, Miguel, thank you.
Terrifying moments caught on camera at a Little League game in North Carolina. Gunshots ringing out near the ball field east of Raleigh, sending players and parents running for cover. The window of a van in the parking lot was shot out. Police are investigating but say there's no evidence it was an active shooter situation. No injuries were reported.
Families in Uvalde, Texas continue to demand answers for the delayed police response to the mass shooting at Robb Elementary. A camera inside the school recorded 77 minutes of the tragic incident, leaving 19 students and 2 teachers dead. And pressure is mounting for the video to be released. So far, the county's district attorney has objected to showing the footage to the public. Meanwhile, President Biden held an event to celebrate a new gun law aimed at preventing mass shootings. NBC's Jay Gray has the details.
A moment of silence in Highland Park, Illinois, marking a week since the nation's latest mass shooting. While on the south lawn of the White House,
my family, our families, and our community are devastated.
Survivors and the families of victims of gun violence gathered to celebrate the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, signed into law by President Biden in late June.
It's proof that despite the naysayers, we can make meaningful progress on dealing with gun violence.
The new law expands background checks for those between the ages of 18 and 21, blocks convicted domestic abusers from owning a gun, creates new penalties for illegal gun purchases, and provides more funds for mental health care and school safety. But interrupting the president's speech, the father of a Parkland high school victim shouts out, "You have to do more." President Biden responding, calling the new law real progress, but just a first step.
Assault weapons need to be banned.
A goal shared by families shattered by a killer's bullet.
I mean, the reality is I'm here today for this, and Wednesday I'll be at the cemetery for what should have been my daughter's 19th birthday.
A reality that pushes them to continue to fight. Jay Gray, NBC News.
The 7th round of the January 6 hearings will kick off this afternoon. The committee will lay out evidence about how the violent mob was formed. A top committee member tells NBC News a primetime hearing that was expected Thursday is being pushed to next week because of an influx of new information.
A source familiar with the investigation says a man who pleaded guilty in connection with the riot will testify today. Stephen Ayers posted a tweet from former President Trump encouraging supporters to go to D.C. on the 6th. And we're also expecting to hear from a former spokesperson for the far-right group, the Oath Keepers. NBC's Susan McGinnis has more.
Reports of violence.
The January 6th committee set to reveal what could be more bombshell testimony. On the agenda, far-right groups' involvement in the insurrection, including the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, and their potential link to the White House.
The communication piece is really important because we need to know who they were in communication with within Trump's inner circle and what they were discussing.
A surprise offer from former Trump advisor Steve Bannon.
MAGA is on the march. The J6 committee is totally irrelevant.
On trial for defying the committee's subpoena, Bannon now says he's willing to testify. The Justice Department calling that a stunt.
This is a gimmick. He does not want to testify.
Also expected videotaped testimony from Trump White House counsel Pat Cipollone, present at key White House meetings leading to and during the insurrection.
Cipollone's testimony is going to be very key for that, not just for Donald Trump, but those around him. So if you're a Mark Meadows, what Pat Cipollone said is vitally important to your future existence.
Committee members say Cipollone did not refute any previous testimony, including that of White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson.
At no point was there any contradiction of what anybody said.
The former president blasting the committee as political thugs and hacks. In Washington, Susan McGinnis, NBC News.
Things did not go as planned when SpaceX tried testing a booster rocket. We see here that booster bursting into flames. Thankfully, nobody was hurt. The booster is meant for the next generation Starship spacecraft, which SpaceX hopes to launch into orbit in the fall. But yesterday's explosion might put that already ambitious plan in jeopardy. On Twitter, founder Elon Musk said the damage appears limited, but that they will know more later today.
Now to a much more successful mission for NASA and a huge day for astronomy fans. The first full-color James Webb Telescope image has been revealed, showing a look deep into the cosmos like the world has never seen before. NBC's Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. Bree, this first image was revealed at the White House, but it's just a preview of what's coming today.
That's right, Francis. Well, more images will be released today, and NASA has another event, and they say they are, quote, unfolding the universe using the $10 billion James Webb Space Telescope. This is the sharpest infrared view of the universe ever seen. Images were captured at different wavelengths over a 12-hour exposure period. For comparison, here's a deep-field image from the Hubble telescope on the left, which took over 11 days to composite. As NASA's administrator Bill Nelson explains, this technology operates almost like a time machine.
That light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. And by the way, we're going back further because this is just the first image. They're going back about 13.5 billion years.
And those secrets of the universe are set to be unveiled at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. That's when we'll get a chance to see more of those stunning images.
Wow, just so fascinating all across the board. Thank you, Bree.
Meanwhile, here in our neck of the universe, I know we're like, what, 93 million miles away from the sun, but it feels so much closer. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joining us. Good morning, Michelle.
Good morning, guys. It really does. Yeah, we're looking at excessive heat once again, and it's really all across the country. It's not just the south central states. It's into the northwest, the southeast, and also the northeast today. So 27 million impacted by a heat alert. We're looking at heat advisory, excessive heat warnings. That's in your hot pink. So San Angelo, San Antonio, also Salt Lake City today. And we're going to see those temperatures really climbing once again into the triple digits in so many spots. So 104 in Dallas, 100 degrees in Houston. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel like 108. It'll feel like 108 also in Memphis. And as we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to feel really warm too in Salt Lake City, 104. That's 10 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a closer look at your day ahead. All right, it's so hot once again in the south central states. Also humid too. We're looking at temperatures into the triple digits, the upper 90s. And then we're looking at summer heat too in the northeast. That's going to spark some summer storms. We're looking at the chance for storms later on this afternoon. All right, guys, we talked about that summer heat. We're going to look at the chance for some gusty thunderstorms in the northeast today.
Okay. Thank you, Michelle. Different kind of heating up, the battle between Twitter and Elon Musk after he bailed on the buyout.
And just when you thought it's safe to go in, what's behind the rise in shark attacks?
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning.
Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
A warning for beachgoers who plan on taking a swim in the ocean this summer. Officials say there has been a recent surge in shark attacks, and now authorities are stepping up patrols to help protect swimmers. NBC's Sam Brock has more.
It's the dawn of a new day off the coast of Long Island, where a string of recent shark attacks has led to stepped-up patrols, leaving beachgoers shaken and lifeguards injured.
I'm treading water, and all of a sudden I feel this sharp pain and pressure into my hand.
Zach Gallo was ironically rehearsing a rescue playing a victim some 30 yards offshore at Smith Point when he was bitten. A very similar scenario to what happened to lifeguard John Mullins only days later on Fire Island.
Kind of felt like the teeth were like inside my skin, and when I pulled my foot out, it kind of just felt like a scrape, like a rake going up my foot.
The recent encounters with the feared predators, paired with another possible instance near Jones Beach, have caused officials to crank up oversight, using drones and choppers in an attempt to spot sharks. The U.S. led the world in shark attacks in 2021 with 47. That's up 42% from the year before. Florida, which leads the list by far, just saw a trio of attacks in the last couple weeks, 2 that could have been deadly.
I tried my best to get it off me, like I poked its eyes, I used my hands.
Addison Bethea was attacked by a 9-foot shark at Keaton Beach near Tallahassee while on vacation with her family. The 17-year-old had a part of her leg amputated.
You can get to me.
But days ago, she bravely took her first steps, posting on the Facebook page, Fight Like Addison. With a GoFundMe that's already raised almost $70,000 for her medical expenses, Lindsay Bruns is also recovering.
We're out at Sawyer Key on a boat. My wife just got bit by a shark. Her leg is set.
Her husband frantically calling 911 after this attack in the Florida Keys. The couple's 2 daughters, pictured here 30 minutes before, had just climbed the ladder back onto their boat. Luke Bruns hoisted his wife aboard and tied a tourniquet around her leg.
Are you bringing her in?
I guess so. I don't know what else.
Okay, yeah, drive her in. Tell me the closest spot that you're going to take her to. I'll have an ambulance waiting for you.
Incredibly, Lindsay survived, released from the hospital days ago.
Our thanks to Sam for that report.
It's still to come. Sailing into the tweet storm. CNBC's Steve Sedgwick breaks down the brawl between Elon Musk and Twitter after the billionaire called off the buyout.
And the box office strikes back. Theaters rebound from the pandemic slump.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Harry Styles!
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
In today's Quick Hits, former Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice has joined the group buying the Denver Broncos. Rice moved to Denver when she was 12 and has been vocal about her love of football and memories of the game with her dad.
In Scotland, Tiger Woods is warming up as he prepares to compete in the Open. The 15-time major winner hasn't played since pulling out of the PGA Championship. It kicks off Thursday on NBC Sports.
Sneakerheads, get ready. Nike is releasing their Jackie Robinson Dunks on the same day as the MLB All-Star Game, July 19th. If you can get them, they'll cost $130.
Now to Wall Street and the battle royale brewing between Twitter and billionaire Elon Musk. Can he walk away from his proposed takeover, or is this battle just getting started? CNBC's Steve Sedgwick knows it all. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
I don't know if I know it all, Francis, but I appreciate the compliment. Lovely to see you and Philip today. Yeah, look, I mean, ever since the 14th of April, they've been at odds with each other. This is a company that for $44 billion, Elon Musk was very excited to buy, but of course, concerns about valuation. I think we're all slightly concerned about that early doors, but now the lawyers have got it. That's where the money starts being spent, isn't it, as well? Twitter said on Monday in a letter that Elon Musk's bid to terminate his proposed $44 billion acquisition is invalid and wrong, so he's got to go ahead with it. The letter said that basically Elon Musk is wrong, that they undercount the number of spam accounts on its service, amongst other reasons as well. So the lawyers have got it now. That one could go on and on and on. As we all know, it will be very expensive from this stage. Really bit of good news, though. We're all going back to the cinema in droves. Not only that, but according to theatre operators, we are spending more on premium tickets and concessions as well. I mean, there's so many blockbusters. I'm really looking forward to seeing Thor: Love and Thunder. That looks like it's going to be a very good film, but it opened to $145 million in ticket sales domestically and drew around 10 million moviegoers to cinemas. I've seen Top Gun Maverick. I very much enjoyed that. Haven't seen Minions yet. Got to see that. That's one of ours over at NBC. Jurassic World Dominion as well, seemingly doing very well. Pixar's Lightyear, and of course Warner Brothers' Elvis. All massive movies as well. Afraid to say I've only seen one of them so far. I intend to see the lot.
I'm with you. I knocked out Minions, but I want to do the Elvis and the Top Gun Maverick are top of my list, too.
I need to crawl out of the hole that I'm living in. I have not seen a movie yet still, but when I do, it will be Top Gun.
You got that baby, though,
Yeah.
keeping you busy. Entertainment enough. All right,
true.
Steve, thank you.
All right, still ahead here, the new PSA that is preparing New Yorkers for a possible nuclear attack.
And then an attack of a very different kind on a California beach. Stay with us for more of this incredible video.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back on this Tuesday. Watching the chance for some strong storms from Albany to D.C. down to Philadelphia. Also Charleston, West Virginia. Could see some damaging winds and some hail. Back to you.
NBC News, streaming free
now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing?
My name is Lester.
Who's this?
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
In today's top stories, the overturning of Roe has left abortion access in state hands. But yesterday, the Biden administration took a new stance, saying federal law overrides state laws and that hospitals must provide abortion services in the event that the life of a mother is at risk. Well, those who deny care could lose their Medicare status or be fined. Lately, the president has been facing increasing pressure to do more for abortion access.
And for the first time ever, a company has submitted an application for an over-the-counter birth control pill. French drug maker HRA Pharma says it just wants to make birth control more accessible. It's been 60 years since the first birth control pill was approved. Officials say this application is unrelated to the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe v. Wade. An FDA decision is expected within 10 months.
New York City is preparing its residents in the event of a nuclear attack. The city has released a short PSA that identifies ways to stay safe in the city if it's hit by a nuclear weapon.
Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
Step 2 urges residents to stay inside, and Step 3 advises people to stay tuned and stay put. In a statement, the city's emergency management department said in part, while the likelihood of a nuclear weapon incident occurring in or near New York City is very low, it is important New Yorkers know the steps to stay safe.
Pieces of a legendary 17th century Spanish galleon have been discovered off of the coast of Oregon. The Santa Cristo de Burgos set sail for Mexico way back in 1693, but it ended up being shipwrecked. This ship, though, is said to be the same one that inspired Steven Spielberg's classic film The Goonies, where a group of kids go on the hunt for treasure after they discover a map left behind by a pirate named One-Eyed Willie.
Oh, the great 80s classics.
Hey, you guys.
Yeah, a Florida man took police on a low-speed chase on his lawnmower, but that ain't gonna cut it. Dusty Mobile tried to outrun deputies on his John Deere, but it was no match for his squad car. He is facing multiple charges, including grand theft. This wasn't the first time he tried to run. In January, police went to question him over a stolen boat, but he fled by diving into the swamp. Just running, using his legs to just run isn't a thing.
I think that's faster than a lawnmower, though, I think.
Sure is.
Now to a different kind of running of the bulls. A viral TikTok video captured sea lions running people off of a beach in San Diego over the weekend. The woman who shot this said the sea lions were sleeping before they got up and started chasing all of these scared sunbathers. Thankfully, no one was injured, but now they know whose beach it is.
Thanks for kicking off your morning with us. This is Early Today.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, moving the mob, a high-stakes hearing on Capitol Hill this morning. The January 6th committee set to focus in on the alleged connections between Donald Trump, his allies, and the far-right militia groups that stormed the Capitol.
The mobilization of an armed, violent mob cannot really be compared to anything else a president has done. It makes the Watergate break-in look like the work of Cub Scouts.
We have team coverage with the key witnesses set to testify and the new evidence that could be revealed at today's hearing. Heading east, President Biden preparing for his first trip to the Middle East since taking office as high gas prices hit Americans' wallets and the president's approval rating. We'll walk you through where Biden is headed on the historic visit, the criticism he's facing over one of his stops, and what's at stake for this trip. Climbing cases this morning, new concerns over the rise of 2 Omicron subvariants. The strains are fueling a surge of new infections at home and across the world as more areas consider new restrictions to stop the spread. And all about the deals. Amazon's annual Prime Day is here, but with inflation at 40-year highs, are you still getting the biggest bang for your buck this year? We'll give you a sneak peek at some of the hottest deals out there, and we'll tell you what items to leave off your list this time around. We are just going to keep talking about those sales.
Is the point that you're supposed to do your holiday shopping now or just buy stuff for yourself?
Yeah, is this the whole Christmas in July like concept, I guess? I don't know.
Get what you like.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Especially the Nordstrom one is going to get me. I know. I haven't checked it out yet, though. All right, we begin, though, with the January 6th committee investigation and what we can expect from today's public hearing.
The panel is set to put far-right groups under the microscope as it looks at possible ties between former President Trump's inner circle and extremist groups planning the attack. Committee members say words played a key role in driving the mob to storm the U.S. Capitol.
The president's tweet on the wee hours of December 19th of Be There, Be Wild was a siren call to these folks. And we'll talk in detail about what that caused them to do, how that caused them to organize.
We have team coverage of today's hearing with NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin and former federal prosecutor Carol Lamb, who is an NBC News legal analyst. Julie, we're going to start with you. We hear there will be testimony from a rioter and from a one-time spokesman for the Oath Keepers. What else do we know about these witnesses, and how is the committee trying to connect the dots with this hearing?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, this hearing, number 7 today, will focus on the mobilization of these rioters to the Capitol on January 6th. You'll remember in Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony at the end of June, she laid out moments in which former President Trump seemed to instruct his supporters, some of those rioters, to go to the Capitol on that day. The committee here looking to link whether former President Trump's words were really the directive here for some of these rioters. You mentioned we'll hear from the Oath Keepers spokesperson. He was the spokesperson at one time, hired in 2014 by Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers. Though he hasn't been with the group since 2017, he was close to Rhodes, living with him at one point, and the committee says he could potentially detail the group's thinking and directive as far as these conspiracy theories go. They'll also hear from a rioter who pled guilty last month, Stephen Ayers. He has direct insight because he circulated that Trump tweet that you heard from committee member Stephanie Murphy. He circulated that tweet on social media. So the committee here looking to link those two things.
So, Carol, if the right-wing extremist groups are tied to Trump associates, but not Trump himself, how does that impact the investigation?
Something that is good for the January 6th committee in terms of showing President Trump's proximity to those who decided to come in and invade the Capitol. And this is why. Intent is always the issue here. What did the president intend? And if the president did not intend for armed invaders to breach the Capitol walls, then he might say, well, these were the unintended consequences of my tweets and my rallies and the things I said that are just protected speech. But when his own allies are actually talking to and in cahoots with those who invaded the Capitol, that is one more brick in the wall that the January 6th committee is building to show the president's actual knowledge of what was going to happen and It explains his inaction after the Capitol was breached. It explains his inaction about, not trying to calm things down and not trying to make the invaders go home. So it is putting the picture together much more. There's a much stronger tie now.
Looking at today's hearing, Julie, the committee is expected to zero in on a mid-December meeting, mid-December 2020 in the White House, when Trump and his allies pushed ideas like seizing voting machines. So what more do we know about that and the infamous tweet that followed that meeting?
Yeah, that meeting happening just hours before that infamous tweet in which former President Trump told his supporters to come to the Capitol and that the day was going to be wild, not to miss it. They're going to zero in on this meeting because it was looked at by some, including members on the committee, as a pivotal moment, really, into the behind-the-scenes work of former President Trump and his allies, pushing these conspiracy theories. That meeting included Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Michael Flynn. Some folks of the committee already spoke to behind closed doors, but it also will be big today because the committee plans to play some portions of their taped testimony from Pat Cipollone, the White House lawyer who Cassidy Hutchinson laid out last month. He tried to tell his allies to call off the rioters. I want you to take a listen to what Jamie Raskin, the committee member who will be leading today's hearing, told my colleague Ali Vitale.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone has corroborated almost everything that we had learned from the prior hearings. I was there for most of it, and I didn't hear him contradict any other witness. Well, I certainly didn't hear him contradict Cassidy Hutchinson, and I think he had the opportunity to say whatever he wanted to say. So I didn't see any contradiction there.
Now, this is important because not only was Cipollone privy to that December 18th meeting and what happened in it, but also he will corroborate, potentially, according to Jamie Raskin, Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, which we know some key allies of former President Trump have already tried to discredit.
And Carol, very quickly, as a former federal prosecutor, what are you going to be watching for today?
Well, I'm going to be watching for what the committee decides to focus on. If they focus on Pat Cipollone's testimony, that means that they found it very persuasive and even more important to show the American people today than some of the live witnesses that they might have. Pat Cipollone is not going to testify live. You'll be seeing portions of his videotaped deposition from Friday. But I think that what they're going to try to show, what the committee is going to try to show, is that there's only one story here. There's only one storyline, because remember, this is a nightmare for Donald Trump. There's nobody on his side pushing his agenda with this committee. So this is like a long opening statement for the committee with only their side. And so what they're going to be doing is building this storyline and making it one that really can't be refuted because of the weight of the evidence that they're building.
All right, Julie Sirkin and Carol Lamb, thank you both so much for kicking us off this hour. And you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern.
Now, President Biden is set to host his Mexican counterpart at the White House later this morning before leaving on a trip to the Middle East. The 4-day trip will see the president visit Israel and the occupied West Bank and then on to Saudi Arabia for a meeting with their king. Speaking yesterday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan explained the importance of Biden's visit to the region.
The Middle East is deeply interwoven with the rest of the world. And if we act now to create a more peaceful and stable region, it will pay dividends for the American national interest and for the American people for years to come.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now, along with Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and also a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN and a former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Good morning to both of you. Mike, I'll start with you first. Let's talk about this morning's meeting with the Mexican president before we get to that Middle East trip. What's on the agenda there? What are they expected to discuss?
Well, Savannah, White House officials say that these two presidents are going to discuss the major global challenges of the moment, like the economy, including the war in Ukraine. They're very reluctant to reduce the U.S.-Mexico relationship to one issue, but we all know what that issue is. It's migration, both from Central and South America more broadly, but also the migration challenges at the U.S.-Mexico border specifically. And of course, administration officials acknowledge this will be a tough conversation. You'll remember it was just a month ago I was in Los Angeles when President Biden was hosting the Summit of the Americas. AMLO, as the Mexican president is called, snubbed that summit because of the invitation list. He wanted the participation of Cuba, Venezuela, other countries in Latin America that the U.S. did not invite. But this one-on-one meeting today, just their second face-to-face meeting since Biden took office, will be an opportunity to revisit some of these issues, especially the fact that Mexico made a number of significant commitments on migration at the Summit of the Americas, even if President Obrador was not there. They're going to be talking about a continued effort to modernize the infrastructure at the U.S.-Mexico border. You'll remember there was a Supreme Court ruling. The Biden administration won the right to continue to implement and the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policies. There are some follow-up requirements from that decision that the two leaders will be discussing today.
Mike, now let's talk about the Middle East tour, the president's first visit to the region. What's the goal of this trip?
Well, of course, anytime a president travels to the Middle East, it's walking a diplomatic tightrope, especially so for President Biden as he makes his first trip to the Middle East as president. You'll start with the fact that he's going to be in Israel, where the government led by Naftali Bennett just had to disband that very fragile coalition. So one of the first orders of business for President Biden is to be meeting with all various leaders within the Israeli government, not just the acting prime minister, but of course the opposition leader, Bibi Netanyahu. President Biden has known former Prime Minister Netanyahu for decades. This is a relationship that's had its ups and more recently its downs. So that's going to be an interesting conversation to watch. He'll also be visiting Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial, also reiterating and speaking to the Israelis about furthering their defense capabilities, including Iron Dome, a new technology called Iron Beam, a laser-enabled defense system. And then, of course, from there, it's on to the West Bank and then to Saudi Arabia.
Hagar, let's bring you in here and talk more about this first part of the Middle East tour to Israel. It comes at a time when diplomatic relations with the Palestinians are at rock bottom. So over the past year, major organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch have accused Israel of committing apartheid against the Palestinians. Is the U.S. putting enough pressure on Israel to advance Palestinian rights and end illegal settlement building? What do you make of these relationships right now?
Well, there are a lot of weird aspects of this trip in general. First, usually Israel is a trip that U.S. presidents try to do the first year in office. Now, you had the pandemic, of course, there were a lot of complications. But that being said, it's a bit late, usually, for the U.S. president to make his first official visit to Israel in the second year, 18 months later. So that's a big deal. But at the same time, Israeli domestic politics, as Mike just mentioned, are at their own weird phase. So President Biden had been trying to flourish this relationship with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and now you have an interim Prime Minister, Yair Lapid, who is in favor of a two-state solution, but he is just an interim Prime Minister. So things with Israel at the moment are, in that regard, they have their own volatile domestic politics. So it's a bit difficult to build on that when it comes to pressuring their movement on concessions, but they have not been moving on that front at all. And on the Palestinian side, it's the same. The Palestinian leadership has been the same for way too long. They are corrupt. They haven't done much. And the U.S. government acts a little bit like they've lost hope with changing their behavior as well.
Hagar, now let's talk about the rest of this visit to Saudi Arabia. So some are criticizing this stop, and they've used the president's own words to justify doing so, because when campaigning, he promised to make Saudi Arabia a pariah. First, I want to play some more sound from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan just yesterday. This was his response when asked whether Biden regrets using those words.
The president has not expressed regret about his statements. What the president has been focused on is his view that the United States has important interests to advance and protect, including in partnership with Saudi Arabia. Human rights is going to remain a feature of his agenda and an important feature of his agenda, and it will be on display while we're on this trip as well.
Now, Hagar, we've only got like 30 seconds for your answer here. I'm sorry, but could this be a potentially awkward meeting for the president?
Yes, is the quick answer. There are two things going on here. Number one, it is normal, even after statements like that, to have trips to continue the relationship with Saudi Arabia. We've got a lot to talk about: counterterrorism, Iran, and so on. Obviously, oil. But the fact is that this trip would not be happening if it weren't for the Ukraine war and the roiling oil markets that you're seeing. And that's the bottom line here. This is not exactly a way to change human rights behavior in Saudi Arabia.
Hagar and Mike, thank you both so much. We appreciate it.
President Biden is also facing major obstacles here at home, including mounting pressure from Democrats to both codify Roe v. Wade and commit to stronger gun reform measures. And now new polling shows more Americans are looking for a different leader in 2024. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has more on what exactly voters are saying and how the Biden administration is responding.
Almost 2,000 gathered on the South Lawn to mark the most hard-fought bipartisan achievement of the Biden era, the first new gun safety law in nearly 3 decades.
Lives will be saved today and tomorrow because of this.
One father whose son died at Parkland interrupted, shouting that more must be done.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
The president hailed the new law as progress, as his political standing appears precarious. A new poll from the New York Times finds 64% of Democratic voters say they would prefer a different leader in the 2024 election. Mr. Biden's age cited most. He'd be 82 right after the election.
We need some younger people in the office. Yeah. That's, bottom line.
Should be a concern to everybody. Yeah, it's kind of up there.
However, the vice president said Sunday they expect to be in the race.
He intends to run. And if he does, I intend to run with him.
One clear warning, only 13% of Americans said they think the country is on the right track.
I feel like we're taking so many steps back right now. Am I right?
To counter doubters, the White House touts the strong job market and gas prices down 33 cents in the last month. The president heads to Israel and Saudi Arabia, where he will push to increase oil supply to ease gas prices.
Can we get that price down, and can we keep it down?
That new polling does offer a positive sign for the White House, showing President Biden a few points ahead of Donald Trump when voters are asked about a potential rematch in 2024.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thanks so much. Now, this morning in California, firefighters are still racing to save hundreds of the iconic giant sequoia trees in Yosemite National Park as the Washburn fire rages on. It's already destroyed more than 2,000 acres since breaking out on Thursday, forcing the closure of the park's popular southern entrance. The fire is now threatening Yosemite's famous Mariposa Grove, home to some of the oldest and tallest trees on the planet. Firefighters have been clearing away dry brush and installing sprinklers, but say a heat wave and low humidity is making containment difficult. Now, giant sequoias were once considered flame resistant, but a buildup of undergrowth and the West's decades-long mega drought have made the trees increasingly vulnerable. Over the last 2 years alone, wildfires have killed 20% of the world's large sequoias. As of this morning, the Washburn fire is 25% contained, and none of the sequoias there have been damaged.
Well, the West is dealing with that mega drought. The Northeast could see some pretty strong storms later today. From what you can expect as you head out the door. Time for a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman's here. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Good to see you. And yeah, you need the umbrella at times later on this afternoon. We have daytime heating. It's going to spark some showers and storms. We're starting out with showers and storms in other spots this morning as well. In the Southwest, the Central Plains, pretty heavy rain in the Gulf Coast. We'll talk more about that in just a second, too. But it's the Northeast where we're going to start. We have a slow-moving cold front that's going to move through, and it's going to bring the chance for some strong storms. We could see some damaging winds, some hail, even the isolated chance of a tornado. So here's that setup. That cold front's going to slide through. It's going to bring that risk from New England all the way to parts of the mid-Atlantic. Philadelphia, D.C., one of the bigger cities, we are looking at the risk for severe weather. But where you see this yellow here, that's where we could see these stronger storms. 33 million at risk for those winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Also the chance of hail, and again, an isolated chance of a tornado or two. Now we're looking at rainfall, too. Not all that much. We have pockets of heavier rain, but it's really the Gulf Coast where we're looking at that heavy rain falling. So as we zoom in a little closer here, notice all these reds. We could see up to 5 inches of rain in some spots. We've seen rain for weeks and weeks, and we're going to add to that. We have an area of low pressure. It's kind of pulling in that Gulf moisture, so that's why we're seeing so much rain. Could pick up some tropical characteristics over the next couple of days. We're going to watch that. Either way, whether it picks up those characteristics, we're still going to see that heavy rain. So anywhere from 3 to 5 inches from Louisiana through the Panhandle of Florida, even up to parts of South Carolina. Dangerous heat continues once again today. 30 million impacted from the Northwest into the Rockies, the Intermountain West, the South Central states. Where you see that pink, that is a heat warning. And we are looking at temperatures into the triple digits in some spots once again. It's been like this for so long. I feel like these people must just be like, we need a little relief here. We're looking at 104 in Dallas today. It's going to feel like 105. It'll feel like 108 in Memphis and 102 in Baton Rouge. And the Southwest, we're looking really warm too. Las Vegas tomorrow, 110 degrees.
Ooh, 104 in Salt Lake City, too.
I know.
Goodness.
Yeah, right.
Gosh,
Thanks, Michelle.
All right, thank you. See you soon.
Coming up on Morning News Now, turning the page. Protesters in Sri Lanka have made their voices heard by occupying the presidential palace. So what comes next for the country's government?
Plus, COVID concerns are rising this morning as new variants take hold across the country. But will it lead to another summer surge in cases? That's ahead on Morning News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with turmoil in Sri Lanka. Protesters there had stormed the presidential palace and the prime minister's home, and they say they won't leave the buildings until both leaders are officially out of office. They're expected to resign tomorrow, but many say they've lost all trust in the two leaders. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald takes a closer look at what led to the protests and what could happen next.
In Sri Lanka, the country's most chaotic day in months of political turmoil. Tens of thousands of people storming the presidential palace and prime minister's home, setting fire to one of the buildings on Saturday in a rage over the nation's severe economic crisis. Soldiers were unable to hold back protesters from entering the homes, firing shots and tear gas. More than 30 people reported hurt in the chaos. Protesters holding President Gotabaya Rajapaksa responsible for the nation's economic meltdown, setting off acute shortages of essential items like food, fuel, medicine, and other necessities. Reuters reporting the president evacuated Friday as a safety precaution ahead of the planned protest, according to two defense ministry sources. Footage from the presidential palace also showed people taking a swim in the pool, working out and relaxing on beds, some making statements from the conference room that the president and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe must immediately quit.
To get rid of the president and the prime minister and to have a new era for Sri Lanka. Also, I feel very, very sad that they didn't go earlier, because had they gone earlier, there wouldn't have been any destruction. And it's time that we got all our stolen money back to this country.
The president and prime minister agreed to resign this upcoming Wednesday, but it's been months of unrest. Protests erupted in May, mainly blaming the president and his family for mismanaging the nation's finances.
They took decisions that set the Sri Lankan economy on a downward spiral.
The Rajapaksas have dominated Sri Lankan politics for years. After his brother resigned as prime minister under pressure, President Rajapaksa appointed the current prime minister, hoping the politician would use his diplomacy and contacts to rescue a collapsed economy.
Ranil Wickremesinghe has the experience and has the international contacts that in theory, he could have been the right prime minister to deal with some of these issues. He essentially postponed the inevitable, which was the fall of the Rajapaksa dynasty.
Today, the protesters vowing to occupy residences until the president and prime minister officially quit.
We don't trust him anymore.
According to Sri Lankan's constitution, parliament must elect a new president within 30 days when the position is vacated.
That was Megan Fitzgerald reporting. Now, experts say the damage caused by the outgoing administration is significant. It could take years for Sri Lanka's economy to recover, even if action is taken immediately.
In Japan, a funeral was held today for slain former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Mourners lined the streets to pay their respects as Abe's body was driven by hearse through Tokyo. All as police continue to investigate Friday's shocking killing. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more and a warning. Some viewers may find the images in this report disturbing.
Mounting questions around the shocking assassination of Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister's body arriving at a Tokyo temple for a private wake. Outside, hundreds of mourners paying respect to Japan's longest-serving leader. I think he gave the Japanese something to be proud about, this woman said. I hope he'll rest in peace. Secretary of State Antony Blinken making his way to Japan, sharing condolences from President Biden.
We're friends, and when a friend is hurting, other friends show up.
Police are investigating their own security failures. There were 2 shots fired. You can see Abe turn around after the first, but security doesn't subdue the gunman, who's able to fire a second time before he's tackled. Police say the suspected gunman confessed to killing Abe and that he believed the former prime minister was tied to a religious group widely known as the Unification Church, which he says his mother was obsessed over and eventually caused her financial stress. Investigators seized multiple weapons in a raid on his home. Several Japanese media outlets reporting he said he planned to make explosives for the attack, but switched to a homemade gun instead. Still, in the wake of tragedy, Japanese voters heading to the polls, an election Abe was campaigning for when he was shot. Leaders holding a moment of silence before announcing results. A landslide victory for Abe's party, and now a huge majority in parliament.
Our thanks to Janice for that report. And officials say a public memorial service for Shinzo Abe will be announced at a later date.
Let's stay on some international news now. And in the UK, nearly a dozen candidates are in the running to replace Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the Conservative Party say they will announce Boris Johnson's replacement on September the 5th. The now former UK Prime Minister was forced to resign last week after several of his high-profile members of his cabinet stepped down after months of controversies and ethics concern. Now the contest to replace him will carry out throughout the summer. It will be in 2 stages. First of all, the party's lawmakers will narrow down the candidates to 2, and then the rest of the party will vote for the winner. And now to China, where the government will start repaying victims of a nationwide bank scam. The decision came after hundreds of angry bank clients who were scammed took to the streets over the weekend again to demand their money back. Even if the investigation over the scam is still ongoing, 4 major Chinese banks promised they will start refunding individuals with deposits of up to $7,400 first and the rest later. And let's end this short tour of the world in Brazil, where if you look up, you may catch a glimpse of the Spix macaw, a parrot species that disappeared from the wild 20 years ago. Well, now, thanks to a rescue project, the parrot with gray heads and vivid blue plumage has made a remarkable comeback. Well, perhaps some holiday advice or suggestion for bird watchers all around, guys.
Oh, wow, beautiful.
Yeah, pretty bird.
Oh my gosh, cool to see. Claudia, thank you.
Coming up, COVID cases are on the rise once again.
Yeah, how new variants of Omicron are sparking fresh restrictions around the world and raising concerns here at home. What you need to know about the latest outbreak when we come back.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversation because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest on COVID. There's growing concern that the Omicron subvariants called BA4 and BA5 are more dangerous than some previous strains of the virus.
Now, as you can see here, those subvariants have quickly become the dominant strains in the U.S. Cases and hospitalizations are up, or even seeing a rise in reinfection rates. Health officials are now racing to learn more about the subvariants and the best ways to boost your immunity. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now with more. Dr. Blackstock, good morning. Good to see you. So walk us through what makes these strains so much more dangerous. How are the strains and the symptoms different from what we've already seen? And do we know why we are seeing so much reinfection?
Right. So thank you so much for having me on today, Joe. So what we're seeing with BA4 and BA5 is that they are genetically distinct from the earlier Omicron subvariants. They are more contagious, but more importantly, they are able to evade the immune system. So for people who have had prior infection or are vaccinated and boosted, they still could potentially be infected. So that's the difference that we're seeing and why we're seeing more reinfection.
So here in New York City, health officials have actually issued an indoor masking advisory to all residences as cases continue to rise. Talk to us about what precautions we should be thinking about that maybe we haven't had to deal with in a while.
Right. And because this variant is so much more contagious, people are going to have to be very, very careful when they're indoors. So obviously, any indoor crowded area, you're going to want to make sure that you are wearing a high quality mask, so N95 or similar type of mask. The other thing to note is that we're even seeing perhaps even outdoors may be risky. So if you're in an outdoor crowded area, whereas before you may not have masks because you're outdoors and the transmission is lower, because this variant is so contagious, you may actually want to consider masking. The other thing to think about is testing. We're seeing people develop symptoms but are still testing negative. If you are having symptoms, please stay home and isolate. Your test may eventually become positive. That's another thing I need people to really look out for.
That's something I've been hearing a lot of lately is people testing positive days after they start seeing those symptoms. Let's also talk about vaccines. For those who are vaccinated, there's evidence this virus is able to evade some of the antibodies provided by previous vaccines. We also know it's going to be a couple of months before updated boosters are available to the public. So should we be focusing right now on getting more people a second booster now, or maybe waiting until the updated version is available?
So I would definitely recommend that people get boosted now, get that second booster now. The reason why is because these vaccines are still incredibly effective against the worst outcomes of COVID-19, severe disease, hospitalization, and death. And so, yes, while the Omicron-specific vaccines will prevent infection, we still are very concerned about people doing poorly and having to be hospitalized. So definitely go get that second booster.
All right, good advice, Dr. Uche Blackstock. As always, thank you so much.
Thanks, doctor. Now, the FDA is considering over-the-counter birth control pills for the first time ever. But of course, this comes at an interesting time for our country following the reversal of Roe versus Wade. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
When the birth control pill was first approved, it ushered in a sexual revolution.
Birth control, especially the pill, provided women the choice.
More than 60 years later, a French company is asking the FDA to approve an over-the-counter version at a very different time in America's history, just weeks after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. In that decision, the Supreme Court said the right to contraception would not be affected, but in a concurring opinion, Justice Clarence Thomas suggested it should be. HRA Pharma says it started the FDA application process 7 years ago, and the timing is coincidental.
Do you think it's possible that women may go to the doctor less because they no longer need to go to the doctor for the pill?
There is some concern that people only end up going to the doctor because they need birth control. It's not right to hold birth control hostage by a prescription when it is not scientifically necessary, just so that we can get people in to see us.
It comes as the Biden administration faces increased pressure to take action on reproductive rights issues, including potentially declaring a public health emergency over abortion.
Something I'm asked the folks, the medical people in the administration to look at, whether I have the authority to do that and what impact that would have.
But the administration says it will let the FDA dictate the timeline. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists is hopeful.
Over-the-counter birth control is going to be helpful for everyone, but it certainly is going to be helpful for those who are most marginalized in our country.
A major hurdle to getting birth control pills could soon be a thing of the past. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Now to deep space and a new view of the cosmos unlike anything we have ever seen. NASA is set to release a batch of new images like this one taken by the James Webb Space Telescope. That's the $10 billion observatory launched into space last year. Now, this photo offers a sneak peek at what we can expect later today. The first of its kind infrared image shows stars and galaxies as they appeared 13 billion years ago. In the early days of the universe, it is the farthest that we have ever seen into space and time.
Yeah, Webb's infrared cameras allow it to see beyond the range of human sight and other telescopes like the famous Hubble, which relied mostly on visible sight. Scientists say the Webb could unlock mysteries from as far back as 100 million years after the Big Bang. That is just like so much to wrap your head around.
I went on Twitter last night and all I saw was people posting that picture.
Yeah,
just post after post after post was that. Very
Makes
cool.
you feel small.
Exactly. Coming up on Morning News Now, deal hunting. It is Prime Day on Amazon, which means there are some bargains to be had out there.
We'll show you some of the best deals this year and tips to recognize when those discounts might not actually be worth it. That's when we come back.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told. No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hand.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
Oh, I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're back with the latest on a reality TV star's real-life courtroom drama. Jen Shah from The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City has pleaded guilty to wire fraud charges in connection with a nationwide telemarketing scheme.
Now she faces up to 14 years in prison. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest.
One of the stars of the hit show Real Housewives of Salt Lake City facing real prison time.
The only thing I'm guilty of is being Shah-mazing.
Reality star Jen Shah pleading guilty to a multi-million-dollar wire fraud. This video of police when they first attempted to arrest her last year caught on camera in an episode of the show.
We're looking for Jen Shah.
The guilty plea in connection to a nationwide telemarketing scheme that targeted hundreds of older and computer illiterate people, selling them non-existent services and fighting consumer efforts to obtain refunds. The scheme lasted for more than 9 years, starting in 2012, according to the indictment. She now faces up to 14 years in prison, must forfeit $6.5 million, and agreed to pay another $9.5 million to her victims. Shah was accused in March 2021 of the scheme. Prosecutors say the victims were sold false promises of financial security, but defrauded out of their savings. Shah said in court she, quote, knew it was wrong, many people are harmed, and I'm so sorry. Shah's attorney Priya Chaudhry telling NBC News her client pleaded guilty, quote, because she wants to pay her debt to society and put this ordeal behind her and her family.
I'm so angry at you.
Jen Shah was one of the stars of the hit reality TV show Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, showing the extravagant lifestyles of some of Utah's richest, from massive closets full of designer clothes and bags.
This is like my happy place in the house.
Yeah, this would be my happy place too.
To her team of assistants dubbed the Shah Squad.
Somebody help him.
Bravo, owned by NBC News' parent company, has declined to comment. But before her arrest, even the producers of the show had questions.
People are wondering, like, how'd you get so rich?
My background is in direct response marketing for about 20 years. So our company does, advertising. We have a platform that helps people acquire customers. So when you're shopping online or on the internet and something pops, we have the algorithm behind why you're getting served that ad.
Police arresting Shah in her rented Salt Lake City mansion. Shah's husband, Sharif Shah, a former coach at the University of Utah, has not been charged or accused in any involvement in the scheme. In a reunion episode after the arrest.
After the arrest, did you consider quitting the show?
We did have a discussion, me and Coach and the boys, and I was like, no, I'm innocent, and I felt like I need to tell my story.
At first, Shah fought the charges, even going so far as selling not guilty t-shirts and other merchandise in the lead up to her trial. But after her new plea, Shah is set to be sentenced in November. With a camera following her through the process, the new season of the reality TV show, expected later this year, will be sure to include a little extra legal drama.
Yeah, it seems that's for sure. Thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Now, this isn't the first time a Real Housewife has been arrested specifically on fraud charges. Back in 2015, Teresa Guidice from the New Jersey cast was arrested for mail, wire, and bankruptcy fraud.
Today marks the beginning of Amazon Prime Day, the annual summer markdown event available to all Amazon Prime members. Thousands of items are going to be marked down at a deep discount.
But how can you make sure you're getting the best deal? Well, Steve Greenberg is here with us to help sort through all the discounts. Steve's the host of YouTube's Gadget Game Show, What the Heck Is That? And the author of Gadget Nation. Steve, good morning. So let's start with the big question. What are the biggest deals during this Prime Day? What should people be scooping up?
Well, anything and everything is a possibility as far as what could be cut down, but a lot of electronics, a lot of things like countertop appliances, like rice cookers and toasters and those things always get big cuts. And, it could be anything. It could be from makeup to jewelry. There's a little bit of everything on Amazon Prime Day. So you really can't go wrong. So you should really put together your wish list and work off of that.
Now, deals are already there, but is there anything people can then do to get extra savings? Like, are there coupon sites? Are those a helpful way to go?
Absolutely. The coupon sites are all gearing up for this. So whether it's Be Frugal or Groupon or Retail Me Not or whatever coupon site you use, I would definitely go to them. Also, look at competitors, like Target and Walmart. They're all trying to compete with Amazon. So they're doing some deep cuts as well. And of course, Amazon's own products like Kindle and Echo and whatnot, Ring, those are also going to be getting some deep discounts as well.
What about other hacks you can share to make sure people are getting the best deals across all these different places?
Well, I mean, simple things are, one, you have to be a Prime member, so you can actually sign on for 30 days free. So you could probably still do that today, and then you can at least test it out and, of course, enjoy this day. So that's one thing you do without actually signing up for it. Things like using the join waitlist button. By doing that, you can then kind of hold on to something. If you've missed that deal because it's already, the supplies are out, you can still be there. If someone falls out and doesn't buy it, you get notified. There's things like Amazon Prime Money that you can actually use. They have a one-click ordering program so you can move quickly on something. And really, again, a lot of it comes down to using your best knowledge, maybe even yesterday, to have actually put together a list of what you wanted so that you can move quickly today to pick out what you want. A lot of that is part of it. And, you can even ask Amazon's voice assistant. Don't worry, I'm not going to say her name. But if you ask her, she can actually give you some of the hot deals as well.
Alexa. Hopefully she doesn't know how to spell her name.
Don't say it.
Right. Philosophical question for you, Steve. We were discussing earlier this hour. Like, are you supposed to do your holiday shopping now? Is this just for you, for fun? What is the point of what should we be buying right now?
Well, if you're a super organized person and you know what you want to give relatives and friends and whatnot in December, this might be the time to do it. I'm not that person. But if you are, this would be a great time to get some holiday gifts. Absolutely. Of course, you have to store them for 6 months.
Right.
And maybe in 6 months, they're going to seem kind of, yesterday-ish. But you could still do it if you wanted to.
All right, Steve Greenberg, thanks for the tips.
All right, financial headlines now. And Twitter is fighting to keep Elon Musk's deal alive just days after the billionaire announced he won't buy the social media giant.
CNBC's Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, so just more here with Twitter. Twitter is accusing Elon Musk of knowingly breaching his agreement to buy the company. Musk is seeking to back out of the $44 billion deal. And in a letter, Twitter's lawyers say the company has not violated its terms of the sale, as Musk claimed, and is taking steps to close the deal. Sources say Twitter plans to file a lawsuit this week. Twitter stock is now 40% below Musk's buyout price. Gap is replacing its CEO after little more than 2 years on the job. The shakeup follows years of slumping sales at the flagship Gap brand and more recently problems at Old Navy, which accounts for more than half of revenues. Last summer, Old Navy introduced a range of sizes, this in a bid to make its clothes more inclusive. But that backfired, leaving stores with too many very small and very large sizes and not enough middle sizes, which are the most popular. Amazon is bringing smart grocery carts to some Whole Foods stores. The Dash Cart, launched at Amazon Fresh back in stores in 2020, tracks and tallies items as you put them in the cart, allowing you to skip the checkout line. Amazon will initially roll out the Dash Cart at one Whole Foods near Boston before expanding to additional stores. It's also launching a bigger version of the cart that can fit up to 4 grocery bags and has a lower shelf for oversized products, guys. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this cart.
Wow. I don't know. Cool, though. My guess.
If I can skip the checkout line, I like it.
Yeah.
I know. For those who like the thrill of shoplifting without shoplifting. All right. Thanks, Silvana. Coming up, it's not every day you see a 70-year-old patrolling the pool deck as a lifeguard.
That's exactly what one grandmother in Philadelphia is doing this summer. Why this Philly resident is answering the call to help her community. That's next.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Harry Styles!
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop duck, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got quite the update on a story we brought you yesterday. The big casting shakeup for Broadway's Funny Girl. Actress Leah Michele will now replace Beanie Feldman as the revival's leading lady. Of course, it comes after Feldstein's surprise announcement this past weekend that she would be leaving the role sooner than expected. Best known for her role in Glee, Leah Michele is no stranger to the Broadway scene. She starred in the original production of Spring Awakening back in 2006. Michele took to Instagram yesterday writing, quote, "A dream come true is an understatement." She'll debut in the role of Fanny Bryce on September 6th. She won't share the stage with her Glee co-star Jane Lynch, who's leaving the show right before Michele takes over. Savannah, yesterday I said I had a theory. I told you off camera what that theory would be. What was my theory, Savannah?
This was I right, Savannah?
It's pretty well known. It was kind of a poorly kept secret, honestly. But yeah.
Yes, well, see, this was your theory. You're in the know on all things Broadway, but interesting stuff. All right, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, extreme weather and supply chain issues have made it hard for farmers to turn a profit. It's leading some businesses to grow crops indoors with no sunlight. It's called vertical farming, and it could save huge amounts of water while bringing fresh food to places you don't usually find farms, like cities. But as NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez shows, it's not a perfect solution. These vertical farms use a lot of energy.
Can I get more of this one? It tastes very fresh. It's just crazy to think that these have never seen sunlight.
According to Guinness World Records, this is the largest indoor vertical farm in the world.
These leafy greens, some of over 40 million plants being grown right now inside this Aero Farms facility in Newark, New Jersey.
Vertical farms are spaces where plants are stacked in warehouse-like shelves, and farmers can control the lighting, temperature, and water. And for some crops, vertical farms can yield 10 to 20 times more food per acre compared to traditional outdoor farming.
So tell me what you're growing in here right now.
This has been optimized to grow baby leafy greens,
microgreens. We grow, dozens of different varieties.
Marco Shima is the co-founder of Aero Farms, a company that says its indoor vertical farms are growing some of your favorite types of veggies while using 95% less water than a traditional outdoor farm.
This is reimagining and how do we address those key, fundamentals and think differently about the farm work that we're doing.
In an era of extreme weather, supply chain issues, and an economy grappling with inflation, growing food outdoors is difficult. In recent years, indoor farms have been trying to mitigate the risks of farming while easing the strain traditional farming has on the planet, all while still turning a profit. But as the industry grows, so does criticism that some of these indoor vertical farms might be overstating their sustainability promises.
Turns out of all the ways we grow food in the world, indoor vertical farms is the most energy intensive and right now emits the most greenhouse gases because it depends on heat, usually natural gas, and on electricity, which is powered mostly by coal or natural gas.
According to the 2021 Global CEA Census Report, indoor vertical farms use more than 7 times more energy than greenhouses. And according to another study, vertical farms can use about 3,000% more energy than traditional farms to produce the same amount of food, due in large part to LED lights that can stay on anywhere from 12 to 18 hours a day.
Until the entire electrical grid of the country or the planet is 100% carbon free, anything that adds the more electricity demands to the system is not helping.
One of the census report's co-authors says despite this, he remains excited about the technology.
We're seeing more vertical farms that are buying renewable energy, which is a good starting point. But it's hard for me to see how the energy demand is going to really drop dramatically simply because you're replacing the sun with a lot of light.
Many people say our power grid is already so strained. What do you say to that?
When we think about our business, yes, there can be a spotlight on the lighting, but it's how do we optimize plant production, getting greater yields, shorter period of time, more biomass with fewer inputs. Absolutely critical when we think about this. This is not sustainable, what we're doing in the field. How do we think about this and make it apples to apples comparison?
The indoor vertical farming industry is expected to grow to $5 billion this year and more than double that by 2026.
I don't think that control of agriculture is the best mitigation strategy to mitigate climate change. I think it's mostly about adaptation to the reality of climate change.
That was Isa Gutierrez reporting. Now, the new farming technology is already changing agricultural policy. The 2018 Farm Bill created an office within the USDA dedicated to urban agriculture and earmarked $25 million for research into new methods like vertical farming. Experts expect even more funds in the next Farm Bill that's due in 2023.
We end this hour with a look at one woman's fight to help her community, one pool at a time.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen spoke to the Philadelphia lifeguard who swam out of retirement to make sure the kids in her neighborhood had a safe place to spend their summer days.
At age 70, Robin Burlando came out of retirement this summer, hoping to save some young lives.
Don't play on the ropes, baby.
A mother of 3, grandmother of 6, answering Philadelphia's plea for lifeguards to open public swimming pools and help keep kids off the streets.
I was a lifeguard when I was 16 and loved it. I decided to finally do something for our kids, our community. They're killing our kids. They have no place to go. The pools are closed all around.
Here in Philadelphia, at least 100 children, 17 and younger, have been shot so far this year.
I'm in the house with my family, and we hear about 14 shots.
Including just steps from Burlando's front door.
And it was 3 young boys that were shot, killed. When you see it, it's scary and it's very sad.
This is part of your motivation for becoming a lifeguard?
Yes, that was it. Just to do something, no matter how small, to help out.
Getting the job took determination. She failed to qualify the first time, so she took the test again and passed.
She's amazing. I mean, what 70-year-old do you know is a lifeguard giving back to community like that?
I'm very much committed to this. This is my reputation. This is my community.
Hey!
Philly has opened 50 of its 65 pools, with the help of some grandmothers like Burlando, trying to save her city's children. Ron Allen, NBC News, Philadelphia.
Good for her.
Yeah, absolutely. How sweet what she's doing for her community. And good for her really getting back in.
No kidding.
I mean, wow, that's pretty impressive.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, behind the mob. Today, the January 6th committee will focus on the people who stormed the Capitol and what drove them to do it. We're going to take a look at the key testimony expected from a former spokesman for one of those far-right groups and the likelihood that Trump ally Steve Bannon could eventually testify live before the committee. Saving the sequoias. Firefighters are trying to save one of our nation's natural treasures, the massive sequoia trees at Yosemite National Park. This morning, we'll take you to the front lines of this fight where the fire is still burning out of control. Another round of gun violence in the United States. A little league game in North Carolina disrupted by gunfire with coaches shielding kids with their own bodies.
My son will never forget him crawling over to Christian and Christian being right there with him, shielding him, protecting him as if he was one of his own.
In the end, everyone left shaken, but no one was hurt. This morning, the latest on the investigation into who opened fire and the growing concerns parents have for their kids' safety. Plus, changing the game. The pandemic has transformed how people date, and some of those changes, well, they could be here to stay. We've got an expert to tell us about the new ways people are meeting up and how you can make the most of this new dating scene. Spoiler alert, the expert is my college roommate.
Maybe we're going to hear about some of Joe's
college
times.
Yeah, there's not that much interesting to talk about there, but who knows? So anyway, we'll have Damona on a little bit later. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on the January 6th hearings.
Yeah, in just hours, committee members plan to lay out evidence surrounding right-wing extremist groups and their possible ties to Trump associates and how the mob came to the Capitol. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has a look at who we'll be hearing from and what we can expect.
Hey there, it could be another explosive day of testimony. The January 6th committee says today's hearing will show direct links between Trump allies and the extremist groups who stormed the Capitol. Looming over all of it, the latest twists and turns about whether former Trump advisor Steve Bannon will testify before the committee.
In just hours, the committee's 7th hearing will put the spotlight on members of extremist groups who stormed the Capitol, aiming to show their ties to Trump world and link the former president's words and their actions. A source familiar with the process telling NBC News Stephen Ayers, seen here on the day of the attack, is expected to testify. Last month, Ayers pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct. He also admitted he reposted Mr. Trump's December 19th tweet, encouraging supporters to go to the Capitol on the 6th, saying it will be wild. No comment from Ayers' lawyer. Another major focus, taped testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who answered questions for more than 8 hours last week. Committee member Jamie Raskin telling NBC's Ali Vitale.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone has corroborated almost everything that we had learned from the prior hearings. And he had clearly tried to talk President Trump down from his efforts to override the election.
Cipollone speaking to the committee after bombshell testimony by former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson.
Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Meanwhile, in a stunning reversal, former Trump advisor Steve Bannon now saying he is willing to testify publicly before the January 6th committee after spending months refusing to cooperate. On Monday, a judge ruled Bannon's new willingness to testify will not delay his trial next week for contempt of Congress. Charges brought because Bannon stonewalled the committee's repeated requests. Federal prosecutors calling it a last-ditch attempt to avoid accountability. The committee's main focus, Bannon's role in the run-up to the 6th, and these fiery comments the day before the attack.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
A lawyer for Bannon said he is now willing to testify because former President Trump initially invoked executive privilege, but has now waived it, though Mr. Trump's former lawyer insisted Mr. Trump never invoked the privilege for Bannon. And the committee argues the bottom line is the privilege argument doesn't apply. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. And don't forget, you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Live coverage starts at 12:30.
Now to the ongoing battle against COVID. This morning, doctors are warning about a new Omicron strain they're calling the most contagious yet. It is driving a surprising surge that's already disrupting a lot of summer plans. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us with the story. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Well, this latest strain of Omicron is proving to be a bit of an escape artist with an ability to dodge both vaccinations and previous infections. This comes as the U.S. government continues to beef up its defense against the virus, announcing this week its plans to purchase more than $3 million of doses of, if approved, what will be the fourth coronavirus vaccine. This morning, frustrations are mounting nationwide with a summer surprise as COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths all tick up again, thwarting summer plans for the third year in a row.
Even though we might be done with the virus is not done with us.
A COVID surge has struck in the summer before with Delta last year. But now as temperatures rise and Americans are armed with effective vaccines and better treatments, many expected the turn of the seasons to usher in more normalcy. Summer travel soaring to pre-pandemic levels.
It's summer and everybody wants to get out.
But infections are climbing in nearly half of the U.S. Now, with the summer surge, the Biden administration is considering expanding eligibility for the second COVID booster to adults under 50. That's according to the New York Times, citing people familiar with the situation. Rising cases temporarily shuttering summer camps.
I was just really upset when I learned because I wait for it every year.
Chris Pilgrim's son heard his summer getaway was axed on the drive there.
It was a wake-up call, right? It's still around and it's still disruptive.
Experts say the most contagious variant yet, BA.5, is behind the surprising surge, more than 100,000 daily infections.
And what's driving this uptick in numbers?
It's a trifecta of events. Number one, it's more contagious. Number two, it can escape the immune systems that we have built up from the vaccines and from prior infections to a certain extent. And then number three, mandates are being dropped around the country.
But the actual size of the sixth wave is unclear. Some experts estimate the spread may be 3 times greater than official reports suggest, mostly because people test themselves at home and never end up reporting it. The latest surge prompting New York City to bring back a mask advisory. Across the country, Los Angeles County is considering mandating one, a move being met with mixed reaction from a pandemic-weary nation.
Masks are annoying.
I always thought they took the masks off too soon.
Still, this variant doesn't appear to cause more severe illness, and the U.S. is averaging a fraction of daily deaths compared to last winter, as the fight against COVID still persists.
Emily, we know scientists are working to develop another booster ahead of that surge that we are expecting in the fall and the winter. But is that shot even worth getting if the virus mutates again? What are experts saying?
Joe, I think this is the question on so many people's minds. There is still a gamble in this as scientists are kind of dealing with this moving target, if you will. But overall, health experts are optimistic about the booster's design. Recently, the FDA instructed Moderna and Pfizer to update their booster shots so that they target the most contagious and latest strains of Omicron. And many people across the board believe that if the virus were to mutate again, it will likely stem from the Omicron family. So the booster will likely cover a lot of bases here. Joe, back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
And now to a scary scene at a Little League game in North Carolina. Kids, coaches, and fans were sent scrambling for cover when gunshots rang out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the details, and we do want to warn you, some of this footage might be disturbing.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a fun baseball game for 7- and 8-year-olds that turned into an absolute nightmare in North Carolina. A gunman sending parents and players running for cover on their own baseball field when they opened fire. Now that latest shooting is only fueling calls for justice and change nationwide. This morning, growing outrage for parents across the country over gun violence. From Uvalde, Texas, where controversy is growing over video of those key moments during the school shooting, to the White House, where a parent confronted President Biden. Parents confronting the violence that now seems to be a part of American life, even during America's pastime. This weekend, gunfire at a Little League baseball game in Wilson, North Carolina. Players and coaches caught on camera hitting the dirt. Coaches seen shielding the kids with their own bodies. Police confirmed 3 shots were fired, but no arrests so far.
I still at this point don't know how to explain that to my children. why somebody would act this way, why people would act this way, why there would be these continuous acts.
These frightening moments reminiscent of a similar scene back in April in South Carolina, where dozens of gunshots sent players and parents scrambling. In this latest incident, the community is still searching for an explanation, though thankfully no children were injured. While in Uvalde, Texas, parents are also demanding answers on the police response and the release of surveillance video from inside the school during the devastating attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. NBC News has not viewed that video, but according to the Austin American-Statesman, the recording shows the shooter walking uninterrupted through the hallway and holding police back with gunfire. Later, according to the paper, footage shows officers massed in the hallway, increasingly armed with shields and high-powered weapons, but not entering the classrooms until they finally take the gunman down at the end of the 77-minute sequence. Parents, the Uvalde mayor, and some local representatives pushing for the video's release, while the district attorney has resisted. It's part of Uvalde parents' long push for accountability in the 7 weeks since the massacre. In the wake of Uvalde and other mass shootings, Congress did pass a gun control law with some new restrictions on gun purchases. Yesterday at the White House event to mark the bill, parental anger again boiling over.
Sit down, you'll hear what I have to say.
The father of a Parkland shooting victim interrupting the president to call for more action, later saying the larger issues of gun violence in America cannot be ignored. And as for that shooting at the baseball game in North Carolina, police so far saying that no suspect has been taken into custody, and this does not appear to be targeted. However, after speaking with the coaches and the parents who were at that game, they describe bullets whizzing over the heads of players and coaches. They say this is hard to believe this was anything but a targeted attack. In fact, one of the coaches said they plan on using their concealed carry going forward if legal. We'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Morgan.
A massive wildfire continues to rage out west this morning, with the weather conditions now getting worse. And hundreds of iconic giant sequoia trees in California's Yosemite National Park are still threatened by the flames. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is there on the fire's front lines. Miguel, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The south entrance to Yosemite National Park remains closed because trees are falling just down the road from here where the fire is still active. But officials say they are making progress and those giant sequoias are still standing.
This morning, a race to save one of Earth's natural treasures. Extreme heat and low humidity fueling the Washburn Fire in Yosemite National Park, home to hundreds of iconic towering sequoia trees.
When you see fire conditions like this, what's the biggest threat here?
We're just trying to keep the fire from climbing the trees.
More than 500 firefighters trying to protect these giants, clearing bone-dry vegetation and running sprinklers to keep flames at bay.
The firefight here is literally going treetop to treetop. This crew is trying to put out hot spots before it jumps to the other side of the fire break.
Fire's edge is active.
The fire's outer rim forcing the closure of Yosemite's popular south entrance and the evacuation of some 1,600 people from nearby homes and hotels. The famed Mariposa Grove is a top tourist spot for its sequoias, some of the tallest and oldest trees on the planet. The iconic grizzly giant first began sprouting 1,000 years BC. Sequoias here can easily stand up to 200 feet tall, higher than Italy's Leaning Tower of Pisa. These trees long celebrated as natural wonders. During the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln first signed landmark legislation to protect them. Presidents Taft and Roosevelt posing in front of their massive trunks. Although sequoias have adapted to survive flames, they're no match for modern wildfires, driven by climate change and extreme drought. 20% of giant sequoias have been lost in the last 2 years alone.
We've lost more giant sequoia trees in the past, I think it's 15 years, than in history.
Now firefighters doing all they can to save centuries of trees from this growing inferno.
This fire remains just under 3,000 acres. The good news here, it's now 23% contained. Joe, back to you.
That is some good news. Miguel, thank you so much.
Now, much of the country is seeing similar conditions with temperatures in some areas hitting the triple digits. For more on that, let's get another weather check.
And Michelle Grossman is here with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it's going to be hot once again. We're going to see this heat continuing. We were stuck in this pattern, this area of high pressure kind of building in this heat. But starting first with the fire, because Miguel kind of touched upon this. It is hot. It is dry. Relative humidity is really down. This is going to extend into the weekend. So that's what they're going to be facing as they're dealing with this fire, with temperatures climbing near the triple digits. That is not the only place. We're looking at 30 million people at risk under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in your orange. Also a heat warning, that's in the hot pink. So Salt Lake City, San Angelo, San Antonio, you will see really hot temperatures once again today. We're looking at Dallas today, 104. It's going to feel like 105 once you factor that humidity. So in contrast to where that fire is, we're looking at relative humidity is high here. So we're going to up those feels like temperatures. Lexington today, 89 degrees. It's going to feel like 91, feeling like 108 in Memphis. It will feel like 94 in Atlanta. As we slide to the west, we're looking at temperatures in Salt Lake City tomorrow, 104. That is 10 degrees above average. 110 in Las Vegas, 112 in Phoenix, 5 degrees above average. So really warm in the southwest, really warm in the south central states, warm in the northeast as well. Today, we're going to be into the 90s in much of the northeast. By the weekend, holding on to that summer heat, not quite as hot, but still feeling like July for sure. In Cincinnati, near 89, near 90 degrees on Saturday, and into the upper 80s Friday and Saturday in D.C. So here's a weather picture for today. We're looking at severe storms in the northeast. In addition to that heat is helping to fuel those storms. That cold front, sort of the trigger or the match, we'll say, for some of those storms. Then we're looking at PM storms in the southeast. That's with daytime heating. In addition to an area of low pressure, that's going to bring heavy rain. And also looking at gully washes. That's new to me.
What does that mean?
I don't know. We have to ask Don Sneakus. Get him on dial. Get him on dial.
A gully washer. Yes. All right.
All right. I would say monsoonal rain. But Don's so smart, so I got to find that out from him. I'll talk to him after this.
That's a good guess.
Right?
Yeah.
Because that's what it is. So I would say gully wash is probably like really heavy rain.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
I would Google it, but I don't have time. All right.
I'll get back to you.
All right,
I'll text you guys.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Thanks, Michelle.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the search for survivors enters another day after a deadly blast in eastern Ukraine.
The latest on the rescue efforts, plus the new information showing Russia is gaining more ground in one key region. Stay with us.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast, listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Can you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Harry Styles!
This morning, Ukraine has confirmed it carried out strikes on an ammunition depot in a town in the Russian-occupied southern region of Kherson.
Ukraine's Southern Operational Command says the strikes killed 52 Russian soldiers. It comes after officials urged residents in the south to evacuate amid plans for a counteroffensive. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Dnipro. So, Ellison, this was a major attack by Ukrainian forces. What can you tell us about these strikes? What have the Russians said about it? I mean, is this just the start of Ukraine's counterattack?
Yeah, good morning to both of you. Look, it is difficult at times to verify information when you have strikes taking place in Russian-controlled territory because Russian forces and their proxies will not allow independent journalists inside. But in the case of this particular assault in southern Kherson, Ukrainian officials are saying that they struck an ammunition warehouse. They claim, and this is according to Ukraine's Southern Operational Command, that the strikes killed 52 Russian soldiers and destroyed howitzers and armored vehicles. Russian officials who are being quoted in state-run media outlets, they say that missiles hit a civilian area and that 7 civilians are dead and more than 60 injured. Ukrainian military officials have said that their forces are preparing to launch a counteroffensive into southern areas that are currently occupied by Russian forces. On Sunday, the deputy prime minister here in Ukraine, she said that a counteroffensive will happen soon, but she didn't specify exactly when. She focused her comments on urging civilians in these areas to get out as soon as possible. She wouldn't say when the fighting might start, but she said there is no doubt that there will be fighting in these areas and heavy artillery shelling. So she and other officials have really been trying to encourage civilians who are still in these areas to get out as soon as possible. In eastern Ukraine, meanwhile, fighting continues along the border between the Donetsk region and Luhansk. The UK's Ministry of Defense says right now there is heavy artillery shelling, but it looks like Russian troops, at least on the ground, have only made incremental moves so far. They are attacking a roadway, a major supply route between the city of Slavyansk and Kramatorsk right now. But again, they've said in the past that they think after the bruising battles in the Luhansk region that some Russian forces were sort of having a pause, regrouping, resupplying to launch a more aggressive offensive. Joe, Savannah?
Ellison, we're also monitoring that Russian missile strike that hit an apartment building in the region of Donetsk with the death toll still rising. What's the latest there?
Yeah, so rescuers pulled a body of a 9-year-old little boy from the rubble, and the death toll continues to rise. Right now, officials there say at least 34 people are dead, and rescuers still have about 30% of rubble to go through. This was an incredibly harsh reminder of the reality that so many civilians in eastern Donetsk are facing every day. The Russian military intensifying its relentless assault on civilians, striking an apartment building in Kharkiv. And in eastern Donetsk, Ukrainian officials say dozens are dead after a Russian missile hit this 5-story apartment building over the weekend. Rescuers diligently combing through the rubble. Families desperate for word on their loved ones. This man is looking for his sister and nephew. He says he is waiting for a miracle. For some, miracles have come. Rescuers pulled 9 people from the rubble injured but alive. Ukraine's President Zelensky accused Russia of targeting civilians as Russia now gains ground in eastern Ukraine. Attacks like these have forced some Ukrainians to spend their weekends learning first aid, pressure release, and how to spot unexploded munitions. Come look in here. This is just one example of things that people have to now look out for across Ukraine. This is an unexploded ordnance. This one is fake, but they can be real and very, very dangerous. Irina took the class.
Unfortunately, we have to live in this reality.
Do you see this? A reality with no end in sight. Russia's Ministry of Defense acknowledged an airstrike in the area of that neighborhood. They say that they struck a temporary deployment point for some of Ukrainians' territorial defense, but they have not specifically commented on that apartment building. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
And turning now to Cuba, where many protesters remain in prison 1 year after demonstrations were held on the island. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has a look at where those prisoners are now and their message to the Cuban government.
The streets of Havana remained quiet, but the echoes of last year's unprecedented protests still hang in the air. The chance for change, unlike anything the island has seen in decades. People gathering by the thousands in what would turn into the largest protest in Cuba since communist leader Fidel Castro took control in 1959. Across the islands, Cubans fed up with rising inflation, ongoing political oppression, and shortages of food and medicine made worse by the pandemic. Their rallying cry, Patria y Vida, homeland and life, a take on the Castro regime motto, Patria o Muerte, homeland or death. The mantra later turned into an anthem. But for those in Cuba, their rallies were met with a swift crackdown. The communist government arrested over 1,000 protesters, charging many with sabotage, public disorder, and sedition. Now, 1 year later, many of those protesters still behind bars. Although the government hasn't released the exact number, one humanitarian group estimates that at least 700 Cubans remain in detention, 622 of those sentenced to up to 25 years in prison.
¿Cuál es tu mayor sueño para Cuba? At the end of the day, what is your biggest dream for Cuba?
Hay más de 1,000 presos políticos y que esa liberación sea el principio de un cambio hacia un país democrático.
Raul Prado was among those arrested last July. He was later forced into house arrest, and for the future of his family, says it became clear that he needed to leave the country.
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
I spoke with Prado shortly after he arrived in Miami. There, he reunited with his wife, who came after him just a few months later, crossing the U.S.-Mexico border alone in the dead of night while 8 months pregnant.
So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
Since the protests, tens of thousands of Cubans have fled the island, some by land, others by sea. The pace of this most recent wave of Cuban migration so great that it surpassed the infamous 1980 Mariel boat exodus, when some 125,000 migrants sailed from Cuba to the shores of Florida, pushed by a stagnant economy. Castro also opened prisons and mental institutions, allowing anyone who wanted to leave the island. Today, Cubans like Carlos Manuel...
Our thanks to Morgan Radford for that report there. Part of that report, Cuban government officials have said those arrested and tried are not political prisoners, insisting they were not detained because of their ideology, but because they broke the law.
More international headlines now. In Pakistan, torrential rains are causing deadly flooding across the country.
Claudio Lavanga is with us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Just dozens of people were killed in Pakistan after they were literally swept away by flood waters. Now, Karachi, which is Pakistan's biggest city, is used to floods, especially during monsoon season. But the city has been so battered by heavy monsoon rain in the last few days that many parts of the city have been inundated by floods, and the water was so high that it entered many homes and shops. And let's move to India, a country that, according to the United Nations, will surpass China as the world's most populous country by next year. In a report published on Monday, the UN says that India's population will reach more than 1.4 billion in 2023, a record that comes at a cost, as high fertility is a challenge for economic growth. And let's end this short tour of the world in Argentina, where a rescue dog called, well, Tango, of course, saved the life of a skier after he spotted where he was buried under the snow after an avalanche. Tango is a lovely Labrador, and when there are no skiers to save on the mountain, guess what it does? He chases snowcats.
Oh, wow, wow. Oh, a hero.
Tango's a good boy.
That's
all
amazing.
Right. Well
name
done.
too.
Thank you, Claudio.
Coming up, it turns out learning gardening skills can do more than just keep your plants alive. We'll tell you why taking care of plants can blossom into better mental health.
Plus, out of this world, the clearest images of space ever seen set to be released today. One photo already released. What scientists say this photo and others could tell us about our galaxy next.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We're back with what's expected to be a big day for NASA and really for astronomy fans everywhere.
That's because the agency is going to release new images taken by the James Webb Telescope. Now, yesterday we got a sneak peek with one so far, the first full-color image, this right here, showing us farther into space and time than we've ever seen before.
NBC News Channel correspondent Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with more on this. Hey, Bree, so that first image was unveiled at the White House. Today we're getting more, right?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Savannah, you're in luck. Today, NASA is expected to release more images later today, and they say they will, quote, unfolding the universe using the $10 billion James Webb Space Telescope. Now, this is the sharpest infrared view of the universe ever seen. Images were captured at different wavelengths over a 12-hour exposure period. For comparison, here is a deep field image from the Hubble telescope, which is on the left, which took over 11 days to composite. As NASA's administrator Bill Nelson explains, this technology operates almost like a time machine.
And that light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. And by the way, we're going back further because this is just the first image. They're going back about 13.5 billion years.
And those images of the secrets of the universe are expected to be unveiled around 10:30 a.m. Eastern today, and that's when we'll get a chance to see more of those stunning images.
Wow, Bree Jackson, really cool stuff. The picture's so cool. Thanks so much.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and a new study says it's time to reach out to those friends you might not have spoken to in a while.
Yeah, plus new research shows that gardening could boost your mental health even if you're giving it a shot for the first time. Let's bring in Shari Botwin for more on this. She's a trauma therapist and author of Thriving After Trauma. Thanks for being with us. So first, let's talk about this whole idea of kind of staying in touch with friends. I mean, it's happened to a lot of us. You get caught up in day-to-day, maybe you've moved somewhere, and then there's hesitation to reach back out after a long time has passed. But why are researchers telling us that we shouldn't wait to reconnect?
We should never wait to reconnect because I think relationships are so important, and there's nothing better than going through your day and surprisingly hearing from somebody that you haven't heard from. We as human beings, we want to feel needed, wanted, and that feeling of, oh, somebody remembered me, or, oh, that person still loves me, or she's not mad at me because I haven't called her. It really is such a great feeling, and it's important for all of us to stay connected, even if we lose touch over time.
Let's talk about gardening. Many people got into it during the pandemic. Now, researchers are saying it also has health benefits no matter your level of expertise.
That's
Thank
cool.
goodness. So tell us about those benefits.
Gardening is amazing. It's sort of like when you have a pet or you're taking care of something. The process of starting something from the beginning, planting it, and actually watching it evolve and grow. For many people, there's so many endorphins that kick in. It's like a feeling of accomplishment, and to be able to say, I did that, I created that, and know that you can just go sit out there and enjoy it. I can't tell you how many people I've met through the years who struggle with things like PTSD and depression. And when they go to their gardens and when they sit in their gardens and they take inventory of all that they've done, it changes the course of a day. For some people, it makes them want to get out of bed, and it makes them want to keep moving forward.
Wow, how important. Now we want to end on another study that says our nightmares might not actually be so bad. After all, they could serve a purpose. Tell us what that is.
Nobody likes nightmares. We all know what that feels like to wake up and say, is that actually really happening? The benefit of a nightmare, the way we can use it is often when we're sleeping, we think about things, we process things that maybe we're avoiding during the day or that we don't really understand. So when you wake up from that nightmare, if you write down what you were dreaming about, and if you think about how is this relevant in my actual real life, what can I do with this information that my brain is trying to process? What ends up happening is that's when you start working through maybe those fears that you didn't even know that you had, or you start going towards things, accomplishments, goals that you've been sort of burying because you've been so afraid.
All right, wow. Shari Botwin, thank you so much.
I don't have nightmares. I just always have that dream where I'm missing my college final. Always.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sometimes I dream that I'm not waking up in time for this, which is really like messing with you, and then you keep waking up. Yeah, exactly.
All right, up next, if you're considering buying a new car, you might want to hold off.
Yeah, coming up, we're going to tell you what you should consider before buying and how you could add years to your car's life and maybe save money in the process after the break.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were are still in Kiev. Could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Welcome back. Let's get to more financial headlines, starting with Amazon's exclusive two-day annual sale event.
NBC Silvana Henao joins us with that and other news. Silvana, good morning.
Hey guys, good morning. Yep, Amazon Prime Day is now underway. The company has long used the event to get people to sign up for Prime membership, which costs $139 a year. Now, Amazon doesn't disclose Prime Day sales, but research firm Insider Intelligence suggests sales could grow this year because the event falls mid-July, allowing Amazon to capture more consumers doing back-to-school shopping. Home buyers are canceling deals at the highest rate since the start of the pandemic in 2020. Data from Redfin shows just under 15% of sale agreements for homes under contract were canceled last month. Cancellations were at roughly 11% a year ago. Higher mortgage rates and inflation pressures are causing some home buyers to reconsider. Some borrowers may no longer qualify for the loans they want. GameStop is launching an NFT marketplace in a bid to reinvent the business and cash in on public adoption of cryptocurrencies and digital technology. The platform, which is open to the public for beta testing, lets users connect their own digital wallets and buy, sell, or trade NFTs. Salesforce estimates about 500,000 NFTs will be bought from retailers this holiday shopping season. But some see the marketplace as coming a little too late, as sales of digital artwork may be cooling off from their pandemic highs, guys. Who's buying an NFT for Christmas?
I was about to say, you know what I'm not giving people for the holidays? Is an NFT. I can tell you that right now.
All right, Silvana, thanks so much. Now let's stay on your money and talk travel. Americans are obviously hitting the roads again, back traveling at record rates, but we're also battling those sky-high vacation prices in the skies and at the pump. Now, though, there might be some relief for your wallet at sea. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Miami with how to snag a great cruise deal. Hey, Sam, good morning.
Savannah, good morning. Let's see how this all works out. Let me tell you, if you've traveled at any point in the last couple of months, you know it is a nightmare right now. We're talking about airfares, hotels, everything that is on the rise within the realm of the travel industry, except for cruise lines right now, which are slashing prices by the boatload. Knowing that, you can actually get a deal for your family members that is cheaper than a budget hotel night.
The summer travel surge is hitting Americans where it hurts most, their wallets. The average round-trip plane ticket today, $330. That soars up to $810 for international flights. Hotel rooms are running an average of $153 a night. And if you're contemplating a summer road trip, be prepared to pay $4.66 a gallon. But there's good news on the horizon for families looking for affordable vacations. You'll just have to hit the high seas to get it. Cruises are now offering some of the cheapest getaways.
In the past, there'd be one cruise for $30 a day, or one for $40 a day. Right now, there's, hundreds of them that are under $50, $60.
In fact, there are nearly 2,000 cruises right now that cost under $100 a day through the end of the year, and 50-plus sailings under $50 a day, taxes and fees included.
I have never seen cruise prices like this. It is an epoch-defining change.
Some sample itineraries. A 5-day Carnival cruise from Tampa to the Caribbean for $56 a day. A 5-day Royal Caribbean cruise from Galveston to Costa Maya and Cozumel for $60 a day. Or a week-long celebrity cruise from Fort Lauderdale to Key West, Belize, Mexico, and the Bahamas for $84 a day. Californian Edward O'Donnell goes on a retreat in Solvang every year, but given the gas prices in the state right now,
it's cheaper to go on a cruise, so I did it.
His 4-day Carnival cruise to Catalina and Ensenada cost $139 plus taxes and fees. He says he saved a minimum of $350.
If I had used other services on the ship, it would have been higher, but I didn't go to the specialty restaurants. I don't drink anymore.
But will these deep discounts be enough to lure regular cruisers back to the open seas? Travel expert Mark Elwood says the industry is still combating a big COVID image problem dating back to the early days of the pandemic.
There were lots of problems about the way they operated the ships. They have changed those. The air circulation on board has been improved. The protocols have been improved.
Helping ease concerns, many companies require COVID vaccines for adults and most kids, and the experience is centered on being outside, likely on a pool deck.
The cruise business was dead, essentially. Now, every month is a new high point.
Joe and Savannah, if you're wondering, how are cruise companies doing this without going broke? Well, they're getting you through the door, through the ship, as it were, with the lower cost of tickets, but then they're hoping you're going to open up your wallet for things like specialty drink packages, casinos, and massages. I'm talking to you, Joe Fryer. Also, it is more expensive just to get to the ports right now to be able to take the cruise ships in the first place. Guys?
Yeah, Sam, I don't know if I could go on a cruise and not drink and not go to the nicer restaurants,
Right.
so I think my price tag might be a little higher. Exactly. What's the point? But tell us, what are the tips to score these super low prices? Where should people be looking?
One of the best things that you can do is work through a travel agent. They have the absolute best access when it comes to group rates and specialty deals. They have things that maybe other booking sites would not. So go through the travel agent. They're also getting commissions from the vendors, but their services are likely free. Guys, you also have to keep a very close eye out for taxes and fees that aren't always included in the advertised rates. And here's maybe the best advice. Make sure you're checking other cruise prices after you book. If you find one that's lower, kind of like when you shop at an electronics store and you find a better deal that's going to be matched by a large retailer, cruise lines will do the same thing right now because they are vying for your business, and that is very important to them. Guys?
You signing up?
Not yet, but cruises are fun. I like them.
All right, Sam, thanks.
A good Alaskan cruise I'm good with. All right. Thank you, Sam.
Sam, thanks.
All right, so if you're not traveling by cruise ship, here's some other helpful consumer news. Between inflation and part shortages, car prices are sky high. If you're in the market for a new ride, though, you might want to consider holding off and keeping the vehicle you have a little bit longer. NBC News senior consumer investigative correspondent Vicki Nguyen joins us now with a look at how to stretch the miles of the car that's already in your garage. Hey, Vicki.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Many of us are hanging on to our cars for a lot longer because of the high cost of replacing them right now. But there are some simple things you can do to keep your car on the road for longer. I talked with the mechanic who gave us a roadmap for some basic maintenance, plus some tips for how to save gas, too.
For months, frustrated car buyers saw empty dealer lots and record high prices. New cars averaging nearly $46,000 each in April, up almost 13% from a year ago. And used cars, average cost $30,000. That's a 22% increase in 1 year. It's prompting some to keep their cars a lot longer. Recent data shows that last year, the average age of vehicles on U.S. roads hit a record high of 12.2 years old.
While keeping your car longer could save you money, you definitely want to avoid costly maintenance bills. But fortunately, there's some really simple steps you can take to keep those wheels turning. With me now is Audra Forden. She's a mechanic. She's also the owner of Great Bear Auto Repair here in Queens, New York. So Audra, what's your #1 piece of advice when it comes to keeping your car running longer?
My #1 piece of advice to keep your car running longer is to be proactive and take care of the maintenance. That'll keep you safe on the road and prolong the life of your car.
She says you can add years to your car's life and improve fuel efficiency right at the gas pump by using the correct fuel for your car.
If you don't pay now, you're going to pay later. Putting in the right fuel makes all the difference on how optimal your car is going to run. 100%.
How do you know what's the right octane for your car?
When you open up your fuel door, you're going to see a sticker there. It will let you know what kind of octane you use. If the sticker was removed or you don't see a sticker, check online, look in your owner's manual, and that will give you the information on what kind of fuel you need to use to fill up.
She recommends checking your tire pressure once a month.
We know tire pressure is important. Why is that?
Tires are just like the shoes on your feet. They maintain the grip to the ground.
Okay.
There are safety concerns here. And by having the right pressure in your tires will also save you in fuel economy.
So I see it says 44 PSI on the tire, but that's not actually the amount of pressure we want in the tire.
That is the amount of maximum pressure that the tire can handle.
So how do you know what's ideal for your car?
Great question. Right over here is the sticker inside the driver's side door jamb. 32 PSI is the correct pressure for the car.
As the summer months get into gear, consider replacing your battery if it's more than 3 years old. Why? Your air conditioner puts extra strain on it. If you park your car outside, be sure to wash and wax it regularly because that will protect it from the sun's rays.
What's the most important thing we can do to make sure we keep our cars out of the shop?
Ironically, the best thing that you can do is to take your car into the shop. Maintenance, maintenance, maintenance. Taking care of your fluid flushes, your oil changes. Make sure that your coolant is at peak condition. All of those things is what's going to maintain the systems in the car so that you can stay out of the shop.
And for oil changes, the old rule of thumb was every 3,000 miles, but most newer cars can go 10,000 or more. And in any car, never ignore this, the check engine light. If your ride is beyond repair and you have to venture into the marketplace, be flexible. Expand your search radius even hundreds of miles. Be open to alternative makes, models, and years. Research prices with Edmunds and Kelley Blue Book so you know the expected value in advance, and search multiple websites and dealerships. Also, follow up. Sometimes sales fall through, and a dealer may end up with a car on the lot ready to be sold.
That would be your lucky day in this market for sure. Okay, when it comes to electric cars, Audra says they generally require less maintenance, but something to watch out for are the brake calipers. She says that is the most common repair she sees with electric cars. So if you hear a noise coming from your brakes and you're driving an electric car, that could be a sign it's time to go to the mechanic. Guys.
So, Vicki, looking ahead, how long are the high prices for cars expected to last?
Yeah, Joe, we talked to the analysts at Edmunds. They say that the good news is prices for used and new cars appear to be leveling off. However, they don't see things getting back to normal for quite some time, and some are predicting 2024 in terms of normalizing the supply chain. So it's going to be a while.
All right, so got to keep that car going right now. All right, Vicki Wynn, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And coming up, the pandemic is changing how people date.
And what people are looking for, what you need to know about the new dating scene, coming up next.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Harry Styles!
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Welcome back. Beachgoers in San Diego had quite the seaside scare over the weekend. A now viral video, of course, from TikTok, shows dozens of people at La Jolla Cove running. There you go, from two speedy sea lions. Now the clip has been viewed nearly 10 million times. Experts say the two male lions were displaying typical mating season behavior and establishing territory, which could help explain this blubbery beachfront pursuit. I grew up in San Diego, and
did that happen?
No, well, this is like this is their territory. This is, we called it Seal Beach. I will note also, it doesn't smell very good, so I'm kind of surprised there are as many people as there are there. But you know what? I mean, it's nature, right? It's their beach.
It's their beach, and they're taking it back.
It's pretty funny to watch all those people charging away them. Okay, anyway, as you just saw in that video, people are on the beach because summertime's in full swing, which means the dating scene is heating up. But a lot of the dating norms have sort of changed since the COVID pandemic began, including how people are meeting and why.
Fortunately, we have the perfect expert to get you all caught up. Not only is Damona Hoffman an OkCupid dating coach and the host of the Dates and Mates podcast. Oh yeah, she was also my college roommate. There's us at graduation. There's us. Look how cute we were. You haven't aged. I have.
Wow, that's adorable.
There we go. There we are in my room. Yeah, we pulled those. I used my scanner and everything last night. So there's our roommates from college right there at graduation. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little embarrassed that you pulled those out of the file. But you see, now I have learned the dating games. You saw back then, I didn't really have the look together, but now I do, and now I have so much new info to share with people today.
Let's start with that. So people for 2 years have either been virtual dating or just not dating at all because of the pandemic. Are people now going back in person? What's going on?
Absolutely. People want connection. We are driven by human connection. And we're finding that people want to meet face-to-face. During the pandemic, a lot of people were doing FaceTime dates, doing virtual dates as a substitute, and then people kind of moved into it being a screening step. And now 84% of people on OkCupid are like, forget that. I just want to meet someone face-to-face. And we are actually seeing that people are having real dates out there. And we've masked. We've gotten vaccinated, so we're ready.
So what are people looking for now on the dating scene? I mean, has anything changed? You know, everybody, I think we all got a little socially awkward when we were all apart and everything. So what's happening now that we're all back out and about?
Everyone has taken this time to really evaluate what they truly want. We are seeing a move towards people wanting serious relationships now. Normally summer, time for flings. Not so much anymore. People are looking for different traits as well. Mental health is really important, and we're finding that the majority of OkCupid users want someone who believes in mental health is as important as physical health, who believe in therapy. Those who say that they believe in therapy get more matches and more likes than those who don't.
It's interesting that people are even talking about that.
Right, that's like a generational shift right there.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, and I mean, speaking of generational shifts, we're also seeing people reevaluating their identity, and we are seeing that more people are identifying on the app as pansexual, as non-binary, and as bisexual. So that's a big shift as well.
21% of Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ, which is also just a huge cultural shift. Let's talk about tips. If you are trying to get back out there, what are the tips that you need to have right now to do well, to succeed?
Well, you gotta be where the singles are, and they are on the apps. And look, it's free to use OkCupid, so you have nothing to lose. When people tell me, oh, I'm not dating at all, I'm like, what are you doing? You just have to start. And once you're on the app, there are things that you can do to make your profile really pop. You can use passion words in your profile. You can use, on OkCupid, the words like love or music or travel or dog. Those get more matches when you are talking about something that you're really passionate about, and they're also conversation starters. So I like to tell my Dates and Mates listeners to leave little threads. Like, you have to have something that someone's going to want to initiate a conversation about. And then with your photos, I like to use what I call the 3 C's. Color, context, and character. Color, Savannah's wearing a beautiful green dress here. It pops, color pops. It's more memorable than wearing the little black dress that is so 2020. And
or sweatpants, right?
Look, I have a whole thing about joggers and how I have someone on Dates and Bates that said they didn't want to go out with their boyfriend because they wore joggers to the first date. But
Oh yeah,
we could have a whole conversation about what to wear on the first date, but
no.
as far as the profile, you want to have color, you want to have context, telling your story through your photos, and you want to have character, showing your personality, showing, that you can be goofy and nostalgic and pull out photos from your roommate's college days that are really embarrassing, but all true. It's authenticity that really fuels
That's what we're going
the
for there,
dating
authenticity.
profile.
Yeah, look at that. So
And they're showing them again.
Yeah, we only have a
You
few
called
more
for 'em.
seconds, but I mean, how is Joe as a roommate? That's what we all really need to know.
Look, Joe is the same. Joe hasn't changed. He was an excellent roommate, very neat and tidy.
Weren't we mommy and daddy? Wasn't that like the theory in the household? Like we were sort
And
of like
here
in
we
charge?
are again.
Telling us all how to get a boyfriend.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Simone, it's so good to see you. Thank you for coming in.
That was fun. Nice to meet you. Great to have you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, moving the mob, a high-stakes hearing on Capitol Hill this morning. The January 6th committee set to focus in on the alleged connections between Donald Trump, his allies, and the far-right militia groups that stormed the Capitol.
The mobilization of an armed, violent mob cannot really be compared to anything else a president has done. It makes the Watergate break-in look like the work of Cub Scouts.
We have team coverage with the key witnesses set to testify and the new evidence that could be revealed at today's hearing. Heading east, President Biden preparing for his first trip to the Middle East since taking office as high gas prices hit Americans' wallets and the president's approval rating. We'll walk you through where Biden is headed on the historic visit, the criticism he's facing over one of his stops, and what's at stake for this trip. Climbing cases this morning, new concerns over the rise of 2 Omicron subvariants. The strains are fueling a surge of new infections at home and across the world as more areas consider new restrictions to stop the spread. And all about the deals. Amazon's annual Prime Day is here, but with inflation at 40-year highs, are you still getting the biggest bang for your buck this year? We'll give you a sneak peek at some of the hottest deals out there, and we'll tell you what items to leave off your list this time around. We are just going to keep talking about those sales.
Is the point that you're supposed to do your holiday shopping now or just buy stuff for yourself?
Yeah, is this the whole Christmas in July concept, I guess? I don't know.
Get what you like.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Especially the Nordstrom one is going to get me. I know. I haven't checked it out yet, though. All right, we'll begin, though, with the January 6th committee investigation and what we can expect from today's public hearing.
The panel is set to put far-right groups under the microscope as it looks at possible ties between former President Trump's inner circle and extremist groups planning the attack. Committee members say words played a key role in driving the mob to storm the U.S. Capitol.
The president's tweet on the wee hours of December 19th of Be There, Be Wild was a siren call to these folks. And we'll talk in detail about what that caused them to do, how that caused them to organize.
We have team coverage of today's hearing with NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin and former federal prosecutor Carol Lamb, who is an NBC News legal analyst. Julie, we're going to start with you. We hear there will be testimony from a rioter and from a one-time spokesman for the Oath Keepers. What else do we know about these witnesses, and how is the committee trying to connect the dots with this hearing?
Yeah, good morning, guys. Well, this hearing, number 7 today, will focus on the mobilization of these rioters to the Capitol on January 6th. You'll remember in Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony at the end of June, she laid out moments in which former President Trump seemed to instruct his supporters, some of those rioters, to go to the Capitol on that day. The committee here looking to link whether former President Trump's words were really the directive here for some of these riders. You mentioned we'll hear from the Oath Keepers spokesperson. He was the spokesperson at one time, hired in 2014 by Stuart Rhodes, the leader of the Oath Keepers. Though he hasn't been with the group since 2017, he was close to Rhodes, living with him at one point, and the committee says he could potentially detail the group's thinking and directive as far as these conspiracy theories go. They'll also hear from a rioter who pled guilty last month, Stephen Ayers. He has direct insight because he circulated that Trump tweet that you heard from committee member Stephanie Murphy. He circulated that tweet on social media. So the committee here looking to link those two things.
So, Carol, if the right-wing extremist groups are tied to Trump associates, but not Trump himself, how does that impact the investigation?
Something that is good for the January 6th committee in terms of showing President Trump's proximity to those who decided to come in and invade the Capitol. And this is why. Intent is always the issue here. What did the president intend? And if the president did not intend for armed invaders to breach the Capitol walls, then he might say, well, these were the unintended consequences of my tweets and my rallies and the things I said that are just protected speech. But when his own allies are actually talking to and in cahoots with those who invaded the Capitol, that is one more brick in the wall that the January 6th committee is building to show the president's actual knowledge of what was going to happen, and it explains his inaction after the Capitol was breached. It explains his inaction about, not trying to calm things down and not trying to make the invaders go home. So it is putting the picture together much more. There's a much stronger tie now.
Looking at today's hearing, Julie, the committee is expected to zero in on a mid-December meeting, mid-December 2020 in the White House, when Trump and his allies pushed ideas like seizing voting machines. So what more do we know about that and the infamous tweet that followed that meeting?
Yeah, that meeting happening just hours before that infamous tweet in which former President Trump told his supporters to come to the Capitol and that the day was going to be wild, not to miss it. They're going to zero in on this meeting because it was looked at by some, including members on the committee, as a pivotal moment, really, into the behind-the-scenes work of former President Trump and his allies pushing these conspiracy theories. That meeting included Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Michael Flynn. Some folks of the committee already spoke to behind closed doors, but it also will be big today because the committee plans to play some portions of their taped testimony from Pat Cipollone, the White House lawyer who Cassidy Hutchinson laid out last month. He tried to tell his allies to call off the rioters. I want you to take a listen to what Jamie Raskin, the committee member who will be leading today's hearing, told my colleague Ali Vitale.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone has corroborated almost everything that we had learned from the prior hearings. I was there for most of it, and I didn't hear him contradict any other witness. Well, I certainly didn't hear him contradict Cassidy Hutchinson, and I think he had the opportunity to say whatever he wanted to say. So I didn't see any contradiction there.
Now, this is important because not only was Cipollone privy to that December 18th meeting and what happened in it, but also he will corroborate potentially, according to Jamie Raskin, Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, which we know some key allies of former President Trump have already tried to discredit.
And Carol, very quickly, as a former federal prosecutor, what are you going to be watching for today?
Well, I'm going to be watching for what the committee decides to focus on. If they focus on Pat Cipollone's testimony, that means that they found it very persuasive and even more important to show the American people today than some of the live witnesses that they might have. Pat Cipollone is not going to testify live. You'll be seeing portions of his videotaped deposition from Friday. But I think that what they're going to try to show, what the committee is going to try to show, is that there's only one story here. There's only one storyline, because remember, this is a nightmare for Donald Trump. There's nobody on his side pushing his agenda with this committee. So this is like a long opening statement for the committee with only their side. And so what they're going to be doing is building this storyline and making it one that really can't be refuted because of the weight of the evidence that they're building.
All right, Julie Sirkin and Carol Lamb, thank you both so much for kicking us off this hour. And you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Our live coverage begins at 12:30 p.m. Eastern.
Now, President Biden is set to host his Mexican counterpart at the White House later this morning before leaving on a trip to the Middle East. The 4-day trip will see the president visit Israel and the occupied West Bank and then on to Saudi Arabia for a meeting with their king. Speaking yesterday, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan explained the importance of Biden's visit to the region.
The Middle East is deeply interwoven with the rest of the world. And if we act now to create a more peaceful and stable region, it will pay dividends for the American national interest and for the American people for years to come.
NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now, along with Hagar Shamali. She's the host of Oh My World on YouTube and also a former spokesperson for the U.S. mission to the UN and a former NSC director for Syria and Lebanon. Good morning to both of you. Mike, I'll start with you first. Let's talk about this morning's meeting with the Mexican president before we get to that Middle East trip. What's on the agenda there? What are they expected to discuss?
Well, Savannah, White House officials say that these two presidents are going to discuss the major global challenges of the moment, like the economy, including the war in Ukraine. They're very reluctant to reduce the U.S.-Mexico issue relationship to one issue, but we all know what that issue is. It's migration, both from Central and South America more broadly, but also the migration challenges at the U.S.-Mexico border specifically. And of course, administration officials acknowledge this will be a tough conversation. You'll remember it was just a month ago. I was in Los Angeles when President Biden was hosting the Summit of the Americas. AMLO, as the Mexican president is called, snubbed that summit because of the invitation list that he wanted the participation of Cuba, Venezuela, other countries in Latin America that the U.S. did not invite. But this one-on-one meeting today, just their second face-to-face meeting since Biden took office, will be an opportunity to revisit some of these issues, especially the fact that Mexico made a number of significant commitments on migration at the Summit of the Americas, even if President Obrador was not there. They're going to be talking about a continued effort to modernize the infrastructure at the U.S.-Mexico border. You'll remember there was a Supreme Court ruling. The Biden administration won the right to continue to implement and the Trump administration's Remain in Mexico policies. There are some follow-up requirements from that decision that the two leaders will be discussing today.
Mike, now let's talk about the Middle East tour, the president's first visit to the region. What's the goal of this trip?
Well, of course, anytime a president travels to the Middle East, it's walking a diplomatic tightrope, especially so for President Biden as he makes his first trip to the Middle East as president. You'll start with the fact that he's going to be in Israel, where the government led by Naftali Bennett just had to disband that very fragile coalition. So one of the first orders of business for President Biden is to be meeting with all various leaders within the Israeli government, not just the acting prime minister, but of course the opposition leader, Bibi Netanyahu. President Biden has known former Prime Minister Netanyahu for decades. This is a relationship that's had its ups and more recently its downs. So that's going to be an interesting conversation to watch. He'll also be visiting Yad Vashem, the Holocaust Memorial, also reiterating and speaking to the Israelis about furthering their defense capabilities, including Iron Dome, a new technology called Iron Beam, a laser-enabled defense system. And then, of course, from there, it's on to the West Bank and then to Saudi Arabia.
Hagar, let's bring you in here and talk more about this first part of the Middle East tour to Israel. It comes at a time when diplomatic relations with the Palestinians are at rock bottom. So over the past year, major organizations like Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch have accused Israel of committing apartheid against the Palestinians. Is the U.S. putting enough pressure on Israel to advance Palestinian rights and end illegal settlement building? What do you make of these relationships right now?
Well, there are a lot of weird aspects of this trip in general. First, usually Israel is a trip that U.S. presidents try to do the first year in office. Now, you had the pandemic, of course, there were a lot of complications. But that being said, it's a bit late, usually, for the U.S. president to make his first official visit to Israel in the second year, 18 months later. So that's a big deal. But at the same time, Israeli domestic politics, as Mike just mentioned, are at their own weird phase. So President Biden had been trying to flourish this relationship with the former Prime Minister Naftali Bennett, and now you have an interim Prime Minister, Yair Lapid, who is in favor of a two-state solution, but he is just an interim Prime Minister. So things with Israel at the moment are, in that regard, they have their own volatile domestic politics. So it's a bit difficult to build on that when it comes to pressuring their movement on concessions, but they have not been moving on that front at all. And on the Palestinian side, it's the same. The Palestinian leadership has been the same for way too long. They are corrupt. They haven't done much. And the U.S. government acts a little bit like they've lost hope with changing their behavior as well.
Hagar, now let's talk about the rest of this visit to Saudi Arabia. So some are criticizing this stop, and they've used the president's own words to justify doing so, because when campaigning, he promised to make Saudi Arabia a pariah. First, I want to play some more sound from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan just yesterday. This was his response when asked whether Biden regrets using those words.
The president has not expressed regret about his statements. What the president has been focused on is his view that the United States has important interests to advance and protect, including in partnership with Saudi Arabia. Human rights is going to remain a feature of his agenda and an important feature of his agenda, and it will be on display while we're on this trip as well.
Now, Hagar, we've only got like 30 seconds for your answer here. I'm sorry, but could this be a potentially awkward meeting for the president?
Yes, is the quick answer. There are two things going on here. Number one, it is normal, even after statements like that, to have trips to continue the relationship with Saudi Arabia. We've got a lot to talk about: counterterrorism, Iran, and so on, obviously oil. But the fact is that this trip would not be happening if it weren't for the Ukraine war and the roiling oil markets that you're seeing. And that's the bottom line here. This is not exactly a way to change human rights behavior in Saudi Arabia.
Hagar and Mike, thank you both so much. We appreciate it.
President Biden is also facing major obstacles here at home, including mounting pressure from Democrats to both codify Roe versus Wade and commit to stronger gun reform measures. And now new polling shows more Americans are looking for a different leader in 2024. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell has more on what exactly voters are saying and how the Biden administration is responding.
Almost 2,000 gathered on the South Lawn to mark the most hard-fought bipartisan achievement of the Biden era, the first new gun safety law in nearly 3 decades.
Lives will be saved today and tomorrow because of this.
One father whose son died at Parkland interrupted, shouting that more must be done.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
The president hailed the new law as progress, as his political standing appears precarious. A new poll from the New York Times finds 64% of Democratic voters say they would prefer a different leader in the 2024 election. Mr. Biden's age cited most. He'd be 82 right after the election.
We need some younger people in the office. That's, bottom line.
Should be a concern to everybody, it's kind of up there.
However, the vice president said Sunday they expect to be in the race.
He intends to run, and if he does, I intend to run with him.
One clear warning, only 13% of Americans said they think the country is on the right track.
I feel like we're taking so many steps back right now. Am I right?
To counter doubters, the White House touts the strong job market and gas prices down 33 cents in the last month. The president heads to Israel and Saudi Arabia, where he will push to increase oil supply to ease gas prices.
Can we get that price down, and can we keep it down?
That new polling does offer a positive sign for the White House, showing President Biden a few points ahead of Donald Trump when voters are asked about a potential rematch in 2024.
All right, Kelly O'Donnell, thanks so much. Now, this morning in California, firefighters are still racing to save hundreds of the iconic giant sequoia trees in Yosemite National Park as the Washburn Fire rages on. It's already destroyed more than 2,000 acres since breaking out on Thursday, forcing the closure of the park's popular southern entrance. The fire is now threatening Yosemite's famous Mariposa Grove, home to some of the oldest and tallest trees on the planet. Firefighters have been clearing away dry brush and installing sprinklers, but say a heat wave and low humidity is making containment difficult. Now, giant sequoias were once considered flame resistant, but a buildup of undergrowth and the West's decades-long mega drought have made the trees increasingly vulnerable. Over the last 2 years alone, wildfires have killed 20% of the world's large sequoias. As of this morning, the Washburn fire is 25% contained, and none of the sequoias there have been damaged.
Well, the West is dealing with that mega drought. The Northeast could see some pretty strong storms later today. From what you can expect as you head out the door, time for a check on your Morning News Now weather.
Which means Michelle Grossman's here. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Good to see you. And yeah, you need the umbrella at times later on this afternoon. We have daytime heating. It's going to spark some showers and storms. We're starting out with showers and storms in other spots this morning as well. In the Southwest, the Central Plains, pretty heavy rain in the Gulf Coast. We'll talk more about that in just a second, too. But it's the Northeast where we're going to start. We have a slow-moving cold front that's going to move through and it's going to bring the chance for some strong storms. We could see some damaging winds, some hail, even the isolated chance of a tornado. So here's that setup. That cold front's going to slide through. It's going to bring that risk from New England all the way to parts of the mid-Atlantic. Philadelphia, D.C., one of the bigger cities, we are looking at the risk for severe weather. But where you see this yellow here, that's where we could see these stronger storms. 33 million at risk for those winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. Also the chance of hail and again, an isolated chance of a tornado or two. Now we're looking at rainfall too. Not all that much. We have pockets of heavier rain, but it's really the Gulf Coast where we're looking at that heavy rain falling. So as we zoom in a little closer here, notice all these reds. We could see up to 5 inches of rain in some spots. We've seen rain for weeks and weeks, and we're going to add to that. We have an area of low pressure. It's kind of pulling in that Gulf moisture, so that's why we're seeing so much rain. Could pick up some tropical characteristics over the next couple of days. We're going to watch that. Either way, whether it picks up those characteristics, we're still going to see that heavy rain. So anywhere from 3 to 5 inches from Louisiana through the Panhandle of Florida, even up to parts of South Carolina. Dangerous heat continues once again today. 30 million impacted from the Northwest into the Rockies, the Intermountain West, the South Central states, where you see that pink. That is a heat warning. And we are looking at temperatures into the triple digits in some spots once again. It's been like this for so long. I feel like these people must just be like, we need a little relief here. We're looking at 104 in Dallas today. It's going to feel like 105. It'll feel like 108 in Memphis and 102 in Baton Rouge. And the Southwest, we're looking really warm too. Las Vegas tomorrow, 110 degrees.
Ooh, 104 in Salt Lake City, too.
I know.
Goodness.
Yeah, right.
Gosh,
Thanks, Michelle.
All right, thank you. See you soon.
Coming up on Morning News Now, turning the page. Protesters in Sri Lanka have made their voices heard by occupying the presidential palace. So what comes next for the country's government?
Plus, COVID concerns are rising this morning as new variants take hold across the country. But will it lead to another summer surge in cases? That's ahead on Morning News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
A critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast. Available anytime and anywhere.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We're back now with turmoil in Sri Lanka. Protesters there had stormed the presidential palace and the prime minister's home, and they say they won't leave the buildings until both leaders are officially out of office. They're expected to resign tomorrow, but many say they've lost all trust in the two leaders. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald takes a closer look at what led to the protests and what could happen next.
In Sri Lanka, the country's most chaotic day in months of political turmoil. Tens of thousands of people storming the presidential palace and prime minister's home, setting fire to one of the buildings on Saturday in a rage over the nation's severe economic crisis. Soldiers were unable to hold back protesters from entering the homes, firing shots and tear gas. More than 30 people reported hurt in the chaos. Protesters holding President Gotabaya Rajapaksa responsible for the nation's economic meltdown, setting off acute shortages of essential items like food, fuel, medicine, and other necessities. Reuters reporting the president evacuated Friday as a safety precaution ahead of the planned protest, according to two defense ministry sources. Footage from the presidential palace also showed people taking a swim in the pool, working out and relaxing on beds, some making statements from the conference room that the president and Prime Minister Ranil Wickremesinghe must immediately quit.
To get rid of the president and the prime minister and to have a new era for Sri Lanka. Also, I feel very, very sad that they didn't go earlier, because had they gone earlier, there wouldn't have been any destruction. And it's time that we got all our stolen money back to this country.
The president and prime minister agreed to resign this upcoming Wednesday, but it's been months of unrest. Protests erupted in May, mainly blaming the president and his family for mismanaging the nation's finances.
They took decisions that set the Sri Lankan economy on a downward spiral.
The Rajapaksas have dominated Sri Lankan politics for years. After his brother resigned as prime minister under pressure, President Rajapaksa appointed the current prime minister, hoping the politician would use his diplomacy and contacts to rescue a collapsed economy.
Ranil Wickremesinghe has the experience and has the international contacts that in theory, he could have been the right prime minister to deal with some of these issues. He essentially postponed the inevitable, which was the fall of the Rajapaksa dynasty.
Today, the protesters vowing to occupy residences until the president and prime minister officially quit.
We don't trust him anymore.
According to Sri Lankan's constitution, parliament must elect a new president within 30 days when the position is vacated.
That was Megan Fitzgerald reporting. Now, experts say the damage caused by the outgoing administration is significant. It could take years for Sri Lanka's economy to recover, even if action is taken immediately.
In Japan, a funeral was held today for slain former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Mourners lined the streets to pay their respects as Abe's body was driven by hearse through Tokyo. All as police continue to investigate Friday's shocking killing. NBC News foreign correspondent Janice Mackey-Frayer has more and a warning. Some viewers may find the images in this report disturbing.
Mounting questions around the shocking assassination of Shinzo Abe, the former prime minister's body arriving at a Tokyo temple for a private wake. Outside, hundreds of mourners paying respect to Japan's longest-serving leader. I think he gave the Japanese something to be proud about, this woman said. I hope he'll rest in peace. Secretary of State Antony Blinken making his way to Japan, sharing condolences from President Biden.
We're friends, and when a friend is hurting, other friends show up.
Police are investigating their own security failures. There were 2 shots fired. You can see Abe turn around after the first But security doesn't subdue the gunman, who's able to fire a second time before he's tackled. Police say the suspected gunman confessed to killing Abe and that he believed the former prime minister was tied to a religious group widely known as the Unification Church, which he says his mother was obsessed over and eventually caused her financial stress. Investigators seized multiple weapons in a raid on his home. Several Japanese media outlets reporting he said he planned to make explosives for the attack, but switched to a homemade gun instead. Still, in the wake of tragedy, Japanese voters heading to the polls, an election Abe was campaigning for when he was shot. Leaders holding a moment of silence before announcing results. A landslide victory for Abe's party, and now a huge majority in Parliament.
Our thanks to Janice for that report. And officials say a public memorial service for Shinzo Abe will be announced at a later date.
Let's stay on some international news now. And in the UK, nearly a dozen candidates are in the running to replace Prime Minister Boris Johnson.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Yes, the Conservative Party say they will announce Boris Johnson's replacement on September the 5th. The now former UK Prime Minister was forced to resign last week after several of his high-profile members of his cabinet stepped down after months of controversies and ethics concern. Now the contest to replace him will carry out throughout the summer. It will be in two stages. First of all, the party's lawmakers will narrow down the candidates to two, and then the rest of the party will vote for the winner. And now to China, where the government will start repaying victims of a nationwide bank scam. The decision came after hundreds of angry bank clients who were scammed took to the streets over the weekend again to demand their money back. Even if the investigation over the scam is still ongoing, 4 major Chinese banks promised they will start refunding individuals with deposits of up to $7,400 first and the rest later. And let's end this short tour of the world in Brazil, where if you look up, you may catch a glimpse of the Spix macaw, a parrot species that disappeared from the wild 20 years ago. Well, now, thanks to a rescue project, the parrot with gray heads and vivid blue plumage has made a remarkable comeback. Well, perhaps some holiday advice or suggestion for bird watchers all around, guys.
Wow, beautiful.
Yeah, pretty bird.
Oh my gosh, cool to see. Claudia, thank you.
Coming up, COVID cases are on the rise once again.
Yeah, how new variants of Omicron are sparking fresh restrictions around the world and raising concerns here at home. What you need to know about the latest outbreak when we come back.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Welcome back. Let's get to the latest on COVID. There's growing concern that the Omicron subvariants called BA4 and BA5 are more dangerous than some previous strains of the virus.
Now, as you can see here, those subvariants have quickly become the dominant strains in the U.S. Cases and hospitalizations are up. We're even seeing a rise in reinfection rates. Health officials are now racing to learn more about the subvariants and the best ways to boost your immunity. NBC News medical contributor Dr. Uche Blackstock joins us now with more. Dr. Blackstock, good morning. Good to see you. So walk us through what makes these strains so much more dangerous. How are the strains and the symptoms different from what we've already seen? And do we know why we are seeing so much reinfection?
Right. So thank you so much for having me on today, Joe. So what we're seeing with BA4 and BA5 is that they are genetically distinct from the earlier Omicron subvariants. They are more contagious, but more importantly, they are able to evade the immune system. So for people who have had prior infection or are vaccinated and boosted, they still could potentially be infected. So that's the difference that we're seeing and why we're seeing more reinfection.
So here in New York City, health officials have actually issued an indoor masking advisory to all residences as cases continue to rise. Talk to us about what precautions we should be thinking about that maybe we haven't had to deal with in a while.
Right. And because this variant is so much more contagious, people are going to have to be very, very careful when they're indoors. So obviously, any indoor crowded area, you're going to want to make sure that you are wearing a high quality mask, so N95 or similar type of mask. The other thing to note is that we're even seeing perhaps even outdoors may be risky. So if you're in an outdoor crowded area, whereas before you may not have masks because you're outdoors and the transmission is lower, because this variant is so contagious, you may actually want to consider masking. The other thing to think about is testing. We're seeing people develop symptoms but are still testing negative. If you are having symptoms, please stay home and isolate. Your test may eventually become positive. That's another thing I need people to really look out for.
That's something I've been hearing a lot of lately is people testing positive days after they start seeing those symptoms. Let's also talk about vaccines. For those who are vaccinated, there's evidence this virus is able to evade some of the antibodies provided by previous vaccines. We also know it's going to be a couple of months before updated boosters are available to the public. So should we be focusing right now on getting more people a second booster now or maybe waiting until the updated version is available?
So I would definitely recommend that people get boosted now, get that second booster now. The reason why is because these vaccines are still incredibly effective against the worst outcomes of COVID-19, severe disease, hospitalization, and death. And so, yes, while the Omicron-specific vaccines will prevent infection, we still are very concerned about people doing poorly and having to be hospitalized. So definitely go get that second booster.
All right, good advice. Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, thank you so much.
Thanks, doctor. Now, the FDA is considering over-the-counter birth control pills for the first time ever. But of course, this comes at an interesting time for our country following the reversal of Roe versus Wade. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Gosk has more.
When the birth control pill was first approved, it ushered in a sexual revolution.
Birth control, especially the pill, provided women the choice.
More than 60 years later, a French company is asking the FDA to approve an over-the-counter version at a very different time in America's history, just weeks after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. In that decision, the Supreme Court said the right to contraception would not be affected, but in a concurring opinion, Justice Clarence Thomas suggested it should be. HRA Pharma says it started the FDA application process 7 years ago, and the timing is coincidental.
Do you think it's possible that women may go to the doctor less because they no longer need to go to the doctor for the pill?
There is some concern that people only end up going to the doctor because they need birth control. It's not right to hold birth control hostage by a prescription when it is not scientifically necessary, just so that we can get people in to see us.
It comes as the Biden administration faces increased pressure to take action on reproductive rights issues, including potentially declaring a public health emergency over abortion.
Something I'm asked the folks, the medical people in the administration to look at, whether I have the authority to do that and what impact that would have.
But the administration says it will let the FDA dictate the timeline. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists is hopeful.
Over-the-counter birth control is going to be helpful for everyone, but it certainly is going to be helpful for those who are most marginalized in our country.
A major hurdle to getting birth control pills could soon be a thing of the past. Stephanie Gosk, NBC News.
Now to deep space and a new view of the cosmos unlike anything we have ever seen. NASA is set to release a batch of new images like this one taken by the James Webb Space Telescope. That's the $10 billion observatory launched into space last year. Now this photo offers a sneak peek at what we can expect later today. The first of its kind infrared image shows stars and galaxies as they appeared 13 billion years ago. In the early days of the universe, it is the farthest that we have ever seen into space and time.
Yeah, Webb's infrared cameras allow it to see beyond the range of human sight and other telescopes like the famous Hubble, which relied mostly on visible sight. Scientists say the Webb could unlock mysteries from as far back as 100 million years after the Big Bang. That is just like so much to wrap your head around.
I went on Twitter last night and all I saw was people posting that picture.
Yeah,
just post after post after post was that. Very
Makes
cool.
you feel small.
Exactly. Coming up on Morning News Now, deal hunting. It is Prime Day on Amazon, which means there are some bargains to be had out there.
We'll show you some of the best deals this year and tips to recognize when those discounts might not actually be worth it. That's when we come back.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now.
We've got all the angles covered tonight.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news and the growing impact of Russia's assault.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine. I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway between Ukrainian forces and Russian troops.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
We are talking elections in a battleground state.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
We got some promising news this morning about the rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Have you seen a demand for mental health services increase among Latinos? It's time for another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
The people of the Chamizal neighborhood aren't the only ones experiencing what they call environmental injustice.
We're here to try to start conversation.
A lot to talk about as we continue our rolling coverage.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
We're back with the latest on a reality TV star's real-life courtroom drama. Jen Shah from The Real Housewives of Salt Lake City has pleaded guilty to wire fraud charges in connection with a nationwide telemarketing scheme.
Now she faces up to 14 years in prison. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has the latest.
One of the stars of the hit show Real Housewives of Salt Lake City facing real prison time.
The only thing I'm guilty of is being Shah-mazing.
Reality star Jen Shah pleading guilty to a multi-million-dollar wire fraud. This video of police when they first attempted to arrest her last year caught on camera in an episode of the show.
We're looking for Jen Shaw.
The guilty plea in connection to a nationwide telemarketing scheme that targeted hundreds of older and computer illiterate people, selling them non-existent services and fighting consumer efforts to obtain refunds. The scheme lasted for more than 9 years, starting in 2012, according to the indictment. She now faces up to 14 years in prison, must forfeit $6.5 million, and agreed to pay another $9.5 million to her victims. Shah was accused in March 2021 of the scheme. Prosecutors say the victims were sold false promises of financial security, but defrauded out of their savings. Shah said in court she, quote, knew it was wrong, many people are harmed, and I'm so sorry. Shah's attorney Priya Chaudhry telling NBC News her client pleaded guilty, quote, because she wants to pay her debt to society and put this ordeal behind her and her family.
I'm so angry at you.
Jen Shah was one of the stars of the hit reality TV show Real Housewives of Salt Lake City, showing the extravagant lifestyles of some of Utah's richest, from massive closets full of designer clothes and bags.
This is like my happy place in the house.
Yeah, this would be my happy place too.
To her team of assistants dubbed the Shaw Squad.
Somebody help him.
Bravo, owned by NBC News' parent company, has declined to comment. But before her arrest, even the producers of the show had questions.
People are wondering, like, how'd you get so rich?
My background is in direct response marketing for about 20 years. So our company does, advertising. We have a platform that helps people acquire customers. So when you're shopping online or on the internet and something pops, we have the algorithm behind why you're getting served that ad.
Police arresting Shah in her rented Salt Lake City mansion. Shah's husband, Sharif Shah, a former coach at the University of Utah, has not been charged or accused in any involvement in the scheme. In a reunion episode after the arrest.
After the arrest, did you consider quitting the show?
We did have a discussion, me and Coach and the boys, and I was like, no, I'm innocent, and I felt like I need to tell my story.
At first, Shah fought the charges, even going so far as selling not guilty t-shirts and other merchandise in the lead up to her trial. But after her new plea, Shah is set to be sentenced in November. With a camera following her through the process, the new season of the reality TV show, expected later this year, will be sure to include a little extra legal drama.
Yeah, it seems that's for sure. Thanks to Steve Patterson for that report. Now, this isn't the first time a Real Housewife has been arrested specifically on fraud charges. Back in 2015, Teresa Giudice from the New Jersey cast was arrested for mail, wire, and bankruptcy fraud.
Today marks the beginning of Amazon Prime Day, the annual summer markdown event available to all Amazon Prime members. Thousands of items are going to be marked down at a deep discount.
But how can you make sure you're getting the best deal? Well, Steve Greenberg is here with us to help sort through all the discounts. Steve's the host of YouTube's Gadget Game Show, What the Heck Is That? And the author of Gadget Nation. Steve, good morning. So let's start with the big question. What are the biggest deals during this Prime Day? What should people be scooping up?
Well, anything and everything is a possibility as far as what could be cut down, but a lot of electronics, a lot of things like countertop appliances like rice cookers and toasters and those things always get big cuts. And, it could be anything. It could be from makeup to jewelry. There's a little bit of everything on Amazon Prime Day, so you really can't go wrong. So you should really put together your wish list and work off of that.
Now, deals are already there, but is there anything people can then do to get extra savings? Like, are there coupon sites? Are those a helpful way to go?
Absolutely. The coupon sites are all gearing up for this. So whether it's Be Frugal or Groupon or Retail Me Not or whatever coupon site you use, I would definitely go to them. Also, look at competitors, like Target and Walmart. They're all trying to compete with Amazon. So they're doing some deep cuts as well. And of course, Amazon's own products like Kindle and Echo and whatnot, Ring, those are also going to be getting some deep discounts as well.
What about other hacks you can share to make sure people are getting the best deals across all these different places?
Well, I mean, simple things are, one, you have to be a Prime member, so you can actually sign on for 30 days free. So you could probably still do that today, and then you can at least test it out and, of course, enjoy this day. So that's one thing to do without actually signing up for it. Things like using the join waitlist button. By doing that, you can then kind of hold on to something. If you've missed that deal because it's already, the supplies are out, you can still be there. If someone falls out and doesn't buy it, you get notified. There's things like Amazon Prime Money that you can actually actually use. They have a one-click ordering program, so you can move quickly on something. And really, again, a lot of it comes down to using your best knowledge, maybe even yesterday, to have actually put together a list of what you wanted so that you can move quickly today to pick out what you want. A lot of that is part of it. And, you know, you can even ask Amazon's voice assistant. Don't worry, I'm not going to say her name. But if you ask her, she can actually give you some of the hot deals as well.
Alexa. Hopefully she doesn't know how to spell her name.
Don't say it.
Right. Philosophical question for you, Steve. We were discussing earlier this hour. Like, are you supposed to do your holiday shopping now? Is this just for you, for fun? What is like the point of what should we be buying right now?
Well, if you're a super organized person and you know what you want to give relatives and friends and whatnot in December, yeah, this might be the time to do it. I'm not that person. But if you are, yeah, this would be a great time to get some holiday gifts. Absolutely. Of course, you have to store them for 6 months.
Right.
And maybe in 6 months, they're going to seem kind of, yesterday-ish. But you could still do it if you wanted to.
All right, Steve Greenberg, thanks for the tips.
All right, financial headlines now. And Twitter is fighting to keep Elon Musk's deal alive just days after the billionaire announced he won't buy the social media giant.
CNBC's Silvana Hanau joins us with that and other news this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, yeah, so just more here with Twitter. Twitter is accusing Elon Musk of knowingly breaching his agreement to buy the company. Musk is seeking to back out of the $44 billion deal. And in a letter, Twitter's lawyers say the company has not violated its terms of the sale, as Musk claimed, and is taking steps to close the deal. Sources say Twitter plans to file a lawsuit this week. Twitter stock is now 40% below Musk's buyout price. Gap is replacing its CEO after little more than 2 years on the job. The shakeup follows years of slumping sales at the flagship Gap brand and more recently problems at Old Navy, which accounts for more than half of revenues. Last summer, Old Navy introduced a range of sizes, this in a bid to make its clothes more inclusive. But that backfired, leaving stores with too many very small and very large sizes and not enough middle sizes, which are the most popular. Amazon is bringing smart grocery carts to some Whole Foods stores. The Dash Cart, launched at Amazon Fresh back in stores in 2020, tracks and tallies items as you put them in the cart, allowing you to skip the checkout line. Amazon will initially roll out the Dash Cart at one Whole Foods near Boston before expanding to additional stores. It's also launching a bigger version of the cart that can fit up to 4 grocery bags and has a lower shelf for oversized products, guys. I don't know. I'm pretty excited about this cart.
Wow. I don't know. Cool, though. I guess.
If I can skip the checkout line, I like it.
Yeah.
I know. For those who like the thrill of shoplifting without shoplifting. All right. Thanks, Silvana. Coming up, it's not every day you see a 70-year-old patrolling the pool deck as a lifeguard.
That's exactly what one grandmother in Philadelphia is doing this summer. Why this Philly resident is answering the call to help her community. That's next.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Hey, who's this?
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. We've got quite the update on a story we brought you yesterday, the big casting shakeup for Broadway's Funny Girl. Actress Lea Michele will now replace Beanie Feldstein as the revival's leading lady. Of course, it comes after Feldstein's surprise announcement this past weekend that she would be leaving the role sooner than expected. Best known for her role in Glee, Lea Michele is no stranger to the Broadway scene. She starred in the original production of Spring Awakening back in 2006. Michele took to Instagram yesterday writing, quote, "A dream come true is an understatement. She will debut in the role of Fanny Brice on September 6th and will not share the stage with her Glee co-star Jane Lynch, who's leaving the show before Michele takes over." Savannah, yesterday I said I had a theory. I told you off camera what that theory would be. What was my theory, Savannah?
This was I right, Savannah?
It's pretty well known. It was kind of a poorly kept secret, honestly. But yeah.
Yes, well, see, this was your theory. You're in the know on all things Broadway, but interesting stuff. All right, thanks, Joe.
Yep.
Now, extreme weather and supply chain issues have made it hard for farmers to turn a profit. It's leading some businesses to grow crops indoors with no sunlight. It's called vertical farming, and it could save huge amounts of water while bringing fresh food to places you don't usually find farms, like cities. But as NBC News Now correspondent Isa Gutierrez shows, it's not a perfect solution. These vertical farms use a lot of energy.
Can I get more of this one? It tastes very fresh. It's just crazy to think that these have never seen sunlight.
According to Guinness World Records, this is the largest indoor vertical farm in the world.
These leafy greens, some of over 40 million plants being grown right now inside this Aero Farms facility in Newark, New Jersey.
Vertical farms are spaces where plants are stacked in warehouse-like shelves, and farmers can control the lighting, temperature, and water. And for some crops, vertical farms can yield 10 to 20 times more food per acre compared to traditional outdoor farming.
So tell me what you're growing in here right now.
This has been optimized to grow baby leafy greens, microgreens. We grow, dozens of different varieties.
Marco Shima is the co-founder of Aero Farms, a company that says its indoor vertical farms are growing some of your favorite types of veggies while using 95% less water than a traditional outdoor farm.
This is reimagining on how do we address those key, fundamentals and think differently about the farm work that we're doing.
In an era of extreme weather, supply chain issues, and an economy grappling with inflation, growing food outdoors is difficult. In recent years, indoor farms have been trying to mitigate the risks of farming while easing the strain traditional farming has on the planet, all while still turning a profit. But as the industry grows, so does criticism that some of these indoor vertical farms might be overstating their sustainability promises.
Turns out of all the ways we grow food in the world, indoor vertical farms is the most energy intensive and right now emits the most greenhouse gases because it depends on heat, usually natural gas, and on electricity, which is powered mostly by coal or natural gas.
According to the 2021 Global CEA Census Report, indoor vertical farms use more than 7 times more energy than greenhouses. And according to another study, vertical farms can use about 3,000% more energy than traditional farms to produce the same amount of food, due in large part to LED lights that can stay on anywhere from 12 to 18 hours a day.
Until the entire electrical grid of the country or the planet is 100% carbon free, anything that adds more electricity demands to the system is not helping.
One of the census report's co-authors says despite this, he remains excited about the technology.
We're seeing more vertical farms that are buying renewable energy, which is a good starting point. But it's hard for me to see how the energy demand is going to really drop dramatically simply because you're replacing the sun with a lot of light.
Many people say our power grid is already so strained. What do you say to that?
When we think about our business, yes, there can be a spotlight on the lighting, but it's how do we optimize plant production, getting greater yield, shorter period of time, more biomass with fewer inputs. Absolutely critical when we think about this. This is not sustainable, what we're doing in the field. How do we think about this and make it apples to apples comparison?
The indoor vertical farming industry is expected to grow to $5 billion this year and more than double that by 2026.
I don't think that controlled environment agriculture is the best mitigation strategy to mitigate climate change. I think it's mostly about adaptation to the reality of climate change.
That was Isa Gutierrez reporting. Now, the new farming technology is already changing agricultural policy. The 2018 Farm Bill created an office within the USDA dedicated to urban agriculture and earmarked $25 million for research into new methods like vertical farming. Experts expect even more funds in the next Farm Bill that's due in 2023.
We end this hour with a look at one woman's fight to help her community, one pool at a time.
NBC News correspondent Ron Allen spoke to the Philadelphia lifeguard who swam out of retirement to make sure the kids in her neighborhood had a safe place to spend their summer days.
At age 70, Robin Burlando came out of retirement this summer, hoping to save some young lives.
Don't play on the ropes, baby.
A mother of 3, grandmother of 6, answering Philadelphia's plea for lifeguards to open public swimming pools and help keep kids off the streets.
I was a lifeguard when I was 16 and loved it. I decided to finally do something for our kids, our community. They're killing our kids. They have no place to go. The pools are closed all around.
Here in Philadelphia, at least 100 children, 17 and younger, have been shot so far this year.
I'm in the house with my family, and we hear about 14 shots.
Including just steps from Burlando's front door.
And it was 3 young boys that were shot, killed. When you see it, it's scary and it's very sad.
This is part of your motivation for becoming a lifeguard?
Yes, that was it. Just to do something, no matter how small, to help out.
Getting the job took determination. She failed to qualify the first time, so she took the test again and again and passed.
She's amazing. I mean, you know, what 70-year-old do you know is a lifeguard giving back to community like that?
So I'm very much committed to this. This is my reputation. This is my community.
Hey!
Philly has opened 50 of its 65 pools, with the help of some grandmothers like Burlando, trying to save her city's children. Ron Allen, NBC News, Philadelphia.
Good for her.
Yeah, absolutely. How sweet what she's doing for her community. And good for her really getting back in.
No kidding. No kidding.
I mean, wow, that's pretty impressive.
All right, that does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, behind the mob. Today, the January 6th committee will focus on the people who stormed the Capitol and what drove them to do it. We're going to take a look at the key testimony expected from a former spokesman for one of those far-right groups and the likelihood that Trump ally Steve Bannon could eventually testify live before the committee. Saving the sequoias. Firefighters are trying to save one of our nation's natural treasures, the massive sequoia trees at Yosemite National Park. With weather conditions getting worse this morning, we'll take you to the front lines of this fight where the fire is still burning out of control. Another round of gun violence in the United States. A Little League game in North Carolina disrupted by gunfire with coaches shielding kids with their own bodies.
My son will never forget him crawling over to Christian and Christian being right there with him, shielding him, protecting him as if he was one of his own.
In the end, everyone left shaken, but no one was hurt. This morning, the latest on the investigation into who opened fire and the growing concerns parents have for their kids' safety. Plus, changing the game. The pandemic has transformed how people date, and some of those changes, well, they could be here to stay. We've got an expert to tell us about the new ways people are meeting up and how you can make the most of this new dating scene. Spoiler alert, the expert is my college roommate.
Maybe we're going to hear about some of Joe's
yeah.
college times.
Yeah, there's not that much interesting to talk about there, but who knows? So anyway, we'll have Damona on a little bit later. We're going to begin this hour with the latest on the January 6th hearings.
Yeah, in just hours, committee members plan to lay out evidence surrounding right-wing extremist groups and their possible ties to Trump associates and how the mob came to the Capitol. NBC News Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker has a look at who we'll be hearing from and what we can expect.
Hey there, it could be another explosive day of testimony. The January 6th committee says today's hearing will show direct links between Trump allies and the extremist groups who stormed the Capitol. Looming over all of it, the latest twists and turns about whether former Trump advisor Steve Bannon will testify before the committee. In just hours, the committee's 7th hearing will put the spotlight on members of extremist groups who stormed the Capitol, aiming to show their ties to Trump world and link the former president's words and their actions. A source familiar with the process telling NBC News Stephen Ayers, seen here on the day of the attack, is expected to testify. Last month, Ayers pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct. He also admitted he reposted Mr. Trump's December 19th tweet, encouraging supporters to go to the Capitol on the 6th, saying it will be wild. No comment from Ayers' lawyer. Another major focus, taped testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who answered questions for more than 8 hours last week. Committee member Jamie Raskin telling NBC's Ali Vitale.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone has corroborated almost everything that we had learned from the prior hearings. And he had clearly tried to talk President Trump down from his efforts to override the election.
Cipollone speaking to the committee after bombshell testimony by former White House aide Cassidy Hutchinson.
Mr. Cipollone said something to the effect of, please make sure we don't go up to the Capitol, Cassidy. Keep in touch with me. We're going to get charged with every crime imaginable if we make that movement happen.
Meanwhile, in a stunning reversal, former Trump advisor Steve Bannon now saying he is willing to testify publicly before the January 6th committee after spending months refusing to cooperate. On Monday, a judge ruled Bannon's new willingness to testify will not delay his trial next week for contempt of Congress. Charges brought because Bannon stonewalled the committee's repeated requests. Federal prosecutors calling it a last-ditch attempt to avoid accountability. The committee's main focus, Bannon's role in the run-up to the 6th, and these fiery comments the day before the attack.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow.
A lawyer for Bannon said he is now willing to testify because former President Trump initially invoked executive privilege, but has now waived it, though Mr. Trump's former lawyer insisted Mr. Trump never invoked the privilege for Bannon. And the committee argues the bottom line is the privilege argument doesn't apply. Back to you.
All right, Kristen Welker, thank you. And don't forget, you can watch today's hearing right here on NBC News Now. Live coverage starts at 12:30.
Now to the ongoing battle against COVID. This morning, doctors are warning about a new Omicron strain they're calling the most contagious yet. It is driving a surprising surge that's already disrupting a lot of summer plans. NBC News correspondent Emily Aketa joins us with the story. Emily, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Well, this latest strain of Omicron is proving to be a bit of an escape artist with an ability to dodge both vaccinations and previous infections. This comes as the U.S. government continues to beef up its defense against the virus, announcing this week its plans to purchase more than $3 million of doses of, if approved, what will be the 4th coronavirus vaccine. This morning, frustrations are mounting nationwide with a summer surprise as COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths all tick up again, thwarting summer plans for the 3rd year in a row.
Even though we might be done with the virus is not done with us.
A COVID surge has struck in the summer before with Delta last year. But now as temperatures rise and Americans are armed with effective vaccines and better treatments, many expected the turn of the seasons to usher in more normalcy. Summer travel soaring to pre-pandemic levels.
It's summer and everybody wants to get out.
But infections are climbing in nearly half of the U.S. Now, with the summer surge, the Biden administration is considering expanding eligibility for the second COVID booster to adults under 50. That's according to the New York Times, citing people familiar with the situation. Rising cases temporarily shuttering summer camps.
I was just really upset when I learned because I wait for it every year.
Chris Pilgrim's son heard his summer getaway was axed on the drive there.
It was a wake-up call, right? It's still around and it's still disruptive.
Experts say the most contagious variant yet, BA.5, is behind the surprising surge, more than 100,000 daily infections.
And what's driving this uptick in numbers?
It's a trifecta of events. Number Number one, it's more contagious. Number two, it can escape the immune systems that we have built up from the vaccines and from prior infections to a certain extent. And then number three, mandates are being dropped around the country.
But the actual size of the sixth wave is unclear. Some experts estimate the spread may be 3 times greater than official reports suggest, mostly because people test themselves at home and never end up reporting it. The latest surge prompting New York City to bring back a mask advisory. Across the country, Los Angeles County is considering mandating one, a move being met with mixed reaction from a pandemic-weary nation.
Masks are annoying.
I always thought they took the masks off too soon.
Still, this variant doesn't appear to cause more severe illness, and the U.S. is averaging a fraction of daily deaths compared to last winter, as the fight against COVID still persists.
Emily, we know scientists are working to develop another booster ahead of that surge that we are expecting in the fall and the winter. But is that shot even worth getting if the virus mutates again? What are experts saying?
Joe, I think this is the question on so many people's minds. There is still a gamble in this as scientists are kind of dealing with this moving target, if you will. But overall, health experts are optimistic about the booster's design. Recently, the FDA instructed Moderna and Pfizer to update their booster shots so that they target the most contagious and latest strains of Omicron. And many people across the board believe that if the virus were to mutate again, it will likely stem from the Omicron family. So the booster will likely cover a lot of bases here. Joe, back to you.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
And now to a scary scene at a Little League game in North Carolina. Kids, coaches, and fans were sent scrambling for cover when gunshots rang out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the details, and we do want to warn you, some of this footage might be disturbing.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a fun baseball game for 7- and 8-year-olds that turned into an absolute nightmare in North Carolina. A gunman sending parents and players running for cover on their own baseball field when they opened fire. Now, that latest shooting is only fueling calls for justice and change nationwide. This morning, growing outrage for parents across the country over gun violence. From Uvalde, Texas, where controversy is growing over video of those key moments during the school shooting, to the White House, where a parent confronted President Biden. Parents confronting the violence that now seems to be a part of American life, even during America's pastime. This weekend, gunfire at a Little League baseball game in Wilson, North Carolina. Players and coaches caught on camera hitting the dirt. Coaches seen shielding the kids with their own bodies. Police confirmed 3 shots were fired, but no arrests so far.
I still at this point don't know how to explain that to my children. Why somebody would act this way, why people would act this way, why there would be these continuous acts.
These frightening moments reminiscent of a similar scene back in April in South Carolina, where dozens of gunshots sent players and parents scrambling. In this latest incident, the community still searching for an explanation, though thankfully no children were injured. While in Uvalde, Texas, parents are also demanding answers on the police response and the release of surveillance video from inside the school during the devastating attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. NBC News has not viewed that video, but according to the Austin American-Statesman, the recording shows the shooter walking uninterrupted through the hallway and holding police back with gunfire. Later, according to the paper, footage shows officers massed in the hallway, increasingly armed with shields and high-powered weapons, but not entering the classrooms until they finally take the gunman down at the end of the 77-minute sequence. Parents, the Uvalde mayor, and some local representatives pushing for the video's release, while the district attorney has resisted. It's part of Uvalde parents' long push for accountability in the 7 weeks since the massacre. In the wake of Uvalde and other mass shootings, Congress did pass a gun control law with some new restrictions on gun purchases. Yesterday at the White House event to mark the bill, parental anger again boiling over.
Sit down, you'll hear what I have to say.
The father of a Parkland shooting victim interrupting the president to call for more action, later saying the larger issues of gun violence in America cannot be ignored. And as for that shooting at the baseball game in North Carolina, police so far saying that no suspect has been taken into custody, and this does not appear to be targeted. However, after speaking with the coaches and the parents who were at that game, they describe bullets whizzing over the heads of players and coaches. They say this is hard to believe this was anything but a targeted attack. In fact, one of the coaches said They plan on using their concealed carry going forward if legal. I'll send it back to you.
Thank you, Morgan.
A massive wildfire continues to rage out west this morning, with the weather conditions now getting worse. And hundreds of iconic giant sequoia trees in California's Yosemite National Park are still threatened by the flames. NBC News national correspondent Miguel Almaguer is there on the fire's front lines. Miguel, good morning.
Joe, good morning. The south entrance to Yosemite National Park remains closed because trees are falling just down the road from here where the fire is still active. But officials say they are making progress and those giant sequoias are still standing.
This morning, a race to save one of Earth's natural treasures. Extreme heat and low humidity fueling the Washburn Fire in Yosemite National Park, home to hundreds of iconic towering sequoia trees.
When you see fire conditions like this, what's the biggest threat here?
We're just trying to keep the fire from climbing the trees.
More than 500 firefighters trying to protect these giants, clearing bone-dry vegetation and running sprinklers to keep flames at bay.
The firefight here is literally going treetop to treetop. This crew is trying to put out hot spots before it jumps to the other side of the fire break.
Fire's edge is active.
The fire's outer rim forcing the closure of Yosemite's popular south entrance and the evacuation of some 1,600 people from nearby homes and hotels. The famed Mariposa Grove is a top tourist spot for its sequoias, some of the tallest and oldest trees on the planet. The iconic grizzly giant first began sprouting 1,000 years BC. Sequoias here can easily stand up to 200 feet tall, higher than Italy's Leaning Tower of Pisa. These trees long celebrated as natural wonders. During the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln first signed landmark legislation to protect them. Presidents Taft and Roosevelt posing in front of their massive trunks. Although sequoias have adapted to survive flames, they're no match for modern wildfires, driven by climate change and extreme drought. 20% of giant sequoias have been lost in the last 2 years alone.
We've lost more giant sequoia trees in the past, I think it's 15 years, than in history.
Now firefighters doing all they can to save centuries of trees from this growing inferno.
This fire remains just under 3,000 acres. The good news here, it's now 23% contained. Joe, back to you.
That is some good news. Miguel, thank you so much.
Now, much of the country is seeing similar conditions with temperatures in some areas hitting the triple digits. For more on that, let's get another weather check.
And Michelle Grossman is here with that. Hey, Michelle.
Hey there, guys. Yeah, it's going to be hot once again. We're going to see this heat continuing. We were stuck in this pattern, this area of high pressure kind of building in this heat. But starting first with the fire, because Miguel kind of touched upon this. It is hot. It is dry. Relative humidity is really down. This is going to extend into the weekend. So that's what they're going to be facing as they're dealing with this fire, with temperatures climbing near the triple digits. That is not the only place. We're looking at 30 million people at risk under a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory, that's in your orange. Also a heat warning, that's in the hot pink. So Salt Lake City, San Angelo, San Antonio, you will see really hot temperatures once again today. We're looking at Dallas today, 104. It's going to feel like 105 once you factor that humidity. So in contrast to where that fire is, we're looking at relative humidity is high here. So we're going to up those feels like temperatures. Lexington today, 89 degrees. It's going to feel like 91, feeling like 108 in Memphis. It will feel like 94 in Atlanta. As we slide to the west, we're looking at temperatures in Salt Lake City tomorrow, 104. That is 10 degrees above average. 110 in Las Vegas, 112 in Phoenix, 5 degrees above average. So really warm in the southwest, really warm in the south central states, warm in the northeast as well. Today, we're going to be into the 90s in much of the northeast. By the weekend, holding on to that summer heat, not quite as hot, but still feeling like July for sure. In Cincinnati, near 89, near 90 degrees on Saturday, and into the upper 80s Friday and Saturday in D.C. So here's a weather picture for today. We're looking at severe storms in the northeast. In addition to that heat is helping to fuel those storms. That cold front, sort of the trigger or the match, we'll say, for some of those storms. Then we're looking at PM storms in the southeast. That's with daytime heating, in addition to an area of low pressure that's going to bring heavy rain, and also looking at gully washes. That's new to me.
What does that mean?
I don't know. We have to ask Don Sneakus. Get him on dial. Get him on dial.
A gully washer.
Yes.
All right.
Right. I would say monsoonal rain. But Don's so smart, so I got to find that out from him. I'll talk to him after this.
That's a good guess.
right?
Yeah.
Because that's what it
don't-
is. So I would say Gully Wash is probably like really heavy rain.
Yeah.
Right?
Wow.
I would
Ciao.
Google it, but I don't have time. All right.
I'll get back to you.
All right, sounds
I'll text
good.
you guys.
Thanks, Michelle.
Sure.
Thanks, Michelle.
Coming up on Morning News Now, the search for survivors enters another day after a deadly blast in eastern Ukraine.
The latest on the rescue efforts, plus the new information showing Russia is gaining more ground in one key region. Stay with us.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months. Exactly. Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
Harry Styles!
Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas is your news playlist on NBC News Now. And now, you can listen to it as a podcast, available anytime and anywhere.
And what do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
This morning, Ukraine has confirmed it carried out strikes on an ammunition depot in a town in the Russian-occupied southern region of Kherson.
Ukraine's Southern Operational Command says the strikes killed 52 Russian soldiers. It comes after officials urge residents in the south to evacuate amid plans for a counteroffensive. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Dnipro. So, Ellison, this was a major attack by Ukrainian forces. What can you tell us about these strikes? What have the Russians said about it? I mean, is this just the start of Ukraine's counterattack?
Yeah, good morning to both of you. Look, it is difficult at times to verify information when you have strikes taking place in Russian-controlled territory because Russian forces and their proxies will not allow independent journalists inside. But in the case of this particular assault in southern Kherson, Ukrainian officials are saying that they struck an ammunition warehouse. They claim, and this is according to Ukraine's Southern Operational Command, that the strikes killed 52 Russian soldiers and destroyed howitzers and armored vehicles. Russian officials who are being quoted in state-run media outlets, they say that missiles hit a civilian area and that 7 civilians are dead and more than 60 injured. Ukrainian military officials have said that their forces are preparing to launch a counteroffensive into southern areas that are currently occupied by Russian forces. On Sunday, the deputy prime minister here in Ukraine, she said that a counteroffensive will happen soon, but she didn't specify exactly when. She focused her comments on urging civilians in these areas to get out as soon as possible. She wouldn't say when the fighting might start, but she said there is no doubt that there will be fighting in these areas and heavy artillery shelling. So she and other officials have really been trying to encourage civilians who are still in these areas to get out as soon as possible. In eastern Ukraine, meanwhile, fighting continues along the border between the Donetsk region and Luhansk. The UK's Ministry of Defense says right now there is heavy artillery shelling, but it looks like Russian troops, at least on the ground, have only made incremental moves so far. They are attacking a roadway, a major supply route between the city of Slavyansk and Kramatorsk right now. But again, they've said in the past that they think after the bruising battles in the Luhansk region that some Russian forces were sort of having a pause, regrouping, resupplying to launch a more aggressive offensive. Joe, Savannah?
Allison, we're also monitoring that Russian missile strike that hit an apartment building in the region of Donetsk with the death toll still rising. What's the latest there?
Yeah, so rescuers pulled a body of a 9-year-old little boy from the rubble, and the death toll continues to rise. Right now, officials there say at least 34 people are dead, and rescuers still have about 30% of rubble to go through. This was an incredibly harsh reminder of the reality that so many civilians in eastern Donetsk are facing every day. The Russian military intensifying its relentless assault on civilians, striking an apartment building in Kharkiv. And in eastern Donetsk, Ukrainian officials say dozens are dead after a Russian missile hit this 5-story apartment building over the weekend. Rescuers diligently combing through the rubble. Families desperate for word on their loved ones. This man is looking for his sister and nephew. He says he is waiting for a miracle. For some, miracles have come. Rescuers pulled 9 people from the rubble injured but alive. Ukraine's President Zelensky accused Russia of targeting civilians as Russia now gains ground in eastern Ukraine. Attacks like these have forced some Ukrainians to spend their weekends learning first aid, pressure release, and how to spot unexploded munitions. Come look in here. This is just one example of things that people have to now look out for across Ukraine. This is an unexploded ordnance. This one is fake, but they can be real and very, very dangerous. Irina took the class.
Unfortunately, we have to live in this reality.
Do you see this? A reality with no end in sight. Russia's Ministry of Defense acknowledged an airstrike in the area of that neighborhood. They say that they struck a temporary deployment point for some of Ukrainians' territorial defense, but they have not specifically commented on that apartment building. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Ellison, thank you.
And turning now to Cuba, where many protesters remain in prison 1 year after demonstrations were held on the island. NBC News Now anchor Morgan Radford has a look at where those prisoners are now and their message to the Cuban government.
The streets of Havana remained quiet, but the echoes of last year's unprecedented protests still hang in the air. The chants for change, unlike anything the island has seen in decades. People gathering by the thousands in what would turn into the largest protest in Cuba since communist leader Fidel Castro took control in 1959. Across the islands, Cubans fed up with rising inflation, ongoing political oppression, and shortages of food and medicine, made worse by the pandemic. Their rallying cry, Patria y Vida, homeland and life, a take on the Castro regime motto, Patria o Muerte, homeland or death. The mantra later turned into an anthem. But for those in Cuba, their rallies were met with a swift crackdown. The communist government arrested over 1,000 protesters, charging many with sabotage, public disorder, and sedition. Now, 1 year later, many of those protesters still behind bars. Although the government hasn't released the exact number, one humanitarian group estimates that at least 700 Cubans remain in detention, 622 of those sentenced to up to 25 years in prison.
¿Cuál es tu mayor sueño para Cuba? At the end of the day, what is your biggest dream for Cuba?
Hay más de 1,000 presos políticos y que esa liberación sea el principio de un cambio hacia un país democrático.
Raúl Prado was among those arrested last July. He was later forced into house arrest, and for the future of his family, says it became clear that he needed to leave the country.
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
I spoke with Prado shortly after he arrived in Miami. There, he reunited with his wife, who came after him just a few months later, crossing the U.S.-Mexico border alone in the dead of night while 8 months pregnant.
So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
Since the protests, tens of thousands of Cubans have fled the island, some by land, others by sea. The pace of this most recent wave of Cuban migration so great that it surpassed the infamous 1980 Mariel boat exodus, when some 125,000 migrants sailed from Cuba to the shores of Florida, pushed by a stagnant economy. Castro also opened prisons and mental institutions, allowing anyone who wanted to leave the island. Today, Cubans like Carlos Manuel Alvarez, a journalist and author who left Cuba in 2015 and has been detained and interrogated by the Cuban government multiple times, says that July 11th forever changed Cuban history and consciousness.
¿Cree usted que Cuba es diferente de en aquel momento, de ese 11 de julio, hace un año? Do you think Cuba is different today than it was a year ago?
La cabeza de la gente cambió.
You think that the people's minds have changed?
Y probablemente eso sea lo más importante para lograr un cambio real en la isla.
And you think that's perhaps the biggest cause of change, to see a real change on the island?
He hopes that day was a step in a new direction.
Our thanks to Morgan Radford for that report there. Part of that report, Cuban government officials have said those arrested and tried are not political prisoners, insisting they were not detained because of their ideology, but because they broke the law.
More international headlines now. In Pakistan, torrential rains are causing deadly flooding across the country.
Claudio Lavanga is with us from Rome with that and more. Hey, Claudio.
Good morning, guys. Just dozens of people were killed in Pakistan after they were literally swept away by floodwaters. Now, Karachi, which is Pakistan's biggest city, is used to floods, especially during monsoon season. But the city has been so battered by heavy monsoon rain in the last few days that many parts of the city have been inundated by floods, and the water was so high that it entered many homes and shops. And let's move to India, a country that, according to the United Nations, will surpass China as the world's most populous country by next year. In a report published Monday, the UN says that India's population will reach more than 1.4 billion in 2023, a record that comes at a cost, as high fertility is a challenge for economic growth. And let's end this short tour of the world in Argentina, where a rescue dog called, well, Tango, of course, saved the life of a skier after he spotted where he was buried under the snow after an avalanche. Tango is a lovely Labrador, and when there are no skiers to save on the mountain, guess what it does? He chases snowcats.
Oh. Wow. Wow. Oh, a hero.
Tango's a good boy.
That's amazing.
Well
name,
done.
too.
Thank you, Claudio.
Coming up, it turns out learning gardening skills can do more than just keep your plants alive. We'll tell you why taking care of plants can blossom into better mental health.
Plus, out of this world, the clearest images of space ever seen set to be released today. One photo already released. What scientists say this photo and others could tell us about our galaxy next.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby. Oh, feeling the vibe today on the show.
Live from Ukraine, from Uvalde, Texas, from Mayfield, Kentucky. To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. You can actually see they're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told. No. Do you remember any tornado as bad as this one? You look at this and you're thinking, we're not going to have power for weeks, if not months.
Exactly.
Every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Right now on NBC News Now,
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
we begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson.
Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything.
Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
We're back with what's expected to be a big day for NASA and really for astronomy fans everywhere.
That's because the agency is going to release new images taken by the James Webb Telescope. Now, yesterday we got a sneak peek with one so far, the first full-color image, this right here, showing us farther into space and time than we've ever seen before.
NBC News Channel correspondent Bree Jackson joins us now from D.C. with more on this. Hey, Bree, so that first image was unveiled at the White House. Today we're getting more, right?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Savannah, you're in luck. Today, NASA is expected to release more images later today, and they say they will, quote, unfolding the universe using the $10 billion James Webb Space Telescope. Now, this is the sharpest infrared view of the universe ever seen. Images were captured at different wavelengths over a 12-hour exposure period. For comparison, here is a deep field image from the Hubble telescope, which is on the left, which took over 11 days to composite. As NASA's administrator Bill Nelson explains, this technology operates almost like a time machine.
And that light that you are seeing on one of those little specks has been traveling for over 13 billion years. And by the way, we're going back further because this is just the first image. They're going back about 13.5 billion years.
And those images of the secrets of the universe are expected to be unveiled around 10:30 a.m. Eastern today, and that's when we'll get a chance to see more of those stunning images.
Wow, Bree Jackson, really cool stuff. The picture's so cool. Thanks so much.
Time now for our weekly mental health check-in, and a new study says it's time to reach out to those friends you might not have spoken to in a while.
Yeah, plus new research shows that gardening could boost your mental health even if you're giving it a shot for the first time. Let's bring in Shari Botwin for more on this. She's a trauma therapist and author of Thriving After Trauma. Thanks for being with us. So first, let's talk about this whole idea of kind of staying in touch with friends. I mean, it's happened to a lot of us. You get caught up in day-to-day, maybe you've moved somewhere, and then there's hesitation to reach back out after a long time has passed. But why are researchers telling us that we shouldn't wait to reconnect?
We should never wait to reconnect because I think relationships are so important, and there's nothing better than going through your day and surprisingly hearing from somebody that you haven't heard from. We as human beings, we want to feel needed, wanted, and that feeling of, oh, somebody remembered me, or, oh, that person still loves me, or she's not mad at me because I haven't called her. It really is such a great feeling, and it's important for all of us to stay connected, even if we lose touch over time.
Let's talk about gardening. Many people got into it during the pandemic. Now, researchers are saying it also has health benefits no matter your level of expertise.
That's
Thank
cool.
goodness. So tell us about those benefits.
Gardening is amazing. It's sort of like when you have a pet or you're taking care of something. The process of starting something from the beginning, planting it, and actually watching it evolve and grow. For many people, there's so many endorphins that kick in. It's like a feeling of accomplishment, and to be able to say, I did that, I created that. and know that you can just go sit out there and enjoy it. I can't tell you how many people I've met through the years who struggle with things like PTSD and depression. And when they go to their gardens and when they sit in their gardens and they take inventory of all that they've done, it changes the course of a day. For some people, it makes them want to get out of bed and it makes them want to keep moving forward.
Wow, how important. Now we want to end on another study that says our nightmares might not actually be so bad. After all, they could serve a purpose. Tell us what that is.
Nobody likes nightmares. We all know what that feels like to wake up and say, is that actually really happening? The benefit of a nightmare, the way we can use it is often when we're sleeping, we think about things, we process things that maybe we're avoiding during the day or that we don't really understand. So when you wake up from that nightmare, if you write down what you were dreaming about, and if you think about how is this relevant in my actual real life, what can I do with this information that my brain is trying to process? What ends up happening is that's when you start working through maybe those fears that you didn't even know that you had, or you start going towards things, accomplishments, goals that you've been sort of burying because you've been so afraid.
All right, wow. Shari Botwin, thank you so much.
I don't have nightmares. I just always have that dream where I'm missing my college final, always.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Sometimes I dream that I'm not waking up in time for this, which is really like messes with you, and then you keep waking up. Yeah, exactly.
All right, up next, if you're considering buying a new car, you might want to hold off.
Yeah, coming up, we're going to tell you what you should consider before buying and how you could add years to your car's life and maybe save money in the process after the break.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
NBC News, streaming free now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is a critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Breaking news right now, and it's some pretty cool news. NASA is unveiling new images of deep space taken by the James Webb Telescope.
Yeah, these highly anticipated infrared images are expected to give us our sharpest look into the distant universe in full color and with more depth and detail than we've ever seen before. The photo you see there is the one that was released yesterday. We think 5 more are going to be coming over the course of the next few minutes. Let's listen in.
And so there are these galaxies that look stretched and pulled, kind of like they've been magnified because they've been magnified by the gravity of the cluster, just like Einstein said they would. And, you know, it's really, there's so much detail here. We're seeing these galaxies in a way that we've never been able to see before. There's just a sharpness and a clarity we've never had. And so we can look at, if we zoom in on this image, and I encourage you as you grab this image at home, like zoom in. You can, you know, really zoom in and play around. There are galaxies here in which you're seeing individual clusters of stars forming, popping up just like popcorn. And then we also see in the background of this image, kind of littered like jewels all over the back of the image, are these faint red galaxies. Now, that was what we built the telescope to do. The most distant of those are billions of years. We're seeing as they looked more than 13 billion years ago. And so galaxies like that one right there, this little red guy, you're like, okay, yep, what is that? Well, Webb got spectra to figure out what those galaxies are made of, and this is that one. We're seeing as it looked 13.1 billion years in the past, less than 1 billion years after the Big Bang, and we're seeing the elements of oxygen and hydrogen as well as neon. You know, this is how the oxygen in our bodies was made in stars, in galaxies, and we're seeing that process get started.
Yeah, I want to give this a little bit of context. So this is now the farthest away galaxy that we have this sort of detailed information about.
That we know what it's made of.
We know what it's made of.
Yes.
And this was not a long exposure for Webb.
No, the previous record holder, right, the Hubble Extreme Deep Field, was 2 weeks of continuous work with Hubble, and it was just imaging. With Webb, we took that image before breakfast. The amazing thing about Webb is the speed at which we can churn out discoveries. So everything that you're going to see here in this broadcast is a week, and we're going to be doing discoveries like this every week.
That is absolutely incredible, Jane. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been an honor to be working with you. Congratulations on all your hard work.
Thank you. It's so wonderful to see it pay off.
So thank you, and I'll see you later on today, I hope. So
yes.
Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
Right. So from distant galaxies, we now turn our eye to something a bit closer. It's a planet, but not one in our solar system. Remember that Earth and its sibling planets aren't the only show in the universe. When scientists and engineers started developing JWST, the search for exoplanets wasn't even part of the plan. That's changed. Exploring exoplanets is now a major component of the mission and the subject of our second big reveal of the day. I'm going to send it now to our friends Nathalie Ouellette and Sarah Gallagher at the Canadian Space Agency in Montreal. So again, bonjour. I guess we're having a little...
Okay, I'm Nicole Cologne, and I'm here to tell you.
Sorry for the brief pause there. We're now going over to Canada. Okay. Yep, we're all ready. Yeah. Okay, I apologize. We're having some trouble with the signal from Canada, but luckily for us, we have an exoplanet expert right here, just in case that happened. So this is Nicole Cologne, and she's an exoplanet scientist at NASA, and we're going to talk about this amazing new result from a very hot planet, I understand about 1,000 light years away.
That's right. The exoplanet is named WASP-96b, and it is this hot, gaseous, giant, puffy planet that it is about 1,000 light years away. So that's why today's release is so exciting, because it teases at what Webb is going to do for such a distance.
Absolutely. So talk us through what this discovery is and why this is so significant.
Well, this reveal that you're going to see is going to show the first spectrum of an exoplanet as taken from the Webb telescope. And this is exciting because it covers infrared wavelengths of light that we have not had access to before. So we've been able to use other telescopes to explore exoplanet atmospheres in the infrared, but not to this level of detail. And this is just one sliver of data that Webb is providing us using the nearest instrument specifically.
And there's something about infrared that is actually particularly good for the spectrum. So in this case, what we're doing is we're actually going to take the light and break it up into a rainbow and look very, very carefully at how much color is coming in each part of the spectrum. So I believe we have that image, if we can put that up.
Okay, yes, I believe we're revealing the spectrum right here. So we now have our spectrum, and this is exactly what you're seeing. As you just described with spectroscopy, what we did was we observed a transit of an exoplanet. We observed the planet as it passed in front of the star. Now, mind you, this is not a direct image. This is an indirect image. So we've seen the effect of what happens when the planet and its atmosphere passes in front of the star. The starlight filters through the atmosphere, and then you can break that down into wavelengths of light, and you get a bunch of what looks like bumps and wiggles to some people, but it's actually full of information content. So you're actually seeing bumps and wiggles that indicate the presence of water vapor in the atmosphere of this exoplanet.
So we have the spectrum up here. Is there anything you'd like to highlight particularly?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have several features marked here. So I call them features. They're these, what I just referred to as bumps and wiggles. But what you're seeing here is a telltale signature, the chemical fingerprint of water vapor in these atmospheres, in the atmosphere of this specific exoplanet. And the other thing we can tell actually is that there's evidence of clouds and hazes because the water features are not quite as large as we predicted. So we can take that and infer that there are presence of clouds and hazes.
Right. Now, one thing that we really want to make sure people understand is with this particular planet, this is a hot world. It's actually closer to its star than Mercury is to our sun. And so we're not looking at liquid water here, but we're looking instead at sort of steam, water vapor.
Yes, this is an exoplanet. It's about the size of Jupiter, about half the mass of Jupiter. It orbits around a sun-like star, but it does it every about 3.5 days. Right. So it's extremely hot, extremely close in, nothing like our solar system planets. But that's okay, because what we're seeing is, again, the first exoplanet data from Webb, and this is just the beginning. We're going to start pushing down to further smaller planets and being able to take measurements just like this with the NIRS instrument that was built by the Canadian Space Agency, but also there's three other science instruments that will add to our knowledge in the infrared, as well as direct imaging modes, along with the transit method. So there's a lot more to come.
And I guess one thing we should mention is not only are we going to be looking at planets that are more like the Earth in the future, but we'll also be looking at planets in our own solar system.
Absolutely, yes. We're going to have exciting data from planets in our solar system, from Mars outward, as well as asteroids and comets. So stay tuned for a lot more to come.
Thank you so much, Nicole. Thank you so much for telling us about the spectrum, and I'll be seeing you later on today. So we have 3 more big image reveals, and with that, new and more exciting science. But first, let's take a look back at the journey that brought us to this moment. Celebrations like this one are only possible with years of hard work from a cast of thousands. When a new mission is being built, even the most enthusiastic space fans only get to see dramatic moments in its life cycle, the news and images that come out in updates and press releases. But that doesn't really give you the sense of the huge effort that goes on behind the scenes every day. The plans, schedules, and organization to keep everything moving forward really happens, for the most part, out of people's gaze. Webb started as an idea that took root at NASA Goddard. It grew first into planning teams, research projects, schematics, requirements. Then it began the long journey to become real with the development of new technologies, cutting-edge engineering, and finally fabrication, putting it all together. Let's take a brief look back at the visionary journey to how we all got here today.
So today was the final closeout of the purge.
Okay, guys, I can hear Rupa, but
a pretty emotional moment to be in there and actually, you know, closing it up for the very last time, right? You know, you're the last one to touch this, and so that was the final operation. And once that fitting is closed out, there's no more touching of the vehicle. We're ready for launch.
The James Webb Space Telescope, born from the desires of astronomers, achieved with newly invented technology, is the culmination of 20 years of work. Humanity has unlimited questions about our universe. Engineering a way to investigate them requires enormous creativity.
Webb has been a trade-off between engineering performance, what the astronomers want,
risk. In fact, when we started 20 years ago, we were actually looking at an 8-meter telescope.
Developing the most sensitive instruments. And testing, and more testing.
And so you don't want to build one that's just incrementally better than what you've got. Because if that's the case, you would just observe longer on the telescope that you already got. And so every time NASA builds a new astrophysics mission, a new telescope, it needs to be way more sensitive, way more capable than anything we've ever built before.
We all got together in that conference room and we played real time as the images came down from the spacecraft, the very first diffraction limited images ever obtained with Webb. And what we collectively saw as a group was the highest resolution infrared image taken from space ever.
If you're just joining us, I'm Michelle Thaller at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center, and you are watching live coverage of the release of the first science images from the James Webb Space Telescope. So it's appropriate now that I send the broadcast to our colleagues and friends at the Space Telescope Science Institute in Baltimore. That's the scientific nerd.
You've been watching breaking news from NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt, Maryland.
Yeah, that's right. NASA right there actually on your screen. That's the photo that was released yesterday. The first image we've seen so far, infrared image from the James Webb Space Telescope. Now we are expecting to be getting 4 more photos today. Obviously, we were just showing you a little bit of the NASA programming, this special here they're doing to unveil those photos. We haven't seen any of the new ones yet. Again, that's the one that you saw yesterday, but over the course of the next few minutes, hour or so, we should be getting these other ones.
We're expecting an exoplanet. We are expecting a galactic cluster, and then finally a stellar birth, which according to New York Times is a nebula we haven't seen yet. So NASA's slowly rolling these out over the course of about an hour, little by little, with some of these impressive photos on top of the one we saw yesterday, which they went into more content explaining.
Yeah, they did. They actually said once you go and look at that picture online yourself, maybe pull it up on your phone, zoom in, because you can see all these different little clusters that are their own galaxies and all this stuff we don't even know about.
So cool.
Very neat to see. Thanks for sticking with us, and we'll bring you those pictures as we get them.
All right, the news continues right now.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Welcome back. Beachgoers in San Diego had quite the seaside scare over the weekend. A now viral video, of course, from TikTok shows dozens of people at La Jolla Cove running. There you go, from 2 speedy sea lions. Now the clip has been viewed nearly 10 million times. Experts say the 2 male lions were displaying typical mating season behavior and establishing territory, which could help explain this blubbery beachfront pursuit. I grew up in San Diego,
Yeah,
and this
did that happen?
No, well, this is like this is their territory. This is, we called it Seal Beach. I will note also, it doesn't smell very good, so I'm kind of surprised there are as many people as there are there. But you know what? I mean, it's nature, right? It's their beach.
It's their beach, and
Yeah,
they're taking it back.
It's pretty funny
Good
to
for
watch
them.
all those people charging away them. Okay, anyway, as you just saw in that video, people are on the beach because summertime's in full swing, which means the dating scene is heating up. But a lot of the dating norms have sort of changed since the COVID pandemic began, including how people are meeting and why.
Fortunately, we have the perfect expert to get you all caught up. Not only is Damona Hoffman an OkCupid dating coach and the host of the Dates and Mates podcast. Oh yeah, she was also my college roommate. There's us at graduation. So look how cute we were. You haven't aged. I have.
Wow, that's adorable.
There we go. There we are in my room. Yeah, we pulled those. I used my scanner and everything last night. So there's our roommates from college with us at their graduation. Hello, how are you?
I'm good. I'm a little embarrassed that you pulled those out of the file. But you see, now I have learned the dating games. You saw back then, I didn't really have the look together, but now I do, and now I have so much new info to share with people today.
Let's start with that. So people for 2 years have either been virtual dating or just not dating at all because of the pandemic. Are people now going back in person? What's going on?
Absolutely. People want connection. We are driven by human connection. And we're finding that people want to meet face-to-face. During the pandemic, a lot of people were doing FaceTime dates, doing virtual dates as a substitute, and then people kind of moved into it being a screening step. And now 84% of people on OkCupid are like, forget that. I just want to meet someone face-to-face. And we are actually seeing that people are having real dates out there. And we've masked. We've gotten vaccinated, so we're ready.
So what are people looking for now on the dating scene? I mean, has anything changed? You know, everybody, I think we all got a little socially awkward when we were all apart and everything. So what's happening now that we're all back out and about?
Everyone has taken this time to really evaluate what they truly want. We are seeing a move towards people wanting serious relationships now. Normally summer, time for flings. Not so much anymore. People are looking for different traits as well. Mental health is really important, and we're finding that the majority of OkCupid users want someone who believes in mental health is as important as physical health, who believe in therapy. Those who say that they believe in therapy get more matches and more likes than those who don't.
It's interesting that people are even talking about that.
Right, that's like a generational shift right there.
Yeah, completely. Yeah, and I mean, speaking of generational shifts, we're also seeing people reevaluating their identity, and we are seeing that more people are identifying on the app as pansexual, as non-binary, and as bisexual. So that's a big shift as well.
21% of Gen Z adults identify as LGBTQ, which is also just a huge cultural shift. Let's talk about tips. If you are trying to get back out there, what are the tips that you need to have right now to do well, to succeed?
Well, you gotta be where the singles are, and they are on the apps. And look, it's free to use OkCupid, so you have nothing to lose. When people tell me, oh, I'm not dating at all, I'm like, what are you doing? You just have to start. And once you're on the app, there are things that you can do to make your profile really pop. You can use passion words in your profile. You can use on OkCupid the words like love or music or travel or dog. Those get more matches when you are talking about something that you're really passionate about, and they're also conversation starters. So I like to tell my Dates and Mates listeners to leave little threads. Like, you have to have something that someone's going to want to initiate a conversation about. And then with your photos, I like to use what I call the 3 C's. Color, context, and character. Color, Savannah's wearing a beautiful green dress here. It pops, color pops. It's more memorable than wearing the little black dress that is so 2020. And
or sweatpants, right?
Look, I have a whole thing about joggers and how I have someone on Dates and Mates that said they didn't want to go out with their boyfriend because they wore joggers to the first date. But we could have a whole conversation about what to wear on the first date, but as far as the profile, you want to have color, you want to have context, telling your story through your photos, and you want to have character, showing your personality, showing, you know, that you can be goofy and nostalgic and pull out photos from your roommate's college days that are really embarrassing, but all true. It's authenticity that really fuels
That's what we're going
the
for there,
dating
authenticity.
profile.
Look at that. So
and they're showing them again.
Yeah, we only have a
You
few
called
more
for him.
seconds, but I mean, how is Joe as a roommate? That's what we all really need to know.
Look, Joe is the same. Joe hasn't changed. He was an excellent roommate, very neat and tidy.
Weren't we mommy and daddy? Wasn't that like the theory in the household? Like we were sort of
And
like
here
in
we
charge?
are again.
Telling us all how to get a boyfriend.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Damona, so good to see you. Thank you for coming
That was
in.
fun. Nice to meet you. Good to have you.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Hey there, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford, and my co-anchor Vicky has the day off. Right now on NBC News Now, connecting the dots, the January 6th public hearing set to focus on far-right extremist groups and their connection to former President Trump. Today's star witness, a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers, who's expected to testify about the group's radicalization. Plus, summer surge, the most contagious COVID variant yet, described as an escape artist, already impacting summer plans for now the third year in a row. And out of control. Crews battling the fierce flames in California's Yosemite National Park, fighting to protect the giant sequoia trees as more than 1,000 people are forced to evacuate. Out of this world, we'll also show you the stunning, never-before-seen new view of our universe taken from the most powerful telescope ever made. We begin this hour with the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol riot. The panel says today's hearing will aim to show direct links between Trump allies and extremist groups that stormed the Capitol that day. Now, central to that case, committee members say, is the impact of then President Trump's words. That includes a December 2020 tweet looking ahead to January 6th.
The president's tweet on the wee hours of December 19th of Be There, Be Wild was a siren call to these folks.
Donald Trump was, of course, the central figure who set everything into motion.
We're going to dive into the latest reaction from former President Trump with NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard in just a moment. But let's go to begin with senior congressional reporter Scott Wong. Scott, it is great to see you again today. You've been doing excellent reporting on this topic. If you can, just walk us through who exactly we're going to hear from at today's hearing and how the panel plans to actually present its case that former president was, what we just heard, quote, the central figure of it all.
Hi, Morgan. As you mentioned, we will be hearing from one key witness, Jason Van Tatenhove. He is a former spokesman for the Oath Keepers, that militia group that was one of the groups that did storm the Capitol here on January 6th. He was somebody who was close to the Oath Keepers founder, Stuart Rhodes. He is going to be talking about the internal dynamics of the organization and specifically how Stuart Rhodes used conspiracy theories to really build up his membership and also drive donations to the group. Now, the committee is going to be also focusing on some key dates, December 18th and 19th of 2020, a little more than a month after the election. That's when there was this key White House meeting, a very explosive meeting between some of Trump's aides in his orbit, as well as some of the White House attorneys that had a very combative meeting about how exactly to move forward over challenging the election. Let's hear Jamie Raskin, a member of the panel who will be featured prominently today, describe that heated meeting in the White House.
We will tell the story of what has been called the craziest meeting in the Trump presidency, something that was not normal, that was hot-blooded, contentious, deranged. But basically, they had some last-minute Hail Mary desperation ploys that they wanted to advance, including having the United States military seize the state's election machinery and appointing Sidney Powell as a roving special counsel with the power to prosecute people for imagined or real election offenses. This was opposed strongly by the White House counsel and by others on the White House staff.
And that was Jamie Raskin there, who will be a key part of today's hearing, talking about the moments when President Trump and his allies started summoning the mob to Washington on the 19th, shortly after that meeting was held in the wee hours of the morning. President Trump tweeted those infamous words, "Be there, will be wild," essentially summoning the mob, the committee alleges, to Washington in the prelude to January 6th. Morgan.
And Scott, I mean, this will be the first public hearing since the panel heard from Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, just last week. So what more is the committee actually saying about his taped testimony and really how that fits overall into their investigation?
Morgan, this will be the first opportunity that we will see clips from Pat Cipollone's interview with the committee on Friday. Now, the committee is saying that he corroborated previous testimony from past witnesses that came before the committee. Secondly, Jamie Raskin told my colleague Ali Vitale last night in that interview that he did not contradict in his testimony before the committee anything that Cassidy Hutchinson, the key witness from a previous hearing, had said about the internal dynamics and conversations of the White House. Most specifically, or most problematically for the White House, that alleged conversation that took place with Cipollone saying, telling Hutchinson that if Trump went to the Capitol on January 6th that day, that the White House officials and others could be charged with every crime imaginable. So we will be closely watching to see some of these clips from the former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone.
All right, Scott Wongforst there from Capitol Hill. Scott, as always, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard, who's been covering former President Trump over the last several days as he stumps for candidates out west. Vaughn joins us now from Phoenix, Arizona. Vaughn, I know that you've been following this stump campaign here. What is the former president, saying about the January 6th committee, especially ahead of today's hearing?
Right. This is a defensive game by the former president, but also an offensive one. You don't see him just simply watching this go by and putting out statements. He is actually out on the campaign trail. This weekend, he was in Nevada and Las Vegas, and then went up to Anchorage, Alaska, joined up on the stage by fellow candidates for statewide office, and just announced last night he is now going to be making his way to Arizona here this Saturday to stump with the endorsed candidates for governor, for the U.S. Senate, and other statewide candidates who he believes are loyalists who would help him in office. But when we're talking about January 6th here, this is about a party apparatus and a party structure that has largely stayed silent when it comes to these damning hearings that have played out here. It's not so much a defense by so many of these lawmakers, not only up on Capitol Hill, but also in states across the country. It's more of silence and more of deference by standing alongside of him. And it's the former president himself who has really sort of had to lead the mantle of his own defense. I want to let you just see two of the statements that he put out here this morning on Truth Social, the social media company that Donald Trump was part of creating as an alternative to Twitter, in which he called this select committee a group of hacks and thugs. He called Cassidy Hutchinson, after her testimony 2 weeks ago, a female scam artist. This is what we have seen from Donald Trump, Morgan, over the last 6 years. The question is, where does the American electorate stand? What is the public perception of these January 6th Select Committee hearings and the American perception of what unfolded there on the day of the insurrection? And there's new polling out from New York Times Siena just earlier here today, in which Republican voters here around the country were posed that very question. And I want to let you just look at the numbers, because I think it is telling by and large. You're going to see that 79% told New York Times Siena poll that he was just exercising his right to contest the election. 19% say that he went so far that he threatened the American democracy. Again, 3 out of 4 Republicans defending the actions of the former president here. And when you're looking to 2024 and a Republican primary that could very well likely include the former president, January 6th would be at the forefront, seemingly at that. But when we've gone around talking to voters across these states here, I've consistently heard that much echoing Donald Trump's own words, that they believe that this is a political witch hunt, words that Donald Trump has tried to ingrain in the public conscience ever since January 6th here. And one other note I want to make from that poll, there was also the question posed about which potential candidate would you support in 2024 primary, Republican primary. About half of voters said Donald Trump. Then there were multiple others. Ron DeSantis came in with about 23%. Again, that suggests about half of the Republican Party would be open to an alternative candidate. But even more telling is the fact that half of Republicans here today still say that Donald Trump would be their man heading to 2024, Morgan.
Wow. All right. Already looking to 2024. Vaughn Hilliard for us there. Vaughn, thank you. And our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 12:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. Meanwhile, Mexican President López Obrador is at the White House today. The visit with President Biden comes just a month after he actually snubbed Biden's invitation to the Summit of the Americas in Los Angeles. Obrador protesting the administration's exclusion of Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua from that meeting. NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli joins us now from the White House. Mike, President Biden and President López Obrador, obviously they are expected to talk about immigration, a big issue right now, especially in these days ahead. What do they hope they're actually going to accomplish now with this meeting that, you know, they didn't accomplish when they could have been able to meet in Los Angeles?
Yeah, that's right, Morgan. That summit snub last month really overhanging this meeting today. It is their third time meeting. Once was virtual, once was in person at another summit of North American leaders along with the Prime Minister of Canada. But the White House officials always say they don't want to reduce the U.S.-Mexico relationship to one issue, and that issue, of course, being migration. And so these two leaders will talk about other major global issues of the day, especially the economy and the war in Ukraine. But yes, the issues of migration, of course, are going to dominate the discussion. And the White House officials said these will be some tough negotiations. First, we're going to see the two leaders follow up on some of the commitments Mexico did make, even if AMLO, as he's sometimes called, was not in attendance at the Summit of the Americas. Mexico did sign on to what was called the Los Angeles Declaration on Migration, and so they're going to follow up on some of the specific details of those agreements. You'll also remember, Morgan, that the Supreme Court recently gave the Biden administration the green light to go ahead with ending the Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy. That policy does require some assistance from Mexico for the White House to follow through on that, so that'll also be an important part of the discussions today.
You know, I do want to switch gears to another part of the world because President Biden then will leave tonight for the Middle East, where he'll visit Israel and then Saudi Arabia. But, you know, Mike, aside from the tricky diplomacy in that region already, he now has to contend with the political pressures back home. So what are some of the things you think we should really be watching for during this trip?
Well, you're right, Morgan. Anytime a U.S. president travels to the Middle East, it's walking a diplomatic tightrope, especially so for President Biden at both stops on this trip. Of course, his first stop is going to be Israel. And there, President Biden is going to be dealing with actually some difficult domestic politics on the Israeli side. You'll remember Naftali Bennett, the Israeli prime minister, just had to disband the government there. They have now an acting prime minister. So President Biden is going to be meeting not just with the acting prime minister, with the former prime minister, but another former prime minister, Bibi Netanyahu. We know that that relationship between these two men who have known each other a long time has had its ups and especially more recently their downs. Of course, they're also going to underscore the U.S. commitment to Israeli self-defense, including reevaluating and reinforcing the Iron Dome and what's now called the Iron Laser, believe it or not. And then, of course, Saudi Arabia is much more problematic for this administration. The president facing some pressure in his own party about whether he should be even visiting Saudi Arabia. This is where domestic politics here is definitely playing a role. The White House completely denies, of course, that he's going to Saudi Arabia, in part because of the pressure he's facing on high gas prices here at home. There has been some openness on the part of OPEC nations recently to expand production, to pump more oil, which is certainly part of why we're seeing prices slowly come down from the record highs. The White House also saying, yes, human rights continues to be a paramount concern. But even though President Biden, I covered the campaign, called Mohammed bin Salman, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, a pariah, said the Saudis had no social redeeming value. They say they do want to follow through on some of the promises that were made actually by the Trump administration, the so-called Abraham Accords that were helping to further integrate Israel into the broader Arab region there. And so this is really what the president has been insisting is the purpose of his trip all along, to further efforts to continue to bring peace to that region. Morgan.
All right, NBC's Mike Memley for us there. Mike, thank you. Doctors are now warning of a new strain of COVID. It's actually a form of Omicron, and they're calling it the most contagious one yet. It's driving a surprising surge that's stopping some summer plans for now a third year in a row. Here's NBC News correspondent Emily Ikeda with exactly what you need to know.
Frustrations are mounting nationwide with a summer surprise as COVID cases, hospitalizations, and deaths all tick up again, thwarting summer plans for the third year in a row.
Even though we might be done with the virus is not done with us.
A COVID surge has struck in the summer before with Delta last year. But now as temperatures rise and Americans are armed with effective vaccines and better treatments, many expected the turn of the seasons to usher in more normalcy. Summer travel soaring to pre-pandemic levels.
It's summer and everybody wants to get out.
But infections are climbing in nearly half of the U.S. Now, with the summer surge, the Biden administration is considering expanding eligibility for the second COVID booster to adults under 50. That's according to the New York Times, citing people familiar with the situation. Rising cases temporarily shuttering summer camps.
I was just really upset when I learned because I wait for it every year.
Chris Pilgrim's son heard his summer getaway was axed on the drive there.
It was a wake-up call, right? It's still around and it's still disruptive.
Experts say the most contagious variant yet, BA.5, is behind the surprising surge, more than 100,000 daily infections.
And what's driving this uptick in numbers?
It's a trifecta of events. Number one, it's more contagious. Number two, it can escape the immune systems that we have built up from the vaccines and from prior infections to a certain extent. And then number three, mandates are being dropped around the country.
But the actual size of the sixth wave is unclear. Some experts estimate the spread may be 3 times greater than official reports suggest, mostly because people test themselves at home and never end up reporting it. The latest surge prompting New York City to bring back a mask advisory. Across the country, Los Angeles County is considering mandating one, a move being met with mixed reaction from a pandemic-weary nation.
Masks are annoying. I always thought they took the masks off too soon.
Still, this variant doesn't appear to cause more severe illness, and the U.S. is averaging a fraction of daily deaths compared to last winter, as the fight against COVID still persists.
Japan is paying its final respects to former Prime Minister Shinzo Abe today as crowds waited for hours lining the streets to bid a final farewell. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has more.
Hey there, good day to you. Deeply moving tributes to Shinzo Abe, Japan's former prime minister today. People lining the streets to say goodbye to their fallen prime minister, despite the fact that this was planned to be a private funeral. Shinzo Abe's cortege moving past many of the landmarks from his political career, including the parliament where he first became a lawmaker back in 1993. His long service as a prime minister, the longest serving prime minister since the Second World War, meant that he was able to stay close to American president after American president. He was resolute in that. He was at times controversial, but incredibly influential. The cortege moved to his funeral and then to the crematorium. President Biden described Shinzo Abe's killing as a tragedy for Japan. The Japanese people, though, clearly determined to remember him for the life he led. Meanwhile, the 41-year-old alleged shooter, alleged person who killed Shinzo Abe last week, well, there's still a mystery surrounding exactly what happened. There are reports that it was because of a church that Shinzo Abe's grandfather was a member of and that the alleged shooter's mother was a member of, but the police just still trying to really unravel this mystery.
The Washburn fire is raging throughout Yosemite National Park. More than 2,000 acres have already been torched, and today crews are battling even hotter and drier conditions, which are threatening hundreds of iconic giant sequoia trees. NBC's Miguel Almaguer has more.
The southern entrance to Yosemite National Park, a popular entrance, remains shut down today because just down the road from here, there is fire activity. Now, there is some good news. This blaze is nearly a quarter contained as firefighters do all they can to protect majestic beauties.
A race to save one of Earth's natural treasures. Extreme heat and low humidity fueling the Washburn Fire in Yosemite National Park, home to hundreds of iconic towering sequoia trees.
When you see fire conditions like this, what's the biggest threat here?
We're just trying to keep the fire from climbing the trees.
More than 500 firefighters trying to protect these giants, clearing bone-dry vegetation and running sprinklers to keep flames at bay.
The firefight here is literally going treetop to treetop. This crew is trying to put out hot spots before it jumps to the other side of the fire break.
Fire's edge is active.
The fire's outer rim forcing the closure of Yosemite's popular south entrance and the evacuation of some 1,600 people from nearby homes and hotels. The famed Mariposa Grove is a top tourist spot for its sequoias, some of the tallest and oldest trees on the planet. The iconic grizzly giant first began sprouting 1,000 years BC. Sequoias here can easily stand up to 200 feet tall, higher than Italy's Leaning Tower of Pisa. These trees long celebrated as natural wonders. During the Civil War, President Abraham Lincoln first signed landmark legislation to protect them. Presidents Taft and Roosevelt posing in front of their massive trunks. Although sequoias have adapted to survive flames, they're no match for modern wildfires, driven by climate change and extreme drought. 20% of giant sequoias have been lost in the last 2 years alone.
We've lost more giant sequoia trees in the past, I think it's 15 years, than in history.
Now firefighters doing all they can to save centuries of trees from this growing inferno.
On the forecast front, the weather does call for some hot conditions for firefighters on the front line, so that'll be a bit of a setback. But on the good news front, we do not expect those gusty conditions to fan flames, at least from the winds. Back to you.
33 million Americans are at risk for severe storms from the Northeast to the Mid-Atlantic. Meanwhile, all the way across the country, steamy summer weather continues from the Pacific Northwest to the Gulf Coast, with heat index values soaring into triple digits. NBC meteorologist Michelle Grossman has more.
Hey, Morgan, great to see you. That dangerous heat does continue. We have 30 million impacted by a heat alert, whether it's a heat advisory. That's in the orange. A heat warning is in the pink from the Northwest into the Intermountain West, the Rockies, and into the South Central states once again. And we're seeing temperatures once again into the upper 90s, into the 100s. You factor in the humidity, it's going to feel warmer than it actually is. So Memphis today, 101. It's going to feel like 108. It'll feel like 105 in Dallas, feeling like 91 in Lexington, and it will feel like the mid-90s in Atlanta. So as we go throughout tomorrow, it's going to stay warm, no relief from the heat. Temperatures into the upper 90s, into the triple digits once again. Salt Lake City, 104. That's 10 degrees above what is typical for this time of year. 110 is in Las Vegas. That's 4 degrees above average, and 112 in Phoenix. The heat stays in place over the weekend, so summer warm for the weekend in Chicago, Cincinnati near 90 degrees. Into the 90s in Nashville and Charlotte. You're going to be near 90 degrees on Saturday as well. Not great news for the firefighting efforts for the Washburn fire. We're looking at low humidity there, really dry, really hot. We're looking at breezy conditions, too, with winds gusting at times 15 miles per hour. And this forecast is going to stay put through the weekend. So for today, we're looking at hot and dry in the Southwest, as I mentioned. We're looking at severe storms in the Northeast. We're looking at the chance for really heavy rain along the Gulf Coast states. I'll show you that in just a minute. So here's that cold front in the Northeast, really hot and humid. So that's going to give you the fuel for these storms. We have the cold front that's sort of the trigger. So we're looking at daytime heating, kind of sparking these storms in the afternoon and evening hours. Severe risk from the Mid-Atlantic to New England. This is what we're looking at. Where you see the yellow coloring, that's where we're expecting the likeliest hood for these severe storms from Albany to Scranton, State College, Philadelphia, D.C., also into Charlottesville. We could see winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Could also see some large hail. Also expecting some rain, pockets of heavy rain in those downpours with the stronger storms. But the heavy rain is in the Gulf Coast states. We have an area of low pressure bringing in that Gulf moisture where we could see 3 to 5 inches of rain. Morgan?
A father's anguish erupting at an event with President Biden. Why, he says, the biggest overhaul of gun legislation in decades actually falls short. That just after the break.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark.
How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? You telling us what it was like?
With our NBC News exclusive.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. This is how so many towns and cities are protecting themselves. They're pushing the gates open. Was there a school officer on campus? That's what we've been told.
No. Top Story with Tom Yamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're here to start conversations about the big things happening in our world, because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
An investigation you'll hear first on NBC News. Thousands of schools across the country are missing one basic safety feature: classroom doors that lock from the inside. This was the case at Robb Elementary in Uvalde, Texas, where 21 students and teachers were killed in May. Our NBC News team is now digging into why these schools aren't actually equipped with these doors. NBC News national investigative reporter Susie Kim joins us now to explain. Susie, you and the team spoke to a teacher who was inside Robb Elementary School at that time. So how do they actually describe the process for locking their classroom?
Well, when we spoke to this teacher, she told us that the only way to ensure that the doors were locked was to exit the classroom. So when she heard the gunfire on May 24th, that meant that she was actually out in the hallway with the shooter, ensuring that she said that was the only way to ensure that her students were safe and to put her in harm's way. So this, basically is the reason why security experts have recommended for decades now that classrooms be equipped with interior locking doors so that teachers wouldn't be putting themselves in danger just to secure and lock down their classrooms properly.
So, you know, I mean, to sort of drive that point home, there were some surprising numbers in your reporting. It showed that 1 in 4 U.S. public schools lack classroom doors that can be locked from the inside, based on a 2020 survey that was conducted by the National Center on Education Statistics. And then if you look at a 2018 survey in Texas, it found that 36% of schools didn't have interior locking doors in the majority of their classrooms. So I guess, you know, to your point, millions of dollars are put towards school safety every year. So why aren't these locks involved?
Well, the locks that can be secured from the insides, they don't come cheap. One industry group estimated that they were anywhere between $200 and $900 per door. But to your point, there has been billions of dollars that have been poured into hardening schools. I think part of the issue that we heard in talking to experts and talking to folks in the industry is that schools have tended sometimes to gravitate towards more higher tech solutions, towards sophisticated alarm systems, bulletproof whiteboards, some kinds of technologies that have honestly been not proven to necessarily improve school safety. And in the process, simpler solutions like upgraded locks may be left by the wayside. There also are California is the only state to actually put requirements for having these interior locking classroom doors, but they only apply to newly constructed classrooms. So there aren't a lot of state or local requirements in place, but that is now under discussion in Texas in light of what happened at Uvalde, whether schools should be required and perhaps receive more funding to implement this basic security device.
All right, Susie Kim Forrest, great reporting. Thank you so much. You have to do more. That's the message to President Biden from Manuel Oliver, a father of a teen killed in the 2018 Parkland school mass shooting in Florida. Oliver confronted the president yesterday during an event at the White House celebrating the new gun laws passed by Congress.
We can make meaningful progress on dealing with gun violence. Because make no mistake, sit down and hear what I have to say.
Joining us now is Manuel Oliver. His son Joaquin was a victim in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas school shooting. Manuel, first off, you know, we see you there shouting, you have to do more, and some people began to clap behind you. What did you mean by more? What did you want to see the president and Congress do?
Well, I want you to, and everybody, not to be concerned about the doors of the classrooms. You were just talking about that. We live in a society that thinks that the solution is to invest money in schools and make them like jails, like you can't get out of there. Now it's going to be safe. And the fear that the kids carry is not going to be solved with those measures. So that is exactly what I'm talking about. We are accepting a package of bills that, of course, it's more than welcome, but it's not enough. And by accepting this, without at least calling out that it's not enough, in some way you're giving a green light to people like me, to movements like our movement, to slow down. That's why I asked for more.
Manuel, do you think there's a world where there's both? Because you're saying don't focus on just the school door safety, but why not address the kids' fear and the real problems, but also keep them safe if in case something goes wrong?
Well, that's the problem, that there's always in case something goes wrong. And we could learn from other nations, but Americans are so arrogant that they deny that possibility. Behind those options, there's businessmen, like the one that manufactures a bulletproof window, the one that manufactures the bulletproof door. And now you're giving space for a business without really considering that probably gun laws will fix the problem in advance and not during. You need to get those students out of the school before they get into the school, not once they're in there.
What was the reaction to that moment yesterday after it happened? Why did you decide to tell the president how you felt in that moment?
Well, I know the president. He knows me very well. And I remind him something that I've been asking for a couple of months or even more. I wanted him to open an office in the White House. When you see people clapping behind me, that tells you that I'm not the only one that is asking for that. And by the way, that is a total presidential decision. It won't even require an executive order. Just open an office, appoint a czar, a national director, and then you have someone, at least you have someone 24/7 dedicated to the prevention of gun violence.
All right, Manuel Oliver, thank you so much for sharing with us. We appreciate your time, as always. Women may no longer need a doctor's prescription for birth control when the first ever over-the-counter pills could be on the pharmacy shelves just after the break.
Born to Rule, When Charles is King. A new podcast. Listen now.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Welcome back to Today. We got a lot to celebrate on this Wednesday morning. It's good to have you along with us.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Everybody's good, and that's it.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Making news right now, a judge says South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham will be required to testify before a Fulton County grand jury in August. That case centers on former President Trump's pressure campaign to overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Now, Graham initially said he will not comply with a subpoena just last week. Meanwhile, a scary scene in North Carolina over the weekend after Little Leaguers hit the ground as 3 gunshots were heard near that field. Now, no one was hurt, but multiple teams have dropped out of that tournament since the shooting. And the UN projects the world population will reach 8 billion people by the end of the year, with India on pace to replace China as the world's most populous country by 2023. 60 years after birth control became available, a French company is now asking the FDA to approve an over-the-counter version of the drug. The move comes just weeks after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, setting up a pretty high-stakes decision for health regulators. NBC News health reporter Aria Bendix joins us now with a closer look. Aria, give us, a sense more about this application to the FDA. What reason does the French company give for its basis behind asking to sell birth control pills over the counter?
Yeah, so this was a prescription pill that was approved several decades ago, but there is still no FDA-approved over-the-counter birth control pill in the U.S. So HRA Pharma feels it's about time to make the pill more widely available. This also comes obviously on the heels of the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. It was fortuitous timing, but mostly coincidental. This wasn't sort of a planned decision, and the company has actually been working on this application for about 7 years.
So I guess if birth control were to become an over-the-counter drug, what could the implications be on women's health? What would that mean?
Yeah, so we know in the short term that it would expand access and equity. So that means people with financial constraints or who don't have health insurance could purchase a pill more easily. And then we know in the long terms, of course, it might reduce unwanted pregnancy, and that has sort of spillover and trickle-down effects of women's economic stability as well as their physical and mental health.
How likely is the FDA, though, Aria, to make this decision? I mean, if so, how soon could we actually see over-the-counter birth control provided?
Yeah, it typically takes about 10 months for the FDA to review a decision of this nature for an over-the-counter medication. So I wouldn't necessarily hold our breath until 2023. That said, this is a moment of public health emergency, according to many medical experts, and so that might potentially expedite the FDA's motivation to review the drug and ultimately decide whether or not to approve it. But we'll just have to sort of wait and see. There are obviously some concerns about this being over the counter and therefore available to minors without parental consent, concerns about the ability to regulate an over-the-counter pill in terms of side effects. But we know that it's been widely and safely used around the world, not just in the U.S. For several decades.
All right, Aria Bendix for us. Aria, thank you so much. We appreciate it. As if a cancer diagnosis isn't devastating enough, many patients simply can't financially afford the fight. A new study finds 1 in 3 Americans on Medicare and who do not qualify for low-income subsidies do not fill prescriptions for their cancer drugs because of the soaring costs. NBC News health medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joins us now. Berkeley, this is a pretty devastating prospect. I mean, people might even be able to afford those drugs. How much are we talking about here? I mean, what are we hearing from those cancer patients who are forced to make that decision?
Yeah, so as you said, drug prices are extremely high in the United States. And on top of that, many Medicare beneficiaries don't qualify for these low-income subsidies. One patient I spoke with, her medication cost about $16,000 a month. Medicare does pay for some of that, but she still has to shell out about $12,000 a year to be able to afford her medication. In other cases, some patients have to shell out nearly half their gross income. And in those cases, it's really a situation of being able to pay for your groceries or being able to pay for your cancer medications, Morgan.
But, I mean, you said something key there at the beginning. You said here in the United States, these drugs are so expensive. So what exactly makes these drugs so expensive, especially when you compare them to other developed nations?
Yeah, that's a really great question. And so one problem may lie in the Food and Drug Administration's accelerated drug approval program, which allows these drug makers to get the drugs onto the market faster, but with less data than they normally are required to get to show that they're highly effective. And so in some cases, these drug makers will charge their drugs at tens of thousands of dollars a month, which is affordable for many people. And other experts say there's problems with our own policies. And so one proposal would allow the federal government to negotiate drug prices on some of the highest drugs on Medicare, which proponents say would lower the out-of-pocket costs for beneficiaries. And then another proposal would just limit the amount of money that patients can spend at $2,000. And so Congress is pushing a number of these proposals, but it's still unclear yet whether they'll be able to get it into law. Morgan.
All right, Berkeley Lovelace Jr. Berkeley, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And stay with us. The deepest and clearest images of space ever captured. And this is just the beginning. We'll explore what's far, far away coming up soon.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
Born to Rule, when Charles is king. A new podcast. Listen now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The depth of space in scope and color like we've never seen before, all thanks to a massive telescope. NASA is now releasing the full set of images taken by the James Webb Space Telescope, the agency calling it the most complex observatory ever launched. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello has more.
These images are really just spectacular. For the first time ever, we're seeing these deep, high-resolution images of our own universe. So take a look what we're talking about here and why everybody is so excited. Last night, NASA and the White House unveiled these first images known as Webb's first deep field, a kaleidoscope of galaxies as they appeared 4.6 billion years ago. Again, 4.6 billion years ago. Astronomer Neil deGrasse Tyson says the spiked objects are local stars. Everything else out there is a galaxy. Many of them actually distorted. They look like arcs. And this morning, NASA releasing more images one by one, showing a full spectrum, a color spectrum of an exoplanet, the life cycle of stars, how galaxies interact and grow. The first images we've ever seen because the Webb telescope uses infrared eyes to pull these faint and very distant objects like stars and galaxies into sharp focus. And what lies beyond, the naked eye can't even see that. So this is now even better than what Hubble could see. Hubble telescope, you may remember, launched back in 1990. In this case, NASA and the European Space Agency, the Canadians, all collaborated, a $10 billion tennis court-sized observatory, the largest, most powerful ever built. It launched on a rocket back on Christmas Day, took a month to travel to its orbit, which is around the sun, 1 million miles from Earth. The release now of these images, a huge milestone for NASA, as astronomers hope to use this special telescope really to study never-before-seen galaxies and star clusters and get better pictures of the modern universe, how it all came to be, and might there be life out there. There are so many galaxies, it's hard, you can't count them all. Back to you.
Drought, supply chain issues, and freezing temperatures have all been a recipe for disaster in the global distribution of food. And that's why vertical indoor farm systems are quickly sprouting up all across the country. But critics say these systems actually have their own issues. Here's NBC News correspondent Isa Gutierrez with a closer look.
Can I get more of this one? It tastes very fresh. It's just crazy to think that these have never seen sunlight.
According to Guinness World Records, this is the largest indoor vertical farm in the world.
These leafy greens, some of over 40 million plants being grown right now inside this AeroFarms facility in Newark, New Jersey.
Vertical farms are spaces where plants are stacked in warehouse-like shelves, and farmers can control the lighting, temperature, and water. And for some crops, vertical farms can yield 10 to 20 times more food per acre compared to traditional outdoor farming.
So tell me what you're growing in here right now.
This has been optimized to grow baby leafy greens, microgreens. We grow, dozens of different varieties.
Marco Shima is the co-founder of AeroFarms, a company that says its indoor vertical farms are growing some of your favorite types of veggies while using 95% less water than a traditional outdoor farm.
This is reimagining on how do we address those key, fundamentals and think differently about the farm work that we're doing.
In an era of extreme weather, supply chain issues, and an economy grappling with inflation, growing food outdoors is difficult. In recent years, indoor farms have been trying to mitigate the risks of farming while easing the strain traditional farming has on the planet, all while still turning a profit. But as the industry grows, so does criticism that some of these indoor vertical farms might be overstating their sustainability promises.
Turns out of all the ways we grow food in the world, indoor vertical farms is the most energy intensive and right now emits the most greenhouse gases because it depends on heat, usually natural gas, and on electricity, which is powered mostly by coal or natural gas.
According to the 2021 Global CEA Census Report, indoor vertical farms use more than 7 times more energy than greenhouses. And according to another study, vertical farms can use about 3,000% more energy than traditional farms, to produce the same amount of food, due in large part to LED lights that can stay on anywhere from 12 to 18 hours a day.
Until the entire electrical grid of the country or the planet is 100% carbon free, anything that adds more electricity demands to the system is not helping.
One of the census report's co-authors says despite this, he remains excited about the technology.
We're seeing more vertical farms that are buying renewable energy, which is a good starting point. But it's hard for me to see how the energy demand is going to really drop dramatically, simply because you're replacing the sun with a lot of light.
Many people say our power grid is already so strained. What do you say to that?
When we think about our business, yes, there can be a spotlight on the lighting, but it's how do we optimize plant production, getting greater yield, shorter period of time, more biomass with fewer inputs. Absolutely critical when we think about this. This is not sustainable, what we're doing in the field. How do we think about this and make it apples to apples comparison?
The indoor vertical farming industry is expected to grow to $5 billion this year and more than double that by 2026.
I don't think that controlled environment agriculture is the best mitigation strategy to mitigate climate change. I think it's mostly about adaptation to the reality of climate change.
It's Grandma to the rescue in Philadelphia. We'll tell you how one grandma is making a big splash and helping keep kids safe at the same time, just after the break.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Our show is about sparking conversations around today's biggest issues. The Fed raises interest rates. That controls inflation. Explain how that works. Is part of this that everyone's rethinking their jobs and their relationship to their employers? Could you just remind us why there are 9 justices on the Supreme Court instead of 3 or 20 or 2? It's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now. The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Uvalde, Texas, a small town that has become yet another landmark. How long do you think it took for all this damage to occur? Can you tell us what it was like? With our NBC News exclusive. We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
We all know about black holes in space, but do you ever wonder what they sound like? After years of work, astronomers have finally made it possible for people to hear the answer to that question. CNBC's Shamari Stone has the story.
It's the kind of sound you might hear straight out of a sci-fi movie like Interstellar. From 250 million light years away, astrophysicists zeroing in on a supermassive black hole at the center of the Perseus galaxy cluster and its periodic explosions.
There is this idea that there are black holes just sort of
singing out there in our universe like these gigantic divas.
NASA and Smithsonian astronomer Dr. Kimberly Arcand helped lead the team of astrophysicists, bringing these black holes to life.
That are making a statement with sound that we are now creative enough to be able to find and to translate into something that we can hear all the way down here on Earth.
The sound waves are acoustically equivalent to a B flat, 57 octaves below middle C, a tone the black hole has been holding in for millions of years.
At the center of the cluster of galaxies was sort of belching out this enormous amount of energy.
Chandra astronomers use NASA's flagship X-ray telescope to sonify these sound waves by boosting their frequency quadrillions of times. And Perseus isn't the only black hole making noise. And black holes are just the tip of the iceberg. We can hear the center of our Milky Way. Supernovas. And many more intergalactic sounds.
Particularly for our friends and colleagues who are blind or low vision, it provides like a new access point to our universe.
As a nationwide lifeguard shortage really shows no signs of slowing down, one woman is swimming up to the challenge. This Pennsylvania grandmother is helping summer fun stay afloat by serving as a local lifeguard. She hopes that watching the neighborhood kids will actually help keep them safe and off the dangerous streets of Philadelphia. Here's NBC News correspondent Ron Allen.
At age 70, Robin Burlando came out of retirement this summer, hoping to save some young lives.
Don't play on the ropes, baby.
A mother of 3, grandmother of 6, answering Philadelphia's plea for lifeguards to open public swimming pools and help keep kids off the streets.
I was a lifeguard when I was 16 and loved it. I decided to finally do something for our kids, our community. They're killing our kids. They have no place to go. The pools are closed all around.
Here in Philadelphia, at least 100 children, 17 and younger, have been shot so far this year.
I'm in the house with my family, and we hear about 14 shots.
Including just steps from Burlando's front door.
And it was 3 young boys that were shot, killed. When you see it, it's scary and it's very sad.
This is part of your motivation for becoming a lifeguard.
Yes, that was it. Just to do something, no matter how small, to help out.
Getting the job took determination. She failed to qualify the first time, so she took the test again and again and passed.
She's amazing. I mean, you know, what 70-year-old do you know is a lifeguard giving back to community like that?
So I'm very much committed to this. This is my reputation. This is my community.
Hey! Philly has opened 50 of its 65 pools, with the help of some grandmothers like Burlando, trying to save her city's children.
Hi there, good Tuesday, everyone. I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. Right now on NBC News, inside the insurrection, the January 6th panel focuses on the mobs that attacked the Capitol. The key witness lifting the curtain on just how far right-wing extremist groups will actually go to advance their agenda. And face-to-face, President Biden meeting with the president of Mexico for the first time since the summit of the Americas snub in Los Angeles. How their talks could impact the immigration crisis at the southern border. Plus, major move. The FDA could make getting birth control as easy as buying aspirin. What this groundbreaking move means for the abortion rights battle coming up. And 1 year later, what life is like in Havana after unprecedented protests against the communist government. We begin with today's 7th public hearing by the January 6th committee investigating the Capitol attack. The panel says it will put a spotlight on members of extremist groups who stormed the Capitol aiming to show their ties to Trump allies. The committee will also continue to make its case that former President Trump summoned the mob to Washington, according to a committee aide. Now, that panel is also expected to reveal more details from the closed-door testimony they heard from Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, on Friday.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone has corroborated almost everything that we had learned from the prior hearings. And he had clearly tried to talk President Trump down from his efforts to override the election.
Meanwhile, a judge in D.C. denied Steve Bannon's request to delay his trial. Bannon faces criminal contempt of Congress charges for defying the January 6th committee's subpoena. He's now set to go on trial next Monday, and that's despite his last-minute offer to cooperate with the panel. We're going to dive into Bannon's upcoming trial with NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams in just a moment, but let's go and begin with NBC News reporter Julie Sirkin on Capitol Hill. Julie, we've heard committee members point to what they say was a siren call for extremists coming from then President Trump when he tweeted about January 6th, saying, "Be there, will be wild." Now, given that backdrop, Julie, what more are we learning about what the committee is expected to now lay out today?
Yeah, Morgan, in just a few hours before former President Trump issued that tweet, he held that closed-door meeting in the White House with various figures from Rudy Giuliani to Sidney Powell and Michael Flynn, and that was dueling against Pat Cipollone, figures like those part of his White House counsel team who tried to steer him in a different direction. I want you to take a listen to a soundbite from Jamie Raskin, the member of the January 6th committee who will lead today's hearing. Take a listen to what he told my colleague Ali Vitale.
But at the end of this contentious and strange meeting that went into the wee hours of the night, Donald Trump apparently resolved to do what his final course of action was, and he sent out in the middle of the night, after 1 a.m., the tweet that would be heard around the world. And it set off an extraordinary chain reaction on the internet among his followers, but very specifically among the dangerous extremists who run far-right groups, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the 3%ers, different white nationalist groups. And that's the story that we're going to tell.
Morgan, they're going to tell that story by two key witnesses today. Jason Van Tatenhove, he was one of those who was a spokesperson for the Oath Keepers back in 2014. He even lived with Stuart Rhodes, who was the head of the Oath Keepers. They're also going to hear from Stephen Ayers. He was a rider who was actually pled guilty for coming to the Capitol unlawfully. He pled guilty to that last month. He's going to be here as well, just testifying to how these far-right mobs were mobilized, and all of that the committee hopes will be tied to former President Trump by perhaps video testimony they're going to show from Pat Cipollone, that White House lawyer that I mentioned that the committee actually sat down with on Friday.
And Julie, I mean, while the January 6th committee has stressed that this is an ongoing investigation, it does appear that they may be nearing their closing argument. So what comes next for the committee's investigation, especially once these hearings do finally wrap up?
Yeah, look, it's not clear when the committee is going to finally put down their pens. As you mentioned, they're gathering new evidence. They're hearing from more and more witnesses behind closed doors, even as they're conducting these public hearings. Chairman Benny Thompson even said that they'll have at least 2 more hearings earlier this month to some of our colleagues on Capitol Hill. But when they finally do put down their pens, when these public hearings are all said and done, the committee is going to release a public report of their findings. Remember, they sat with more than 1,000 witnesses. They have 140,000 pages of documents that they've collected over the last year or so. And in addition to that, the committee has to decide whether they're going to issue a criminal referral for former President Trump, something Liz Cheney, the vice chair on the panel, floated just a few weeks ago.
All right, NBC's Julie Sirkin for us there. Julie, as always, thank you. I do want to go ahead and bring in NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams, who joins us live from D.C. now. Pete, as we just mentioned, a judge yesterday said that he would not delay Steve Bannon's contempt of Congress trial. Just to remind our viewers for a second, Bannon was indicted last year for refusing to answer questions from the January 6th committee. So, Pete, what more did the judge sort of lay out ahead of Monday's expected trial, and what are Bannon's options really from here?
So the hearing was all about what shape the trial can take, what defenses the defense can offer, what claims the prosecution can make, and the judge says Steve Bannon cannot do the following things that he wanted to do. He can't say he was just relying on the advice of his lawyer when he decided not to respond to the House subpoena. He can't say he was relying on longstanding Justice Department policy about subpoenaing executive branch officials. He can't attack the committee, saying that it was improperly formulated. He can't call members of the committee as witnesses. And at one point, there was this exchange between one of his lawyers, David Schoen, and the judge in the case. Schoen said in the courtroom, "What is the point of the trial here if there are no defenses?" And Judge Carl Nichols basically agreed, saying, well, that's something you might want to consider.
And Pete, I mean, according to the Justice Department, a Trump lawyer said in an FBI interview that Trump never actually invoked executive privilege to block Bannon from testifying before that committee. But after stonewalling the committee for months, I mean, do we have any sense, Pete, whether Bannon will actually follow through with his offer to testify?
Well, that's up to the committee about whether, he wants to be live like all the witnesses do, but the committee's not going to do that. They would do a taped deposition and show little clips of it later. And then the question is, of course, will it have any effect on his trial? And the answer to that is no. That's one of the other things the judge said, is you can't tell the jury that after initially stiffing the committee back in October, now you've decided you're willing to testify. What the government says, and what the judge agreed with, is what he's charged with is refusing to obey the subpoena, and that's what the subpoena last October, and that is that. And you can't change the fact that he declined to do that by now saying you will do it. It's like Chuck Rosenberg says, you can't get out of a bank robbery charge if you bring the money back.
Right.
So that stands. And the other question is whether Bannon will now try to plead guilty and cut his losses for the trial that starts next Monday.
We will wait and see. Pete Williams for us live from D.C. Pete, as always, thank you so much. Our special coverage of today's January 6th committee hearing begins at 12:30 Eastern right here on NBC News Now. And speaking of which, President Biden is now meeting and hosting with his Mexican counterpart, President Andrés Manuel López Obrador, at the White House. And this is the first meeting between the two leaders after López Obrador snubbed President Biden at the Summit of the Americas just last month in Los Angeles. It also comes amid surging tensions over migration as well as border security. Telemundo's senior Washington correspondent Cristina Londoño joins us now from the White House. Cristina, it's great to see you. First, just let's give us a sense of things. Where do things stand right now? What have we learned thus far, especially when it comes to those key hot-button issues that are affecting this relationship between U.S. and Mexico?
Hi, Morgan. Thank you for having me. Well, the problem with this meeting is that there are very different expectations. López Obrador just went out in the balcony of his hotel this morning and spoke to his followers who brought him mariachis, and he told them that his priority was advocating on behalf of immigrants, that he wants 300,000 visas for work visas for immigrants to come into this country a year, that he wants to advocate on behalf of the undocumented people here in the U.S. The United States, on the other side, senior administration officials have said that they're not going to come out with a number. They're not going to come out with a commitment for a number of immigrants to be brought to the United States, that they're more worried about implementing the immigration agreements, and they also want to reduce illegal immigration. So there's differences there. Also, the United States wants to pressure Mexico into cleaner energy, more environmental policies. Mexico has kind of shunned away from that. So they're very difficult topics. Both countries say this is a very important meeting for both of them. It's the most important diplomatic relations that they have, but there's definitely very difficult topics being discussed at the White House at this moment.
Difficult topics for a storied relationship. I mean, Mexico is one of the U.S.'s largest trading partners. So, Cristina, optics-wise, is it strange that there is not a press conference after this meeting? I mean, that's typically the case, especially when you have a foreign leader of this caliber visiting the White House.
Morgan, it is very strange, but it's very smart on both parts, because basically what both countries are trying to do is steer away from the controversy and the differences between them. They want to paint the picture that they're una bonita familia, a beautiful family, and there are many difficult topics. President Obrador snubbing Joe Biden at the Summit of the Americas is one of them. The possibility that López Obrador would start advocating on behalf of Julian Assange. He said that if he doesn't get a light sentence, they should dismantle the Statue of Liberty, or advocating on behalf of countries like Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, which is also a hot topic, and about also the treatment of the press in Mexico, his handling of the free press in Mexico. Many in the U.S. have a lot of criticism towards Obrador in that topic too.
Bueno, vamos a ver si es una bonita familia o no, entre comillas. We'll find out if it's a bonita familia. Telemundo's Cristina Londoño, thank you so much for joining us from the Lighthouse. We appreciate it. Meanwhile, millions of women have used birth control pills since they were first approved in the U.S. in the 1960s, but they've always required a prescription. Now, one pharmaceutical company is asking the FDA to offer them over the counter. NBC News correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us. You've been tracking this, Stephanie. I mean, this is a pretty big deal.
Yeah, and Morgan, is a big deal because right now, if you want the pill, you've got to go to your doctor, get the prescription, and then go and get that prescription filled. This would be like buying Tylenol effectively if it gets approved. And all of this coming right now as the country's grappling with reproductive rights right after the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Although the company that has put in this application for the approval says the French company says they've been working on it for years and that this is all just coincidental, the timing. When the birth control pill was first approved, it ushered in a sexual revolution.
Birth control, especially the pill, provided women the choice.
More than 60 years later, a French company is asking the FDA to approve an over-the-counter version at a very different time in America's history, just weeks after the overturning of Roe v. Wade. In that decision, the Supreme Court said the right to contraception would not be affected, but in a concurring opinion, Justice Clarence Thomas suggested it should be. HRA Pharma says it started the FDA application process 7 years ago, and the timing is coincidental.
Do you think it's possible that women may go to the doctor less because they no longer need to go to the doctor for the pill?
There is some concern that people only end up going to the doctor because they need birth control. It's not right to hold birth control hostage by a prescription when it is not scientifically necessary, just so that we can get people in to see us.
It comes as the Biden administration faces increased pressure to take action on reproductive rights issues, including potentially declaring a public health emergency over abortion.
Something I'm asked the folks, the medical people in the administration to look at, whether I have the authority to do that and what impact that would have.
But the administration says it will let the FDA dictate the timeline. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists is hopeful.
Over-the-counter birth control is going to be helpful for everyone, but it certainly is going to be helpful for those who are most marginalized in our country.
A major hurdle to getting birth control pills could soon be a thing of the past.
I mean, the reality of it is there's a huge swath of the country that is hopeful that something like this will pass. If it does, when could people see it on the counters?
Well, I mean, this is a process with the FDA. It can take months. 10 months was a number that was thrown around typically for this kind of approval process. There's a lot of pressure on the FDA to move it quickly. The president says they are not going to put any pressure for that process to be sped up, that allow the FDA to take its time and do what it needs to do to make sure that it's safe and that people know how to use it. And that's really the hurdle. It has to be, they know it's safe. It's this idea of people buying it and using it the right way.
Can they do it? Yeah, interesting question. All right, Stephanie Goss for us. Thank you for that report. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
A frightening scene at a Little League game in North Carolina. Kids, coaches, parents sent scrambling for cover as shots rang out. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has those details.
Yeah, it was supposed to be just a fun baseball game for 7- and 8-year-olds that turned into an absolute nightmare in North Carolina. A gunman sending parents and players running for cover on their own baseball field when they opened fire. Now that latest shooting is only fueling calls for justice and change nationwide. Growing outrage for parents across the country over gun violence. From Uvalde, Texas, where controversy is growing over video of those key moments during the school shooting, to the White House, where a parent confronted President Biden. Parents confronting the violence that now seems to be a part of American life, even during America's pastime. This weekend, gunfire at a Little League baseball game in Wilson, North Carolina. Players and coaches caught on camera hitting the dirt. Coaches seen shielding the kids with their own bodies. Police confirmed 3 shots were fired, but no arrests so far.
I still at this point don't know how to explain that to my children. Why somebody would act this way, why people would act this way, why there would be these continuous acts.
These frightening moments reminiscent of a similar scene back in April in South Carolina, where dozens of gunshots sent players and parents scrambling. In this latest incident, the community still searching for an explanation, though thankfully no children were injured. While in Uvalde, Texas, parents are also demanding answers on the police response and the release of surveillance video from inside the school during the devastating attack that left 19 children and 2 teachers dead. NBC News has not viewed that video, but according to the Austin American-Statesman, the recording shows the shooter walking uninterrupted through the hallway and holding police back with gunfire. Later, according to the paper, footage shows officers massed in the hallway, increasingly armed with shields and high-powered weapons, but not entering the classrooms until they finally take the gunman down at the end of the 77-minute sequence. Parents, the Uvalde mayor, and some local representatives pushing for the video's release, while the district attorney has resisted. It's part of Uvalde parents' long push for accountability in the 7 weeks since the massacre. In the wake of Uvalde and other mass shootings, Congress did pass a gun control law with some new restrictions on gun purchases. Yesterday at the White House event to mark the bill, parental anger again boiling over.
Sit down, you'll hear what I have to say.
The father of a Parkland shooting victim interrupting the president to call for more action, later saying the larger issues of gun violence in America cannot be ignored. And as for that shooting at the baseball game in North Carolina, police so far saying that no suspect has been taken into custody, and this does not appear to be targeted. However, after speaking with the coaches and the parents who were at that game, they describe bullets whizzing over the heads of players and coaches. They say this is hard to believe this was anything but a targeted attack. In fact, one of the coaches said they plan on using their concealed carry going forward if legal. We'll send it back to you.
54 million Americans under heat alerts today across the south and southeast, with temperatures expected to reach into the upper 90s and triple digits. Meanwhile, another 33 million are facing severe storm warnings. NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns joins us now. Bill, look, I mean, we understand that in Texas, the government's actually asking people to conserve energy to avoid blackouts. So how long is this dangerous heat not only expected to last, but who's sort of feeling it the most?
Yeah, in Texas, they were anticipating that yesterday was going to be the maximum amount of energy that was required for air conditioners across the state, and the heat demand would be the highest. And I think that today will be similar, and that's why they were telling people between noon and about 8 p.m. if they could turn their thermostats up, don't use their dishwasher, don't use their laundry, things that would use a hot water heater. So, that's the situation in Texas. We didn't hear too much about any rolling blackouts or anything like that. As far as the heat goes today, the extreme heat, the area the magenta, is right in the center of Texas from Abilene down to San Antonio. That's where it's very dangerous. We're in the orange is where you're under heat advisories. Also notice a section of northern Utah around Salt Lake City also now in extreme heat warning. So how warm is it already today? It's still early in the mid-morning, you say, on much areas of the West Coast. We're approaching 100 in Vegas and Phoenix. That's kind of what you'd expect. Already 94 in Dallas and 92 in Houston and Nashville coming in at 89. Remember, Nashville has that 90-degree streak. If they hit 90 today, that'll be 23 days in a row of 90-degree temperatures. And as far as the midsummer heat goes for tomorrow, we will be still seeing it very hot around Dallas. Houston also is going to be still very hot. It's muggy, too, in the southeast. So although you're not as hot as Texas, when you factor in that heat index, it gets pretty brutal around Charlotte and also there around Savannah. And then into the weekend, not much relief anywhere. Dallas, San Antonio, still around 100 degrees. Not much better in areas from Salt Lake City either. Phoenix, look at that 111, 3 days in a row is the forecast. You get the idea. And the other thing we need to watch today, we could have some isolated strong to severe thunderstorms in the northeast. Airport delays are likely. Also, possibility anyone driving on the highways on the way home from work, you may get caught in some storms. There's nothing right now, but they will start popping a little later this afternoon. Anyone in the yellow color from Kentucky through West Virginia, north of Richmond, the D.C. area, Baltimore, Philly, just outside of New York to the north and to the west, all the way through the Hudson Valley. That's where the area of severe storms can be. And here's the timeline on that. Most of those thunderstorms pop up around 3 to 4 p.m., especially West Virginia, Scranton down towards Philly, a little bit there in New Hampshire. And it looks like the timing for I-95, I paused this at 7 p.m. That's when some big thunderstorms are expected to be rolling through Washington, D.C., thunderstorms near Philadelphia and New York at 7 p.m. So, Morgan, it will not be a good evening for anyone with late-day flights heading through the big airports in the Northeast or driving on I-95 for that matter.
All right, Bill Cairns for us. Bill, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And stay with us. President Biden is gearing up for his first official trip to the Middle East as president. The controversy surrounding one of his meetings just after the break. Don't go anywhere.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Critical choke point for this fire. Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
President Biden leaves today for his first presidential trip to the Middle East, and he'll arrive in Israel tomorrow for a series of meetings there, as well as in the West Bank. The president will then head to Saudi Arabia, a place that he labeled a pariah state during his 2020 presidential campaign. Senior digital White House reporter Shannon Pettypiece joins us now live from Tel Aviv. Shannon, it's great to see you. We know that the Middle East is a key part of President Biden's domestic and foreign policy plan. So what exactly is he hoping to accomplish there on this trip?
Well, usually when you see a president coming to Israel, there is something they're looking to advance when it comes to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, some sort of deliverable or some sort of agreement they're hoping to broker. That's not the expectation here at all. And there's a number of factors behind that. But the administration says they're really trying to improve stability overall in the region to help normalize relations between Israel and Saudi Arabia, for example, as a big one. Maybe when it just comes to getting an agreement about flights between Israel and Saudi Arabia on a limited basis. It's really sort of incremental steps the administration's looking to take here, but saying that overall stability in the Middle East, keeping the U.S. out of conflicts there, that's one of the key priorities for this administration going forward.
And Shannon, just looking ahead, I mean, before leaving, Biden defended his decision to travel to Saudi Arabia in a Washington Post essay where he wrote, "There are many who disagree with my decision to travel, but Saudi Arabia, but fundamental freedoms are always on the agenda." So what else is he saying about really the purpose of his visit?
Well, one thing he's saying is not on the agenda is asking the Saudis for more oil. And that is the one key deliverable this president could provide to the American people, to a domestic audience. The president has been very clear that he's not here to ask Saudi Arabia for oil. He's not here to make any sort of exchanges or compromises to get the Saudis to increase production. Rather, it's more broadly trying to improve and build those relationships with Saudi Arabia.
All right, NBC's Shannon Pettypiece live from Tel Aviv. Shannon, thank you so much for joining us. And staying overseas, it has been 1 year since tens of thousands of Cubans took to the streets in the largest protest since the communist uprising 60 years ago. Cubans, fed up with the economy and the pandemic, demanded change from the communist government. But the question is, has there been change? We take a look back
this
at the past
week,
year.
The streets of Havana remain quiet, but the echoes of last year's unprecedented protests still hang in the air. The chance for change, unlike anything the island has seen in decades. People gathering by the thousands in what would turn into the largest protest in Cuba since communist leader Fidel Castro took control in 1959. Across the islands, Cubans fed up with rising inflation, ongoing political oppression, and shortages of food and medicine made worse by the pandemic. Their rallying cry, Patria y Vida, homeland and life, a take on the Castro regime motto, Patria o Muerte, homeland or death. The mantra later turned into an anthem. But for those in Cuba, their rallies were met with a swift crackdown. The communist government arrested over 1,000 protesters, charging many with sabotage, public disorder, and sedition. Now, 1 year later, many of those protesters still behind bars. Although the government hasn't released the exact number, one humanitarian group estimates that at least 700 Cubans remain in detention, 622 of those sentenced to up to 25 years in prison. Raul Prado was among those arrested last July. He was later forced into house arrest, and for the future of his family, says it became clear that he needed to leave the country.
I didn't want him to grow up in a place where his family doesn't have a voice.
I spoke with Prado shortly after he arrived in Miami. There, he reunited with his wife, who came after him just a few months later, crossing the U.S.-Mexico border alone in the dead of night while 8 months pregnant.
So many people are leaving your country. Something is wrong in your country.
Since the protests, tens of thousands of Cubans have fled the island, some by land, others by sea. The pace of this most recent wave of Cuban migration so great that it surpassed the infamous 1980 Mariel boat exodus, when some 125,000 migrants sailed from Cuba to the shores of Florida, pushed by a stagnant economy. Castro also opened prisons and mental institutions, allowing anyone who wanted to leave the island. Cubans like Carlos Manuel Alvarez, a journalist and author who left Cuba in 2015 and has been detained and interrogated by the Cuban government multiple times, says that July 11th forever changed Cuban history and consciousness.
¿Cree usted que Cuba es diferente desde aquel momento, ese 11 de julio, hace un año? Do you think Cuba is different today than it was a year ago?
La cabeza de la gente cambió.
You think that the people's minds have changed?
Y probablemente eso sea lo más importante para lograr un cambio real en la isla.
And you think that's perhaps the biggest cause of change, to see a real change on the island?
He hopes that day was a step in a new direction.
This is an NBC News special report. One of the final 2 hearings from the January 6th committee. The results of a year-long investigation into the attack on the U.S. Capitol. New evidence set to be revealed about the days and hours leading up to that fateful day, as the committee tries to prove that former President Donald Trump was responsible for the assault.
I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me.
Today, one of the last chances the committee will have to make its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
And good day, everyone. We began what may be the final stretch for the January 6th committee, their last 2 hearings about the events leading to the deadly attack that day on our nation's capital. These are perhaps the committee's last chances to present their findings to the American people. And there is drama surrounding it once again after the last-minute about-face from President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone, who finally testified behind closed doors, but on camera on Friday. Previous witnesses have described him as being witness to or part of some of the more critical discussions concerning election fraud claims and the January 6th rally itself. The big question today is whether he confirms some of those previous claims and if parts of his videotape testimony will be played today. The committee says that today will focus on the extremist groups who took part in the rally and storming of the Capitol. They say they'll present evidence to show direct connections between them and allies of former President Trump. Let's begin our coverage of this day on Capitol Hill. Correspondent Ali Vitale, who is just outside the hearing room. Ali, good day.
Lester, good afternoon. Yes, another hearing, the 7th in the committee's hearing sessions, and this one going to focus on how the mob came together on Capitol Hill on January 6th. There will be a focus on the way that far-right extremist groups manifested their gatherings here based on a tweet from former President Donald Trump that they should be here and be wild on January 6th. That tweet came after a critical meeting at the White House on December 18th. It's going to be a key focus for the committee today. In the words of one top committee member, it was among the strangest and most wild of all of the meetings that happened at any point in the Trump administration. And it focused on last-ditch efforts, a Hail Mary pass, if you will, to try to subvert the election results, even after multiple members inside the administration, including the president, knew that they had lost the election. One of the key voices who's going to tell that story is the former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. He was one of the top people that the committee wanted to hear from. Finally, they got nearly 8 hours of testimony from him last week, and in it, he corroborated, in the words of one top committee member, everything that past witnesses had said. Listen.
I was there for most of it, and I didn't hear him contradict any other witness. Well, I certainly didn't hear him contradict Cassidy Hutchinson, and you know, I think he had the opportunity to say whatever he wanted to say, so I didn't see any contradiction there.
And Lester, what's so important about the fact that he did not contradict any of the testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson is Hutchinson alleged in this hearing that he told her that if Trump were to go to the Capitol on January 6th, as we know the former president wanted to do, that Cipollone's view was that Trump would be charged with every crime in the book. He was also one of those voices inside the White House who was pleading with then Chief of Staff Mark Meadows that they needed to do more to quell the riot here on Capitol Hill. At one point, according to Hutchinson, saying to Meadows that if Trump didn't do more, they would have blood on their hands. All of that is meant to be spoken to today, and we do expect that Cipollone's videotape testimony will be seen for the first time in today's hearing. Lester?
All right, Ali, thank you. Join me now with senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Hallie, I'll start with you. Cassidy Hutchinson, we're still talking about her testimony
later, right?
a week later. Does it raise expectations in the viewing public that this will be a natural follow-on, that the story that she created or told will continue?
I think that's exactly right, Lester, because she said some things that were shocking and explosive, right? When she was talking about the idea that Cipollone, right? Remember, the top lawyer to the president inside the White House said, we're going to face a bunch of crimes in the book, right? We could get charged with crimes. And he named some specific. That is a big deal, right? So I anticipate, based on the reporting that we have, that we will see pieces of the videotape testimony from Cipollone. Now, will he word for word corroborate that? You just heard Allie's report there. Congressman Raskin says he doesn't contradict. He corroborates much of it. Is it going to be the exact language? How explosive will it be? But you have to also think more broadly as it relates to Cipollone, too, because he wasn't just in the room for that meeting, right? He wasn't just in the room for that discussion. He was there at almost every critical turn since Election Day as it related to the election fraud and lies that were being pushed inside the White House. Specifically for one critical meeting that we are going to hear a lot about in just about 25 minutes from now. It happened on December 18th. And that was, as Congressman Raskin described, deranged. It was a totally bonkers meeting inside the White House where people like Mike Flynn, Sidney Powell, others, Patrick Byrne, the former CEO of Overstock, came in. And we're talking about ways to overthrow the legitimate election results, seizing voting machines, for example. We reported at the time that martial law may have been floated in that meeting, something former President Trump later denied. But by all accounts, it was an explosive meeting that showed the lengths that former President Trump may have been willing to go to overturn the legit election results. Are we going to hear from Cipollone on that? I think there's going to be a lot of focus, I think, on that meeting and the tweet that was sent out right after where the former president said it's going to be wild.
Kristen, there's Cipollone. There's also, they want to move this in the direction to really talk about these extremist groups and what was happening between intermediaries. Well, I'll try another word. People who were working for the president, what they knew, and was there coordination with these groups?
Well, no, and you say it perfectly, because basically it is an attempt to show a link between former President Trump's inner circle and some of these extremist groups. And I pick up on the tweet that Hallie just mentioned. I think that's going to be a key focus as well. That December 18th meeting and the tweet that former President Trump sent out just one day later, in which he encouraged his supporters to come to the Capitol, saying it will be wild. Today is going to be remarkable because we're going to hear from one of those people who is, we anticipate, going to say that they saw that tweet as a clarion call. Stephen Ayers, he's someone who has pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for storming the Capitol on that day. And we are going to hear him talk about, in his own words, what that tweet sent to him, the message that it sent. And I think you're going to see the committee really try to lay out the case that this was more than a tweet, that the language was very intentional, and that it really had an impact on the decisions that people made that day. And I think it will be notable to hear that from Stephen Ayers' own perspective. I go back to Pat Cipollone for one moment, because we've been talking about this every day that we cover one of these hearings. It's one thing to know that these former officials were in the room. It's another thing to hear them talk about what happened in those rooms in their own words. I've been talking to sources who are close to Pat Cipollone who say, listen, caution on what Jamie Raskin said, because Cipollone was asked in those more than 8 hours of testimony about his own actions, his own perspective on those days leading up to January 6th and on January 6th, but he wasn't asked to specifically corroborate the things that Cassidy Hutchinson was saying. And that goes to the point that Hallie started making, which is that I think there's a distinction potentially, and we'll have to see, you know, where the specifics are.
Is it likely Republicans are regretting not fighting for a position on this panel? You felt like the Cassidy Hutchinson thing, they were caught flat-footed when that.
There's also a question of what would this hearing look like if other Republicans have. You know, there's two, obviously, Vice Chair Liz Cheney and Republican Congressman Adam Kinzinger, who are both not at all allies of former President Trump, exactly the opposite, in fact. Yeah. But yet, the tone of these hearings, I think, has been notable, just objectively. They have been sober and serious and laid out in a way that is not, to many degrees, hyperbolic, right? It's not an exaggeratory thing. Would there be the risk that it would turn into, if it were a more partisan panel, that it could turn into a more partisan experience? And that would, I think, change the flavor and the way that people look at this. I think there's one critical thing that we also need to watch for today, Lester, and Kristen started alluding to this, but almost a put up or shut up moment for the committee, because this is their opportunity to draw. And we talked about this on set before, Lester. What is the proof of any direct link between former President Trump and his inner circle to these far-right extremist groups? Is there some smoking gun? Is there some piece of evidence that directly shows that the White House at the time had been egging on these groups?
Or did he say the words?
Exactly.
Right.
Will we see that today? That's the question. That's kind of the onus on the committee today.
Yeah, and based on my conversations, they've said, look, we're not going to show direct conversations between the former president and the Oath Keepers. However, they are going to try to lay out an intentionality. Will that present itself as a smoking gun? We'll have to wait and see. What's notable, though, is that I do think you are sensing frustration among some Republicans, particularly in the former president's orbit, who feel as though he doesn't have a voice. The former president has been quite vocal about saying that we should have had people there, and he blames Minority Leader McCarthy for that, for pulling Republicans from the committee amid a dispute with Nancy Pelosi. But that is, I think, in part one of the reasons why you're seeing his former top advisor, Steve Bannon, come out and say, I want to testify publicly. Now, of course, he has a hearing next week for contempt of Congress charges. You have a number of people who are saying he's just offering that up so that he'll get a more lenient treatment in that hearing next week. So there's a lot of skepticism. But the bottom line is it fits into this broader political strategy, which is to say that we haven't had representation, even though the Trump world was offered chances to be at that hearing and to testify.
And by the way, many of them cooperated with the January 6th committee. We talk a lot about those who were subpoenaed and defied it, but there were plenty who cooperated, I think, of top campaign officials who we've seen in some of these taped depositions.
And his family members.
A lot of familiar faces. Also with us is the moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, good to see you today. We're talking about this idea of pressure on this committee to deliver. They started weeks ago talking about new evidence, new voices, new information. Have they delivered, and what's the pressure now that we're down to the final two?
I think they delivered on all of the other parts. The idea that there was an organized conspiracy to overturn the election with Eastman and Jeffrey Clark and all the president's efforts to pressure Mike Pence. Today, I mean, I think Hallie put it pretty well as well. I think today's the toughest case that they have to make. I think the political argument that you can make that without Donald Trump, without these tweets, these groups don't come in an organized fashion and attack the Capitol. I think that's a pretty easy persuasion argument to make. Can you make a legal argument, though? Right? There's a fine line between sort of saying, yeah, one wasn't going to happen without the other, and then actually having tangible proof that no, Donald Trump said, it was more than just him saying at a debate, stand back and stand by, and there was more to it. Can they produce, is Roger Stone a go-between? Was Rudy Giuliani a go-between? Can they produce somebody in that orbit that is more of a direct line on this? So I do think this is the highest bar they have to clear of any of the hearings so far.
Yeah, and then the question, what do you do with this? What's the next step at the end of this? Right. You expect a call to action?
Look, I think this is one that is all in the hands of the Justice Department, right? All of the other hearings, you could make a case there is a legislative fix that they'd like to make in order to prevent some of these weak spots in the Electoral Count Act to be taken advantage of again. But in this case, this is all in the hands of the Justice Department, and I think that's this is where I'm curious here. Have they even opened a criminal inquiry yet? It's one thing. It may be a high bar for them to make the charge. But have they even opened the inquiry? Based on their reaction to Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, it sounds like they hadn't yet. And that to me is a head scratcher, and it may be why the committee members are so frustrated with justice. They're sitting there going, oh, you want some of our work? What are you doing? I had Zoe Lofgren on a couple weeks ago, and she said, they have much stronger subpoena power than Congress does. So what are you waiting on transcripts from Congress for?
Well, are they waiting perhaps for these hearings to be over so it does not appear that there's a direct political linkage?
Well, look, I think that's another question I have for the Attorney General. I'm surprised he hasn't made the decision to call for a special counsel. I know some people think that he doesn't want to do that, and he wants to be able to prove it can be done inside justice. If you're going to put a former president of the United States on trial, I don't know why you wouldn't want to find a Republican U.S. attorney to be your special counsel. So I don't know what they're waiting for, because if they've got to reinvestigate everything and redepose everybody, which is what you'd have to do in your own investigation, they got a long ways to go.
And Kristen, this committee is definitely shaking the trees. They keep moving the schedule. They keep talking about new information coming in all the time, that they're rewriting this as it goes along. I mean, how much does that really leave us in a place where we're not getting a conclusion?
Well, and I think that's absolutely right. The fact that the hearing that hadn't been officially notified for Thursday has now been pushed to next week. If you talk to committee aides, they say it's for that reason, because we are getting new information all of the time, and they're having new witnesses come forward all of the time. And so I think that is one of the things that is dragging this out, but also, I think, potentially delaying everything that Chuck's talking about. I also know that the Attorney General, if you listen to his public comments, if you talk to people who are familiar with his thinking, is going to be quite cautious before proceeding, because this is a former president. And I've spoken to a number of legal experts who say so far they haven't heard a smoking gun. They haven't heard that direct link. They haven't heard enough to basically stand up in a court of law.
But circumstantial.
Circumstantial, exactly. And as Chuck says, if the Justice Department is going to pursue its own criminal investigation, it's going to need to re-interview all of these witnesses from the start. And so I do think there is an element of the politics hanging so heavily over this entire situation.
There will be an endpoint to the committee's work, and that's going to be the final report that they will issue, right? And that'll happen in the fall, and that'll happen, to Kristen's point about the politics of it, right before the midterms, because guess what happens if Democrats do not keep control of the House of Representatives? This investigation is, everybody knows it's going to be over. There will be other investigations open, for example, as many Republicans have said publicly, into President Biden, the current president, and his family, et cetera. Things in Congress will move in a very different direction as it relates to looking into what the White House is doing. Since that first set of hearings, Lester, I had heard from members on this committee that they were almost instantly, almost immediately, that they came on under these primetime lights initially and then the daytime lights, getting people coming in and talking to them and getting new information. You saw that in stark relief with Cassidy Hutchinson in that hearing. But since the very start of the committee's work going public, they have been getting more information in. Congressman Raskin alluded to this, and he said, I don't think we're ever going to be able to say our work is over, even once we get to that final report. The final hearing will be, I think, a finale to that. I think it's going to be explosive. As we look ahead, that's going to be about the 187 minutes of the violence at the Capitol itself. It's going to be, I'm sure, incredibly dramatic. But then there will still be more after that.
I want to turn to another wrinkle that we mentioned here in passing and go to Justice correspondent Pete Williams. Pete, I want to talk about former Trump advisor Steve Bannon. One of the big surprises over the weekend was his offer to suddenly testify after ignoring a subpoena issued last year and really condemning this process. Where does this stand right now?
Well, right now he faces a trial that starts on Monday with both hands tied behind his back because the judge has basically said, you can't argue that you relied on the advice of your lawyer. You can't argue that you were relying on past Justice Department policies about indicting former executive branch officials. Remember, he served 7 months in 2017 in the White House. You can't attack the committee and say it was improperly constituted. You can't call members of the committee to testify. And at one point, his lawyer yesterday at a hearing before the judge who will conduct the trial said, well, you know, what are we supposed to do if we don't have, if there's no defense? And the judge basically said, well, that's something to think about. One thing that's also clear is that Bannon cannot say in his trial, look, I've offered now to testify. The judge has said that doesn't count. The crime here that he's charged with is refusing the testimony back in October when he was subpoenaed. And there's another wrinkle to this, Lester, which is that the lawyer for the former president, Justin Clark, the Justice Department said, the president never gave Steve Bannon complete immunity. What he said was there are certain things you shouldn't answer, and where appropriate, you should cite executive privilege, but not to completely stiff the committee. So there is that. And then, of course, there's the separate question of whether Bannon will testify before the committee. Like most witnesses, he wants to do it live, but that's not going to happen. So it would be a recorded testimony, and I don't know where that stands right now.
And Kristen, the idea of being live, presumably to be able to be a strong, unfiltered defender.
That's right. This is someone who has mocked the committee's proceedings for months. So to say that he would be a wild card testifying publicly before them is an understatement. And then just talking to folks who are familiar with this process, it's just not the way this process has been working. They subpoenaed him for documents, which he hasn't turned over, and to come and talk to them first behind closed doors. So basically, if you talk to folks who are familiar with this, they say he needs to turn over the documents. He needs to come in and talk to us privately before we can have any discussion about a public testimony, that this is so far down the line. And again, it gets to the bottom line, I think, scrutiny of his offer to testify publicly in the first place, which is that you have a number of legal experts, you have a number of people in the committee saying this is nothing more than a stunt.
And let me bring in Danny Savelis quickly, who joins us here at the table, a criminal defense attorney, legal analyst for NBC News. So what does Bannon stand to gain by suddenly deciding to testify?
This is just gamesmanship. I mean, the reality is Bannon knows, and his counsel know, that the committee has no interest in him essentially testifying without a net. We're all learning why it is in civil cases in court attorneys take depositions. The reason we do that is we get someone's testimony under oath so that if they end up at trial straying from that testimony or going rogue, so to speak, then you confront them with that sworn testimony. It's about control. And the committee throughout has exhibited a desire to control the narrative. And so Bannon, in a way, I mean, I can't think of any other word than trolling. He's kind of trolling the committee by saying, oh, yeah, I'll testify if you dare. And the committee doesn't dare because it would be unscripted, it would be uncontrolled. They wouldn't have any sworn testimony to confront him with. I mean, the reality is this. The committee is putting on people that they know already what they will say. They're either people that have always supported their position or they're apostates. They're people that once maybe were in the Oath Keepers, for example, as we'll see today, and are no longer part of the Oath Keepers and are more than willing to testify against them. So because there's nothing wrong with that. It's the adversarial process. The committee has a mission and they're sticking to it, and Bannon offering to testify now is not something they're interested in.
Howard?
Can we just real talk for a second here? Steve Bannon is licking his chops to be able to get out there and to testify live in front of the committee on national television across all the networks to be able to, I think, do exactly what Danny talked about. He is somebody who, you ask, what does he have to gain? The microphone, the spotlight, attention, notoriety. These are all things that Steve Bannon
But the committee has been very careful about who goes on
exactly.
live.
Danny's right on all of these fronts. Kristen, they are not going to relinquish control to Steve Bannon. I'm just saying this is a guy who wants it, right? This is not a surprising, necessarily twist in turn of events here. This back and forth over executive privilege and what did former President Trump say and this and that is a bit of a smokescreen. So unlikely to happen for the reasons that Danny laid out. But for Steve Bannon, this is somebody who, remember, has this podcast that is that he's out there every day almost defending former President Trump, continuing to talk about the last election and the plans for the next election.
All right, let me bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard. He's in Phoenix. Vaughn, you've been out covering Trump rallies these past few weeks. Are his supporters paying attention to these hearings, or is it having any kind of effect?
Yeah, there's a reason that Donald Trump is out on the campaign trail. He was in Nevada over the weekend as well as in Alaska, and he just announced last night that he is heading right here to Phoenix, Arizona later this week. He is playing offense here. This is a sustained effort. There is no remorse. There is no regret. There is no walking back about the events that unfolded that day on January 6th. He is on a campaign himself to convince the American electorate and the public that his fight in those weeks after the November 2020 election were justified. And frankly, there's a new New York Times Siena poll that came out just this morning in which 75% of Republican voters nationally said that Donald Trump was just using those weeks after the election to look out after the well-being of the election system here in this country, essentially defending Donald Trump's actions, which is the exact opposite case the January 6th Select Committee has attempted to lay out to the public here. And when you're talking about Donald Trump, you're talking about somebody who has a base of support. And the question was, would those voters stick with him despite the damning evidence that has been laid out in this testimony? I was talking with a voter, an Arizona voter just last night here, who I met back in 2020. And he said, look, what unfolded on January 6th was uncomfortable. He didn't like what happened. He would not have participated in the insurrection that day here. He said at the same time, though, he believes that it was a protest that went wrong and got out of control, and it was not a disqualifying event that would take away from the 4 previous years of the Trump administration and the policies that they pressed here. And that is where it is interesting when you also look at that poll again. You're talking about 50% of Republican voters right now say that they would back Donald Trump for 2024 here. He is still the leader of this Republican Party, and you have not seen a denunciation among Republican lawmakers from Capitol Hill to the state level, outside of Liz Cheney, Adam Kinzinger, Maryland Governor Larry Hogan, Mitt Romney. The list has not expanded beyond those few. I mean, really less than 10 notable Republicans across the country. And look at what he's going to do on Saturday here in Arizona. He is going to be standing on the campaign stage with the leading candidate for governor here in Arizona, who has called for the decertification of the 2020 election. He's going to be standing on stage with the leading U.S. Senate Republican candidate here in Arizona, who has called the 2020 election rigged and stolen here. And August 2nd is the primary here in Arizona. And ultimately, it's going to be the best poll yet, because Republican voters are going to be deciding whether it's those candidates who are frankly obsessed with the 2020 election and Donald Trump's propagation of these conspiracy theories that it was rigged and stolen. It's going to be up to them, and it's going to be a strong indication about where the Republican electorate stands. And one other thing, though, I want to note, though, is just this morning, he was calling the Select Committee hacks and thugs. And over the weekend, again, when I talk about not backing down, Lester, just over the weekend, he was still calling on the Wisconsin state legislature to reclaim the electoral college votes that went to Joe Biden and hand them to him, who he called himself, quote, the actual winner. Lester?
He is consistent. Kristen, you've got some news?
Yeah. Former President Trump just out with a new statement moments ago, taking aim at that polling that Vaughn was just citing, calling the New York Times, the failing New York Times, not a surprise. That's one of his favorite attacks against the New York Times. And I think it speaks to the fact that the polling is getting under his skin. Yes, nearly half of Republican voters say they would back him, but nearly half say they wouldn't. And Ron DeSantis, the governor in Florida, is his sort of closest rival at this point. And Vaughn very smartly points out that publicly, Republicans are not breaking with the former president, but privately they are. And Hallie, myself, we have sources calling us all of the time saying things like, look, this has gone too far. People who have acknowledged they're working against him, who they want Ron DeSantis to run, and not the former president. And so I do think you're seeing a fraying around the edges. It's unclear what that's going to mean, though. Is that enough? It might not be enough to prevent him from actually declaring a run, potentially even this summer, which is making a lot of Republicans jittery because they're concerned that then the midterms would become all about
that's why
Trump.
I want to go to Chuck real quickly. Yeah. Chuck, does this increase the likelihood that he'll announce a run for president soon?
No, I think he's already done it. I mean, I think the fact that there is Willie or won't he speculation out there is exactly what he wants. Look, there are real financial penalties to his sort of the lifestyle that he grifts off of his campaign and his super PACs. And if he's an announced candidate, there's suddenly, he might have to find other ways to fuel the plane, other ways to do his charters that become financially complicated. So it's really actually financially stupid for him to announce before November. But he's already got what he wants, which is the perception that it's a matter of when, not if, which is really all he wanted out there, I think, because I think that's the seed he wants to plant in the back of Merrick Garland's head. That's the seed he wants to plant in the back of every Republican thinking about running for president. A whole bunch of them are going out to Iowa in the next 3 to 4 weeks. He wants to plant that seed there. And I'll tell you something that I've been trying to, every one of these, Kristen and Hallie mentioned, I've had the similar conversations with Republican operatives, and I asked them the following question. How is Donald Trump going to concede the Republican nomination if he doesn't win it? And I'm like, remember what we're doing here right now, guys. Why are we here? Because this man couldn't handle the facts on the ground that what happened to him on Election Day. How is he going to handle, we already know he doesn't accept losing the Iowa caucuses in 2016. I mean, I think the Republican Party is about to go through its own version of what Donald Trump put the country through in 2020.
Hallie, this testimony that we'll hear, they don't lay out the witnesses far in advance, so it's hard for anyone to kind of figure out what direction that goes. That has to be frustrating, though, to the supporters of the president.
Presumably, I think there's a piece of this, too. There's some reporting that had come out, I believe it was from the Washington Post, about Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, and that she got a call that was perceived as the potential for witness tampering, if you will, which is why they sort of hurried up and got her. If you remember, that was announced with, 24 hours notice, not even.
She was the surprise witness.
Exactly, the sort of emergency hearing. So I think there's that component to it as well. There's also the component, when you look at former President Trump, to hear Chuck and Kristen talk about this, I talked to donors. That's an important factor in this conversation, too. Not the most important factor, but one of them. And what this polling shows out from the New York Times is that the people who are more likely to be donating money to campaigns like the former president's are less likely to be in favor of him running again. And I think that's an important piece of this, too, as Chuck talks about the money part. We've seen that Donald Trump doesn't always like to put up his own money when it comes to his own political ambitions. I will just put a bit of a caveat on that, which is this polling also shows that yet, because with Donald Trump, there often is an and yet, ... a majority of Republicans would still see him favorably, they say right now, if he were the nominee. And I think that is something that Donald Trump will look at and would point to.
And, of course, the midterms, a lot of other things
factors at play
would be in play here. All right. The hearing is set to begin in just a moment. We want to pause here briefly. We're going to give our NBC News stations across the country a chance to join our special coverage.
This is an NBC News special report. One of the final 2 hearings from the January 6th committee. The results of a year-long investigation into the attack on the U.S. Capitol. New evidence set to be revealed about the days and hours leading up to that fateful day, as the committee tries to prove that former President Donald Trump was responsible for the assault.
I overheard the president say something to the effect of, I don't effing care that they have weapons. They're not here to hurt me.
Today, one of the last chances the committee will have to make its case to the American people. Here now is Lester Holt.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our special coverage of the January 6 hearings. And there is drama once again surrounding today's hearing, with the big question being whether we will hear from President Trump's former White House counsel. After months of refusing to testify, Pat Cipollone finally came before the committee on Friday for a closed-door videotape deposition. Cipollone has been a key figure in these hearings, described by other witnesses as participating in some of the most critical conversations about attempts to overturn the election and the rally itself. He's been presented as often disagreeing with Mr. Trump and cautioning that some of his proposed actions could be illegal. We're likely to hear some of his testimony today in clips. The other question, will the committee be able to prove there was a link between the extremist groups who participated in the attack and on the Capitol and those close to President Trump? We'll hear live from a former member of one of those extremist groups, as well as a man convicted for his role in the riot that day, and a warning: the committee will be playing videos that contain profanity and other explicit material. Let's go right now to Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitali, who's just outside the hearing room to set the stage for us. Ali?
Lester, the doors to the hearing room behind me closing now as we get set for the 7th hearing from this January 6th committee, set to focus on how the mob came to the Capitol on January 6th, with a specific attempt to try to tie the former president and a tweet that he sent on December 19th to right-wing extremist groups who came to the Capitol on that day, fomenting the violence that we saw. But there's also going to be, I'm told, new video testimony from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, snippets of his more than 7 hours of testimony before the committee at the end of last week. And what I'm told repeatedly by Raskin is that this is going to be another instance where the committee brings new information. Lester?
And the committee is now in session. Let's go.
Release the deposition material presented during today's hearing. Good afternoon. When I think about the most basic way to explain the importance of elections in the United States, there's a phrase that always comes to mind. It may sound straightforward, but it's meaningful. We settle our differences at the ballot box. Sometimes my choice prevails, sometimes yours does, but it's that simple. We cast our votes, we count the votes. If something seems off with the results, we can challenge them in court, and then we accept the results. When you're on the losing side, that doesn't mean you have to be happy about it. And in the United States, there's plenty you can do and say so. You can protest, you can organize, you can get ready for the next election to try to make sure your side has a better chance the next time the people settle their differences at the ballot box. But you can't turn violent. You can't try to achieve your desired outcome through force or harassment or intimidation. Any real leader who sees their supporters going down that path, approaching that line, has a responsibility to say, stop. We gave it our best. We came up short. We try again next time, because we settle our differences at the ballot box. On December 14, 2020, the presidential election was officially over. The Electoral College had cast its vote. Joe Biden was the president-elect of the United States. By that point, many of Donald Trump's supporters were already convinced that the election had been stolen, because that's what Donald Trump had been telling them. So what Donald Trump was required to do in that moment, what would have been required of any American leader, was to say, we did our best and we came up short. He went the opposite way. He seized on the anger he had already stoked among his most loyal supporters, and as they approached the line, he didn't wave them off, he urged them on. Today, the committee will explain how, as a part of his last-ditch effort to overturn the election and block the transfer of power, Donald Trump summoned a mob to Washington, D.C., and ultimately spurred that mob to wage a violent attack on our democracy. Our colleagues, Ms. Murphy of Florida and Mr. Raskin of Maryland, will lay out this story. First, I'm pleased to recognize our distinguished Vice Chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any opening comments she'd care to offer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Our committee did not conduct a hearing last week, but we did conduct an on-the-record interview of President Trump's former White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. If you have watched these hearings, you've heard us call for Mr. Cipollone to come forward to testify. He did, and Mr. Cipollone's testimony met our expectations. We will save for our next hearing President Trump's behavior during the violence of January 6th. Today's hearing will take us from December 14th, 2020, when the Electoral College met and certified the results of the 2020 presidential election, up through the morning of January 6th. You will see certain segments of Pat Cipollone's testimony today. We will also see today how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington and how the president's stolen election lies provoked that mob to attack the Capitol. And we will hear from a man who was induced by President Trump's lies to come to Washington and join the mob, and how that decision has changed his life. Today's hearing is our 7th. We have covered significant ground over the past several weeks, and we have also seen a change in how witnesses and lawyers in the Trump orbit approach this committee. Initially, their strategy in some cases appeared to be to deny and delay. Today, there appears to be a general recognition that the committee has established key facts, including that virtually everyone close to President Trump, his Justice Department officials, his White House advisors, his White House counsel, his campaign, all told him the 2020 election was not stolen. This appears to have changed the strategy for defending Donald Trump. Now the argument seems to be that President Trump was manipulated by others outside the administration, that he was persuaded to ignore his closest advisors, and that he was incapable of telling right from wrong. This new strategy is to try to blame only John Eastman or Sidney Powell or Congressman Scott Perry or others, and not President Trump. In this version, the president was, quote, poorly served by these outside advisors. The strategy is to blame people his advisors called, quote, the crazies for what Donald Trump did. This, of course, is nonsense. President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Just like everyone else in our country, he is responsible for his own actions and his own choices. As our investigation has shown, Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind. Nor can any argument of any kind excuse President Trump's behavior during the violent attack on January 6th. As you watch our hearing today, I would urge you to keep your eye on two specific points. First, you will see evidence that Trump's legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, knew that they lacked actual evidence of widespread fraud sufficient to prove that the election was actually stolen. They knew it, but they went ahead with January 6th anyway. And second, consider how millions of Americans were persuaded to believe what Donald Trump's closest advisors in his administration did not. These Americans did not have access to the truth like Donald Trump did. They put their faith and their trust in Donald Trump. They wanted to believe in him. They wanted to fight for their country, and he deceived them. For millions of Americans, that may be painful to accept, but it is true. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for opening statements.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We know beyond a shadow of a doubt that then President Donald Trump lost in a free and fair election. And yet, President Trump insisted that his loss was due to fraud in the election process, rather than to the democratic will of the voters. The president continued to make this claim despite being told again and again by the courts, by the Justice Department, by his campaign officials, and by some of his closest advisors that the evidence did not support this assertion. This was the big lie, and millions of Americans were deceived by it. Too many of our fellow citizens still believe it to this day. It's corrosive to our country and damaging to our democracy. As our committee has shown in prior hearings, following the election, President Trump relentlessly pursued multiple interlocking lines of effort, all with a single goal: to remain in power despite having lost. The lines of effort were aimed at his loyal Vice President, Mike Pence, at state election and elected officials, and at the U.S. Department of Justice. The president pressured the vice president to obstruct the process to certify the election result. He demanded that state officials find him enough votes to overturn the election outcome in that state, and he pressed the Department of Justice to find widespread evidence of fraud. When justice officials told the president that such evidence did not exist, the president urged them to simply declare that the election was corrupt. On December 14th, the Electoral College met to officially confirm that Joe Biden would be the next president. The evidence shows that once this occurred, President Trump and those who were willing to aid and abet him turned their attention to the joint session of Congress scheduled for January 6th, at which the vice president would preside. In their warped view, this ceremonial event was the next, and perhaps the last, inflection point that could be used to reverse the outcome of the election before Mr. Biden's inauguration. As President Trump put it, the vice president and enough members of Congress simply needed to summon the courage to act. To help them find that courage, the president called for backup. Early in the morning of December 19th, the president sent out a tweet urging his followers to travel to Washington, D.C. for January 6th. "Be there, we'll be wild," the president wrote. As my colleague, Mr. Raskin, will describe in detail, this tweet served as a call to action, and in some cases as a call to arms for many of President Trump's most loyal supporters. It's clear the president intended the assembled crowd on the January 6th to serve his goal. And as you have already seen, and as you will see again today, some of those who are coming had specific plans. The president's goal was to stay in power for a second term despite losing the election. The assembled crowd was one of the tools to achieve that goal. And in today's hearing, we will focus on events that took place in the final weeks leading up to January 6th, starting in mid-December. And we'll add color and context to evidence you've already heard about, and we'll also provide additional new evidence. For example, you'll hear about meetings in which the president entertained extreme measures designed to help him stay in power, like the seizure of voting machines. We will show some of the coordination that occurred between the White House and members of Congress as it relates to January 6th. And some of these members of Congress would later seek pardons. We will also examine some of the planning for the January 6th protests, placing special emphasis on one rally planner's concerns about the potential violence. And we will describe some of the president's key actions on the evening of January 5th and the morning of January 6th, including how the president edited and ad-libbed his speech that morning at the Ellipse, directed the crowd to march to the Capitol, and spoke off script in a way that further inflamed an already angry crowd. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair. 4 days after the electors met across the country and made Joe Biden the president-elect, Donald Trump was still trying to find a way to hang on to the presidency. On Friday, December 18th, his team of outside advisors paid him a surprise visit in the White House that would quickly become the stuff of legend. The meeting has been called unhinged, not normal, and the craziest meeting of the Trump presidency. The outside lawyers who'd been involved in dozens of failed lawsuits had lots of theories supporting the big lie, but no evidence to support it. As we will see, however, they brought to the White House a draft executive order that they had prepared for President Trump to further his ends. Specifically, they proposed the immediate mass seizure of state election machines by the U.S. military.
The meeting ended after midnight with apparent rejection of that idea. In the wee hours of December 19th, dissatisfied with his options, Donald Trump decided to call for a large and wild crowd on Wednesday, January 6th, the day when Congress would meet to certify the electoral votes. Never before in American history had a president called for a crowd to come contest the counting of electoral votes by Congress, or engaged in any effort designed to influence, delay, or obstruct the joint session of Congress in doing its work required by our Constitution and the Electoral Count Act. As we'll see, Donald Trump's 1:42 a.m. tweet electrified and galvanized his supporters, especially the dangerous extremists in the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and other racist and white nationalist groups spoiling for a fight against the government. 3 rings of interwoven attack were now operating towards January 6th. On the inside ring, Trump continued trying to work to overturn the election by getting Mike Pence to abandon his oath of office as vice president and assert the unilateral power to reject electoral votes. This would have been a fundamental and unprecedented breach of the Constitution that would promise Trump multiple ways of staying in office. Meanwhile, in the middle ring, members of domestic violent extremist groups created an alliance, both online and in person, to coordinate a massive effort to storm, invade, and occupy the Capitol. By placing a target on the joint session of Congress, Trump had mobilized these groups around a common goal, emboldening them, strengthening their working relationships, and helping build their numbers. Finally, in the outer ring, on January 6th, there assembled a large and angry crowd, the political force that Trump considered both the touchstone and the measure of his political power. Here were thousands of enraged Trump followers, thoroughly convinced by the big lie, who traveled from across the country to join Trump's wild rally to stop the steal. With the proper incitement by political leaders and the proper instigation from the extremists, many members of this crowd could be led to storm the Capitol, confront the vice president in Congress, and try to overturn the 2020 election result. All of these efforts would converge and explode on January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, as you know better than any other member of this committee from the wrenching struggle for voting rights in your beloved Mississippi, the problem of politicians whipping up mob violence to destroy fair elections is the oldest domestic enemy of constitutional democracy in America. Abraham Lincoln knew it too. In 1837, a racist mob in Alton, Illinois, broke into the offices of an abolitionist newspaper and killed its editor, Elijah Lovejoy. Lincoln wrote a speech in which he said that no transatlantic military giant could ever crush us as a nation, even with all of the fortunes in the world. But if downfall ever comes to America, he said, we ourselves would be its author and finisher. If racist mobs are encouraged by politicians to rampage and terrorize, Lincoln said, they will violate the rights of other citizens and quickly destroy the bonds of social trust necessary for democracy to work. Mobs and demagogues will put us on a path to political tyranny, Lincoln said. As we'll see today, this very old problem has returned with new ferocity today as a president who lost an election deployed a mob which included dangerous extremists to attack the constitutional system of election and the peaceful transfer of power. And as we'll see, the creation of the internet and social media has given today's tyrants tools of propaganda and disinformation that yesterday's despots could only have dreamed of. I yield back to the gentle lady from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Article 2 of the United States Constitution establishes the Electoral College. Each state's laws provide that electors are to be chosen by a popular vote. And on December 14th, 2020, electors met in all 50 states and the District of Columbia to cast their votes. Joseph Biden won by a margin of 306 to 232. The election was over. Mr. Biden was the president-elect. Before the Electoral College met, Donald Trump and his allies filed dozens of legal challenges to the election, but they lost over and over again including in front of multiple judges President Trump had nominated to the bench. In many of these cases, the judges were highly critical of the arguments put forward, explaining that no genuine evidence of widespread fraud had been presented. For example, a federal judge in Pennsylvania said, "This court has been presented with strained legal arguments without merit and speculative accusations unsupported by evidence. In the United States of America, this cannot justify the disenfranchisement of a single voter, let alone all the voters of its sixth most populated state." On December 15th, after the Electoral College certified the outcome, the Republican majority leader in the Senate acknowledged Mr. Biden's victory.
Yesterday, electors met in all 50 states. So as of this morning, our country has officially a president-elect and a vice president-elect. Many millions of us had hoped the presidential election would yield a different result. But our system of government has processes to determine who will be sworn in on January the 20th. The Electoral College has spoken. So today I want to congratulate President-elect Joe Biden.
Even members of President Trump's cabinet and his White House staff understood the significance of his losses in the courts and the absence of evidence of fraud. They also respected the constitutional certification by the Electoral College. Many of them told President Trump that it was time to concede the election to Mr. Biden. For example, then Secretary of Labor Gene Scalia, an accomplished lawyer and the son of late Justice Scalia, called President Trump in mid-December and advised him to concede and accept the rulings of the courts.
And so I had to put a call into the president. I might have called on the 13th. We spoke, I believe, on the 14th, in which I conveyed to him that I thought that it was time for him to acknowledge that President Biden had prevailed in the election. But I communicated to the president that when that legal process is exhausted and when the electors have voted, that's the point at which that outcome needs to be expected. I told him that I did believe, yes, that once those legal processes were run, if fraud had not been established that had affected the outcome of the election, then unfortunately I believed that what had to be done was concede the outcome.
As you've seen in prior hearings, President Trump's Justice Department, his White House staff, and his campaign officials were repeatedly telling him that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to change the outcome of the election. And last week, we conducted an 8-hour interview with President Trump's White House counsel, Pat Cipollone. You'll see a number of excerpts of that interview today and even more in our next hearing. Mr. Cipollone told us that he agreed with the testimony that there was no evidence of fraud sufficient to overturn the election.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan and Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
And Mr. Cipollone also specifically testified that he believed that Donald Trump should have conceded the election.
Did you believe, Mr. Cipollone, that the president should concede once you made the determination based on the investigations that you credited DOJ did and the campaign did? Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is that I believe he should concede the election at a point in time, yes, I did. I believe Leader McConnell went onto the floor of the Senate, I believe in mid-December, and basically said, the process is done. That would be in line with my thinking on these things.
As Attorney General Bill Barr testified, December 14th should have been the end of the matter.
December 14th was the day that the states certified their votes and sent them to Congress. And in my view, that was the end of the matter. I didn't see, I thought that this would lead inexorably to a new administration.
Mr. Cipollone also testified that the president's chief of staff, Mark Meadows, said he shared this view.
As early as that November 23rd meeting, we understand that there was discussion about the president possibly conceding the election. And specifically, we understand that Mark Meadows assured both you and Attorney General Barr that the president would eventually agree to a graceful exit. Do you remember Mr. Meadows making any such representation?
Are you saying as part of that meeting or separately? Again, without getting into that meeting, I would say that is a statement and a sentiment that I heard from Mark Meadows.
I see. And again, do you know if it was on November 23rd or some point?
Again, it was probably, around that time, and it was probably subsequent to that time. It wasn't a one-time statement.
Mr. Meadows has refused to testify, and the committee is in litigation with him. But many other White House officials shared the view that once the litigation ended and the Electoral College met, the election was over. And here's President Trump's former press secretary.
I wanted to clarify, Ms. McEnany, so back to my previous question, it was your view then, or was it your view that the efforts to overturn the election should have stopped once the litigation was complete?
In my view, upon the conclusion of litigation was when I began to plan for life after the administration.
And this is what Ivanka Trump told us.
December 14th was the day on which the Electoral College met, when these electors around the country met and cast the electoral votes consistent with the popular vote in each state. And it was obviously a public proceeding or a series of proceedings that President Biden had obtained the requisite number of electors. Was that an important day for you? Did that affect sort of your planning or your realization as to whether or not there was going to be an end of this administration?
I think so. I think it was my sentiment probably prior as well.
Judd Deere was a White House deputy press secretary. This was his testimony about what he told President Trump.
I told him that my personal viewpoint was that the Electoral College had met, which is the system that our country is set under to elect a president and vice president. And I believed at that point that the means for him to pursue litigation was probably closed.
And you recall what his response, if any, was?
He disagreed.
We've also seen this testimony from Attorney General Barr reflecting a view of the White House staff in late November 2020.
And then at that point, I left. And as I walked out of the Oval Office, Jared was there with Dan Scavino, who ran the president's social media, and who I thought was a reasonable guy and believe is a reasonable guy. And I said, how long is he going to carry on with this stolen election stuff? Where's this going to go? And by that time, Meadows had caught up with me and leaving the office, and caught up to me and said that he said, look, I think that he's becoming more realistic and knows that there's a limit to how far he can take this. And then Jared said, yeah, we're working on this. We're working on it.
Likewise, in this testimony, Cassidy Hutchinson, an aide to Mark Meadows, described her conversations with President Trump's Director of National Intelligence, John Ratcliffe, a former Republican congressman.
He had expressed to me that he was concerned that it could spiral out of control and potentially be dangerous, either for our democracy or the way that things were going for the 6th.
Of course, underlying all of this is the fundamental principle that the President of the United States cannot simply disregard the rulings of state and federal courts, which are empowered to address specific election-related claims. The President cannot simply pretend that the courts had not ruled.
By that time, the President or his associates had lost 60 out of 61 cases that they had brought to challenge different aspects of the election in a number of states. They lost 60 out of 61 of those cases. So by the time we get to January 3rd, that's been clear. I assume, Pat, that you would agree the President is obligated to abide by the rulings of the courts.
Of course.
And I assume you also
everybody is obligated to abide by rules, of course.
And I assume you also would agree the President has a particular obligation to take care that the laws be faithfully executed.
That is one of the President's obligations, correct.
Yet President Trump disregarded these court rulings and the counsel from his closest advisors and continued his efforts to cling to power. In our prior hearings, you have heard considerable testimony about President Trump's attempts to corruptly pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, to corrupt the Department of Justice, to pressure state officials and state legislatures, and to create and submit a series of fake electoral slates. Now, we will show you what other actions President Trump was taking between December 14th, 2020 and January 6th. I yield to the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy. Throughout our hearings, you've heard how President Trump made baseless claims that voting machines were being manipulated by foreign powers in the 2020 election. You've also heard Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, describe such claims as complete nonsense, which he told the president. Let's review that testimony.
I saw absolutely zero basis for the allegations, but they were made in such a sensational way that they obviously were influencing a lot of people, members of the public, that there was this systemic corruption in the system and that their votes didn't count and that these machines controlled by somebody else were actually determining it, which was complete nonsense. And it was being laid out there. And I told them that it was crazy stuff and they were wasting their time on that. And it was doing a grave disservice to the country.
We've learned that President Trump's White House counsel agreed with the Department of Justice about this.
Attorney General Barr made a public announcement on December 1st, less than a month after the election, that he had seen no suspended fraud, sufficient evidence. Fair to say that by December 1st, you had reached the same conclusion?
It's fair to say that I agree with Attorney General Barr's conclusion on December 1st. Yes, I did, and I supported that conclusion.
However, the strong rejection of the Attorney General and the White House counsel of these claims did not stop the president from trying to press them in public. But that's not all he did. Indeed, as you'll see in this clip, the president asked Attorney General Bill Barr to have the Department of Justice seize voting machines in the states.
My recollection is the president said something like, well, we could get to the bottom, some people say we could get to the bottom of this if the department seized the machines. It was a typical way of raising a point. And I said, absolutely not. There's no probable cause, and I'm not going to seize any machines. And that was that. Yeah.
But this wasn't the end of the matter. On the evening of December 18th, 2020, Sidney Powell, General Michael Flynn, and others entered the White House for an unplanned meeting with the president, the meeting that would last multiple hours and become hot-blooded and contentious. The executive order behind me on the screen was drafted on December the 16th, just 2 days after the Electoral College vote, by several of the president's outside advisors over a luncheon at the Trump International Hotel. As you can see here, this proposed order directs the Secretary of Defense to seize voting machines, quote, effective immediately, but it goes even further than that. Under the order, President Trump would appoint a special counsel with the power to seize machines and then charge people with crimes with all resources necessary to carry out her duties. The specific plan was to name Sidney Powell as special counsel, the Trump lawyer who had spent the post-election period making outlandish claims about Venezuelan and Chinese interference in the election, among others. Here's what White House counsel Pat Cipollone had to say about Sidney Powell's qualifications to take on such expansive authority.
I don't think Sidney Powell would say that I thought it was a good idea to appoint her special counsel. I was vehemently opposed. I didn't think she should be appointed to anything.
Sidney Powell told the president that these steps were justified because of her evidence of foreign interference in the 2020 election. However, as we've seen, Trump's allies had no such evidence and, of course, no legal authority for the federal government to seize state voting machines. Here's Mr. Cipollone again denouncing Sidney Powell's terrible idea.
There was a real question in my mind and a real concern, particularly after the Attorney General had reached the conclusion that there wasn't sufficient election fraud to change the outcome of the election. When other people kept suggesting that there was, the answer is, what is it? And at some point, you have to put up or shut up. That was my view.
Why was this, on a broader scale, a bad idea for the country?
To have the federal government seize voting machines, that's a terrible idea for the country. That's not how we do things in the United States. There's no legal authority to do that. And there is a way to contest elections, that happens all the time. But the idea that the federal government could come in and seize election machines, I don't understand why I would even have to tell you why that's a bad idea for the country. It's a terrible idea.
For all of its absurdity, the December 18th meeting was critically important because President Trump got to watch up close for several hours as his White House counsel and other White House lawyers destroyed the baseless factual claims and ridiculous legal arguments being offered by Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, and others. President Trump now knew all these claims were nonsense, not just from his able White House lawyers, but also from his own Department of Justice officials and indeed his own campaign officials. As White House counsel Pat Cipollone told us,
with respect to the whole election fraud issue, to me, it's sort of, if you're going to make those kind of claims, and people were open to them early on because people were making all sorts of claims, and the real question is, show the evidence, okay?
It wasn't just the Justice Department, the Trump campaign, and the Trump White House lawyers who knew it. Even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team admitted that they did not have any real evidence of fraud sufficient to change the election result. Here's an email from Rudy Giuliani's lead investigator, Bernie Kerik, on December 28, 2020, to Chief of Staff Mark Meadows. Mr. Kerik did not mince any words. We can do all the investigations we want later, but if the president plans on winning, it's the legislators that have to be moved, and this will do just that. Mr. Kerik wanted the president to win. What he didn't say in this email was what he would later tell the Select Committee in a letter that his lawyer wrote to us in November. The letter said, quote, "It was impossible for Mr. Kerik and his team to determine conclusively whether there was widespread fraud or whether that widespread fraud would have altered the outcome of the election." In other words, even Rudy Giuliani's own legal team knew before January 6th that they hadn't collected enough actual evidence to support any of their stolen election claims. Here's what Trump campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told the committee about some of the so-called evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen from the Giuliani team.
So do you know what the examples of fraud, numbers, names, and supporting evidence was that you sent to Mo Brooks's office? And when I say you, I mean you or the campaign.
There are some very, very general documents as far as say, for example, here are the handful of dead people in several different states. Here are explanations on a couple of the legal challenges as far as saying that the rules were changed in an unconstitutional manner. But it was, to say that it was thin is probably an understatement.
Here's how President Trump's deputy campaign manager described the evidence of fraud that the campaign had seen.
You never came to learn or understand that Mayor Giuliani had produced evidence of election fraud. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And here's testimony that we received from the Speaker of the Arizona House of Representatives, Rusty Bowers, about an exchange that he had with Rudy Giuliani after the election.
At some point, did one of them make a comment that they didn't have evidence, but they had a lot of theories?
That was Mr. Giuliani.
Chief of Staff Mark Meadows told people that he thought Trump should concede around the time the Electoral College certified the result. But nonetheless, he later worked to try to facilitate President Trump's wishes. Here's what Cassidy Hutchinson told us.
During this period, I perceived his goal with all of this to keep Trump in office. He had very seriously and deeply considered the allegations of voter fraud. But when he began acknowledging that maybe there wasn't enough voter fraud to overturn the election, I witnessed him start to explore potential constitutional loopholes more extensively, which I then connected with John Eastman's theories.
The startling conclusion is this: even an agreed upon complete lack of evidence could not stop President Trump, Mark Meadows, and their allies from trying to overturn the results of a free and fair election. So let's return to that meeting at the White House on the evening of December 18. That night, a group showed up at the White House, including Sidney Powell, retired Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, and former Overstock.com CEO Patrick Byrne. After gaining access to the building from a junior White House staffer, the group made their way to the Oval Office. They were able to speak with the president by himself for some time until White House officials learned of the meeting. What ensued was a heated and profane clash between this group and President Trump's White House advisors, who traded personal insults, accusations of disloyalty to the president, and even challenges to physically fight. The meeting would last over 6 hours, beginning here in the Oval Office, moving around the West Wing, and many hours later, ending up in the president's private residence. The Select Committee has spoken with 6 of the participants, as well as staffers who could hear the screaming from outside the Oval Office. What took place next is best told in their own words, as you will see from this video.
Did you believe that it was going to work, that you were going to be able to get to see the president without an appointment?
I had no idea.
In fact, you did get to see the president without an appointment.
We did.
How much time did you have alone with the president? And I say alone, you had other people with you, but
right
from his aides before the crowd came running?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I got a call either from Molly or Hirschman that I need to get to the Oval Office.
So that was the first point that I had recognized, okay, there was nobody in there from the White House. Mark's gone. What's going on right now?
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
Well, again, I don't think they were providing. Well, first of all, the Overstock person, I've never knew who this guy was. Actually, the first thing I did, I walked in, I looked at him, and I said, "Who are you?" And he told me. I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice. And so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
I was asking, like, you claiming the Democrats were working with Hugo Chavez, Venezuelans, and whomever else. And at one point, General Flynn took out a diagram that supposedly showed IP addresses all over the world, and who was communicating with whom via the machines, and some comment about like Nest thermostats being hooked up to the internet.
So it's been reported that during this meeting, Ms. Powell talked about Dominion voting machines and made various election fraud claims that involve foreign countries such as Venezuela, Iran, and China. Is that accurate?
That's true.
Was the meeting tense?
Oh, yeah. It was not a casual meeting.
Explain.
I mean, at times there were people shouting at each other, hurling insults at each other. It wasn't just sort of people sitting around on a couch, like chit-chatting.
Do you recall whether he raised to Ms. Powell the fact that she and the campaign had lost all of the 60 cases that they had brought in litigation?
Yes, he raised that.
And what was the response?
I don't remember what she said. I don't think it was a good response.
Cipollone and Hirschman and whoever the other guy was showed nothing but contempt and disdain of the president.
Yeah, I remember the three of them were really sort of forcefully attacking me verbally. Derek, and we were pushing back, and we were asking one simple question as a general matter. Where is the evidence? So,
what response did you get when you asked Ms. Powell and her colleagues where's the
a variety of responses based on my current recollection, including, can't believe you would say something like, things like this, like, what do you mean, where's the evidence? You should know, and things like that, or, a disregard, I would say, a general disregard for the importance of actually backing up what you say with facts.
And, then there was discussion of, well, we don't have it now, but we will have it or whatever.
I mean, if it had been me sitting in his chair, I would have fired all of them that night and had them escorted out of the building.
But Derek and I both challenged what she was saying. And she says, well, the judges are corrupt. And I was like, everyone? Every single case that you've done in the country you guys lost, every one of them is corrupt, even the ones we appointed? And I'm being nice. I was much more harsh to her.
So one of the other things that's been reported that was said during this meeting was that President Trump told White House lawyers, Mr. Hirschman and Mr. Cipollone, that they weren't offering him any solutions, but Ms. Powell and others were. So why not try what Ms. Powell and others were proposing? Do you remember anything along those lines being said by President Trump?
I do. That sounds right.
I think that it got to the point where the screaming was completely out there. I mean, again, people walk in, it was late at night, it had been a long day, and what they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. Either come over or sit your effing ass back down.
The president and the White House team went upstairs to the residence, but to the public part of the residence, the big parlor where you can have meetings in the conference room.
Oval? They call that the yellow oval?
Yes, exactly, the yellow Oval Office. I always called it the upper. And I'm not exactly sure where the Sydney group went. I think maybe the Roosevelt room. And I stayed in the cabinet room, which is kind of cool. I really like that. All by myself.
At the end of the day, we landed where we started the meeting, at least from a structural standpoint, which was Sidney Powell was fighting, Mike Flynn was fighting. They were looking for avenues that would result in President Trump remaining President Trump for a second term.
The meeting finally ended after midnight. Here are text messages sent by Cassidy Hutchinson during and after the meeting. As you can see, Ms. Hutchinson reported that the meeting in the West Wing was unhinged. The meeting finally broke up after midnight. During the early morning of December 19, Cassidy Hutchinson captured the moment of Mark Meadows escorting Rudy Giuliani off the White House grounds to, quote, make sure he didn't wander back into the mansion. Certain accounts of this meeting indicate that President Trump actually granted Ms. Powell's security clearance and appointed her to a somewhat ill-defined position of special counsel.
He asked Pat Cipollone if he had the authority to name me special counsel, and he said yes. And then he asked him if he had the authority to give me whatever security clearance I needed, and Pat Cipollone said yes. And then the president said, okay, I'm naming her that, and I'm giving her security clearance. And then shortly before we left, and it totally blew up, was when Cipollone and/or Hirschman and whoever the other young man was said, you can name her whatever you want to name her, and no one's going to pay any attention to it.
How did he respond? How did the president respond to that?
Something like, you see what I deal with this all the time.
Over the ensuing days, no further steps were taken to appoint Sidney Powell, but there is some ambiguity about what the president actually said and did during the meeting. Here is how Pat Cipollone described it.
I don't know what her understanding of whether she had been appointed, what she had been appointed to. Okay. In my view, she hadn't been appointed to anything and ultimately wasn't appointed to anything because there had to be other steps taken. So that was my view when I left the meeting, but she may have a different view and others may have a different view and the president may have a different view.
Were any steps taken, including the president himself, telling her she'd been appointed?
Again, I'm not going to get into what the president said in the meeting. My recollection is you're not appointed till steps are taken to get the paperwork done. And when I left the meeting, okay, I guess what I'm trying to say is I'm not going to get into what the president said or said he wanted.
Mr. Cipollone, when the matter continued to flare up over the next several days, was it your understanding that Sidney Powell was still seeking an appointment, or that she was asserting that she had been appointed by the president at the December 18 meeting?
Now that you mention it, probably both. In terms of I think she may have been of the view that she had been appointed and was seeking to, get that done, and that she should be appointed.
As you listen to these clips, remember that Ms. Powell, the person who President Trump tried to make special counsel, was ultimately sanctioned by a federal court and sued by Dominion Voting Systems for defamation. In her own defense to that lawsuit, Sidney Powell argued that, quote, no reasonable person would conclude that the statements were truly statements of fact. Not long after Sidney Powell, General Flynn, and Rudy Giuliani left the White House in the early hours of the morning, President Trump turned away from both his outside advisors' most outlandish and unworkable schemes and his White House counsel's advice to swallow hard and accept the reality of his loss. Instead, Donald Trump issued a tweet that would galvanize his followers, unleash a political firestorm, and change the course of our history as a country. Trump's purpose was to mobilize a crowd. And how do you mobilize a crowd in 2020? With millions of followers on Twitter, President Trump knew exactly how to do it. At 1:42 a.m. on December 19, 2020, shortly after the last participants left the unhinged meeting, Trump sent out the tweet with his explosive invitation. Trump repeated his big lie and claimed it was, quote, statistically impossible to have lost the 2020 election before calling for a big protest in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. Trump supporters responded immediately. Women for America First, a pro-Trump organizing group, had previously applied for a rally permit for January 22nd and 23rd in Washington, D.C., several days after Joe Biden was to be inaugurated. But in the hours after the tweet, they moved their permit to January 6th, 2 weeks before. This rescheduling created the rally where Trump would eventually speak. The next day, Ali Alexander, leader of the Stop the Steal organization and a key mobilizer of Trump supporters, registered wildprotest.com, named after Trump's tweet. Wildprotest.com provided comprehensive information about numerous newly organized protest events in Washington. It included event times, places, speakers, and details on transportation to Washington, D.C. Meanwhile, other key Trump supporters, including far-right media personalities, began promoting the wild protest on January 6th.
It's Saturday, December 19th. The year is 2020. And one of the most historic events in American history has just taken place. President Trump, in the early morning hours today, tweeted that he wants the American people to march on Washington, D.C. on January 6, 2021.
And now Donald Trump is calling on his supporters to descend on Washington, D.C., January 6th.
He is now calling on we, the people, to take action and to show our numbers.
We're going to only be saved by millions of Americans moving to Washington, occupying the entire area, if necessary, storming right into the Capitol. You know, we know the rules of engagement. If you have enough people, you can push down any kind of a fence or a wall.
This could be Trump's last stand. And it's a time when he has specifically called on his supporters to arrive in D.C. That's something that may actually be the big push Trump supporters need to say, this is it. It's now or never.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave, bitch. Red wave. This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
On that day, Trump says, show up for a protest. It's going to be wild. And based on what we've already seen from the previous events, I think Trump is absolutely correct.
Motherfucker, you better look outside. You better look out January 6th. Kick that fucking door open. Look down the street. There's going to be 1 million plus geeked up armed Americans.
The time for games is over. The time for action is now. Where were you when history called? Where were you when you and your children's destiny and future was on the line?
In that clip, you heard one of Trump's supporters predict a red wedding, which is a pop culture reference to mass slaughter. But the point is that Trump's call to Washington reverberated powerfully and pervasively online. The committee has interviewed a former Twitter employee who explained the effect that Trump had on the Twitter platform. This employee was on the team responsible for platform and content moderation policies on Twitter throughout 2020 and 2021. The employee testified that Twitter considered adopting a stricter content moderation policy after President Trump told the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by from the lectern at the September 29th presidential debate. But Twitter chose not to act. Here's the former employee whose voice has been obscured to protect their identity, discussing Trump's stand back and stand by comment and the effect it had.
My concern was that the former president, for seemingly the first time, was speaking directly to extremist organizations and giving them directives. We had not seen that sort of direct communication before. And that concerned me.
So just to clarify further, you were worried, and others on Twitter were worried, that the president might use your platform to speak directly to folks who might be incited to violence?
Yes. I believe that Twitter relished in the knowledge that they were also the favorite and most used service of the former president, and enjoyed having that sort of power within the social media ecosystem.
If President Trump were anyone else, would it have taken until January 8th, 2021 for him to be suspended?
Absolutely not. If the former President Donald Trump were any other user on Twitter, he would have been permanently suspended a very long time ago.
Despite these grave concerns, Trump remained on the platform completely unchecked. Then came the December 19 tweet and everything it inspired. Indeed,
it felt as if a mob was being organized, and they were gathering together their weaponry and their logic and their reasonings behind why they were prepared to fight prior to December 19th. Again, it was vague. It was non-specific, but very clear that individuals were ready, willing, and able to take up arms. After this tweet on December 19th, again, it became clear not only were these individuals ready and willing, but the leader of their cause was asking them to join him in this cause and in fighting for this cause in DC on January 6th as well. I will also say what shocked me was the responses to these tweets, right? So these were a lot of the locked and loaded, stand back, stand by, those tweets were in response to Donald Trump saying things like this, right? So there would be a response that said, big protests in DC on January 6th, be there, be wild, and someone would respond and say, I'm locked and loaded and ready for Civil War Part 2, right? I very much believe that Donald Trump posting this tweet on December 19th was essentially staking a flag in DC on January 6th for his supporters to come and rally.
And you were concerned about the potential for this gathering becoming violent?
Absolutely.
Indeed, many of Trump's followers took to social media to declare that they were ready to answer Trump's call. One user asked, is the 6th D-Day? Is that why Trump wants everyone there? Another asserted, Trump just told us all to come armed. Fucking A, this is happening. A third took it even further. It will be wild means we need volunteers for the firing squad. Jim Watkins, the owner of 8kun, the fringe online forum that was birthplace of the QAnon extremist movement, confirmed the importance of Trump's tweet.
Why did you first decide to go to DC for January 6th?
When the President of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
Watkins was at the Capitol on January 6th. Some who have since been indicted for their involvement in the attack on the Capitol also responded. One of them posted on the 19th, quote, "Calling all patriots, be in Washington, D.C., January the 6th. This wasn't organized by any group. DJT has invited us, and it's going to be wild." Some of the online rhetoric turned openly homicidal and white nationalist, such as, "Why don't we just kill them, every last Democrat, down to the last man, woman, and child? And it's time for the day of the rope. White revolution is the only solution." Others realized that police would be standing in the way of their effort to overturn the election. So one wrote, "I'm ready to die for my beliefs. Are you ready to die, police?" Another wrote on the Donald.win, "Cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood." The Donald.win was an openly racist and anti-Semitic forum. The Select Committee deposed that site's founder, Jody Williams. He confirmed how the president's tweet created a laser-like focus on the date of January the 6th.
I mean, people have been talking about going to D.C. as soon as the election was over.
And do you recall whether or not the conversation around those dates centered on the 6th after the president's tweet?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I mean, after it was announced that, he was going to be there on the 6th to talk, yes. Then anything else was kind of shut out, and it was just going to be on the 6th.
Okay. And that was pretty clearly reflected in the content on the site?
Yeah, sure.
On that site, many shared plans and violent threats. "Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels," wrote one user. A commenter replied, suggesting zip ties instead. One post encouraged others to come with body armor, knuckles, shields, bats, pepper spray, whatever it takes. All of those were used on the 6th. The post concluded, "Join your local Proud Boys chapter as well." The Donald.win featured discussions of the tunnels beneath the Capitol complex, suggestions for targeting members of Congress, and encouragement to attend this once-in-a-lifetime event. While Trump supporters grew more aggressive online, he continued to rile up his base on Twitter. He said there was overwhelming evidence that the election was the biggest scam in our nation's history. As you can see, the president continued to boost the event, tweeting about it more than a dozen times in the lead up to January the 6th. Mr. Chairman, I reserve.
The chair requests that those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted members from the room. Pursuant to the order of the committee of today, the chair declares the committee in recess for a period of approximately 10 minutes.
Well, we're going to need every moment of that 10 minutes to go through some of what we've heard in this first part of this hearing. The committee taking a short break now in the first half of the day. We got the most comprehensive telling yet of a wild meeting that President Trump held with a group of outside advisors on December 18th. Those advisors were pushing false election theories to the president. And the White House officials had to rush to the Oval Office to try to intervene, realizing there was no White House official in the room with the president. Insiders telling how that meeting deteriorated into shouting and insults. One described it as nuts. Another called it unhinged. They also detailed how President Trump's social media call for a, quote, wild rally on January 6th was picked up by various far-right groups, many replying online, promising violence. We also heard from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. He finally testified last week, and the committee played segments of that video of the testimony where he agreed that there was no election fraud. He also said that he believed President Trump should have conceded the election. Joining me now is senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson and chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker. Hallie, let me begin with you. What stood out in the first half?
Well, a lot of things. Let me draw our attention. I think three key pieces of information here. First, we, for the first time, saw Pat Cipollone, right? The Trump White House counsel who was interviewed in that on-camera setting behind closed doors last week, coming out and making a lot of revelations. First, that he acknowledged he thought Donald Trump should have conceded in mid-December, when the vast majority of other aides testified, as we heard today, that they also thought that is when former President Trump should have conceded, including his former press secretary, Kayleigh McEnany, including, in Cipollone's telling, Mark Meadows, including Judd Deere, a series of advisors who thought that was the end point because the December 14th, the date that the Electoral College did its thing, had come and gone at that point, and now the writing was effectively on the wall. And yet 4 days later, there was sort of bucket number two, and that is that absolutely bonkers meeting, as described here in this testimony, that happened in the Oval Office in the White House between sort of Donald Trump's allies who were at the time pushing these frankly outlandish conspiracy theories to try to keep him in office, and Pat Cipollone, his counsel, and others, a couple others in the room, Eric Hirschman, who you saw, who were literally yelling at each other based on what we heard here, using expletives, a meeting that essentially turned into a brawl and became unhinged to try to convince Donald Trump that this was not the path. Do not make Sidney Powell, for example, a special counsel. It is the most comprehensive telling that we got yet. But I think the key point that we will look at for the second part of this hearing is what the committee tried to do there at the end, right before we came back on the air, which is use, after that meeting, Donald Trump sent a tweet, said, "We'll be wild, be there January 6th. The committee is clearly trying to draw a link between that tweet and the violence that unfolded at the Capitol that day. They believe that that is critical to showing that Donald Trump knowingly incited an insurrection by sending that tweet. You saw a new key piece of evidence, too, at least one of the rally organizers changing a date, the Women for Trump, of the previously planned event to January 6th because of that tweet. So this is, I think, the start of the committee trying to not just lay out breadcrumbs, but connect the dots to show that there was a link to Donald Trump's inner circle and that his tweet incited it.
And Kristen, in that meeting, it sounds like the two groups of lawyers, the president's outside advisors and White House attorneys, he was pitting them against each other.
Absolutely. And just to put this into context, to take a step back for a moment, it is a massive breach of White House protocol to have people in the Oval Office, and Hallie and I know this.
It doesn't happen.
At the White House that night. It just doesn't happen without White House officials in the Oval Office as well. So that's one, and it tells you just how outside of the norm that meeting was in the first place. The fact that you had that shouting match, the drama of it aside, shows just how close to the brink, yet again, former President Trump came to resorting to some tactic, in this case, seizing voting machines, that Pat Cipollone said, wait a minute, you absolutely can't.
Well, let me interrupt for a second. We should point out that Cipollone was not Trump's lawyer. He's a lawyer for the White House. So his responsibility is to the office.
His responsibility is to the office. And when you talk to people who are close to him, they say he takes that responsibility very seriously. What we heard from Pat Cipollone was really that he bolstered what the committee has laid out before, which is that the former president was told over and over again that he lost this race and that he had run out of recourse to try to win it back. What is notable is that you didn't hear the committee specifically ask Pat Cipollone about previous testimony. People are noting that. Legal analysts have already started to pick up on that a little bit and saying, look, as Hallie says, the committee started to draw that link with the protesters, and yet there's still a little bit of murkiness. So that's why the second part of this hearing is going to be so critical, because we're going to hear from Stephen Ayers, who was one of the rioters that day, who we expect is going to say that that tweet that the former president sent out on December 19th, he saw as a clarion call to come to the Capitol and try to take back the election. And I think that that could be hugely significant. But again, just to have some of the blanks of that meeting filled in, it just underscores how close to the brink, yet again, this country came to a real constitutional crisis.
Watching that last portion where we're talking about these extremist groups, I'm wondering if we're going to hear any evidence of the president at least trying to cool the situation down. The White House, his supporters being aware of what's being said online and realizing that maybe it went over the line.
Well, look at what Congressman Raskin showed in that last example before we came out to the broadcast here, which was then President Trump repeatedly talking about January 6th, even as these threats, including threats, discussions about a red wedding, et cetera, were happening. And so I think that is significant in that piece.
And as the attack was unfolding, again, the former president was huddled, not doing anything, despite the fact that his top advisors were trying to get him to come out and to send out a tweet to essentially call the mob back, to tell them to stop attacking the Capitol. And in a new documentary, an excerpt just released, we hear Mr. Trump say he called the rioters smart. And so I think what the committee is going to try to argue is that at no point did he try to pull them back. At no point did he get advised that these tweets were happening, and did he try to take action to stop them.
And you're talking about the day
argument.
itself. Even before that day, that was the question that the committee was trying to lay out, is that even before January 6th, this was continuing to be fomented. I remember sitting with you on the special report, Lester, and the biggest question, as we covered the White House at the time, was, where is then President Trump, and what's he up to?
That's right.
Let me go to our moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you've been listening in the conversation. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm struck by a couple things. Number one is just how thoroughly the committee has disqualified Donald Trump. If this were a case that were being made to the U.S. Senate, and you're making, remember, impeachment is a political case, and I think they've made an extraordinarily strong political case that the former president, perhaps, I mean, they're painting a picture of that he was a bit delusional, although I would sort of say this is the Donald Trump that I have researched my whole adult life. He has always searched for lawyers who will tell him what he wants to hear. It all began with Roy Cohn back in the day. Then it was, he found himself a Michael Cohen. Now it's Rudy Giuliani. Then it became Sidney Powell. He's always searched for a lawyer who will tell him what he wants to hear, and then that's what he attaches himself to. Everything that has been said, I keep coming back to the fact, why are we here? We're here because the Republican Party, mostly in the United States Senate, didn't have the guts to deal with the consequences of disqualifying Donald Trump from ever holding office ever again. It's an opportunity Mitch McConnell had. And I put this on him because had he voted to convict, there would have been enough votes. There would have been another 6 to 8 Republican senators would have followed. They have really made that case. You could argue at the time, the Republicans were hiding behind this idea, oh, we don't impeach. And I keep coming back to this. How many of those Republican senators are watching this going, what have we done? We didn't confront this now, and now we are stuck forcing the legal system, forcing a whole bunch of other ways to do this that is maybe even more damaging to the country. And it all comes because the Republican Party doesn't have the guts to confront Trump and deal with the consequences of that short term. They're always worried about their short-term politics, not their long-term. This hearing is laying that out.
Yeah, getting a look at one of the other witnesses who we're going to be hearing from. We expect to be hearing from here shortly. Then we go to Capitol Hill correspondent Ali Vitale, who was inside the hearing room. Give us a sense what the environment was like.
Yeah, Lester, I can tell you, having just come out those doors, the mood in the room at points early on was moments of levity, moments of laughter. That shot of Sidney Powell taking a long swig of Dr. Pepper elicited laughter. But I have to tell you, by the time that we left the hearing room, there was a real somberness and a real darkness that had fallen over the people who were sitting in that hearing room. The severity and the danger of what the committee was laying out as the former president's message on Twitter percolated through to right-wing groups and right-wing media, the real danger of that seemed to set in for everyone who was watching there. And so as we head into this next portion of the hearing, that's the tone and tenor that the committee is clearly laying out, and that the audience who's in that room there that you see on the screen is preparing for, as we see these witnesses there getting sat down, getting sworn in the next few seconds here. And I have to say, as someone who's been watching all these hearings, that mashup that we were able to see of people inside the White House telling the story of that absolutely crazy meeting in the White House, it felt at times like a documentary. You didn't even need members of the committee to walk you along with what was happening there. They were inside that room with more than 6 people who were sitting in it, and it showed the fact that they have been able to get inside that White House and tell the story, not themselves, but in the very words of the people who were participating in those meetings. I think this was a really stunning moment for the January 6th committee, Lester.
I felt watching that at moments, I thought of that meeting. Was the country rudderless at that moment? Danny, let me bring in here, criminal defense attorney. What your thoughts about that meeting were?
In many ways, what we've seen so far is that Trump said some words, and those words, really, the worst case against him is "will be wild." These were things that we already knew. Now you move on to these other things, like the meeting that we've talked about in the White House, with no White House officials there until they come running in. That goes very far to showing that Trump, now we're getting to the point where Trump has to be at a level of ignorance that he doesn't know anything, that he has no idea how any protocol works. But ultimately, this case that we're going to hear today is about Trump said some words, and then some groups, militia groups, other groups, misguided followers of Trump, reacted in a way that was totally over the top. And the committee's mission today is drawing a connection between Trump's words, whether he reasonably expected that it would result in violence. That's really it. That's the ultimate
this is not,
goal.
I mean, again, this is not a criminal proceeding, but it's going to be wild. I could say, hey, I'm having a party. It's going to be wild. I don't expect people to be, beating on each other. Well, does that become an excuse? Well, I didn't mean it literally.
Exactly right. I mean, you look at the words, and of course, context matters. You don't look at words, and courts don't look at words in a vacuum. But if Trump's intent was to incite violence, if he knew, now keep in mind, DHS officials were aware prior to January 6th that Trump supporters were responding in, let's say, violent or exaggerated or just overly ambitious ways to his tweets, to his words. So if Trump knew that, if DHS knew that, and Trump also knew that, then maybe a case could be made for "will be wild" means we want you to get wild. But look, that's not an easy case to make, which is why he hasn't been indicted yet, which is why the DOJ is still waiting to see what happens. Undoubtedly, they have more information than the committee does. They are just biding their time and seeing if anything comes out to make that connection. Because really, we've heard some new things today, but nothing so new that it amounts to Trump saying, go storm the Capitol. And until we hear that evidence, the DOJ is not going to be too wild to prosecute.
Hallie, where's this going?
Well, I think, I'm just struck by something that Danny said, too, this idea that was the former president ignorant, I think is the word you used, echoed what Liz Cheney, the vice chair, said in her opening statements. He was not an incompetent child. He was the president of the U.S. Where this is going, look at the two men on your screen here, two people that will testify to the level of extremism that two groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, two of the groups at the center of this, the insurrection, took, the steps that they took. What I'm going to be interested in here is what is the level of discussion or coordination, right, between those groups? We've seen some allusions to that. There has been an allusion to the involvement of members of Congress, for example, not with these extremist groups, but we know that some committee aides had been talking about that is something that will be laid out in part 2 of this hearing coming up. And then specifically, you think to that meeting, draw the link, right, between what we just heard in the last portion and what we're about to hear. Keep in mind who was in that meeting on December 18th, Mike Flynn. Okay, somebody who is considered a QAnon cult hero, essentially, this conspiracy theory on the far right fringes. That is a direct link, right, between that conspiracy and the Oval Office. You're going to see, I think, more of those links being drawn. And then also to hear from these men in their own words about the experience of, in the instance of Stephen Ayers, for example, being at the Capitol that day, what that was like, and any regret he may have now, as you know, Kristen.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've been getting text messages from some Republicans who are saying that so far today has been absolutely devastating for the president. That, of course, deals with the court of public opinion, not exactly what Danny is talking about, the legal proceedings that may or may not follow this. But I do think it underscores the fact that the first part of this hearing has set up what could be potentially even more damaging testimony from the rioter who we're going to hear from, Stephen Ayers. I go back to that image in one of the early hearings of them huddling in the parking lot near the Capitol in D.C. And I think those are the types of images of potential collusion and coordination that could be problematic in a legal proceeding.
Let me go to
and in a criminal investigation.
Pete Williams right now. Pete, what do we know about Oath Keepers and what their perceived role in all this was?
Proud Boys, really more than anything, Lester, faced the most serious charges of being the ones who sort of pushed people to go up to the Capitol. They were among the first to actually enter the Capitol building. So they faced the most serious charge of seditious conspiracy. Stephen Ayers, who will testify here, is so typical of, on the other hand, the largest group of people who came into the Capitol on January 6th. So far, the government has arrested about 860 people. About 260 of them are charged with doing something violent, resisting arrest, or assaulting police. The rest of them, about 600, in which Stephen Ayers is a member, were in the Capitol. He was there for about 10 minutes. They came up there, they saw people going in, they went in, they didn't do anything violent, and they left. And I think the reason you're going to hear from him is he says he was directly inspired by the president's tweet. He said on Facebook, January 6th, Washington, D.C., the president is calling on us to come back to Washington on January 6th for a big protest, and then he quotes the tweet. How much the White House knew about how much this tweet had illuminated through the radical fringes of American society, I don't think we know. Remember, the intelligence community didn't seem to have a very good heads up about what was coming on January 6th. And one other quick thing, Lester, you know, one of the gaps so far in the Justice Department's cases is, did anybody, and if the answer is yes, who had an actual plan to enter the Capitol? We know that these groups talked about storming the Capitol, about swarming around the Capitol, but whose idea was it, if there was a specific person, to actually enter the Capitol, or was it a matter of seizing the moment? We still don't know the answer to that.
Well, so some groups went directly to the Capitol as opposed to starting out at the rally?
Yes, although most of the groups did start at the rally. The Proud Boys were sort of an exception to that. They had a meeting at 10 in the morning at the Washington Monument, and that's where supposedly the last-minute instructions were given. And then, according to the government, the allegations in the government's indictment against the Proud Boys is that they were the pointy end of the spear. They led people up to the Capitol after the rally. They were the first ones to push through the police barrier. One of them is charged with actually being the first person to use a police shield to break out a window, and that's how the first people got into the Capitol. They got into a window, they got in, crawled in through the window, and then opened a door.
No way to know, but I'll ask you anyway. Any idea if the Justice Department watching this is seeing or hearing anything they hadn't heard before?
Well, I suspect there may be one or two things, but for the most part, the guidance we get is that the Justice Department is well aware of what the committee has found. I'm sure some of the quotes that they've heard and some of the, perhaps I don't know whether they knew all of the back and forth about that fateful meeting inside the White House. But for the most part, I think, yes, the Justice Department is well aware of this.
Pete, thanks. A little delay. We're told they're having a little technical issue, but they've been, throughout these hearings, they've been extremely on time in terms of 10-minute break. Actually means 10 minutes, but they're having a little bit of technical issue, which gives us a little more time to talk about this.
I think you wished it upon us.
I guess I did. I said, we'll need 15 minutes. But Kristen, where do you think, I asked Hallie this question, the same question to you, where do you think we're going today?
Well, look, I think that in terms of today, we are going to delve more deeply into the link between the former president and these extremist groups, the tweet that he sent, the way in which they saw that as a call to action. In terms of where we're going more broadly, I think it's worth noting that there had been a hearing we were anticipating on Thursday. It hadn't been officially announced, but it's been delayed until next week. And the reason for that, if you talk to committee aides, is because they are getting more information by the day. We know that on Friday they're going to be talking to the CEO of Overstock.com, another person who was in that meeting, another person who is not a White House official.
And Cipollone says he walks in and sees him like, who are you?
Who is this guy? Exactly. Underscores, again, just how extraordinary and outside of the norm these entire proceedings are. I think it's also worth noting the sideshow that is looming over all of this. You have this back and forth over whether former top Trump aide Steve Bannon is going to testify publicly before the committee. Now, we don't anticipate he's going to do that. He has a trial next week for contempt of Congress, and legal experts and committee aides think that he is offering to testify as a part of a stunt because he wants better treatment at his trial. But the bottom line here is this is now looming over this trial, and it's yet another data point, I think, that paints a picture into Trump world, because what did Steve Bannon do the day before January 6th? He was on his radio show calling on people to converge on the Capitol on January January 6th. And so the committee is interested in that, and the committee has said, look, Mr. Bannon, turn over the documents that we have asked for. Come and talk to us privately, and then we can talk about potentially next steps. And so they believe that this is, in fact, a stunt. But again, this all paints a picture of just how extraordinary the moments were leading up to January 6th.
Hey, Chuck, let me ask you about Pat Cipollone. He only testified on Friday on videotape, and he's had a virtual starring role in what we've seen today. What do you think the thinking was of getting him on very quickly as opposed to perhaps waiting to the next hearing?
Well, I think they wanted to make it clear. I think part of it was to get others to cooperate. You know, each one of these big witnesses that has gone on to cooperate, and you see them, it has led to them getting another big fish. You know, without Cassidy Hutchinson, I don't know if they get Pat Cipollone to agree as quickly as he ended up agreeing. So I think there's something to that aspect. But I also think they wanted to turn it around to make sure they knew, you know, to erase any doubt that somehow Cipollone was not a cooperative witness. He clearly was, clearly is backing up what all the committee members told many of us. I spoke with Stephanie Murphy. I know others spoke with Jamie Raskin, who all said that, hey, he seemed to, you know, he didn't diverge from the narrative that they'd already been compiling from other witnesses. Some of the memories are different of specifics and things like that, but the overall advice and the overall mindset. So, look, I do keep coming back, and I keep making a political argument, because, look, I think the legal arguments here are so hard to make. They're so tough. I'm impressed with this committee. They're going to make this insurrection case, I think, look more possible than maybe we see at this moment. I think they've done a good job with that. But I keep coming back to, why are we here? We're here because the Senate Republicans chickened out and failed. And I keep coming back to this. This is a slam dunk impeachment case. This is not a close call when it comes to making the case that he's unfit for the office and unfit to ever hold office again. This should have been handled by the Republican Party, and they were afraid to. And unfortunately, that fear has put us in a more precarious position as a country now, nearly a year and a half later.
And Hallie, notably, we didn't hear Cipollone ask directly about things that Cassidy Hutchinson said. But you got the impression that he doesn't challenge.
That he wasn't taking issue with some of the things that she was saying. Specifically, and we talked about it, I think, in the pre-show, was this testimony from Cassidy Hutchinson, where she said Cipollone said something along the lines of, we're going to be hit with every crime in the book, right? We can't do this. This is criminal, and knew that and understood that. I imagine we're going to hear more from Cipollone through this taped testimony, not just in the next hour and a half or so, but also next week, if that's when the next hearing is, about that specific point. But to this point, no, he hasn't drawn some big distinction and made some big dispute with previous testimony. I will say, too, you know, I do think it's worth sort of stepping back for a moment and thinking about what, you know, Chuck likes to talk about, and I think rightfully so, why are we here? Why are we in this moment? But also what this moment triggered, which was this riot at the Capitol and the violence there. And to hear some of what the committee has laid out, people saying after that tweet from Donald Trump, cops don't have standing if they're laying on the ground in a pool of their own blood, right? Which got a reaction in the room, including from some, remember, officers who were there and who are showing up for all these hearings. Bring handcuffs and wait near the tunnels. There's a system of underground tunnels connecting the Capitol to office buildings on the campus there. That is not something, you know, to hear a line like that, I think about what you and Pete were talking about, Pete Williams, about was anybody planning in advance to enter the Capitol, if you will, to go in there directly? Comments like that are, I think, that the committee is focusing on to remind people we are here because the Capitol was attacked.
And we had seen imagery of the weapons that were talked about previously, the sprays, the spears, those sorts of things. So that's really difficult challenge.
And there's a list of weapons that NBC News has been keeping track of that were planted or brought or in D.C. related to the riot that the DOJ has laid out.
All right, this hearing is resuming. Let's go there.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, President Trump's tweet drew tens of thousands of Americans to Washington to form the angry crowd that would be transformed on January the 6th into a violent mob. Dr. Donnell Harvin, who was the Chief of Homeland Security and Intelligence for D.C., told the committee how his team saw Trump's December 19th tweet unite violent groups across the spectrum on the far right.
We got derogatory information from OSINT suggesting that some very, very violent individuals were organizing to come to D.C. And not only were they organizing to come to D.C., but they were these groups, these non-aligned groups were aligning. And so all the red flags went up at that point. You know, when you have armed militia, you know, collaborating with white supremacy groups, collaborating with conspiracy theory groups online, all toward the common goal, you start seeing what we call in you know, terrorism a blended ideology, and that's a very, very bad sign. Then when they were clearly across, not just across one platform, but across multiple platforms of these groups coordinating, not just like chatting, hey, how's it going? You know, what's the weather like where you're at? But like, what are you bringing? What are you wearing? You know, where do we meet up? Do you have plans for the Capitol? That's operational. That's like pre-operational intelligence, right? And that is something that's clearly alarming.
The Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers are two key groups that responded immediately to President Trump's call. The Proud Boys are a far-right street-fighting group that glorifies violence and white supremacy. The Oath Keepers are extremists who promote a wide range of conspiracy theories and sought to act as a private paramilitary force for Donald Trump. The Department of Justice has charged leaders of both groups with seditious conspiracy to overthrow the government of the United States on January the 6th. Trump's December 19th tweet motivated these two extremist groups, which have historically not worked together to coordinate their activities. December 19th at 10:22 a.m., just hours after President Trump's tweet, Kelly Meggs, the head of the Florida Oath Keepers, declared an alliance among the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, and the Florida 3 Percenters, another militia group. He wrote, "We have decided to work together and shut this shit down." Phone records obtained by the Select Committee show that later that afternoon, Mr. Meggs called Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio, and they spoke for several minutes. The very next day, the Proud Boys got to work. The Proud Boys launched an encrypted chat called the Ministry of Self-Defense. The committee obtained hundreds of these messages, which show strategic and tactical planning about January the 6th, including maps of Washington, D.C. that pinpoint the location of police. In the weeks leading up to the attack, leaders in both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers worked with Trump allies. One such ally was Lieutenant General Michael Flynn, Trump's former national security advisor and one of the participants in the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. He also had connections to the Oath Keepers. This photo from December 12th shows Flynn and Patrick Byrne, another Trump ally who was present at that December 18th meeting, guarded by indicted Oath Keeper Roberto Minuta. Another view of the scene shows Oath Keepers leader Stuart Rhodes in the picture as well. Another central figure with ties to this network of extremist groups was Roger Stone, a political consultant and longtime confidant of President Trump. He pardoned both Flynn and Stone in the weeks between the election on November 3rd and January 6th. In the same time frame, Stone communicated with both the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers regularly. The committee obtained encrypted content from a group chat called Friends of Stone, FOS, which included Stone, Rhodes, Tarrio, and Ali Alexander. The chat focused on various pro-Trump events in November and December of 2020, as well as January 6th. As you can see here, Stuart Rhodes himself urged the Friends of Stone to have people go to their state capitals if they could not make it to Washington for the first Million MAGA March on November 14th. These friends of Roger Stone had a significant presence at multiple pro-Trump events after the election, including in Washington on December the 12th. On that day, Stuart Rhodes called for Donald Trump to invoke martial law, promising bloodshed if he did not.
He needs to know from you that you are with him, that he does not do it now while he is commander-in-chief. We're going to have to do it ourselves later in a much more desperate, much more bloody war. Let's get it on now while he is still the commander-in-chief. Hooah!
That night, the Proud Boys engaged in violence on the streets of Washington and hurled aggressive insults at the police.
You oath breakers! Do your fucking job! Give us 1 hour! 1 hour!
Just the previous night, the co-host of InfoWars issued an ominous warning at a rally alongside Roger Stone and Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio. Encrypted chats obtained by the Select Committee showed that Kelly Meggs, the indicted leader of the Florida Oath Keepers, spoke directly with Roger Stone about security on January 5th and 6th. In fact, on January 6th, Stone was guarded by 2 Oath Keepers who have since been criminally indicted for seditious conspiracy. One of them later pleaded guilty, and according to the Department of Justice, admitted that the Oath Keepers were ready to use, quote, lethal force if necessary against anyone who tried to remove President Trump from the White House, including the National Guard. As we've seen, the Proud Boys were also part of the Friends of Stone network. Stone's ties to the Proud Boys go back many years. He's even taken their so-called fraternity creed, required for the first level of initiation to the group.
Hi, I'm Roger Stone. I'm a Western chauvinist. I refuse to apologize for creating a modern world. Thank you, Roger.
Kelly Sorrell, a lawyer who assists the Oath Keepers and a volunteer lawyer for the Trump campaign, explained to the committee how Roger Stone and other figures brought extremists of different stripes and views together.
You mentioned that Mr. Stone wanted to start the Stop the Steal series of rallies. Who did you consider the leader of these rallies? It sounds like, from what you just said, it was Mr. Stone, Mr. Jones, and Mr. Ali Alexander. Is that correct?
Those are the ones that became like the center point for everything.
We'll learn more from Ms. Murphy about these individuals and their involvement in the days leading up to the violent attack on January 6th. We'll also hear how they were allowed to speak at a rally for President Trump the night before January 6th, even though organizers had expressed serious concerns about their violent and extremist rhetoric directly to Mark Meadows. And you'll hear testimony from White House aides who were with the president as he watched the crowd from the Oval Office and will testify about how excited he was for the following day. Let me note now that our investigation continues on these critical issues. We have only shown a small fraction of what we have found. I look forward to the public release of more of our findings later, Mr. Chairman, and I now yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
During our most recent hearing, the committee showed some evidence of what President Trump, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and other White House officials knew about the potential for violence on January 6th. And despite this information, they made no effort to cancel the rally, halt the march to the Capitol, or even to lower the temperature among President Trump's supporters. Katrina Pearson, one of the organizers of January 6th rally and a former campaign spokeswoman for President Trump, grew increasingly apprehensive after learning that multiple activists had been proposed as speakers for the January 6th rally. These included some of the people we discussed earlier in this hearing. Roger Stone, a longtime outside advisor to President Trump. Alex Jones, the founder of the conspiracy theory website InfoWars. And Ali Alexander, an activist known for his violent political rhetoric. On December 30th, Ms. Pearson exchanged text messages with another key rally organizer about why people like Mr. Alexander and Mr. Jones were being suggested as speakers at the president's rally on January 6th. Ms. Pearson's explanation was POTUS, and she remarked that the president likes the crazies. The committee asked Ms. Pearson about these messages, and this is what she said.
So when you said that he likes the crazies, were you talking about President Trump?
Yes, I was talking about President Trump. He loved people who viciously defended him in public.
But consistent in terms of the support for these people, at least with what the president likes, from what you could tell.
Yes, the people that would be very, very vicious and publicly defending him.
On January 2nd, Ms. Pearson's concerns about the potential rally speakers had grown serious enough that she reached out to Mr. Meadows directly. She wrote, "Good afternoon. Would you mind giving me a call regarding this January 6th event? Things have gotten crazy and I desperately need some direction, please." According to phone records obtained by the committee, Ms. Pearson received a phone call from Mr. Meadows 8 minutes later. Here is what Ms. Pearson said about that conversation.
So what specifically did you tell him, though, about other events?
Just that there were a bunch of entities coming in. Some were very suspect, but they're going to be on other stages, some on other days. A very, very brief overview of what was actually happening and why I raised the red flags.
And when you told him that people were very suspect, what did you tell him what you meant by that? Or what did you convey to him about what your the problems with these folks?
I think I even texted him some of my concerns, but I did briefly go over some of the concerns that I had raised to everybody with Alex Jones or Ali Alexander and some of the rhetoric that they were doing. I probably mentioned to him that they had already caused trouble at other capitals or at the previous event, the previous march that they did for protesting, and I just had a concern about it.
Ms. Pearson was especially concerned about Ali Alexander and Alex Jones because in November 2020, both men and some of their supporters had entered the Georgia state capitol to protest the results of the 2020 election. Ms. Pearson believed that she mentioned this to Mark Meadows on this January 2nd call. Notably, January 2nd is the same day on which, according to Cassidy Hutchinson, Mr. Meadows warned her of that things might get real bad on January 6th. After her January 2nd call with Mr. Meadows, Katrina Pearson sent an email to fellow rally organizers. She wrote, "POTUS expectations are to have something intimate at the Ellipse and call on everyone to march to the Capitol." President's own documents suggest that the president had decided to call on his supporters to go to the Capitol on January 6th, but that he chose not to widely announce it until his speech on the Ellipse that morning. The committee has obtained this draft, undated tweet from the National Archives. It includes a stamp stating, "President has seen." The draft tweet reads, "I will be making a big speech at 10 a.m. on January 6th at the Ellipse, south of the White House. Please arrive early. Massive crowds expected. March to the Capitol after. Stop the steal." Although this tweet was never sent, rally organizers were discussing and preparing for the march to the Capitol in the days leading up to January 6th. This is a January 4th text message from a rally organizer to Mike Lindell, the MyPillow CEO. The organizer says, "This stays between us. We're having a second stage at the Supreme Court again after the Ellipse. POTUS is going to have us march there / the Capitol. It cannot get out about the second stage because people will try and set up another and sabotage it. It can also not get out about the march because I will be in trouble with the National Park Service and all the agencies. But POTUS is going to just call for it, quote, unexpectedly." The end of the message indicates that the president's plan to have his followers march to the Capitol was not being broadly discussed. And then on the morning of January 5th, Ali Alexander, whose firebrand style concerned Katrina Pearson, sent a similar text to a conservative journalist. Mr. Alexander said, "Tomorrow, Ellipse, then U.S. Capitol. Trump is supposed to order us to the Capitol at the end of his speech, but we will see." President Trump did follow through on his plan, using his January 6th speech to tell his supporters to march to the Capitol on January 6th. The evidence confirms that this was not a spontaneous call to action, but rather was a deliberate strategy decided upon in advance by the president. Another part of the president's strategy involves certain members of Congress who amplified his unsupported assertions that the election had been stolen. In the weeks after the election, the White House coordinated closely with President Trump's allies in Congress to disseminate his false claims and to encourage members of the public to fight the outcome on January 6. We know that the president met with various members to discuss January 6 well before the joint session. The president's private schedule for December 21st, 2020 shows a private meeting with Republican members of Congress. We know that Vice President Pence, Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Rudy Giuliani also attended that meeting. We obtained an email that was sent from Congressman Mo Brooks of Alabama to Mark Meadows setting up that meeting. The subject line is White House meeting December 21st regarding January 6th. In his email, Congressman Brooks explained that he had not asked anyone to join him in the, quote, January 6th effort, because in his view, quote, only citizens can exert the necessary influence on senators and congressmen to join this fight against massive voter fraud and election theft. At this point, you may also recall testimony given in our earlier hearing by Acting Attorney General Richard Donahue, who said that the president asked the Department of Justice to, quote, just say that the election was corrupt and leave the rest to me and the Republican congressmen. According to White House visitor logs obtained by the committee, members of Congress present at the White House on December 21st included Congressman Brian Babin, Andy Biggs, Matt Gaetz, Louis Gohmert, Paul Gosar, Andy Harris, Jody Heiss, Jim Jordan, and Scott Perry. Then Congresswoman-elect Marjorie Taylor Greene was also there. We heard testimony in an early hearing that a pardon was ultimately requested by Congressman Mo Brooks and other members of Congress who attended this meeting. We've asked witnesses what happened during the December 21st meeting, and we've learned that part of the discussion centered on the role of the vice president during the counting of the electoral votes. These members of Congress were discussing what would later be known as the Eastman theory, which was being pushed by attorney John Eastman. In one of our earlier hearings, you heard in great detail that President Trump was trying to convince Vice President Pence to do something illegal. His White House counsel confirmed all of that in testimony last week.
Your view, Mr. Cipollone, upon those discussions with Mr. Philbin, with Greg Jacob, what was your assessment as to what the Vice President could or could not do at the joint session?
What was my assessment about what he could or couldn't do?
Yes, your view of the issue.
My view is that the vice president didn't have the legal authority to do anything except what he did.
They've both told us, Mr. Philbin and Mr. Jacob, that they looked very closely at the Eastman memos, the Eastman theory, and thought that it had no basis, that it was not a strategy that the president should pursue. It sounds like that's consistent with your impression as well.
My impression would have been informed certainly by them.
Campaign senior advisor Jason Miller told us that Mr. Cipollone thought John Eastman's theories were nutty, something Mr. Cipollone wouldn't refute.
We received testimony from various people about this. One was Jason Miller, who was on the campaign, said that what was communicated to me was that Pat Cipollone thought the idea was nutty, and at one point confronted Eastman basically with the same sentiment.
I don't have any reason to contradict what he said.
On January 4th, John Eastman went to the White House to meet with the president and vice president. Mr. Cipollone tried to participate in this meeting, but he was apparently turned away.
You didn't go to the meeting in the Oval Office where Eastman met with the president and with the vice president. Do you remember why you didn't personally attend?
I did walk to that meeting, and I did go into the Oval Office with the idea of attending that meeting, and then I ultimately did not attend that meeting.
Why not?
The reasons for that are privilege.
Okay. Were you asked to not attend the meeting, or did you make a personal decision not to attend the meeting?
Again, without getting into privilege.
Recall that Greg Jacob, the vice president's counsel, stated that Mr. Eastman acknowledged he would lose 9-0 if his legal theory were challenged in the Supreme Court. Mr. Cipollone had reviewed Mr. Eastman's legal theory and expressed his view repeatedly that the vice president was right. He even offered to take the blame for the vice president's position.
I thought that the vice president did not have the authority to do what was being suggested, under a proper reading of the law. I conveyed that. Okay. I think I actually told somebody that, in the vice president's, just blame me. I'm not a politician. I don't, I just said, I'm a lawyer. This is my legal opinion. But let me tell you this. Can I say a word about the vice president?
Please.
I think the vice president did the right thing. I think he did the courageous thing. I have a great deal of respect for Vice President Pence. I worked with him very closely. I think he understood my opinion. I think he understood my opinion afterwards as well. I think he did a great service to this country. And I think I suggested to somebody that he should be given the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his actions.
Earlier this year, a federal district court judge concluded that President Trump and Mr. Eastman, relying on Mr. Eastman's theory, more likely than not violated multiple federal criminal laws in their pressure campaign against the vice president. Also recall earlier in this hearing, we saw that Rudy Giuliani's team did not have actual evidence of fraud sufficient to change the result of the election. That's important because as January 6th approached, the Republican members of the House and Senate were looking for reason to object to the electors, and no real evidence was ever given to them. And we know that Republican members of the House received a memorandum from the chairwoman of the House Republican Caucus in the days before January 6, explaining in detail the many constitutional and legal problems with objections and describing the principal judicial rulings dismissing the claims of widespread fraud. But their plan to object to the certification of the election on January 6 went forward anyway. The next day, on January 5th, the day before the attack on the Capitol, tens of thousands of people converged on Washington. While certain close associates of President Trump privately expressed concerns about what would occur on January 6, other members of the president's inner circle spoke with great anticipation about the events to come. The committee has learned from the White House phone logs that the president spoke to Steve Bannon, his close advisor, at least twice on January 5th. The first conversation they had lasted for 11 minutes. Listen to what Mr. Bannon said that day after the first call he had with the president.
All hell is going to break loose tomorrow. It's all converging, and now we're on, as they say, the point of attack, right? The point of attack tomorrow. I'll tell you this. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen, okay? It's going to be quite extraordinarily different. And all I can say is strap in.
From those same phone logs, we know that the president and Mr. Bannon spoke again on the phone that evening, this time for 6 minutes. That same day, on the eve of January 6th, supporters of President Trump gathered in Washington, D.C. at another rally. This rally was held at Freedom Plaza, which is located near the White House, and featured some of the speakers who Katrina Pearson and others deemed too extreme to share the stage with the president the next morning. And as this rally was underway, the president asked members of his staff to come to the Oval Office. Let's hear from the White House aides who were in the Oval Office that night.
I was in the office, in the Oval Office, and he had asked me to open the door so that he could hear. I guess there was a concert or a rap or something going on.
Did he say anything other than just open the door?
He made a comment. I don't remember specifically what he said, but there was a lot of energy.
When we walked in, the staff was kind of standing up and assembled along the wall, and the president was at the desk, and Dan Scavino was on the couch, and the president was dictating a tweet that he wanted Scavino to send out. Then the president started talking about the rally the next day. He had the door of the Oval open to the Rose Garden because you could hear the crowd already assembled outside on the ellipse, and they were playing music, and it was so loud that you could feel it shaking in the Oval. He was in a very good mood, and I say that because he had not been in a good mood for weeks leading up to that, and then it seemed like he was in a fantastic mood that evening.
He asked if members
members of Congress would be with him tomorrow.
And what do you understand by meaning voting in his favor as opposed to physically with him or anything like that?
Yeah, I took that to mean not voting to certify the election.
Then he did look to the staff and ask for ideas of how, if I recall, he said that we could make the rhinos do the right thing, is the way he phrased it. And no one spoke up initially because I think everyone was trying to process what that he meant by that.
The president was making notes then, talking then about we should go up to the Capitol. What's the best route to go to the Capitol?
I said he should focus on policy accomplishments. I didn't mention.
What was his response?
He acknowledged that and said we've had a lot, something along those lines, and then he fairly quickly moved to how fired up the crowd was going to be.
And what did he say about it?
Just that they were fired up, they were angry, they feel like the election has been stolen, that the election was rigged.
Did he give any indication of how he knew that the crowd was fired up or angry?
He continued to reference being able to hear them outside.
Through the open door of the Oval Office, the president could hear the sound of the crowd and the music at the rally at the Freedom Plaza. And these are some of the things that they were saying there at the plaza, just blocks from where the president sat that evening, excited for the next day.
This is nothing less than an epic struggle for the future of this country between dark and light, between the godly and the godless, between good and evil. And we will win this fight, or America would step off into 1,000 years of darkness.
Tomorrow, trust me, the American people that are standing on the soil that we are standing on tonight, and they're going to be standing on this soil tomorrow, this is soil that we have fought for, and we will fight for in the future. The members of Congress, the members of the House of Representatives, the members of the United States Senate, those of you who are feeling weak tonight, those of you that don't have the moral fiber in your body, get some tonight, because tomorrow we the people are going to be here, and we want you to know that we will not stand for a lie. We will not stand for a lie.
I want them to know that 1776 is always an option. These degenerates in the deep state are going to give us what we want, or we are going to shut this country down.
It's 1776. 1776. 1776. 1776.
At 5:05 p.m., as the Freedom Plaza rally was underway just blocks away, President Trump tweeted, "Washington is being inundated with people who don't want to see an election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. They won't take it anymore." To the crowds gathering in D.C., he added, "We hear you and love you from the Oval Office." The committee has learned that on January 5th, there were serious concerns at Twitter about the anticipated violence the next day. Listen to what the Twitter witness told us about their desperate efforts to get Twitter to do something.
What was your gut feeling on the night of January 5th?
I believe I sent a Slack message to someone that said something along the lines of, "When people are shooting each other tomorrow, I will try and rest in the knowledge that we tried." And so I went to, I don't know that I slept that night, to be honest with you. I was on pins and needles because, again, for months I had been begging and anticipating and attempting to raise the reality that if we made no intervention into what I saw occurring, people were going to die. And on January 5th, I realized no intervention was coming. And even as hard as I had tried to create one or implement one, there was nothing, and we were at the whims and the mercy of a violent crowd that was locked and loaded.
And just for the record, this was content that was echoing statements by the former president, but also Proud Boys and other known violent extremist groups?
Yeah.
There were also concerns among members of Congress. We have a recently released recording of a conversation that took place among Republican members in the U.S. Capitol on the eve of January 6th. This is Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko from Arizona, who led some of the unfounded objections to the election results.
I also asked leadership to come up with a safety plan for members. I'm actually very concerned about this because we have who knows how many hundreds of thousands of people coming here. We have Antifa. We also have, quite honestly, Trump supporters who actually believe that we are going to overturn the election. And when that doesn't happen, most likely will not happen, they are going to go nuts.
That same evening, as President Trump listened to the rally from the Oval Office, he was also working on his speech to be delivered the next day. And based on documents we've received from the National Archives, including multiple drafts of the president's speech, as well as from witness testimony, we understand how that speech devolved into a call to action and a call to fight. One of the first edits President Trump made to his speech was to incorporate his 5:05 p.m. tweet, revising his speech to say, "All of us are here today, do not want to see our election victory stolen by emboldened radical left Democrats. Our country has had enough. We will not take it anymore." He also added, "Together, we will stop the steal." President Trump's edits continued into the morning of January 6th. And as you can see from the president's daily diary here, the president spoke to his chief speechwriter, Stephen Miller, for over 25 minutes that morning. Following his call with Mr. Miller, President Trump inserted for the first time a line in his speech that said, quote, "And we will see whether Mike Pence enters history as a truly great and courageous leader. All he has to do is refer the illegally submitted electoral votes back to the states that were given false and fraudulent information where they want to recertify." No prior version of this speech had referenced Vice President Pence or his role during the joint session on January 6th. These last-minute edits by President Trump to his speech were part of the president's pressure campaign against his own vice president. But not everyone wanted these lines regarding the vice president included in the president's speech, including White House lawyer Eric Hirschman.
Did you ever speak to anybody in the White House at the time about this disagreement between the president and the vice president, other than the president, based on the objection from your counsel?
Maybe had a brief conversation about it with Eric Hirschman.
Tell me about that. What do you remember him saying to you about this disagreement?
I just remember him saying that that he had a I don't want to get this wrong. Sort of something to the effect of thinking that it would be counterproductive. I think he thought to discuss the matter publicly.
So it came up in the context of editing the president's speech on January the 6th?
I just came up with the conversation where Eric knew it was in the speech, and so he had a sidebar with me about it.
And so the speechwriters took that advice and removed the lines about Vice President Pence. And later that morning at 11:20 a.m., President Trump had a phone call with the vice president. And as the committee detailed in an earlier hearing, that phone call was, by all accounts, tense and heated. During this call, the vice president told the president that he would not attempt to change the outcome of the election. In response, the president called the vice president of the United States a wimp and other derogatory words. As you can see in this email, after Vice President Pence told President Trump that he would not unilaterally deliver him a second term in office, the speechwriters were directed to reinsert the Mike Pence lines. Here is how one of the speechwriters described President Trump's last-minute change to the speech.
And as I recall, there was a very tough sentence about the vice president that was added.
President Trump wanted to use his speech to attack Vice President Pence in front of a crowd of thousands of angry supporters who had been led to believe the election was stolen. When President Trump arrived at the Ellipse to deliver his speech, he was still worked up from his call with Vice President Pence. And although Ivanka Trump would not say so, her chief of staff gave the committee some insight into the president's frustration.
It's been reported that you ultimately decided to attend the rally because you hoped that you would calm the president and keep the event on an even keel. Is that accurate?
No, I don't know who said that or where that came from.
What did she share with you about why it was concerning that her father was upset or agitated after that call with Vice President Pence in relation to the Ellipse rally? Why did that matter? Why did he have to be calmed down, I should say?
Well, she shared that he had called the vice president a not an expletive word. I think that bothered her, and I think she could tell based on the conversations and what was going on in the office that he was angry and upset, and people were providing misinformation. And she felt like she might be able to help calm this situation down, at least before he went on to stage.
The president did go on stage, and then he gave the speech that he wanted to give. It included the formal changes he had requested the night before and in that morning, but also many important last-minute ad-lib changes. A single scripted reference in the speech to Mike Pence became 8. A single scripted reference to rally-goers marching to the Capitol became 4, with President Trump ad-libbing that he would be joining the protesters at the Capitol. Added throughout his speech were references to fighting and the need for people to have courage and to be strong. The word peacefully was in the staff-written script and used only once. Here are some of these ad-lib changes that the president made to his speech.
Because you'll never take back our country with weakness. You have to show strength and you have to be strong. So I hope Mike has the courage to do what he has to do. And I hope he doesn't listen to the rhinos and the stupid people that he's listening to. We fight like hell. And if you don't fight like hell, you're not going to have a country anymore. But we're going to try and give our Republicans, the weak ones, because the strong ones don't need any of our help. We're going to try and give them the kind of pride and boldness that they need to take back our country. So let's walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
White House counsel Pat Cipollone and his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their anger. He called for them to fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol. He told them he would join them. And his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, This week, I feel guilty for helping him win. Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Pascal added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Pascal said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. We're joined today by Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Tatenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect that the witnesses answered in the affirmative. I recognize myself for questions. Today, we've discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came prepared to do battle against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day. Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day. Mr. Van Tatenhove, can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff when I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. I think, rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stewart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and even straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stewart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So In my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Well, thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit, through intimidation, and through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda that can get swept up in these moments. And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, you know, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. You know, family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, He basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out, and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believe that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything. And for me, for something like that to be that, for that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank-and-file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, "Be there, we'll be wild," and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, "Fight, fight, fight," and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why did you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I was, I'm angry, after everything that was basically said in the speech. A lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election. Also the whole time on our way down there, we kept hearing about this big reveal I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. He said in his speech, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. To me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, we wouldn't be in this. Maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stewart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that? And what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy, that it was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. I mean, people died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing, whether by wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. You know, he's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader, and the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. You know, the fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, you know, kind of that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force, you know?
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives to Washington ahead of January 6th. And the committee's also learned that Stewart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me, wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function, was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East, where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stewart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
I think as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies. You know, whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential has been there from the start. And we got very lucky that the loss of life was And as tragic as it is that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. You know, and I do fear for this next election cycle, because who knows what that might bring. If a president that's willing to try to instill and encourage, to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayers, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until the president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, you know, some of the crowd. Obviously, you know, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we left.
So, in other words, that was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, yep. We left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as most of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these far-right groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and 3%ers and others were on your side? Did you have any reservations about marching with them and rallying with them?
Well, I definitely didn't have a problem. You know, I was probably following them online myself. You know, I thought, you know, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time. You know, like, I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the events of January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day, and what is going on in your life?
Basically, you know, I lost my job. Since this all happened, you know, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges, you know, thank God, a lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but at the same time I was there. So I mean, it definitely, it changed my life, you know, and not for the good, definitely not for the, you know, for the better. Yeah, I mean, well, that's all I could say.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. I mean, if I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. It's like he just said about that. You know, you got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? You know, they could end up being down the same path we are right now. I mean, just don't know.
Mr. Ayers, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both and your family. What lessons, finally, do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man, and I love my country. And I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those. I think that's what needs to be taken. You know, people dive into the politics, and for me, I felt like I had, like horse blinders on. I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on before it's too late.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for a closing statement.
And thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power. He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today. Seizing upon his invitation to fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions, or knowingly send an armed mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But you know, Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name, of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs to tear down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers is a dangerous weapon. Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gunnell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gunnell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gunnell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Gunnell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayers just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shay Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayers and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election, and they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Capitol, is that right?
I was, and others who were.
So, was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Well, yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if people in this country refuse to accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine and sleep where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution designed. When this committee reconvenes, we'll tell the story of that supreme dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
A 3-hour hearing, one of the longest, if not the longest, as this committee now heads toward one more public hearing next week, day and time to be determined. Let's walk you through some of what we've learned in the second half. President Trump made last-minute changes to his speech for the morning of January 6, adding attacks on Vice President Pence, telling the crowd to fight. And the committee revealed that his call for his supporters to march to the Capitol was pre-planned, but that it was to look as if it was spontaneous and a surprise. They also presented evidence that allies of Mr. Trump worried that the rally could turn violent. And we heard from 2 witnesses, including Stephen Ayers, a rioter from Ohio. He said he had believed the election was stolen and stormed into the Capitol because the president riled up the crowd and told them to go. His advice to others who had stood with him, take the blinders off before it's too late. In the very end, we heard the suggestion of possible witness tampering from President Trump himself as recently as this week. Here with me now is senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. I think our heads all snapped around at the word that not only the president called a witness who we have not apparently seen, but that the committee has now referred that to the Justice Department.
Well, this is, you say, the suggestion of witness tampering. It absolutely raises that very serious question, which comes with the potential for very serious legal jeopardy. So as people all along, even before these hearings have started, Lester, have raised the question of accountability. In other words, what might this hearing bring other than simply an accurate record of historical occurrences as laid into the record basically by the committee? The question is accountability. Will there be any accountability if it's proven here, any link, and again, this is not a court of law, but any link that then the Justice Department can use to show that the former president could be indicted? I think there's a real legal question here, given what Congresswoman Cheney just laid out. Let's also be clear, though, light on details, Lester. I mean, that was a bit of a grenade that she just dropped at the end. She didn't say who the witness was.
The person declined to respond.
That's right. They didn't say anything back to the call. They immediately called their lawyer, who then called the committee, who then referred this to the DOJ. We don't know what the intent. I mean, we can assume what the intent was, but we don't.
Voicemail?
Exactly. Was there some other piece of information that is missing here? So I think that's obviously something we're going to.
All right, that landed at the very end of this, but let's walk through some of the other things that either we haven't heard before or a point that was strongly made.
So overall, the committee was trying to draw this link between Donald Trump and this December 19th tweet in this hearing that said that it will be wild what was going to happen on January 6th, and then the planning that went into what happened. And I think there's a couple of key takeaways. I think that what you saw the committee illustrate was the power that Donald Trump had over these rioters, both in egging them on to attend, to go, as you heard from Mr. Ayers there, as well as calling them off. People, as you heard in the testimony, who began to disperse once the former president finally sent that tweet after 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And that is what triggered the crowd to disperse. You heard at the end, too, White House former counsel Pat Cipollone saying people had been pushing for that hours earlier. There's also, I think, new evidence that the march may have been pre-planned. That startling new draft tweet that we hadn't seen before, that's in the National Archives record, showing that the former president was going to tell people via tweet to march to the Capitol. And then somehow, we don't know how, but somehow the rally organizers knew that may be something Donald Trump would call for at the end of his speech. But it had to look unexpected. Mike Lindell, the former MyPillow, the MyPillow CEO guy, talked about that, too. And then I think it's also important to talk about how people knew, many people in this circle knew that this rally was going to be problematic. You had a Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, who said that rioters would go nuts. You had Katrina Pearson, who was an advisor, suggesting that she was concerned. You had that Twitter employee at the time saying that they couldn't sleep at night because they were so worried about the potential for violence. So the committee laid out, I think, what they see as the very real violence that came out of some of the former president's actions. The question still remains, is it enough to clear some sort of legal bar?
I want to turn to Dennis Oelis right now I'm going back and forth, but I want to go back to this question of possible witness tampering. What alerted you in that statement that Ms. Cheney made?
Lester, you made the point that I was thinking, was there a voicemail? What was the nature of the contact? Anytime you're prosecuting or criminalizing speech, it's not just the words, it's the context of those words. You don't look at them in a vacuum. So even the act of reaching out to someone, the next question that anyone wants to know, and they did a remarkable job of teasing it for us, is what exactly was said, if anything? Is just a missed call from former President Trump? I don't know how it would show up on the caller ID, but just a missed call from the president, is that enough? Probably not. Because the courts have already said if you call somebody up and say, look, make sure you tell the truth, probably not witness tampering. However, we can all imagine a way in which you might say, make sure you tell the truth. That would imply something very different, possibly even a threat.
After the last hearing, we heard some wording that implied witness tampering, but the language, again, very careful.
Right. The language, again, very careful, but it was not quite tell the truth. It was more like, we know, we expect loyalty or something to that effect. But the word loyalty, we know you'll do the right thing. That is, in my mind, far afield from saying just tell the truth. And again, context is everything. We expect your loyalty or asking for loyalty or you'll do the right thing has a very ominous meaning when put against these facts. So key to me is going to be, was there a voicemail, as you pointed out? And if so, what did it say? And if not, Is that call enough, depending on the person and the relationship between the person and President
and what
Trump?
they can recall from the call? I think the person declined to respond, so that takes me back to the voicemail again. Perhaps.
It could be a voicemail. It could just be a missed call. But now we've seen, maybe for the second time, that this may be going on. And really, the question arises, who else is this happening to? And how often? How long has this been going on?
Yeah, the warning was sounded after that last hearing.
That's right.
By Ms. Cheney. Let me go to our moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you've been taking in this last half of the hearing. What struck out to you?
Well, I think we have, if you're looking, there was Jamie Raskin made a Watergate reference saying this is all making Watergate look like the Cub Scouts, I think was sort of the metaphor he was going for. But we now have our version, what I would say is the missing of a piece of missing tape, right? We were always missing 18 and a half minutes on the Rosemary Woods tapes. What we're missing here, and I think what the committee actually made clear that we're missing, is it's clear President Trump was getting advice from the outside. Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, Michael Flynn, Mike Lindell, perhaps even the Overstock guy. I don't know if he was around on January 5th, but the point was this. We have a good picture of what White House aides were telling the president. We have a good picture of what everybody was going on in there. The big gap of knowledge that we have is essentially Lindell, Flynn, Bannon, Stone. Well, that to me is the roadmap for the Justice Department. Their subpoenas are stronger. They could compel more testimony. It's perhaps they end up with the problems of running in to pleads of the fifth. But in some ways, what they don't have is actually a roadmap to get there, because it sure looks like they sort of presented, I thought they did a good job of basically, you fill in the gaps. All of a sudden, after the president has these two calls, he wants to add in this language. Like, you get this sense that he was clearly listening only to his outside advisors and not his inside advisors. But they don't have the goods yet, right? But they're laying it out there. Hello, Justice Department. You have stronger subpoenas. Get at this. And I want to make one more observation. The former president is clearly a coward. What was astonishing about all of this is how much he was trying to get everybody else to break the law, everybody else to do these things. And at the end of the day, he was hiding, right? He on one hand led us to this situation, ruined, as we saw there at the testimony, I think extraordinarily powerful testimony by Mr. Ayers, who gave sort of firsthand account of how Donald Trump ruined his life, right? Donald Trump's lies ruined this guy's life. Hard stop. But at the end of the day, that's the face of Donald Trump. Everybody else was to break the law for him. Everybody else was supposed to do these. And actually, he wouldn't do it, right? When it came to the point where if he had to do something, he wouldn't do it. And we're getting a lot of that. But I am surprised that so many people keep protecting the former president. He's not protecting them. In fact, he's the one that exposed them to all of this. So I'm wondering at some point, as this evidence continues to mount about how much the former president let everybody else take the fall for him and was more than willing for everybody else to break the law, whether that at some point you get more people to essentially break themselves and start telling the truth.
All right, Chuck, thanks. Howard, let me turn back to you. Pat Cipollone, interviewed just last Friday. We saw several clips, and in the parlance of what we do, a big tease about what's to come. We're going to hear more from him. How effective was, A, what he said, and just the fact that it came from him?
Effective and very effective because it came from him. I think this is somebody who Donald Trump, to Chuck's point about Donald Trump always working to distance himself from people. I mean, how many times have we heard something come out and the former president say, I barely knew him? There is absolutely no way that's going to fly with Pat Cipollone because he was there in person in the room for almost every single one of these key contentious meetings that related to these lies about the election after the 2020 election. And so the fact that he is the person now coming out, right? The fact that he is on camera in a very public setting, broadcast, nationally, being able to describe what he saw with the former president is effective, I think. The other piece of it is also what Pat Cipollone is not saying. You'll remember there was that discussion about a meeting with John Eastman, this controversial attorney who's considered kind of the architect of the so-called big lie, as the committee has taken to calling it, those lies about widespread election fraud. Pat Cipollone thought he would be in that meeting, and when asked why, he said, I can't talk about it. Right? That's privileged, leading to the conclusion that, hey, it sounded like the former president didn't want him in that meeting. Right? He can only go up to the line and say so much at certain times because of this issue.
Yeah, there were a few questions where he said
exactly.
he couldn't answer.
But you can read between the lines, right? And I think that being able to hear him make those comparisons, being able to hear him describe how some of these meetings went down, whether you like Donald Trump or don't like him, it is indisputable that he is somebody who is an insider who is in the room.
Who hasn't been heard from now? We're getting the impression that each big witness shakes the trees and more fall out. Who does this committee want to and need to hear from?
You know, that's super interesting. I think that there are, I mean, obviously Mark Meadows, right? There was a reference from, I think it was Vice Chair Liz Cheney, that they are continuing to be in litigation with him. He is somebody else who was in all these meetings, but was taking a very different tactic, right? And you heard some of the testimony here today, trying to in some ways play both sides. There was an allusion to that. Sort of tell people, yes, based on Cipollone's testimony, I think he should have conceded in mid-November, but then also continuing to promote with the former president these lies about the election fraud. He's somebody who's so central to this. That is a legal battle that, as Danny well knows, is going to last for months, if not longer, in all likelihood, unless, of course, what Chuck is saying comes to fruition and Meadows, to use the parlance sort of layman's terms, flips, if you will.
Let me get to Ali Vitale now, our Capitol Hill correspondent who's been inside the hearing room. Got a little emotional down there at the end as we saw some of the officers who certainly suffered emotionally and physically during the riot. Give us a sense of the atmosphere there.
Yeah, the fact that this former rioter was testifying mere feet away from the officers who were defending this building, I know it's something that in talking to some of these officers, they were nervous about hearing. And as soon as he stood up, Stephen Ayers, that rioter, went over to the officers, first officer Harry Dunn, and then down the line. And to Harry Dunn, he simply said, I'm really sorry, hugging him as he did that, really emphasizing just how raw the emotions are up here on Capitol Hill as they are reopened during these hearings. These officers, again, bearing witness, just as members of Congress who were in the chamber during the attack, who feared for their lives, they're all coming to these hearings, bearing witness and hoping for accountability. The fact that this rioter was here, the same man who broke into this Capitol complex on January 6th, now invited back in to testify under oath about it. There are just so many stunning layers here, in addition to all of the things that the committee has laid out today that I think speak to both the ongoing mental health crisis here on Capitol Hill after January 6th, but certainly for the officers who were sitting front row, as they do at every hearing, Lester, the fact that both of these witnesses here who had roles in some way to play on January 6th, but especially for that rioter who was here, going up to these officers and saying, I'm sorry, a really just stunning, stunning moment.
Yeah, Ali Vitale, thank you for your insight. That concludes our coverage. We're going to have much more tonight on NBC Nightly News. For all of us at NBC News, I'm Lester Holt. Thank you for watching and good day.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker. The January 6th committee just wrapped up its 7th public hearing, laying out its findings, a hearing that included new testimony from former President Trump's White House counsel. We heard from him for the first time, and startling new details about efforts that originated inside the Oval Office to overturn the election results in December of 2020. And when those efforts failed, how Trump then turned his sights to January 6th, ultimately inciting an insurrection, the committee argued. Some of the most dramatic testimony we heard today focused on an unhinged December 18th meeting in the Oval Office in which Mr. Trump and his loyalists discussed ways to overturn the election, including seizing voting machines. Former President Trump also moved to appoint one of those loyalists, Sidney Powell, as special counsel. When White House officials learned what was going on in the Oval Office, they rushed into that meeting in an effort to stop the president, and the meeting devolved into a screaming match.
What they were proposing, I thought was nuts.
I'm going to categorically describe it as, you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of pussies. Excuse the expression, but I'm almost certain the word was used.
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back. Had to come over. Or sit your effing.
Now, according to those testimonies, former President Trump was ultimately thwarted from taking action in that meeting. But in the hours after, he then tweeted about a protest in Washington on January 6th, promising it will be wild. We also heard testimony from Stephen Ayers, who stormed the Capitol on January 6th and later pleaded guilty to charges stemming from that day. He testified he believed the election had been stolen because Donald Trump had told him so.
He basically put out, come to stop the steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
When you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
Ayers also testified he had no plans to storm the Capitol on January 6th when he was in Washington, but says he did so upon former President Trump's orders. We did get one bombshell at the end of today's hearing. Vice Chair Liz Cheney saying that Mr. Trump tried to call a witness who is part of this investigation. That unnamed witness's lawyer contacted the committee about that attempt, and the committee has provided the Justice Department with that information. That is according to Liz Cheney. As we react and digest all of this, everything we heard from today's hearing, I'm joined by NBC senior national political reporter Sahil Kapoor with the latest from Capitol Hill, NBC News senior reporter Ben Collins, and in a moment I will be joined by NBC legal analyst and defense attorney Danny Savalos. Sahil, I want to start with you and this bombshell that we heard at the end of the hearing. Vice Chair Liz Cheney essentially saying that former President Trump tried to contact a witness whom we haven't heard from yet. We're not exactly sure what that contact looked like, but what did you make of what we learned from Liz Cheney?
It was quite the cliffhanger to a startling hearing, Kristen. Liz Cheney did not provide details, as you point out, as to who this witness was or the nature of that outreach by former President Trump. Now, I'm not a legal expert here. I'll leave it to other legal experts to suss out, what that could mean. But suffice it to say, witness tampering is a very serious crime. And what Liz Cheney has been saying in numerous contexts, along with other members of this committee, is trying to nudge the Justice Department to take much more seriously the possibility of a prosecution. In the views of numerous members of this committee, the Democrats as well as some of the Republicans, the DOJ has been too timid in that regard, and this seems to be another log in that fire in which Liz Cheney has said the committee has shared that information. We don't know, again, who that witness was or the nature.
Sahil, we actually have the SOT. Let me let our viewers hear it, and then we'll get more reaction on the other side.
After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation, a witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call and instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us, and this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take any effort to influence witness testimony very seriously.
Ben, before I go back to Sahil, let me get you to weigh in on this point, because there are two things that are happening in this hearing. There's political fallout and potentially legal implications for former President Trump as well. And one of the things, if you talk to legal experts, that they are focused on are these allegations of witness tampering. And here you have Vice Chair Liz Cheney laying out yet another example of potential witness tampering. How significant is that?
That could be a very big deal, in part because, the DOJ needs to charge him with something that you can actually physically look at and say, hey, this is witness tampering. This is something that we know for a fact. It's not this much larger seditious conspiracy stuff that you saw with the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers who came together as two much larger groups. It's a lot easier to prove than these, a guy talked to a guy through a conduit or something like that. If he is witness tampering with this specific committee, then it could be for trouble for him.
It's potentially more tangible evidence, depending on what the shape of that actual outreach was. Sahil, let me go back to you. Let's delve into this December 18th meeting, because it was extraordinary to hear from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone. For the first time, he was in a number of these key meetings. In this particular meeting, he didn't start off in the meeting on December 18th. In fact, he rushed in. We have a little bit more sound about what happened that day, starting with Sidney Powell, who was one of the people really trying to influence the president to convince him to seize voting machines, which Cipollone said was an insane idea. Let's look at a little bit more of the sound.
How much time did you have alone with the president?
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes.
Was in that...
I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I opened the door and I walked in. I saw General Flynn. I saw Sidney Powell sitting there. I was not happy to see the people who were in the Oval Office.
Explain why.
I don't think any of these people were providing the president with good advice. And so I didn't understand how they had gotten in.
In the short period of time that you had with the president, did he seem receptive to the presentation that you were making?
He was very interested in hearing particularly about the CISA finding and the terms of 13848 that apparently nobody else had bothered to inform him of.
So, Sahil, basically painting a picture of a president who was desperate, grasping for straws at this point, had lost legal battle after legal battle, and here you had these conspiracy theories and ways in which he could potentially try to win back the election that his own counsel and top advisors were saying is not legal, is not possible.
Yeah, a remarkable bit of testimony from Pat Cipollone, who said, like many other witnesses, that Trump was told repeatedly by senior officials and advisors in his administration that he had lost the election, that there was no evidence of potential election-changing fraud here. That meeting, which apparently got quite heated, Cipollone mentioned that, after Rudy Giuliani and Sidney Powell and others in that camp made their argument that there is evidence, he said, well, show it to us. Put up or shut up. Where is the evidence? They didn't have the evidence, he said, and at some point, the president should have conceded the election. There was many witnesses speaking to this point, and the committee is trying its hardest to make the case that Trump was told repeatedly, had every reason to believe that he lost the election, and yet he persisted. They're trying to make, Kristen, the argument of bad faith here, because in theory, if Trump actually had reason to believe that the election was being stolen from him, that everything he did in the run-up to January 6th, including the day of January 6th, could conceivably be seen in a very different light. Instead, you had a number of his allies who were fearful that his remarks, his rhetoric, his tweets were stirring up this extremist violent mob. They played some, they showed some words from online extremists, who saw the president's rhetoric as a call to arms, as a call to violence, that they believed they were acting on his desires when they decided to take up arms and go to the Capitol. That's what we saw a lot of after that on the day of January 6th, including one Republican, Debbie Lesko, who said she feared that a bunch of Trump supporters came to the Capitol expecting their election to be overturned. And in her view, once that didn't happen, they were going to go nuts. These fears were everywhere in the run-up.
And of course, all of these moments and exchanges and new revelations today, the committee hopes will paint a picture of culpability for former President Trump. Danny Savalas, who's joined us now on set, I want to play a soundbite from Vice Chair Liz Cheney. She opened up the hearing with this idea of basically saying that you can't just let the president off the hook. You cannot just make excuses for him. I want to play a little bit of this first soundbite that we have, and then get your reaction on the other side.
President Trump is a 76-year-old man. He is not an impressionable child. Donald Trump had access to more detailed and specific information showing that the election was not actually stolen than almost any other American. And he was told this over and over again. No rational or sane man in his position could disregard that information and reach the opposite conclusion. And Donald Trump cannot escape responsibility by being willfully blind.
You and I have talked a lot about willful ignorance, and essentially Vice Chair Cheney, it seems like, tried to make part of that argument today. Were there legal implications for you, what you heard in that broader argument that she was making?
She makes a very good point. I mean, throughout this, folks like me get on the air and say, well, yes, everybody told him, but what if he didn't know? And oh, Kristen, oh, how I wish my own regular clients that you've never heard of are given that same, shown that same quarter by federal prosecutors or state prosecutors, because everybody knows in criminal court that you can prove up intent by circumstantial evidence. Because the reality is we cannot open up someone's head and peer inside and know what they actually knew or actually thought. So in court, we use circumstantial evidence. And there comes a point where somebody's ignorance must be willful if they've been told again and again. Now, if I can just play devil's advocate very briefly, if the defense would argue, if there ever were a defense and this ever were a criminal case, they would argue that Trump indeed was told that he did win the election by people. Now, were those people and their information dubious? Yeah, maybe, but to what degree is he allowed to rely on people like Rudy Giuliani, on the other people, the witnesses that we heard from today? Who knows?
Well, and we heard more evidence to this idea that he was told again and again. And the significance of Pat Cipollone is that literally he's in the room where it all happened most of the time, where a lot of these conversations unfolded. And there's another notable exchange here where he bolsters what we've heard from a number of the other witnesses, which is that he also told the former president that he could not win, that he did not win, and that he believed it was time to concede. And if we could play that soundbite as well, this is the fourth soundbite on our list, which really underscores that point.
I want to start by asking if you agree, Mr. Cipollone, with the conclusions of Matt Morgan, of Bill Barr, of all of the individuals who evaluated those claims, that there is no evidence of election fraud sufficient to undermine the outcome in a particular state.
Yes, I agree with that.
Did you, in your mind, form a belief that the president should concede the election loss at a certain point after the election?
Well, again, I was the White House counsel. Some of those decisions are political. So to the extent that, but if your question is, did I believe he should concede the election at a point in time? Yes, I did.
What is the significance of hearing the former White House counsel say, yes, I did think he should concede?
For the committee, the argument is, here's somebody who is objective because he is White House counsel, but he's also very learned, very knowledgeable, very esteemed, and telling the president, look, I'm your White House counsel, I think you should concede. Now, again, looking at the other side, because we have to do that. If we think of this as a prosecution, we have to think about what the defense would say. And they would make an argument, something to the extent of, that you're not a loyalist, fet on you. We are, I am Donald Trump. I'm going to listen to some of my other advisors, whether that's Sidney Powell and whether that's Rudy Giuliani. Now you get into an area where is it reasonable to listen to them? That is the key, because he is getting whispers in his ear from those folks.
And Ben made the point earlier that one of the things that was arguably more tangible than some of this circumstantial evidence that the committee has laid out is the fact that at the end we heard this bombshell from Vice Chair Liz Cheney, who seemed to suggest that they have new evidence of potential witness tampering by the former president himself. She said that he reached out to a witness, and we haven't heard from yet. What did you make of that revelation? How significant is it from, again, if you're the Attorney General, if you're watching these proceedings, how significant is that?
First of all, the committee knows how to tease the next hearing. Come back next week. You won't be disappointed. And they've done it at the end of every hearing, left us with a cliffhanger. This is an example. Now, anytime you criminalize speech, and potentially tampering with a witness is a form of criminalizing speech, the key is not just the words. The key is the context. These words don't exist in a vacuum. So what I would want to know right away, and Lester pointed this out just on the last set when we were just on set together, his question was perfect. Was there a voicemail? That's going to give us some words. If it was just a missed call from, I don't know what that would look like on the caller ID, but Trump or whatever, if it's just a missed call, is that enough? Possibly, depending on the relationship between the caller and the receiver. So anytime you criminalize words, you really have to look at exactly what was said and what it meant to the hearer. If that is a form of intimidation to even just hear from the president, if, for example, this witness had never heard from the president, never met him, never talked to him, now you're getting a call from a former president. Yikes.
And one of the things that was significant about today's hearings, in addition to hearing from former White House counsel Pat Cipollone, was that, Ben, they tried to draw a direct link between former President Trump and the rioters, those who took to the Capitol that day. And I believe we have a soundbite from Stephen Ayers, who was one of the rioters. In fact, he pleaded guilty to disorderly conduct for storming the Capitol. I want to play a little bit of his sound. I want to get your reaction on the other side, Ben, because he essentially says he marched on the Capitol because of the former president. And we are waiting to get that soundbite. But the bottom line, yes, yeah,
said,
quote him.
What it was going to be was an armed revolution.
Yeah. And he also said he didn't come to D.C. on that day with the intention of storming the Capitol. And the committee member said, so then why'd you do it? And he said, because Mr. Trump told us to march to the Capitol. Yeah. Of course, remarks he made in that speech that the former president delivered. We also know there was a draft tweet in which Mr. Trump was going to call for people to march to the Capitol. He held back on that. Instead, a number of his top advisors saying that they wanted it to be more impromptu. And we do have Stephen Ayers now in his own words.
When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. You know, we went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, you know, the president, you know, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
What was your reaction to hearing that, Ben?
Well, what's fascinating about this is that the Proud Boys seem to know. They went down before the speech ended to go to the Capitol. The Oath Keepers seem to know. Same deal with them. A lot of people at that rally did not. There were a lot of useful idiots, is the technical term for it. They went down after when Donald Trump told them to. What's also interesting about this is that Donald Trump did not have this in his speech. This is what we learned today. This was said impromptu in the speech. But there were people who knew he was going to say this in the speech. People like Ali Alexander or Alex Jones or Roger Stone. You know, these people who are not in the White House. They are not even in that fringe of the White House, even in, you know, the Sidney Powell and Patrick Byrne part of the White House. These people weren't in that meeting, but they still knew somehow. And the last question is, how did these people know the president was going to say something that his advisors did not want him to say and took out of his speech? That's something we're going to hopefully learn next week.
Danny, quickly weigh in on that. And did the committee do a good job of creating a direct, tangible link between the former president and the rioters who stormed the Capitol that day?
I don't think they advanced the ball any more today with their evidence. And that may be an unpopular opinion, but most of what we heard today we already knew. And the two witnesses are essentially an example of witnesses who have, quote, left the church. They're fascinating. I want to hear their story, but I'm not so sure they provided a direct link other than what we already know, which is Trump said some words, something to the effect of "will be wild," and some misguided followers misbehaved as a result. You're still going to need to draw a connection, and that connection is called foreseeability, proximate cause in the law. In other words, when Trump acted, when he uttered those words, did he know or have reason to know that this would be the response? We have heard some evidence of that, but not a clear line, and really nothing new that wasn't known before, other than some of the contextual, shocking facts that come out that tend to paint Trump in an immoral light, but not necessarily in a criminal light, not yet.
Yes, someone said to me, if you don't like Trump, you like him even less.
Yes.
But doesn't necessarily advance the legal challenges for Trump. Fantastic conversation. There was so much to unpack. Ben, Danny, Sahil, really appreciate you getting us started today. I now want to bring in Carol Leonnig, investigative reporter from The Washington Post, and Carol Lamb, former federal prosecutor and NBC News legal analyst. Carol Lamb, let me start with you, and can you pick up on the point that we're just discussing here? Do you think that the committee advanced the potential legal jeopardy for former President Trump? Did they draw a direct enough line between the former president's tweets, his actions, his unwillingness to concede, and the rioters who stormed the Capitol on that day?
I actually think they did make some progress here. I'll tell you why. They focused very much on a timeline, and they also focused on what was happening with respect to these conversations that the president was participating in and the people he was surrounding himself with. A lot of time was spent on this, what they've called the unhinged meeting at the White House on December 18th. And what they showed was an absolutely knockdown, drag-out fight between the president's, for lack of a better word, I'll call them fringe attorneys, and the properly instituted attorneys who were working for the White House at that time. What that shows is that just shortly after that, in the wee hours after midnight, the president texts, come on January 6th. He texts to his supporters, come on January 6th. It's going to be wild. So here's why I'm starting to move a little bit towards increasing liability, criminal liability for the president. And by that, I want to be clear. I'm not saying that the Attorney General should or would bring charges, but from a purely legal perspective, there is the liability that attaches when you are willing to engage in force to overthrow a function of the government. And when we argue before a jury, we often say, if this is true, what else must be true? Now, if Trump was willing to see violence visited on his own vice president, if he was willing to partake in a sham where he pretends that he's impromptu, spontaneously going to urge the mob to march on the Capitol, but actually it was planned days before, if he was willing to look past all the advice he's being given, and most importantly to me, if after the violence at the Capitol he does nothing for hours, what does that necessarily mean? And to me, it means that this wasn't an unanticipated surprise that paralyzed him for a few hours. It means he knew it was a possibility, he expected it, he was satisfied and happy about it. That disturbs me greatly. I think that's why the committee did move the ball today.
Caroline, weigh in on that. In what ways do you think the committee moved the ball today? And what was the biggest takeaway for you? Was it the new revelations about the December 18th meeting, the fact that tweet did resonate so forcefully with some of the rioters, the bombshell at the end about the witness tampering? What were your big takeaways today?
So I think, what's really important to keep in mind as we review this hearing is the biggest bombshell is clearly that the former president tried to reach out to a witness. That's the most stunning new thing. But I think as well, it's so correct to say that all of these pieces are starting to fill in. You have a prosecutor now describing, well, this is very disturbing to me. This happened. The president was knowledgeable that violence was likely or possible. He wanted to put a target on the back of his vice president, despite the advice of his aides. He wanted to side with Team Crazy and ignore fact and encourage folks to come for a wild event, which was, by the way, an illegal. There was no permit for a march on the Capitol, and he knew that, and he was planning days ahead of time to go to that march. So all of these things are starting to fill in, and I will just reiterate a key fact from a previous hearing, which was the president was aware that rally goers had weapons, and he asked his own Secret Service not to worry about taking those weapons away from them. He wanted them in his little corral, if you will, at the Ellipse, and then he wanted to send them to the Capitol. All of those things, I think, have a mosaic feeling. Nobody has taken out the smoking gun in these hearings. Nobody said, here's the moment where Donald Trump planned a coup and unleashed it. It's the mosaic that shows you how many steps he took to plan and unleash it. And the fact that he knew violence was not just likely, almost inevitable, and encouraged people who were armed to head to the Capitol. Just stunning.
Caroline, how problematic is that? I mean, I think Caroline raises such an important point that we can't forget that the committee did show several hearings ago that the president was aware that the rioters were armed. How does that fit into the mosaic?
Look, that's huge. When Cassidy Hutchinson said, not only was the president made aware that these people gathering at the Ellipse were armed, And then those are the same people that he encouraged to march on the Capitol. So he knows they're armed. He's encouraging to march to the Capitol. He's not saying, hey, leave your guns and your daggers and your knives here. We'll march peacefully down towards the Capitol. No, quite to the contrary. He's saying, let's go. And he's riling them up. Extremely problematic. And I guess what I'm saying is, as Carol points out, there's so much now, brick by brick by brick, there's so much that at a certain point, a reasonable person has to say, nobody could, in this context, say that they didn't know violence was going to be a likely result if the president didn't get what he wanted that day.
And that goes back to the point that Vice Chair Liz Cheney made, which is that he's a 78-year-old man, not a child. All right, Carol Lam, thank you so much for helping us break down and understand what happened today. 7 public hearings, 18 witnesses, and hours of testimony in 1 month. And folks, we are just getting started. My panel breaks down what we've learned and what it means for the former president. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Awesome, you guys.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
News is happening now.
To look at what's making headlines around the world.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
This is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
From Brooklyn, we're next to the subway station. The state's reservoirs are alarmingly low. War will pass them by.
What do you love about fatherhood?
The chaos, the learning. Is climate change one of your top priorities?
What's your message to girls who want to make a difference in their own communities?
Believe in yourself.
NBC News, streaming free now.
It's the best time of the morning. Time for that pop start, baby.
I'm feeling the vibe today on the show.
Welcome back. The DOJ may or may not choose to go after Mr. Trump after the committee finishes its work. But either way, the former president will be tried in the court of public opinion. The hearings may be resonating with voters in a way that could seriously impact Republican support for Mr. Trump as the party's 2024 candidate. Joining me now to discuss this, John Poderitz, editor of Commentary Magazine, and Democratic strategist Basil Smikle. Thanks to both of you for being here. Really appreciate it. So I was getting texts from Republicans during this hearing. One of them said to me, this is devastating for former President Trump politically. The reason why, no, more people are not going to come out and start speaking out against him, but it just starts to chip away at his support around the edges, they say, particularly when it comes to moderate Republicans and independents. John, how true is that?
I mean, I think it's corrosive. I think it can be corrosive, and we see polling data that suggests that his standing among Republicans is declining, that there are significant numbers of Republicans who are looking for an alternative. But I do have a caveat, which is that in the case of, say, Cassidy Hutchinson's testimony, not today's, but there are a couple of details that are not fixed. And Zoe Lofgren, the California Democrat who was on the committee and talked about Pat Cipollone, the White House counsel's testimony, said they did not attempt to corroborate the testimony of Cassidy Hutchinson. That's not their purpose. That was a very, very, very bad thing that she did, because that gives the lie to the idea that they are a fact-finding commission and not simply just building a kind of prosecutorial case, and they don't want any possible alternate accounts of what happened on January 6th. I think that is the sort of thing Trump can use to leverage himself back in the idea that he's being mishandled by the committee.
So I'm glad that you raised that point, right? Because, and that actually is supported by my reporting, Basil, the fact that the committee never directly asked Pat Cipollone. We saw that today to corroborate what we heard from Cassidy Hutchinson. You were looking for a split screen of the two of them kind of echoing each other, and that didn't happen. Legal experts say there's still no smoking gun against former President Trump.
Well, I tend to agree with that. And I think you're absolutely right. There is no smoking gun. What we heard at the end about the witness tampering, maybe there's something, but again, I don't know if any of that amounts to him being walked off in handcuffs, which I think a lot of voters are looking for, but don't think will ever really happen. And at the end of all of this, the committee doesn't really have any teeth. They can't actually, bring charges, and everything's got to go to DOJ. So again, at the end of all of this whole conversation of all these hearings, I think he does get made unelectable in a primary. I do think that. But down ballot is where I get
in a
more
primary.
concerned.
You think he's unelectable in a primary?
I think the goal here is to make him unelectable in a primary.
Let's look at the numbers, okay? Because there are these new numbers from the New York Times Siena College poll, and they're pretty stark. First of all, you have President Biden beating former President Trump by 3 points. You also have these numbers out today with Trump at 49%, Ron DeSantis at 25%, Ted Cruz at 7%, Pence at 6%, Haley at 6%, Pompeo at 2%. Bottom line, Trump's below 50%. Now, he still wins it, John. But if you're in the former president's camp, those numbers have to be disconcerting.
I think they are disconcerting for him. In the Republican primaries in 2016, he did not get more than 45% of the aggregate vote. Because they have a winner-take-all structure in the Republican primary system, he won convincingly. But what this suggests, if these numbers are correct or following, is that Trump's support is declining to the place that it was when he ran in 2016, that his dominance of the Republican Party, his control of the Republican Party electorate is not what it was.
And Basil, at the same time, he did win in 2016. He did win the nomination despite conventional wisdom suggesting otherwise.
Well, the two things. One, I don't think the dynamic of him being able to pick off everyone on the debate stage that you saw in 2016, I don't think that that dynamic can hold true in 2024, because the conversation is just going to be different, and people are used to seeing him in that regard, number one. And number two, one of the problems is actually on the Democratic side, that we talked a lot about fear, and Hillary Clinton said chapter and verse what was going to happen. Some of us didn't believe her. But there is now a bit more proof there. And I think if we combine a good message with the right messenger, then I think on the Democratic side, then you have a good sort of counter narrative.
Okay, go ahead, John.
I just want to say one thing, which is the numbers in the New York Times poll indicate that Democrats and the American people in general are very concerned about Biden's age, right?
64% of Democrats saying that they want a different candidate in 2024.
But they're very concerned about Biden's age. So Trump ain't no spring chicken. I mean, the best Republican line against Biden, aside from policy questions, is, look, he's just too old. He'll be 82. He's too old. That line can be used against Trump. Ron DeSantis is 43 years old.
Well, and that's why I lay out that poll, because when you look at it, he's really, at this point, we're so early, it's hard to even talk about it, but he's really the only one who would give Mr. Trump a run for his money, it seems. And of course, he's at 25% now. But if he were to actually campaign, who knows what would happen? Or would he get into the race, though, if the former president ran? I want to ask you, though, Basil, about the Democrats' numbers, because you have these just staggering numbers. 64% of Democrats saying they don't want to see former President Biden run again in 2024. So does he need to change his messaging? Does he need to get more legislation passed? What does he need to do in order to see those numbers?
Interesting, because I was talking to one of my students, And she said the same thing about Joe Biden, but she loved Bernie Sanders. I was like, but they're right. So what's but that's an important difference, because Bernie has that energy and he's speaking directly to policy that engages young people. What I think Joe Biden needs to do is more of that and actually get some more wins under the belt. And the Democrats need to keep talking more about that because, we can, gun control is obviously very important. Working with the governors to shore up abortion rights, extraordinarily important. But there got to be some small pieces that he can go out there and start talking about, and he should give his vice president a little more opportunity to shine. There are a lot of Democrats that feel she's been too behind the scenes, and I think that actually can help his numbers.
John?
I just think he's too old. I mean, I don't know what to say. Look, I don't like his policies. I think he's been a bad president. I don't like how he's handled inflation. He's going to be 82 years old on Inauguration Day 2025. That is too old.
The White House says there's nothing we can do about that. That's the one thing we can't impact. Let me ask you, though. I mean, if former President Trump does announce, and there are some concerns that he will announce this summer, and then the midterms will be all about Mr. Trump. Do you think that we will see other Republicans like Ron DeSantis get into the race now that we're seeing some of these numbers come out?
I think some very serious people are going to run against Trump in the end. I did not think this 2 months. Well, DeSantis is the obvious. You never know what people have that might keep them from jumping in. DeSantis is the obvious person. There are others. You can't look at these numbers and say somebody's not going to say, look, this is my moment. Trump could collapse on a stage. There are things that can happen. He's 76 years old and not fit. Biden's 79 and he's pretty fit and he fell off that bicycle. All Trump has to do is trip and he's in trouble.
Well, because we're talking about the hearings, I want to continue to kind of explore the potential political fallout of these hearings. Basil, do you worry that they could backfire against Democrats, that they could appear to be overly politicized?
Sure, and I think to some extent a lot of Republicans feel that already, and that's something that we have to concern ourselves with. But I go back to the first impeachment. Voters coming up to me and said, how are you going to hold Donald Trump accountable? The fact that this is happening is that accountability argument. And again, I don't know that a lot of voters think that they're going to see Donald Trump walking out in handcuffs, but they want to know that Democrats are actually telling the story. And they've told a fantastic narrative about what the Trump White House was like in those final days.
John, to raise a point that we always hear from Chuck, what happens if Trump runs? If he loses and if he doesn't concede?
Well, nothing good. I mean, I do think...
Is that a concern amongst Republicans, do you think?
It should be. So far, I see no indication that it is. I do think that there is now an immense amount of emotional preparation for that possibility and a lot of shoring up that can be done. And just remember that Trump will not be president if he doesn't win, right? He will be the guy who didn't win. I don't know where Biden will be, whether he will be the nominee or not the nominee. But he won't be sitting in the White House making these plans. And one thing you can say about the Stop the Steal people and whatever conspiracies they're up to, they're frightening, but they're little Keystone cops, and they seem a little bonkers. And I don't know that they'll be able to pull off a massive national Civil War confrontation.
Though I'll just say very quickly, if you're a person of color, or I imagine if you're a woman, given what's happening at the Supreme Court, Keystone cops perhaps, but that's still got to put a credible amount of fear in you because you just don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
I don't even think you need that ideological frame. I think you can be frightened simply by the idea that people don't accept the results of an election that's fair.
Great conversation. Thank you, John and Basil. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here on set. And next, we're going to head to Israel, where just hours from now, the president will kick off his first official trip to the Middle East with a series of high-stakes meetings. What to watch for and why some members of the president's own party are taking issue with his itinerary. That's next. You're watching Meet the Press now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
We're coming on the air with breaking news.
And this is a significant moment.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted insight now and expert analysis now. A daily look at the politics behind the headlines. Meet the Press Now, streaming weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen to the full season now.
Welcome back. President Biden will depart Washington, D.C. tonight for his first trip to the Middle East as president. The trip comes as he faces political challenges at home and abroad. We were just talking about some of them. The president will make stops in Israel, the West Bank, and Saudi Arabia as he tries to tackle major issues, including oil prices, the Iran nuclear deal, and the overall stability of the region. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have been critical of President Biden's decision to go to Saudi Arabia after vowing to make them a pariah state. In an op-ed in the Washington Post, the president defended that decision, writing, quote, "When I meet with Saudi leaders on Friday, my aim will be to strengthen a strategic partnership going forward that's based on mutual interests and responsibilities, while also holding true to fundamental American values." I am joined now by my colleague Carol Lee, who just traveled to Jerusalem, and she joins us now. She's there ahead of President Biden's arrival. Carol, thanks so much for being here. I know it has been a long journey to get there. Let's start off by talking about this key meeting between President Biden and the Saudi Crown Prince. All eyes are going to be on that meeting. The question, I guess, is how is the administration squaring their commitment to make Saudi Arabia a pariah state while also this willingness by the president to meet with MBS?
Well, Kristen, they're really not. They've kind of given up this notion that the president's going to try to make Saudi Arabia a pariah state. While that is something that the president said during the campaign, realpolitik has since intervened, and the president and the White House are focused on what they say are strategic objectives rather than ideals. And so while you hear from the White House that human rights is something that the president always raises on the world stage, and when he's meeting with world leaders, they're very clear that this is a trip that's about focusing on the relationship with Saudi Arabia. There's a reason why the U.S. and Saudi Arabia have had this strategic relationship for the past 80 years, and that is stability in the region, as you mentioned, and oil. And that is, frankly, the main driver here and the big focus. And that's what everybody is going to be looking for coming out of the president's meetings in Saudi Arabia. What does he get in terms of oil production from Saudi Arabia? We know that the White House wants them to keep production up. And so is the president going to come out of this with some sort of deliverable? That remains to be seen. The expectations, though, Kristen, are so low going into this trip that it's very possible that whatever the president winds up coming home with will be seen, at least by this administration, as a win.
I think you're absolutely right, and the deliverables is the key word here, because people are going to be looking for deliverables not only with his meeting with MBS, and as you say, the expectations are very low, but expectations are also low with his visit to Israel, correct?
Yeah, it's really changed just given the political turmoil here in Israel since the president announced that he was going to be making this visit and since he'll arrive here tomorrow. And so the president has meetings here. This is more of a very traditional visit. That's what we're expecting. Except one thing to note is that there is no longer an expectation that the president will be shaking hands with anybody because of COVID, which is an interesting dynamic. He'll have that welcoming ceremony in Israel when he arrives, and then he'll go into a series of meetings. And the goal really is just to show solidarity with Israel, to try to, one of the goals that the administration has in the region is to get Israel and Saudi Arabia closer to normalizing relations. So we may see some announcements there. And then Iran, that's the great unifier of the Gulf states and Israel in this region. And so that'll be a huge topic of discussion. I think you could look for the Israeli government and the U.S. government to have some sort of statement about what the goal is. They're obviously not in agreement when it comes to the Iran nuclear deal, but they would like to at least put forward some sort of more closely aligned statement on what the goals are when it comes to Iran.
And Carol, just very quickly before I let you go, what does a successful trip for the president look like, given the expectations are so low on both of his stops?
I think a couple things. Look, the one thing that the administration really wants is just a reset here with Saudi Arabia. And what everybody will be looking for at home, particularly the president's critics who don't want him to be making this trip, is what does he say on the human rights issues? And so how he raises those, how he tries to walk that line, and how he tries to also get something from Saudi Arabia in terms of oil. The administration makes clear that that's not something that's going to show up for a while, months, not weeks.
All right, Carol, fantastic reporting. You've been covering this region for quite some time. Really appreciate it. Thank you for being with us this hour. I'll be back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. NBC News Now coverage continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
So we're coming on the air with new evidence from the January 6th committee that the march to the Capitol that day from former President Trump's rally outside the White House may have been pre-planned, with witness after witness laying out that they knew he should have conceded and that the riot was potentially dangerous. Ahead, we've got more details on that. Plus, oh, by the way, the end of hearing bombshell that was dropped by Vice Chair Liz Cheney. Did President Trump engage in witness tampering? Plus, as all that's happening in Washington about the former president, the current president, he's about to be on his way to Israel, the first stop on a super important trip to the Middle East that's going to include a visit to Saudi Arabia. We're live in Jerusalem with a temperature check about how folks are feeling about it. We're also learning tonight about new video from inside Robb Elementary School the day of the Uvalde shooting, the shooting that ended the lives of 19 children and 2 teachers. Why there's a fight over whether the public will ever get to see it. Plus, as if you needed another thing to worry about right now, New York City's dropping a new PSA on what to do if there's a nuclear attack. The question everybody is asking, seriously, why now? We're also going to take you to a faraway place nobody has ever seen before. Are you a space nerd? You should be after looking at this. Deep space in color, with a new understanding of how galaxies interact thanks to an incredible new telescope. We're going to have that later on in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and listen, this is the bottom line from the January 6th committee. So many people close to the former president knew he should have conceded the election way before the attack. So many people knew this rally could be a problem, to the point that at least one person said they were too scared to go to sleep the night before. And that things in the West Wing were getting off the rails. Okay, setting aside, by the way, let's press pause on that other bombshell on witness tampering. We're going to get to that in a second. Let's start with the other off the rails piece of this thing. That bonkers meeting on December 18th between so-called Team Normal, right? That includes ex-White House counsel Pat Cipollone, who we're hearing from for the first time on camera. And then there was that other group of lawyers, outside advisors, Rudy Giuliani, Sidney Powell, Mike Flynn, who were pushing some, listen, real talk, insane and false and made up conspiracy theories, pushing them directly to the president. And to give you an idea of just how, in one witness's word, unhinged it was, yeah, listen to what went down in a meeting on December 18th. Watch.
Probably no more than 10 or 15 minutes. I bet Pat Cipollone set a new land speed record.
I'm going to categorically describe it as you guys are not tough enough. Or maybe I put it another way, you're a bunch of
Flynn screamed at me that I was a quitter and everything, kept on standing up and turning around and screaming at me. And at a certain point, I had it with him. So I yelled back, either come over or sit your effing ass back down.
Okay, so a couple of hours after that expletive-filled meeting, early morning December 19th, we get this tweet from the former president that the committee believes connects the dots as a call to violence on January 6th. The tweet, in part, says, big protests in D.C. on January 6th. Be there, will be wild. That's the key part. But that may have not even been the original version. There's now an early draft in the National Archives where the former president was going to say to people, we're going to march to the Capitol. Okay? People listened, with the panel showing an email from at least one group that moved the date of their planned gathering to a different date, to January 6th, because of that tweet. Other right-wing figures changed their plans because of it, too.
Why did you first decide to go to D.C. for January 6th?
When the president of the United States announced that he was going to have a rally, then I bought a ticket and went.
It's not like people didn't know that this thing could get violent. You had one Twitter employee testifying anonymously, at least in public, saying they couldn't sleep the night before. You had a Republican Congresswoman, Debbie Lesko, warning beforehand that people were going to go nuts. There were posts like this online asking if the police are ready to die on January 6th. And then there were the actual words of pro-Trump media personalities.
You better understand something, son. You better understand something. Red wave. Red wave. This is going to be a red wedding going down January 6th.
You don't have to be a Game of Thrones fan to know that a red wedding is not something you want to see. It's mass slaughter, right? Which brings us to the people who were at the riot. Many of them from extremist groups, at least some of them from groups like the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. And one former Oath Keeper was really clear about what he felt the danger the former president was causing was all about. Watch.
This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one.
Our team's covering it from every angle. We've got Ali Vitale live on Capitol Hill for us. We've got Ryan Riley standing by and Vaughn Hilliard live in Arizona. Ali, let me start with you, because if you look at these sort of buckets of takeaways here, which you know we like to do on the show, there's a few of them.
Yeah,
Number one, Donald Trump. The committee's trying to link these dots, right? Connect these dots between his actions, the tweet that we just talked about, that meeting, et cetera, what Donald Trump was saying publicly, to the violence on January 6th. So bucket one, Donald Trump, the committee tried to show, had power over this mob, could egg on the rioters, and then could call them right back off, as we learned from Mr. Ayers. There's also this other bucket. The march may have been pre-planned, only designed to look spontaneous, but that, in fact, there was discussion previously about having people march to the Capitol. And then this third bucket here, this idea that there were links between people who were outside advisors to Donald Trump, Roger Stone, Mike Flynn, and then these far-right extremist groups. But I have to say, Alec, all this talk about buckets, and I'm going to dump like a fire hydrant on you, because Liz Cheney did, where at the end of the hearing, she says, hey, there's this question of witness tampering, perhaps, from former President Trump himself.
Yeah, heck of a cliffhanger there, especially after we went through an entire hearing that was bonkers in terms of what it told us. That meeting inside the White House, all of these different buckets that you laid out, there was a wealth of new information there. And then at the end, that new information, that new cliffhanger that seemed to be coming in real time, the vice chair of the committee, Liz Cheney, saying that a witness who we haven't seen or heard from yet, and I was just on the phone with a committee aide who said that that means that this is a person who we, the public, have not seen, but the committee has been talking to, obviously, that this witness received a call from the former president himself. They declined to take that call, and they told their attorney about it, who then in turn told the January 6th committee about it. The committee is placing this as if it's a pattern of witness tampering, if not from Trump himself, because this is the first instance that we've heard the former president directly placing calls to people, then certainly from people in Trump's inner orbit, potentially on his behalf. The idea, for example, that Cassidy Hutchinson or other witnesses were receiving text messages saying that he, maybe Meadows, maybe Trump, knows that they're talking to the committee, knows that they're loyal. The idea of witness tampering, of course, and witness tampering itself is a crime. The question would be, of course, whether or not the committee has enough to prove that that's what was happening here. Nevertheless, the big question right now is, who is the person that Liz Cheney is talking about? It appears that both the chair and the vice chair of the committee know the answer to that, but the other rank and file members who I've spoken to don't know, and certainly none of these people are sharing it with us.
Wait, real quick, do we know if there was like a voicemail left, Allie?
We don't know if there was a voicemail.
Okay.
We don't know if it was just a missed call.
Okay, let me put up, because you were in the room as this hearing was happening, and there was a couple of moments that caught our attention. Video right after the testimony. One, you had one officer, Gunnell, sort of wiping his eyes at one point when the hearing sort of invoked his sacrifice. And this, Stephen Ayers, who testified, and that's Officer Harry Dunn that he just gave a hug to. Somebody who is, and there's that emotional moment with Officer Gunnell, excuse me, Sergeant Gunnell, I should say.
Yeah.
You know, this is somebody, Allie, who is being prosecuted for being at the Capitol the day of the riot, who is now, at this extraordinary moment, back at the Capitol, hugging the officers who were trying to defend the building that he was in that day.
Yeah, the layers to this moment were immense for the people up here who know these officers and who are still very raw from what happened on January 6th. It is a day that changed the way that people who come to this building every day come to work. And so for that man, Stephen Ayers, to be someone who broke into the Capitol on January 6th, now invited back through its doors to testify under oath about what led him to do that, doing so mere feet away from officers like Sergeant Gunnell, I asked him what that moment felt like, especially because afterwards, Ayers went over to the officers immediately, hugged them, and in the case of Harry Dunn, at least, told him, "I'm really sorry." Here's what Sergeant Gunnell told me about that. Can you talk a little bit about what Stephen Ayers said when he came over to you?
Basically, he just apologized. I mean, I didn't come in contact with him on January 6th. I think he was just apologizing to me, I guess, on behalf of everybody else, since we are part of the public image of the Capitol as of right now. I just told him I don't take it personal.
I mean, the empathy that he used and talked with in that moment was really stunning for me. But I know that these officers, from Gunnell to Dunn and all of the others who have been front row at many of these hearings, for them, it's their way of saying that they are standing there bearing witness and hoping for accountability as the committee teases out more and more information about the 6th.
Ali Vitale, I'm so glad to have you there covering all this for us on the Hill this week. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ryan Riley, let me bring you in here, because one of the other big themes here was the committee trying to show, and you really heard it in Congressman Raskin's closing, that Donald Trump's lies ruined people's lives. Right? That was what they're saying, whether it's Stephen Ayers, Mr. Ayers, who we were just talking about, whether it's Sergeant Gunnell, who is now no longer in policing because of the injuries he sustained while at the insurrection. I want to play a little bit of what Mr. Ayers had to say.
Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. You know, who knows? I may not have come down here.
So why'd you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, you know, the president, you know, got everybody riled up, told everybody head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
And that speaks, Ryan, to the power that Donald Trump had over some of the folks like Mr. Ayers who showed up that day. You cover these people who went into the Capitol that day as they're now facing consequences. And I think it's important to remember the vast majority of them are not members of the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers. It's people like Stephen Ayers.
That's right, and a lot of them, have gotten their lives pretty torn apart by this. If it's legal bills, it's having to come in and get sentenced, it's spending time away at prison potentially in a lot of these cases. There are 2 individuals who were sentenced just today while this hearing was ongoing, got 60 days each, and a couple who's going to go away for a long time. And, not only that, a lot of these individuals have spoken to just this forever mark this mar that's going to be on them for the rest of their lives. Their Google results are forever changed. A lot of them lost jobs. There's been a lot of divorces sparked by January 6th by people who had disagreements about, with their spouse going into the Capitol. And it is really remarkable because, there is different paths that people can take where they can either choose to, say now that I recognize that, okay, I got tricked, I got fooled. But that's a tough pill to swallow, to admit that you basically threw your life away in many ways because you got fooled and weren't smart enough to not realize that these were lies about the stolen election. That's tough to sort of swallow and recognize, and I think that's what Stephen Ayers was doing here. But a lot of the individuals, they still have to sort of grasp to that because it's part of their being. It's part of, they think they're the smartest people in the room. They think that this was true. They think that the election was stolen, and even though it's going to tear their lives apart to a certain extent, it makes them feel better to think that they were at least fighting for something that was just, even though it's obviously, as we have laid out here, all bogus and all crazy.
One of the tasks that this committee had was to connect the dots, and as they put it, between these extremist groups, the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers, which you also cover, and members of former President Trump's inner circle, which at the time of the insurrection consisted of these outside advisors like Mike Flynn, et cetera. Did you hear anything new or perhaps more effective from the committee today as they laid out the evidence about those links between these groups and those individuals like Stone and Flynn?
I think because we heard that testimony from Pat Cipollone, I think that some of the information that they were going to bring forward got a little bit shifted back. They shifted the focus a little bit because they had all of this new incoming information. So there is a lot more, as I know, a lot more information that the Proud Boys, or that the committee has about the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers that didn't necessarily come out. That said, I do think that they laid out how there's sort of the shared common understanding. And remember, a lot of those folks who are going into this meeting, as described, are directly connected to the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys. So I think that they emphasized that certainly for the American people. But I definitely would put a pin in that. There's a lot more to come down the line about some more of those ties between the individuals who are involved in this legal effort to overturn the election and the individuals who actually stormed the U.S. Capitol and tried to take over the government on a physical basis.
Put a pin in it and circle back, Ryan. Boy, you are a creature of Washington. I love it. There's nothing that people in D.C. like to do more than do that, and ping people too. Before I let you go real quick, if you're at the Department of Justice, what is your biggest takeaway from today, right? What are they hearing and listening to as there's now these questions, as Ali laid out too, about potential witness tampering from President Trump, about some of these conspiracy issues too?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to put it in 2 buckets, I would say that the Proud Boys stuff and the Oath Keeper stuff, they've got a lot of that already, right? This is the investigation that's been ongoing. They've have more power, frankly, than the committee does to seize a lot of these records, a lot of the individuals they've talked to. I think there, in certain stances, there's going to be instances where they're going to want to compare what was said to the committee with what was said to them, what was said to a grand jury, what was said in court, what was said during an FBI interview. There's certainly instances there. But I think, what we've seen so far is that the committee's really been able to move the ball forward, especially with that Cassidy Hudson testimony in regards to Donald Trump's inner circle. And there's been, reporting from the New York Times about how that's really advanced the investigation. So I think that's what the committee is really paying really close attention to on the White House side of things these days.
And I should say, Ryan, we're getting some breaking news that is literally just into us from our colleague Ali Vitali, who got off our air and got on the phone and is now confirming first to NBC News that the next and presumably last hearing from the January 6th committee is expected to be next Thursday in prime time, Ryan. So that is when we anticipate the big finale hearing happening. Obviously, we will have coverage here on NBC News Now as this news is coming into us. Ryan Riley, always good to have you with us, especially on a day like today. Thank you. I want to bring in Vaughn Hilliard now, who is live for us out in Arizona covering all things Donald Trump. Vaughn, this is an individual you've been covering for a while. I was struck by something that Stephen Ayers said, and this again, I think this was, when you talk about the live witnesses, this was particularly, I think, objectively compelling testimony from somebody who was representative of the hundreds of people who went into the Capitol, who were there, who went in that day, talking about how angry he was then and how angry he is now for a different reason. It's anger directed at Donald Trump for having pushed these lies with no evidence to back it up. Here's what he said.
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. We got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? You know, could end up being down the same path we are right now.
How much is that a sentiment that you hear from folks on the campaign trail when you're out at these rallies and events for former President Trump, Fawn?
I can tell you that there's thousands of folks that are still showing up from Nevada and Alaska rallies here this weekend. And he just announced overnight that he's coming back here to Arizona later this week, in which he's expected to have, again, several thousand. And I consistently hear from supporters of the former president, Republicans who are sympathetic to the big lie and the continuation of the propagation of the conspiracy theories by Donald Trump here. This is an offensive game that Donald Trump is playing. There is no regret. There is no remorse for what happened on January 6th in his public comments. He is going into these states, I mean, essentially his version of the campaign trail, and making the case that the election was taken from him. And by and large, the numbers, the polling plays out. Look at this poll that came out here just this morning from the New York Times and Siena College, in which 75% of Republican voters nationally said that they felt that Donald Trump was just exercising his rights to contest the election in those weeks after the 2020 election. Again, 75% of Republican voters are sympathetic to the actions of Donald Trump, up into the point of, at this point, in which 6 public hearings had been conducted, in which damning evidence and damning testimony was presented against the former president. And yet, this is still such a marker for the former president. And I want to note here, Hallie, is look at an event on Saturday here, right? The leading gubernatorial candidate in Arizona, Kari Lake, who will be standing on stage with him, has called for the decertification of the election results, has made part of her campaign pitch that there should be perp walks in which there should be elections officials from the state of Arizona who should be arrested and jailed for their part in the 2020 election. Again, on what evidence? It's very unclear. Yet it is at the forefront of the minds of these top Republicans who are running for statewide office and potentially the former president as he flirts with his own 2024 bid again.
Flirts, I think, heavily is fair to say. Fawn Hill, you're live for us there in Phoenix. Fawn, thank you for being on top of this for us. Appreciate it. So we've talked about this investigation into the former president. Let's talk about the current president doing something very different, getting on a flight, getting on Air Force One to head to Israel in just a couple of hours from now. It's his first stop on a trip to the Middle East, and it's coming at such an important time for him on both the domestic and the foreign fronts. So the White House is saying, listen, the focus over there will be on things like ending the war in Yemen, on terrorism, on normalizing Israel's relationship with other countries in the region. But there are other big issues that will probably come up, especially when the president heads to Saudi Arabia. Like, what are they going to do about oil production? Given the record high gas prices we have seen here in the U.S., gas prices that have started slowly to go down. There's also the human rights issue, and this is a big one. You have the president set to attend a meeting that Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman will also attend. Remember, MBS, as he's known, he's the guy that the U.S. intelligence community said was behind the murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi back in 2018. Carol Lee is joining me now. And Carol, it feels like President Biden is getting on Air Force One to get to where you are, stepping into potentially some real landmines here.
That's right, Hallie. If you look at this visit overall, start with Israel and then Saudi Arabia, you'll see the president trying to balance these concerns and the pressures that he's under when it comes to issues like human rights, and then what the White House and administration sees as his strategic objectives, and that is to get some things on issues like Iran and stability in the region and oil in Saudi Arabia in particular. So he's arriving here in Israel. There's a lot of anticipation about this visit. There's all of the traditional trappings, the American flags, the Israeli flags, welcome banners. There'll be a ceremony at the airport, but there's also a little trepidation here. And part of that is over the issue of this killing of the American journalist. There's also Palestinian who the administration has said that they've left that inconclusive. They said they sided with the investigation and saying that it was clearly that it wasn't exactly clear. They couldn't pinpoint the bullet coming from the Israelis, but it was likely did. And that has really upset some lawmakers who sent a letter to the president in advance of his arrival here saying, hey, we want more information and we're not happy with this. At the same time, her family is saying, we want to meet with you. We're not happy with this. A letter from her brother. He says he hasn't received a response yet. So there's that aspect hanging over this, these issues of human rights. And then there's what the president wants to try to accomplish, which is to show solidarity with Israel, to try to send a message of unity on Iran, even though they are not entirely in agreement. And so you'll see him walking that line here in Israel and then again in Saudi Arabia.
Let's talk about the Saudi piece of it, too, because the president it's felt like he's kind of downplayed the possibility of how much the focus will be on oil, bringing up oil prices on this trip. You have to look at the reality, which is that this is a country that's the world's second biggest oil producer. Is it not inevitable, Carol, that this is going to come up?
Absolutely. It's there's no way it doesn't come up. And the White House has said, yeah, it will come up, but it's not the whole of the issues that we're going to talk about. There's all these other things that we want to discuss. But look, the president said that he was going to make Saudi Arabia a pariah during the campaign. He's since gotten into office and he's seen oil prices go high. He's battling that politically at home. And so, of course, oil is at the top of the agenda for him in going to Saudi Arabia. And the problem the president has, or the risk, is that he goes and he doesn't get anything tangible to show to the American people. The White House is really lowering expectations, Hallie, saying even if he does get something, it's not something that Americans are going to feel for months, not weeks or days.
You talked about it a little, Carol, but help us understand a little bit more about how the president's going to thread the needle on this human rights stuff, especially in Saudi, especially considering the pressure he's under from Democratic leaders.
Look, this is going to be the key thing. The president's not expected to take questions at a press conference while he's in Saudi Arabia, so there won't be an opportunity to ask him about this publicly while he's in Saudi Arabia. But the question is going to be, did he raise Jamal Khashoggi in his meeting with the Crown Prince and King Salman? And if so, how? And what did he say? And the White House is going to have an answer for that. That's what everybody who's criticizing this trip wants to hear from him. He's not going to make a lot of people happy either way, but there's a lot of pressure on him to do something and show that he is not just going there because he wants Saudi Arabia's oil and that it's okay and everything that happened in the past is no longer needs to be discussed.
Carol Lee with that Jerusalem Dateline for us here tonight. Carol, thank you. Safe travels, and I'm sure we'll see you again tomorrow. Appreciate it. So that's one presidential trip. How about a different trip for a different president on a very different topic? This is Russia's President Vladimir Putin. And this morning, the Kremlin is coming out announcing this big visit he's going to make over to Iran next week to meet with Iranian and Turkish leaders. Why? Russia needs an opportunity. Right now, they need some serious help militarily and economically. Because, as you know, Western countries like ours, like the U.S., have given Ukraine a lot of that since the war there first started. This trip's announcement is coming just 24 hours after we heard the U.S. say Russia's looking to get hundreds of surveillance drones from Iran, even maybe drones that can actually fire missiles. It's not clear whether these drones are already on their way to Russia, but the U.S. has info that Iran is getting ready to train Russian troops on how to use the drones as soon as this month. Ali Arouzi joins us now. And Ali, it's not like we see Vladimir Putin gallivanting the globe in the last couple of years. He hasn't traveled much at all outside Russia since the pandemic. So this trip is significant, it is symbolic, and it is intentionally timed to this moment, right?
That's exactly right, Hattie. I mean, look, he's made 2 trips out of Russia since the pandemic. One was to Turkmenistan, and the other one is in Iran, and he's meeting the Iranian leadership on both of these trips. So it really speaks volumes about this new world order he wants to carve out, and it really underscores this very strategic, close alliance between Iran and Russia. 2 countries that don't have a lot of friends in the world, 2 countries that are very, very heavily sanctioned by the U.S. So the timing is no coincidence, and now he wants to lean on people that he's been supporting on at the UN Security Council, like Iran, with all of these sanctions, and he's calling in a favor now. He's going there and he's saying, you've got to help us in this war with Ukraine, and the Iranians are backing him on this. They haven't denied that they're going to send these UAVs to Russia, hundreds of them apparently, according to the White House, and they're both reconnaissance ones and combat ones. And as we know, UAVs have been pivotal in this war.
Ukraine has gotten a lot of military assistance from Western countries. We know that, as you talked about, it's more than $7 billion from the U.S. alone. Have we heard any reaction from Ukraine on this piece of it, Ali? And can you give us a sense of sort of a status update, if you will, on how the ground war is going for Ukraine?
Well, we haven't heard anything from the Ukrainians about this, but this is going to be worrying. Look, let me just say that this isn't going to be the sort of high-end weapons that we've seen the U.S. give Ukraine. The Iranians and the Russians even don't have those sort of capabilities, but it is going to be a big help to the Russians. UAVs are pivotal in this war. Iran has been manufacturing them for a long time, and they even have a factory in Tajikistan, so that could bring another country into the play making these sort of things. And it's just not going to help Ukraine when another country is giving them hundreds of these weapons that are so important on the battlefield. So it's not going to make anybody here in Ukraine very happy, that's for sure. And on the ground, things are not great here. Look, the Russians continue to pound the Eastern Front. That attack we saw in Chazivyar on the apartment building is turning out to be one of the worst in the war so far. They've killed 45 people in that attack, including a 9-year-old child. That's probably the third worst attack that they've done in this war. But I've got to tell you, Hallie, as well, the Ukrainians are starting to fight back. Those MLRSs that the U.S. are giving them are having an effect. You're seeing them hit Russian military and weapons depots every day, and that may be tipping the scales in their favor.
Ali Arouzi, live for us in Kyiv. Ali, thank you for being up for us tonight. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, could you imagine, look at this, seeing this coming at you? You're not seeing anything here, but there it is, a huge avalanche rushing toward them. We'll tell you what those hikers did. Plus, a selfie-snapping tourist falling into the crater of Mount Vesuvius. How he got out, that's one of our 5 things right after the break.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now, look at what's making headlines around the world.
We've got 3 new developments just this afternoon.
We begin this hour with breaking news.
This is what it looks and feels like to try to escape Ukraine.
I don't want to say goodbye.
This factory has gone from making kitchen pots to lethal items.
There's an intense artillery battle underway.
Breaking news this morning.
The heartbreak, the grief, and the tears that we have seen here are all tragically familiar. Was there a school officer on campus? Because that's what we've been told.
No.
The shooting is once again reigniting the debate over gun laws.
If it's Tuesday, it is primary night.
The highest profile races yet this year.
The official confirmation of Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson. Let's zoom out a bit to our changing climate. What do we think that the new normal is going to be?
The rollout of COVID vaccines for children under 5.
Inflation is cutting into almost everything. Another honest conversation about what it means to be Asian American.
We're coming on the air with the news NBC Scoop.
Bringing the news to you is not only a job, it's an honor.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
You don't know when your moment's coming, but when it does, you take it.
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? Hey, Miss Lester. Hey, who's this?
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
Just as we were coming on the air, edited surveillance videos showing what police were doing when a shooter was inside a 4th grade classroom and inside Robb Elementary School in Uvalde have been released. You're looking at video here obtained by the Austin American-Statesman and KVUE. It was edited down by them, including captions that are added. Audio, by the way, you see the captions on the screen, the timing. Audio has been removed. We're going to show you some pieces of this. It is extremely disturbing. I want to just tell you that right up front. You need to know that. This May 24th video has gotten more attention over the past week, with families growing increasingly angry, they say, upset about the account that has so far been incomplete, in their view, of what actually happened during this massacre, where a gunman stole the lives of 19 little kids, 19 children, and 2 hero teachers. Officials say police waited more than an hour after the shooting started before confronting the gunman who died. Leaders investigating the shooting said they'd plan to show families the video Sunday, first to people who live in Uvalde and then to the public after that. Well, now that these videos are surfacing, it's not clear if they're going to update that timeline. Let me bring in Tom Winter. And Tom, I think we showed some of this, and I want to explain to people what they're seeing. Again, I can't say it enough. It's not enjoyable video to watch in any way. It's awful and it's upsetting. There is a video that shows the shooter's entrance into the building. And then at one point, and I'm going to kind of narrate as we're talking here, you're going to see a little boy, I believe, coming out of the bathroom, or at least coming around the corner. This little boy who's, here it is, his image has been blurred. If we can roll the next piece of video here. You're going to see a little boy come around the corner, see the shooter, and then go back to wherever he was, a student, I should say. We don't know if it's a boy or a girl. You can see the editor's note there. There's a little boy in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. The video goes on to show, for example, the first entrance of police, and then later video of the police that were assembled there. Tell us a little bit about why this video is important and some of the reaction to it, because already that reaction has been pretty fierce.
It sure has, Hallie. I think when you look at this video, it indicates to us a couple of different things, having watched it, having actually seen active shooter training involving law enforcement. First off, for the families, I don't know if it changes anything for them from a timeline perspective. I don't think any answers at this point are going to be long-term helpful for them in understanding the reason why nobody moved forward to that classroom once more reinforcements arrived. Frankly, once this person who you just saw on that video started shooting and started firing at police officers. This video, we're looking at it now, of this child coming around the corner, parent to parent, is extremely difficult to watch. A couple of things stick out to me, Hallie. First off, this shooter clearly did not feel any sort of pressure from police, did not feel as if they were on a clock. That's a law enforcement term a little bit. In other words, they were not rushing. They were methodical. They were moving from place to place. It speaks to their mindset. I think it speaks to potential planning here, and I think we're going to hear a lot more about that in the coming weeks and months. That's the first thing. The second thing is you see law enforcement here entering the school, doing what they should have done, which is initially going right towards where this was, but then they're fired upon. That's why you see them retreating there. And then you see what objectively in law enforcement experts will say is a chaotic response. It's not clear who's in charge. It's not clear what's going on. You see in the upper left there, that's a body camera video of people, kind of standing around. Are we coming up with a plan? Are we going forward? And it isn't until an hour later, after all of this is assembled, that this final push towards the classroom that we're watching occurs. And so they eventually obviously shoot this shooter and this suspect. But Hallie, in the meantime, he's firing rounds, and there are kids that are bleeding in that classroom. And it's just going to be very difficult to understand exactly what it was that happened here. You also see, and I'm not sure if we're going to see it in this particular clip, an instance in this video where even as they're charging the classroom, there are other officers telling officers don't move forward. I mean, at that point, when is the time to move forward?
Right.
You're charging the classroom. So it's going to be one of the most valuable tapes for training for law enforcement in the future. Hopefully, if there is a silver lining out of this, or if there's anything that gives these poor parents some solace, it's the fact that this video might help a further incident from happening again, like the way this incident happened in Uvalde.
We've shown the parts that we can show, so we're going to drop that video at this point, Tom, because it is, as you note, it is a tool. It is also incredibly emotional and difficult, I think, for parents in Uvalde, for any parent to watch. Let me ask you sort of more broadly, big picture. This accountability question has been a huge factor in the Uvalde shooting, and a lot of the questions have fallen on the school district's police chief, Pete Arredondo. I understand in a few hours the city council is going to discuss his resignation. Do you know anything else about this, Tom? As we've heard about frustration and dissatisfaction and finger pointing on a lot of different sides of this.
Right, Hallie. So, you know, this is still the police chief for that school district. It is approaching the middle of July. Kids are going to have to go back to school at some point soon, and he is still conceivably the person in charge of school safety for that community. I don't know how that sits with that community and its leadership, and certainly the parents of this school or the parents of the other schools there. I think it'll be interesting to see what happens. I've never seen a situation like this where there hasn't been accountability from a job loss perspective. Maybe there are things here we don't know. We have not heard from Arredondo in a long time. We have not heard further clarification as these videos have come out. And, you know, there's been finger pointing, Hallie, but it's difficult to point fingers when the evidence, in this case, the video, is right in front of us.
Tom Winter, thank you. I know this is a developing story. I appreciate you jumping in front of a camera with that instant analysis. I appreciate it. Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the U.S. military says an airstrike has killed a senior ISIS leader earlier today. U.S. Central Command says the man killed was the leader of the Islamic State in Syria. Officials say he was working on developing ISIS networks outside of Iraq and Syria. Number 2, a hiker in Kyrgyzstan caught this moment that a huge avalanche, look at that, rushed towards his group. Oof, that's scary. It's moving real quick, right? The folks he was with managed to hide behind a rock. That is what saved their lives. That's incredible. Nobody was seriously hurt. Think about that. Number 3, a 23-year-old American tourist had to be rescued this weekend after falling into the crater of Mount Vesuvius in Italy. An official there says this guy and his family, you can see the injuries there, hiked to the top through this forbidden trail. That's where he allegedly stopped to take a selfie, dropped his phone, and then fell into a crater trying to get it out. The crater, not a crater, Mount Vesuvius. He managed to stop himself before falling too deep into the thing, but you just saw there the bruises on his back. Guides had to use a rope to get him out. The volcano is still technically active. Number 4, First Lady Jill Biden is apologizing for saying that Latinos are as unique as San Antonio breakfast tacos. She said that in a speech at an Hispanic Unity Conference in Texas. She was apparently trying to compliment Latino diversity. The National Association of Hispanic Journalists responded to the speech by saying in part, quote, "Do not reduce us to stereotypes." Her spokesperson later tweeted that the First Lady apologizes that her words, quote, "conveyed anything but pure admiration and love for the Latino community." Number 5, the latest Emmy Awards are out for this season, and your favorite folks from Succession, great theme song, by the way, lead the way, 25 nominations. After that, The White Lotus and Ted Lasso have 20 nominations each. Squid Game became the first non-English language show to be nominated in the Outstanding Drama Series category. How many of those have you seen? I'm like 2 for 4. That's not bad. Still to come, why the Biden administration might let everybody, including adults, get a second COVID booster. But would people even do it if they could? And then later, another twist in this just ongoing legal drama here. A grand jury expected to indict South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh on murder charges. Remember him? We got more later in the local.
At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Born to Rule, When Charles is King, a new podcast. Listen now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We'll meet Ukrainians who are defending their country one block at a time. When you were still in Kiev, could you hear the bombing? My name is Lester. Who's this?
Mystery in Paradise.
There's my sweet little sister on the news.
A series of secrets to be discovered.
This investigation takes you into the swinger lifestyle.
Dateline's hottest July ever. Fridays at 10/9 Central.
No stress, no mess, just yum.
That's it.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson. Streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Okay, so here's one for you. Should all adults get a second booster shot? That's apparently the question that top leaders inside the White House are asking themselves. The talks coming as we're seeing more and more COVID hospitalizations because of that BA.5 subvariant of Omicron. You've probably heard about this, right? BA.5. Right now, only people over the age of 50 and people who are immunocompromised can get a second COVID booster. But some experts are getting more and more worried that the immunity for younger adults could be going away, basically. Today, during a White House COVID briefing, some officials said people who were infected with COVID during the first Omicron wave may not have much protection against these new subvariants like BA.5. Let's bring in medical reporter Erica Edwards, who is joining us now. Erica, it's good to see you. Second COVID boosters. What would have to happen to get there, and what are the chances we'll actually see them?
Hey, Hallie. So right now, health officials are looking at one thing, and that is that rise in hospitalizations that you were mentioning, as well as the potential stress that those hospitalizations could put on an already stressed healthcare system. I can tell you that every single state except for 4, New Mexico, Maine, Alaska and Hawaii, are seeing those rises in COVID-related hospitalizations. I've talked with doctors nationwide over the past 24 hours. They're all telling me that they are indeed seeing that uptick in hospitalizations, really in all adults ranging from age 20 up through their late 80s. Now, remember, it was in March during a previous surge of another Omicron subvariant, BA.2. That was when the FDA and CDC greenlighted that second booster for those ages 50 and above, as well as those with weakened immune systems. Hallie?
If they did greenlight a second booster, Erica, do you think people would actually go get it? Because right now, for the population that can go get it, only about 30% of them actually have.
That's right. And, the messaging here is a little bit tricky because, we now know that BA.4 and BA.5 really don't care whether you've been vaccinated or whether you've had a previous infection. That's that waning immunity that you were talking about. Still experts say they insist that the booster remains the best way to reduce your risk for severe outcomes, complications of COVID-19. During that White House briefing today, Dr. Ashish Jha, the COVID coordinator, said that if you are eligible for a booster, get it now.
Erica Edwards, thank you for that reality check. Appreciate it.
If you have not gotten one this year, please go get another vaccine shot. You are eligible for your first booster or second booster, wherever you are in your vaccination schedule. If you've not gotten a vaccine shot this year, go get one now. It could save your life.
I'll also just say quickly that if you get a booster now, experts say it does not preclude you from getting another one this fall when we anticipate new versions of the COVID-19 vaccines to become available, those targeting these specific subvariants. We expect those in October or November. Hallie?
Great info, as always, Erica, and great soundbite, too. Thanks. Appreciate it. Coming up, the big U.S. city. It has a lot of people wondering, why in the world are you warning us about nukes? What? We got that coming up. Plus, how a Good Samaritan got nearly 24 people off this sinking boat. We've got that in the local.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Ukraine and Russia. Could you help me understand what's going on?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. At 73, Prince Charles is still waiting for the job that is his birthright.
Do we want Charles? Do we want a monarchy?
I'm Keir Simmons, and we'll take on these questions and more in our new podcast, Born to Rule. Listen now.
Here's what's happening in your neck of the woods.
Desire, deception, and a double cross. The Seduction, a deadly love story only Dateline and Keith Morrison can tell. Listen now, wherever you get your podcasts. The Seduction, Dateline's newest podcast. Listen now.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, streaming weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
All right, a little bit of breaking news just into us in the last couple of minutes. Do you want Twitter drama? Do you want to hear the drama about Elon Musk? Because, boy, we got it. Twitter is now suing Musk to try and force him to commit to his bid to take over the country. Remember, Musk is the world's richest guy. How long have we been talking about this whole saga? Weeks, right? Musk, just on Friday, accused Twitter of violating its purchase agreement for not turning over some details about, like, spam accounts, bot accounts on the site. That's after Musk had agreed to buy Twitter at $54.20 a share back in April. And Twitter is saying, too bad. You want to pull out, but guess what? That's the price we expect to get. So I'll do the math for you. That's more than $44 billion. In a statement, the company is saying that, in their words, Musk apparently believes that he, unlike every other party subject to Delaware contract law, is free to change his mind, trash the company, disrupt its operations, and destroy stakeholder value. Musk hasn't commented on this thing yet, but place your bets on how long it'll take him to tweet about it. We'll be following this one for sure. NBC News covers lots of stories like that one, hundreds of them, in fact. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their region in a segment we call The Local. Our Western Bureau reporting on that terrible wildfire threat against giant sequoias in Yosemite National Park. It got worse overnight, but the fire is still partially contained. All of those things, they are not, so to speak, out of the woods yet. It's still really hot out there. There hasn't been many wind. It hasn't been super windy, so that's a good thing. Officials set up sprinklers to try to protect the sequoias, too. Out of our Southeast Bureau, this week a grand jury is expected to indict South Carolina attorney Alec Murdaugh on murder charges in the killings of his wife and son. That's according to 3 sources close to the investigation. Remember, his wife Maggie and son Paul were found shot to death last June. Murdaugh called 911 saying he found their bodies. He's already been indicted on dozens of financial-related charges. From our Northeast Bureau, the Coast Guard says a Good Samaritan helped get 22 passengers off a sinking party boat. Look at this, happened in New Jersey. Officials say the boat slammed into a bridge before starting to take on water. It began listing to one side. You can see what happened. Somebody nearby came and ferried the passengers over to a pier. Luckily, nobody was hurt. Today, the New York City mayor is answering the question that a bunch of people are asking, which is, why are we getting warned about how to stay safe from a nuclear attack right now? Like, what? That's after this new PSA started airing, explaining how to do just that. Keep yourself safe from nukes, with Mayor Eric Adams saying, hey, don't freak out, no need to panic, but be prepared. The odds of a nuclear attack, pretty low. But city officials at the Office of Emergency Management want to make sure you know what to do to stay safe if it ever came to that. Pretty basic stuff. Go inside and stay there. But people are wondering what is up with the timing of this message. Isa Gutierrez explains.
So there's been a nuclear attack. Don't ask me how or why, just know that the big one has hit.
New York City officials releasing a PSA on what to do in case of a nuclear attack. Their instructions: get inside, and stay tuned.
PSAs like this seem like a waste until something bad actually happens. And then they are potentially very valuable.
But no need to evacuate just yet. In a statement, the New York City Department of Emergency Management saying that, quote, the likely city is very low.
There's no specific threat, and we've received feedback that, not surprisingly, this scenario is something that people don't feel prepared for, and they ask us for advice. So, this was an effort to provide some straightforward advice around a difficult topic.
Mayor Eric Adams adding that the move comes amid rising tensions in Ukraine.
I'm a big believer in better safe than sorry. I take my hat off to OEM. This was right after the attacks in the Ukraine.
Is a nuclear attack something you think about at all? Is that on your mind?
I don't think about it that much just because it seems so far-fetched.
Although the PSA targeted New Yorkers, it's a message some experts think could resonate with the nation overall.
My sense is better education would be helpful. Just knowing some basic things like, again, stay inside.
And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and move away from the windows.
Do you feel prepared for a nuclear attack?
No, not by a long shot.
I don't know what I would do. Maybe that doesn't sound very intelligent, but I really don't know what I would do.
PSAs like these were common just a few decades ago.
First, you duck, and then you cover.
And they may become common with groups like the Bulletin of the Atomic Scientists, sounding the alarm. They manage the doomsday clock, designed to warn the world about man-made threats like nuclear war, amongst other issues. Recently, they set the clock for 100 seconds to midnight, saying in part, quote, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has brought this nightmare scenario to life, with Russian President Vladimir Putin threatening to elevate nuclear alert levels, and even first use of nuclear weapons if NATO steps in to help Ukraine. This is what 100 seconds to midnight looks like.
Nuclear attack is unfortunately a real part of our world, and I think the risk will only grow over time. Having said that, I don't think that people should allow concern about nuclear attack to dominate their everyday lives.
Issa is joining us now. Can we please not have one more thing to freak out over? Like, do we see, like, please, New York City, like, do not give us one more thing to stress out about. I know that one of the people that you talked to said, hey, this is not just a message that could resonate with New Yorkers, but people all over the country, right?
Yeah, absolutely, Hallie. And experts are saying that the U.S. as a whole really isn't prepared. And like you heard from those folks I spoke with today, they really don't know what to do in case of one of these emergencies. Columbia University's Center for Nuclear Studies in 2018 said the U.S. and its citizens is not prepared for any type of nuclear disaster and its aftermath. And you look at a lot of the emergency preparedness websites across the country for the different states, and many of them don't have information for this type of situation, telling people what to do or how to prepare. But people can go to ready.gov if they are interested in how they can prepare for this type of event. Some of the things that they say is, number one, look for possible shelter locations. It's got to be somewhere that you are often, school, home, at work, that sort of thing. Ideally, underground in a basement would be best, but if not, in the center of a building. Also to look for shelter locations along your commute if you are a commuter. They also say that you can build emergency supply kits, including bottled water, battery-powered radios, emergency medications, and that sort of thing if you are concerned. But again, like you heard from the mayor and from others, this is not something that is high risk right now by any means. We don't want to make it sound like that. It sounds like the city really just wanted to get ahead and make people feel more prepared if they are concerned.
Issa Gutierrez, thank you for that. I will still put it on my things to worry about way later plate. Appreciate it. When we come back, NASA says they're the deepest and best images of the universe we've ever seen, showing cosmic cliffs and dancing galaxies and stars being born. Think about that. What we're learning about the first photos released from the James Webb Space Telescope after the break.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world. Whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand, so we've created a newscast just for them. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're here to start conversations because it's not my job to tell you what to think. My job is to think about what you tell me.
Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson, weeknights at 8 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Now to what our executive producer calls a real bong rip of a segment. So get ready. If you ever wanted to ponder the insignificance of your existence inside the vast expanse of the universe, fire up the vapes. We are doing it, because look at your screen. You're looking at how stars thousands of light years away are born and how stars die. We're about to show it to you. A light year, 5.8 trillion miles away, by the way. We're also getting to see how galaxies that were first seen more than 200 years ago grow and interact, all from NASA, sharing some of what you're looking at from its $10 billion space observatory, a telescope that looked farther than the universe, and than anybody in humanity has ever seen the universe before. The James Webb Space Telescope, 30 years in the making. We got a little bit of a sneak peek 18 hours ago when President Biden showed off the first full-color image. Take a look at how that compares to what we were able to see with the much lauded, the much vaunted Hubble Space Telescope launched back in 1990. Look at the difference between these pictures, right? On the left is from the Hubble, taken over 30 days. On the right is the picture from Webb, which took 12.5 hours. This is a huge deal as it relates to our ability to understand more about the universe. And nobody knows that better than former NASA astronaut Mike Massimino, who's joining us now, also a professor at Columbia University. Mike, we're so glad to have you on. Thank you for being on the show today.
My pleasure, Hallie. Thanks for having me.
Help us, this is heady stuff, right? When you look at this, it's like we're a speck of a grain of sand on top of a tiny grain of sand on top of a little other tiny grain of sand on a huge, this is incredible. Talk about the significance here.
But just in my opinion, we are very significant as well. Our planet from space is beautiful. It's a paradise. We're very lucky to be here. But yes, we are just in one little small place in the universe. I love that, by the way. Yes. Yeah. Just to set the record straight.
No, you're right. And I don't mean that.
Yeah.
I just mean from the perspective of contemplating our position in the universe.
Yeah,
we are unique. We are paradise. I 100% am with you.
Yeah, but yes, the immensity of the universe is staggering, and the more we learn about it, the more impressed we become with it. What this telescope was built for, what Webb was built for, and you mentioned Hubble. This is the next generation of a telescope that we have available to us. It was built for two reasons, particularly. One was to be able to see deeper in the universe than any telescope ever had before, trying to get to the edges of the universe from when the universe first began 13.8 billion years ago. And the image that came out yesterday kind of shows that they're able to do that. A very clear image of a deep field, a cluster, a galaxy cluster with remnants of galaxies in it as well. Those swoops that you see is actually light being bent from galaxies that are beyond that. And then the second major goal is to analyze atmospheres of far-off planets, looking for signs of habitability as we know it, something that might be Earth-like or something that might be able to support life. So it's off to a pretty good start. And these are just the beginning, these images that we've seen so far.
Can you explain what people mean when they say that this telescope is kind of like a time machine?
Yeah, that's almost exactly what it is, because as we go deeper and deeper, as we look further and further, if you look 10 feet away from you and then you look a mile away from you, the light that it took longer for that light to get to you that was a mile away, right? So that's an older image than what you're seeing up close. It took longer for that light to reach you. So when you start talking about miles and millions of miles and then light years and millions and billions of light years, what you're doing is you're seeing light. It took that light, for example, in that cluster, 4.5 billion light years away, that major cluster, it took that light 4.5 billion years to reach us. Okay, so what we're doing is we're seeing old light, really. We're seeing light that is 4.5 billion years old. So as we can keep going further with this telescope, I said there were some remnants that are even older, 13 billion light years old. So you're looking further and further back. You're seeing older and older light. And the idea is that you want to go as far back as you can to the beginning of the universe and see what that looked like.
So fair to say that this has exceeded expectations, these early pictures?
Yeah, it's pretty. These are just, these are the early release images, and
this is the appetizer,
This is to make sure that the telescope works and to whet your appetite. When I went to Hubble, we had these early release images, and I was thrilled because it showed we didn't break the telescope. This shows that the telescope is working, and there's a lot more to come.
Mike, it's so good to have you on to talk
Pleasure.
about this. I so appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you,
it's
Hallie.
just an incredible story. That does it for us this hour. It's good to be with you. We'll have more for you tomorrow, same time, different place. I'll be back in D.C., but we'll see you then. Coverage picks up right now.